Reborn into a new life, Xiaobin finds himself back before the tragic demise of his family, with his gravely ill mother still in the hospital and his wife seeking a divorce. Faced with despair, Xiaobin resolves to initiate his transformation at this very moment. Armed with foresight of the future, he turns adversity into opportunity, altering the course of his life. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Father, regardless of the circumstances, she is still Xiaobin's mother. What of it? Just because she is his mother, must we treat her illness? Must we be threatened with suicide? Let him perish. The commotion outside roused Xiaobin from his slumber, leaving him bewildered as he stared blankly at the unfolding scene. A hospital room. A quarrel were they truly suggesting he should die? Was this not reminiscent of the moment when he had failed in borrowing money, leading to his own suicide attempt, only to be saved afterward? Could this all be a dream? Yet the pain from the wound on his wrist throbbed with undeniable reality. After delivering 2 sharp slaps to his own face, Xiaobin confirmed that he was indeed awake. It was the same year. His mother lay gravely ill in the hospital, and in a desperate attempt to secure funds for her treatment, he had engaged in a foolish act threatening his father-in-law with suicide to borrow money. However, his father-in-law refused to lend a dime, and ultimately, his mother's life was lost. To compound his anguish, his wife, Mei Su, was driven to her demise by the pressures of loan sharks. Devastated by the loss of both mother and wife, Xiaobin was consumed by grief. Yet, with a young daughter still in need of care, he resolved to rise from the ashes, ultimately achieving great success. By the age of 60, his fortune soared to billions, making him the wealthiest man in Peony City. Yet, the burden that weighed most heavily upon Xiaobin was the guilt of not having the means to save his mother, not only witnessing her death, but also inadvertently causing the demise of Mei Su through his desperate measures. Little did he know, fate had granted him a second chance. It is I who should perish. It is I who should perish. Outside, Xiao's mother wept inconsolably. A year prior, she had been diagnosed with lung cancer. Despite being in the early stages and still treatable, the family had exhausted their finances on her medical care, even selling their home. After much anticipation, they had finally reached a point where surgery was possible, yet they lacked a mere 20,000 yuan for the procedure. It was this paltry sum that led Xiaobin to seek help in vain, ultimately dragging him to an underground casino, where he not only lost his last 2,000 yuan, but also found himself deeper in despair. Old but not dead, a true scourge. Mei's mother scoffed, her words laced with venom. At that moment, the door to the hospital room burst open with a resounding bang. Xiaobin had kicked it open. Inside, he had overheard every malicious word from his mother-in-law. He could easily imagine the depths of his mother's sorrow. "Son, you're awake." Xiao's mother beamed with joy upon seeing him, tears streaming down her face as she embraced his arm. "Silly son, as long as you're all right, I won't pursue treatment anymore." As she spoke, she wiped her tears, causing Xiaobin's heart to ache. "Mother, rest assured, I will find a way to gather the money for your treatment." "Oomph." Mei's mother interjected disdainfully. "The surgery costs 50,000. The 30,000 we had is now gone, all lost because of you. How do you intend to save her? I tell you, Xiaobin, hurry and divorce my daughter. A man like you is nothing but a coward." Mei's mother continued her tirade. "Mother, enough." Mei Su furrowed her brow and quickly turned to apologize to Xiao's mother. "Mother, I'm sorry, my mother. It's all right. You need not explain." Facing Mei Su, Xiaobin's tone softened considerably. Having traversed this path once, he understood that his wife stood by him, comprehending his plight. However, when he turned to face his in-laws, his gaze turned icy. "Previously, I was foolish, never anticipating your indifference in our time of need, which led to my absurd suicide threat. But from this moment forward, rest assured, I will manage my own affairs." With that declaration, Xiaobin took his mother and departed, while Mei's mother continued to grumble, "Oomph. Let's hope you don't come begging me for money." With a deep sigh, Mei Su followed closely behind Xiaobin. After a great deal of effort, Xiaobin managed to convince his mother to remain hospitalized and promised to devise a means to secure the necessary funds. Mei Su, through her connections, finally managed to borrow a sum to cover the hospitalization fee temporarily. This 5,000 is also from a loan shark. This is all I can manage. We still need 45,000, and the specialist will leave in 3 days. Do you have a plan? Outside the hospital room, Meisu's face revealed no hint of joy or anger. Though she felt a pang of disappointment over Xiao Bin's loss of 30,000, she could not fault him at this moment. Yes, there must be a way. In his past life, sums like 30 or 50,000 were trivial to Xiao Bin, barely enough to buy a bottle of wine. Yet now, he was no longer a corporate president. Those funds represented his mother's life. Ironically, at this moment, he found himself unable to provide. However, he was no longer the same man he was before. He was a time traveler. He possessed knowledge of all significant events that would unfold henceforth. 3 days to gather 45,000 who would undoubtedly find a way. I will think of something. Do not act recklessly. Meisu sighed and turned to leave. Xiao Bin understood she was off to borrow more money, and he knew she would manage to secure another 3,000 yuan. Yet it was not enough. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck. Xiao Bin recalled a pivotal opportunity. Recently, their nearly bankrupt factory had finally secured a chance to collaborate on a project that could save it by producing a batch of high-precision motors. However, the workforce lacked the necessary skills, leading to the rejection of their sample submission and the loss of this opportunity. The deadline for submitting samples was merely 3 days away. If he could produce a qualifying motor within that time frame, he could easily demand 100,000 yuan from the factory manager without hesitation. Yet, the materials required for producing the motors were costly. The factory operated under strict regulations, and given his current status, he doubted the leadership would allow him to attempt such a venture. He would have to procure the materials himself and work in secrecy. But he lacked the funds. What to do? Hospital fees. Meisu had just paid 5,000 for the hospitalization. Without hesitation, Xiao Bin rushed downstairs to withdraw 3,000 yuan, then hastily set off to procure the necessary materials. The next day, Meisu, the funds for tomorrow's hospitalization are insufficient. Your useless husband has taken the money. Meisu's friend, Lin Xiao, a nurse at the hospital, delivered the day's bills. Meisu glanced at the balance, seated on a bench, motionless for a long time. The missing funds were clearly taken by Xiao Bin. What could he possibly need the money for? Naturally, he had gone back to the casino. See Meisu silence, Lin Xiao Saif. Meisu, your man has become worthless. Why do you continue to borrow from loan sharks for him? You should just divorce him. Disappointment filled Meisu's eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks, which she stubbornly wiped away. Once this matter is resolved, I will divorce him. Chapter 2. The rush to produce the motor. In his previous life, Xiao Bin amassed considerable wealth through the production of motors. One might say that if provided with ample time, he could create motors that would be decades ahead of their time, enough to astonish the entire nation. Yet, at this moment, he found himself with a mere 3 days. Xiao Bin opted for a relatively simple design from his memories and dedicated himself to long hours of labor. However, in Meisu's eyes, Xiao Bin had lost his mind. The following day, at 6 in the morning, after only 2 hours of sleep, Xiao Bin hurriedly rose from his bed, devouring the remnants of last night's meal with great haste, stuffing buns into his pockets as he ate. Damn it. You took the surgery fee, and I won't question it, but time is running out for Mom. Are you still neglecting your responsibilities with your late nights and early mornings? Don't you realize that she just wants you by her side? Meisu lamented, filled with frustration. She could hardly believe that despite their mother's imminent departure, Xiao Bin remained so reckless. Xiao Bin paused, taken aback by her words. After finishing the leftovers, he quickly donned his coat and replied, I am not being irresponsible. I hope you trust me. I can save Mom. Humph. Meisu scoffed lightly. On what basis? Are you gambling away your time with endless overtime? Can you tell me how much high-interest debt you've accumulated out there? I am not gambling. Our factory is about to face a crisis, and I have a way to improve things. Xiao Bin, Meisu interrupted, her eyes filled with tears. For the sake of your gambling, I will not blame you for any excuses you conjure. I know you wish to save Mom, but as your wife, I only hope that before she leaves, you do not leave her with regrets, nor yourself. Xiao Bin found himself speechless, realizing that whatever he said now would not be believed by Meisu. There are only 2 days left. Please comfort Mom for me and tell her that her son will surely save her. With that, Xiao Bin left the house and headed straight for the factory. Meisu wiped away her tears and, as usual, prepared delicious food for her mother-in-law. Approaching the hospital room, she took a deep breath to compose herself, putting on a smile before entering. Meisu, Xiao Bin. Xiao's mother's face was etched with worry. Mom. Xiao Bin went to borrow money. He just called me and said someone agreed to lend him money, but he needs to wait another 2 days. Mei-su spoke hurriedly as she arranged the food in front of Xiao's mother. Mei-su, I truly don't want. Xiao's mother began. But Mei-su interrupted. Mom, please don't say that. Surely you don't want to leave your son with a lifetime of regrets, do you? Let him try his best. At the Hongqing Electronics Factory, within just 1 day, Xiao Bin had completed half of the motor. At this rate, he was confident he could meet his deadline. However, upon arriving at the factory, he was intercepted by the workshop director in his office. On the director's desk lay the very parts Xiao Bin had produced throughout the day. Xiao Bin, did you do all of this? Director Wang slammed his hand on the table, chastising him. What are you producing here? Private work outside the factory? Xiao Bin, your audacity is growing. With a long sigh, Xiao Bin replied, Director Wang, it's common for workers to take on private jobs in the factory. However, these parts are not produced according to the factory's blueprints, and they do not meet regulations. He reached into his pocket, producing over 200 yuan, his entire savings from purchasing materials. Get lost. Are you begging for money? You have produced these parts illegally. I'll fine you 200. To redeem these parts, you'll need to bring me 300. Xiao Bin nodded and said, Please keep the parts for me. In 2 days, I will bring 1,000 to redeem them. 1,000? Director Wang was taken aback, surprised that Xiao Bin had secured a major deal. Before he could inquire further, Xiao Bin left the office. Humph. Director Wang snorted, humming a tune as he packed Xiao Bin's parts into a box. To avoid further quarrels with Mei-su, Xiao Bin decided to stay at the factory. After 2 consecutive days of overtime, he finally completed the motor, though it remained a semi-finished product, with several parts still with Director Wang. Not wanting to engage in negotiations with him, Xiao Bin rushed to the factory director's office with the semi-finished motor. Even in its incomplete state, the director could discern its quality, and acquiring the remaining parts from Director Wang would be a simple matter. However, upon arrival, he found the director's office empty, with only the secretary present. Secretary Chen, when will the director return? Xiao Bin inquired. I'm not sure. If you have something to discuss, I can relay it. Secretary Chen replied politely, a beautiful 18-year-old who was also considered the belle of the factory. No rush. I will wait for him. Xiao Bin settled onto the sofa, believing it best to discuss matters directly with the director. However, fatigue soon overcame him, and he fell asleep shortly after sitting down. Meanwhile, having not returned home for 2 days, Xiao Bin's debts had begun to close in on him. Mei-su, having exhausted all options among friends and family, felt compelled to confront her husband, urging him to negotiate with the loan sharks. But in her search for Xiao Bin, she instead encountered Director Wang. Oh, isn't this Mei-su? Director Wang, having seen her a few times, had long been captivated by her beauty. Director Wang, Mei-su greeted respectfully, though she knew little about him aside from his position as Xiao Bin's superior. Ah, Mei-su, you're here to find Xiao Bin. He has been working tirelessly at the factory these past few days and is probably off somewhere catching up on sleep. Has he really been working this hard? Initially skeptical, Mei-su began to reconsider her previous judgments about Xiao Bin. Perhaps he had not been gambling after all. Or perhaps he had lost early and was too ashamed to return home. Indeed, he has been diligent. Director Wang added, by the way, I heard your mother-in-law is ill and requires a significant sum of money, and that you've taken out a high-interest loan? Xiao Bin's family matters were not a secret. And upon hearing Director Wang mention it, Mei-su sighed, nodding in resignation. Yes, I am at my wit's end. I cannot cover my mother-in-law's medical expenses. A payment is due tomorrow, which is why I came to find Xiao Bin. Oh dear, it's quite a predicament. Since Xiao Bin isn't here, perhaps I could help you out. Director Wang feigned sympathy. I can lend you some money without interest if you come to my office. Really? Mei-su's heart lifted, not suspecting any deceit. Can you really help? Of course. Come on in. Director Wang smiled, ushering Mei-su into his office, but then promptly locked the door behind her. Mei-su's heart sank. She never anticipated that in broad daylight, entering the office would result in the door being locked. The implications were clear. As soon as they were inside, Director Wang revealed his true nature, his greedy eyes roving over Mei-su's figure, grinning as he produced the parts he had confiscated from Xiao Bin. You know, these parts were illicitly processed by Xiao Bin. I could have your husband imprisoned for this. But if you were willing to. Director Wang leered, his intentions unmistakable. To his surprise, Mei-su resolutely refused. Go ahead and report him. I warn you. Release me at once, or I shall call for help. However, Mei-su did not anticipate Wang Bapai's audacity. Call for help? In such a cacophonous workshop. Do you think anyone would heed your call? My dear, heed my words. If you can satisfy me this time, not only will I let your husband go, but I shall also reward you financially. I am wealthy. As Wang Bapai spoke, he began to make unwelcome advances. Terrified, Mei Su fought back. Yet, ultimately, she was merely a woman, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Bapai had her pinned against the table. Mei Su screamed in terror. Xiao Bin, you scoundrel! Where are you? Xiao Bin. Chapter 3. Imprisoned. Meanwhile, Xiao Bin was sound asleep in the factory manager's office until Xiao Zhong rushed in to wake him. Xiao Bin, wake up quickly. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Xiao Bin heard Xiao Zhong say, Your wife has arrived. She has gone into Director Wang's office. What? Xiao Bin sprang up from the sofa without a moment's hesitation, racing towards Wang Bapai's office. Along the way, memories of Mei Su's previous misfortunes flooded his mind. At home, she had fallen victim to loan sharks, and in her desperate attempt to protect her virtue, Mei Su had lost her life. Could this fate be repeating itself in this life? Xiao Bin would not allow it. With a resounding bang, he kicked open the door to Wang's office. At that moment, Mei Su was pinned against the table, desperately clutching her pants, calling out for Xiao Bin. Wang Bapai, curse you! A thunderous shout erupted, sending a shiver through Mei Su. That voice was all too familiar. It was Xiao Bin, that scoundrel. He had come to rescue her. Xiao Bin, it was you, my wife, who tried to seduce me. Director Wang, startled, quickly released Mei Su, and, seeing Xiao Bin's fury, panically retorted, Xiao Bin, do not forget, I possess evidence of your private dealings and resource misappropriation. Do you believe I would hesitate to have you dismissed and imprisoned? If that were to happen, your life would be ruined. As the office door swung open, a crowd began to gather, and Mei Su hastily adjusted her attire, listening to Wang Bapai's accusations with growing concern. Currently, the factory was cracking down on private dealings, a charge akin to stealing state resources, which could indeed lead to imprisonment. In this era, a person with a criminal record would emerge as a pariah, unable to secure any respectable employment. Xiao Bin, remain calm. This may be a misunderstanding. See, your wife is unharmed. Besides, she intends to divorce you. Xiao Zhong and Xiao Wu, who were on friendly terms with Xiao Bin, quickly intervened, fearing that he might ruin his life over this incident. Wang Bapai smirked, knowing this tactic had worked before. Even Mei Su sighed, wiping away her tears. Indeed, she was on the verge of divorce. It was already fortunate that Xiao Bin had come to her aid, but would he jeopardize his future for her sake? Humph. Xiao Bin, you must think carefully. Wang Bapai sneered, casting a glance at Mei Su standing nearby, and said, if you both apologize to me now, I might overlook your wife's transgressions. Mei Su was taken aback. An apology from her? Just as she was about to tell Xiao Bin not to expect her to apologize, she saw him launch himself like an arrow, landing a powerful punch on Wang Bapai's jaw. Apologize? I'll curse your ancestors. Enraged, Xiao Bin fought like a wild beast, raining blows upon Wang Bapai. Wang Bapai screamed in agony, yet no one dared intervene. It was only when 6 or 7 security personnel from the factory arrived that they managed to subdue Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin, I will ensure you end up in prison. Wang Bapai, battered and bruised, promptly reported Xiao Bin's misconduct to the security department, handing over the parts he had previously withheld as evidence. That night, Xiao Bin was detained, unable to return home, while Mei Su walked among the throngs of employees leaving work, overhearing their discussions. It's over. It's all over. Xiao Bin is surely facing dismissal. Dismissal? You have no idea how Wang Bapai operates. He has surely repeated accusations of private dealings countless times. I reckon Xiao Bin will be sentenced to at least a year in prison. Hearing that Xiao Bin might face imprisonment just to defend her honor caused Mei Su's already wounded heart to soften slightly. After all, he was her man, willing to stand up for her. Yet, this did not alter her resolve to divorce him. Compared to Xiao Bin's potential sentencing, Mei Su was far more concerned about how to confront the predatory loan sharks. What of her longed-for daughter? When would she be able to bring her home? And Xiao Bin's mother. Tomorrow was the hospital's deadline. Could she really abandon her? Mei Su was anxious, and so was Xiao Bin. It was not merely the confinement he faced at that moment, but the impending deadline for the factory's sample submission, which was critical for his mother's survival. Moreover, he was aware that loan sharks would come looking for Mei Su tomorrow. Where had the factory manager gone during this critical time? Surely, he would come looking for him upon seeing the prototype. But instead of the manager, he was met with Wang Bapai. Director Wang, this hardly adheres to protocol. Does it? What is protocol? If you don't mention it, I won't either, so it must be the norm. Very well, let us not make this too severe. Once this individual is reviewed by the factory, he will be handed over to the relevant authorities. Wang Bapai, accompanied by two of his nephews, each wielding a wooden stick, entered the room where Xiao Bin was being held, having only traded 2 packs of cigarettes for access. A little distraction wouldn't hurt. Xiao Bin stretched his limbs. In his past life, after achieving success, he had taken to studying martial arts, training under several esteemed masters. Although he had not performed well earlier, Wang Bapai had unwittingly presented him with an opportunity to relieve his muscles and inquire about the manager's whereabouts. Chapter 4. The clever fallacy. Wang Bapai looked at the coldly indifferent Xiao Bin and chuckled mockingly. You were quite arrogant in front of all those people today, weren't you? Show me that bravado now. He gestured to his 2 nephews, not believing that the 3 of them could not handle Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin frowned at the trio entering the room. He had anticipated this scenario, as the security personnel would not dare to challenge the director openly. Given Wang Bapai's petty nature, he had expected him to come in and boast. However, he had underestimated Wang Bapai's shamelessness. The rogue had indeed brought 2 men, armed with sticks, displaying an audacity that was utterly unrestrained. Xiao Bin furrowed his brow. Although he was unafraid of a one-on-one confrontation, facing multiple opponents, especially armed ones, was a different matter. If he were not cautious, he might find himself leaving in a rather unfortunate manner the following day. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, when the enemy comes, one must defend. Xiao Bin clenched his fists, keenly observing the movements of the 2 henchmen. Given Wang Bapai's cowardly disposition, he would likely hide behind them if a fight broke out. Xiao Bin's caution was a courtesy to them. In reality, these were merely Wang Bapai's 2 nephews who roamed the streets, appearing intimidating but possessing no real skill, relying solely on the sticks for a sense of security. Wang Bapai believed that these 2 would suffice to deal with Xiao Bin, who was solely focused on his work. In his previous life, Xiao Bin had diligently practiced taekwondo. Although his physical fitness in this life was lacking, the techniques were ingrained in his very bones, forming a muscle memory. Despite the tension in his nerves easing, he harbored no intentions of underestimating his adversaries, who remained oblivious to the fate that awaited them. Are you afraid? He taunted. It appears you understand fear after all. I am well aware of your family circumstances. Once I drive you out of here, your hope will dwindle even further. Let me ponder. Not only will you lose your wife, but your mother as well. Do you now regret your actions today? I am not entirely unreasonable. If you truly wish to repent, bow to me 3 times, and later, in front of everyone, kneel and plead for my mercy. I shall intercede on your behalf with the factory director. Additionally, I can ensure your side job remains concealed. How does that sound? Are you tempted? As Wang Bapi approached slowly, his nephew let out a whistle. I suggest you yield quickly to avoid a beating today. We don't hold back. With that, he burst into laughter, striking his palm with a stick as he advanced towards Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin scoffed. I would sooner bow to you in my next life. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Why else would you move so slowly? Are we fighting or not? If not, then begone. Do not impede my sleep. And you, Wang Bapi, have been prattling since you entered. Xiao Bin disdainfully dug at his ears, dismissing them. The audacity of his words stunned the group. They hadn't anticipated his defiance. Wang Bapi, sneering, felt his irritation grow. He had intended merely to teach Xiao Bin a lesson. But now that Xiao Bin had invited his own demise, he altered his plan. He would not only imprison Xiao Bin, but also ruin his reputation. With a sinister grin, Wang Bapi instructed his 2 nephews, who quickly charged at Xiao Bin. He evaded the first attack and delivered a flying kick to the wrist of the second assailant, causing the stick to clatter to the ground. Rolling, Xiao Bin seized the fallen stick just in time to block the first man's return strike. The second attacker lunged again, furious, aiming a kick at him. With keen observation and alertness, Xiao Bin swung the stick, deflecting the first adversary while simultaneously striking the second on the ankle. As the latter howled in pain, Xiao Bin delivered a whip kick, sending him crashing to the ground. With the second opponent dispatched, he turned back to face the first, delivering a flying kick to his chin. The man felt a rush of blood in his mouth before collapsing, seeing stars as he fell. Wang Bapi, watching from behind, was taken aback when he saw his nephews laid out on the ground, howling in agony. Before he could react, he met Xiao Bin's gaze as he turned. Xiao Bin tightened his grip on the stick, but before he could reach Wang Bapi, the latter crumpled to his knees before him. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Bin couldn't suppress a chuckle. I'm not like you. Kneeling and kowtowing will not earn my forgiveness. Hero, spare me, you plead. Had I known your prowess, I would have refrained from this encounter. Surely, you can overlook this once? Wang Bapi, bewildered, wondered how Xiaobin had suddenly become so formidable. It was his nephew's weakness that had led to this humiliation. Wang Bapi never reflected on his own faults, always blaming others. Xiaobin, however, did not expect Wang Bapi to genuinely fear or submit to him. Spare me the nonsense. Where is the factory director? Xiaobin pressed, lightly tapping Wang Bapi's knee with the stick. Under this veiled threat, Wang Bapi trembled, unwilling to meet the fate of his incapacitated nephews. I know. He is in the factory, receiving important guests. Chapter 5. Born from adversity, Xiaobin regarded the quaking Wang Bapi with a sneer, devoid of any sympathy. Had he not been reborn, he would surely be in a hospital today. The factory director was occupied in the VIP room with significant guests. Wang Bapi stammered, seemingly anxious that Xiaobin might doubt him, adding hastily that the director had been busy since early that day. In that moment, Xiaobin connected the dots. The esteemed guest must be the partner for the electric motor collaboration, likely the Huanan Automotive Group. If he guessed correctly, the negotiations with the director were probably not going smoothly. While he contemplated, Wang Bapi, still kneeling, began inching towards the door. Noticing Xiaobin's in action, he stood and dashed out. The two nephews, still groaning on the floor, quickly followed suit. Xiaobin shook his head with a smile. He knew precisely how hard he had struck them, whether it was a medical miracle or the boundless potential of humanity. He had acquired the information he sought from Wang Bapi. There was no point in keeping him around any longer. Ignoring their hasty retreat, Xiaobin focused on the pressing matter at hand. Approaching the door, he regarded the wooden barrier that separated him from freedom. Should he choose to force his way out, he knew it would be futile. Turning, he peered through a small window at the security guard stationed outside. Excuse me, could you kindly let me out? I have something of utmost importance to attend to. Xiaobin hoped the guard might allow him passage, for he did not wish to escalate matters with his colleagues or create unnecessary disturbances. Yet, the guard was unyielding. Stay put. You can leave tomorrow. Spare me your pleas. This is beyond my control. If I were to let you go, I might as well forfeit my job. Just consider your situation. I heard about your antics at the factory today. Good job, but you've provoked the wrong people. Remain here until tomorrow when the director is available. Humble yourself then, or you may find yourself in deeper trouble. Though the guard's refusal was stern, it did not seem entirely absolute. Xiaobin realized this approach would lead nowhere. He remained trapped while the outside world awaited him. He understood that he had yet to present his electric motor to the factory director, who was unaware of its potential to save the factory. Thus, he needed to devise a plan to contact the director promptly. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and the more dire consequences flooded his mind. If he could not escape, the negotiations would undoubtedly fail, resulting in the dissolution of the contract and the cessation of collaboration. Even if he manages to get out and shows the factory director his motor, the contract will have already vanished. Without connections, selling his motor technology is out of the question. Even if he found someone to negotiate a contract, how could he afford to waste any more time with his mother's illness worsening? He's racing against time. Realizing this, Xiaobin could no longer sit still. He could not bear the consequences of inaction. I'm truly sorry, Xiaobin murmured, his gaze sharpening with determination. His mother was waiting for him, as was his wife. He absolutely could not be trapped by the current situation. With this thought, he charged forward and began kicking the door. The security guard was startled by Xiaobin's sudden actions and hastily grabbed a nearby flimsy baton, shouting as if to bolster his own courage. What are you doing? What do you intend to achieve? He struck the wall with the baton as a warning, but Xiaobin was already in motion, unwilling to relent. You're insane. You've been told to wait until the director is free, and then you can speak with him. He will certainly give you a fair explanation. Why must you be so stubborn at this moment? The security guard sighed, yet Xiaobin continued to kick the door, which creaked like an old man in pain. The guard tightened his grip on the baton, knowing he had to protect his job since Xiaobin seemed to have a pressing reason to leave. As Xiaobin finally broke through the wooden door, he wielded a stick that had fallen from Wang's nephew, while the guard stood ready with his baton, a serious expression on his face. I advise you to turn back while you still can. You must understand that your current actions differ vastly from your previous ones. Earlier, you could blame Director Wang, but now it's you who is attempting to flee from justice. And that changes everything when it comes to handing over to the relevant authorities. Think carefully. The security guard did not wish for Xiaobin to make another mistake. But Xiaobin saw no other way out. He did not want to tread the same path again. Wasn't the opportunity bestowed upon him by fate meant to help him rectify the regrets of his youth? If he did not fight for his family, what meaning would another chance hold? You must also consider this. My baton can inflict considerable pain. Rather than stand in my way, it would be wise to step aside now. Xiaobin's eyes were aflame with determination. Truly obstinate, the guard frowned, dismissing Xiaobin's words. He regarded Xiaobin, a mere factory worker, as inconsequential. At most, he thought, he could only make idle threats. Underestimating Xiaobin led the guard to be caught off guard when Xiaobin struck him in the abdomen. Xiaobin did not wish to engage further. He still considered the guard a decent person trying to dissuade him, and besides, time was slipping away. His motor was still incomplete. The guard grimaced, rubbing his stomach. That little rascal has some strength. He swung the baton at Xiaobin, but it seemed as if Xiaobin had eyes in the back of his head. He tossed the stick, striking the guard's knee. The guard faltered, and Xiaobin seized the moment to escape. Chapter 6. Freedom. The guard, unable to rise from where Xiaobin had struck him, watched helplessly as Xiaobin's figure vanished into the night, grudgingly muttering, "That little brat. Who knows what abilities he possesses to act so recklessly?" Gritting his teeth, the guard rubbed his leg, slowly rising. He could not afford to wait for superiors to come and hold him accountable. He stumbled out to call for help. If Xiaobin was caught, it would be the end for him. Upon exiting the detention center, Xiaobin hurried towards the factory. His utmost priority was to find the factory director and present his unfinished product, as this was his only chance to secure funds to save his mother. Inside the factory director's office, the atmosphere was tense as negotiations were underway. The Huanan Automotive Company, a newly established automobile manufacturer, had quickly made a name for itself in the domestic industry, astonishing many. Initially, it was thought that the domestic automotive sector would not see significant progress, nor would many entrepreneurs be inclined to invest in it. However, Huanan Automotive had entered the field with substantial capital, becoming a sought-after partner for many factories. Director, our factory is genuinely eager to collaborate with your esteemed company. We have great admiration for your ability to dominate the automotive sector in such a short time. A representative stated. Is that so? A freshly established company like Huanan has you so eager to discuss partnership? It seems you are rather desperate, the female technical director remarked. Her tone laced with sarcasm as she scrutinized the director's obsequious demeanor, her clear, sharp gaze fixed on him. Desperation is hardly the case. We have been closely observing your company's capabilities. Our desire to establish a partnership stems from our ongoing research into upgrading motor technology, the representative replied. The director, Huang Hai, felt a tremor of anxiety. Though he feigned confidence, he was acutely aware that the automotive industry was filled with wealthy competitors, facing Huanan Automotive, a potential lifeline. He stood before the female technical director, drenched in cold sweat. The director's icy demeanor radiated a palpable chill throughout the office. She stood, casting a cold glance at Huang Hai before moving to inspect the motor, frowning as she spoke. After so many years in the motor industry, you still don't know how to assess the quality of a motor? First, use an insulation resistance meter to check if the motor coil's insulation resistance exceeds 0.5 megohms. If it does, the insulation is sound. Next, use a multimeter to test the direct current resistance of the 3 windings. If they are equal or exhibit negligible variance, it indicates there are no inter-turn short circuits. Following this, manually rotate the motor shaft to check for stiffness or abnormal noises. Have you completed these steps? Finally, perform a no-load power test to ensure the 3-phase current is balanced, the motor operates smoothly, and there are no overheating or abnormal sounds. If all 4 checks are normal, then the motor is good. The female technical director cast a disdainful glance at Huang Hai, who stood trembling and unable to lift his head. She wondered how such a factory could dare to negotiate business with her. She was well versed in motor technology, which was why she had ascended to the position of technical director at Huanan at such a young age. If they hoped to deceive her in this domain, they would need to reconsider. Huang Hai was taken aback. He had initially assumed the woman was merely a figurehead. But it turned out that the technical director from Huanan had immediately identified numerous issues with the motor. As the prospect of collaboration crumbled, he felt a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Xiaobin was determined to enter the director's office for negotiations, but realizing he could not do so empty-handed, he turned and headed towards Wang's office. With a forceful kick, Xiaobin burst into Wang Bapi's office, leaving the employees outside momentarily stunned by his audacity. Closing the door behind him, Xiaobin began searching for the components confiscated by Wang Bapi, picking up a motor he had brought along to assemble. This meal was all that remained for him. Following his escape and the audacious act of kicking open Wang Bapi's office door, chaos erupted in the factory as people clamored to capture Xiaobin. Xiaobin, Do not act foolishly. With such behavior, no one can assist you, and Director Wang will surely not let you off lightly. Indeed, Xiaobin. Perhaps if you humble yourself before Director Wang, he might allow you to continue working here. As Xiaobin noticed the crowd outside attempting to force their way in, he quickly dashed aside, stuffing the components into his pockets while firmly gripping the motor. Do not hinder me. This time, I shall make Wang Bapi understand the consequences of his villainy. This scoundrel will eventually reap what he sows. Xiaobin muttered fiercely, his hands still busy assembling the motor. Suddenly, someone leaped out from behind, attempting to seize the motor from Xiaobin's grasp. With a swift sidestep, Xiaobin evaded the grab, delivering a swift kick that sent the assailant sprawling to the ground. Witnessing Xiaobin's defiance, several others lunged at him, but he nimbly maneuvered through the crowd. Frustrated by their inability to catch him, one shouted, "Xiaobin, your actions will only escalate the situation, and we too will suffer the consequences." In response to their pleas, Xiaobin turned to them defiantly, declaring, "Do not worry. I am here to secure this motor partnership for the factory. If you wish to prosper, do not impede me." Instantly, all present regarded Xiaobin as mad. How could he possibly secure this partnership? Even the factory director might not succeed in negotiations. Some of Wang Bapi's close associates stepped forward, sneering, "Xiaobin, have you lost your mind after being locked up for hours? A coward like you dares to boast here? Indeed, don't you fear for your life? If Director Wang sees you vandalizing his office, you can bid farewell to your existence. My affairs are none of your concern. Step aside. What are you good for besides flapping your gums? A bunch of useless sycophants. Tell Wang Bapi that once I resolve this matter, I will attend to him." Seizing the moment of their shock, Xiaobin clutched the motor tightly and swiftly exited, striding towards the factory director's office. The deputy director, seeing Xiaobin's unexpected presence, quickly blocked his path, reprimanding, "Xiaobin, what are you doing here instead of remaining in custody? I am here to secure this business deal for the factory. Let me in at once." Xiaobin replied, his patience wearing thin. "This matter does not concern you. Do not attempt to play the hero. You have escaped. But if you jeopardize this negotiation, I will have you locked up immediately." The deputy director hesitated at the sight of Xiaobin with the motor. Yet he still barred his entrance. Secretary Chen, standing nearby, interjected, "Xiaobin, do not cause trouble. This is vital for the survival of our entire factory. I am not here to endanger anyone. I am here to save us all. If I show them my motor, they will surely agree to this deal." Xiaobin asserted confidently. The two exchanged doubtful glances, yet the determination radiating from Xiaobin made them hesitant to dismiss him outright. Just then, security arrived, calling out, "Xiaobin, you little rascal, come back with me." In a moment of desperation, Xiaobin pushed past the deputy director and knocked on the office door, exclaiming, "Director, I have a superior motor. Please take a look." Were it not for the urgency of his situation, he would not resort to such measures. But he needed funds for his mother's surgery. "If you disrupt this crucial negotiation and offend our esteemed guests, can you bear the responsibility?" The deputy director pressed, pulling at Xiaobin's arm. "I can bear it. Now, do not impede me any further." Xiaobin replied resolutely. The deputy director stood frozen in place as Xiaobin rushed into the office, leaving the security guards anxiously waiting at the door. Xiaobin rudely presented himself before the opposing party, showcasing his motor with a smile. "Behold my motor. It will undoubtedly persuade you to collaborate with our factory." Wang Hai, startled by Xiaobin's entrance, shouted, "Xiaobin, are you insane? Get out of here at once. Director Huang, we are here with good intentions to negotiate. Yet your premises are filled with all sorts of characters, including this intruder. Does he have a screw loose? Right. He claims we will partner with him just by seeing his motor. What a delusion. Does he truly believe it's that simple to design and manufacture a motor? Director Huang, is this a fool from your factory who has lost his way in research?" The representatives from the automotive company laughed derisively at Xiaobin's tattered attire, unconvinced that he could be a skilled technician. Huang Hai, witnessing the humiliation directed at Xiaobin, felt his face flush with anger. "Xiaobin, did you hear that? Get out of here this instant." Yet, just as everyone deemed Xiaobin deranged, the female technical director from the opposing side was taken aback. Her previous indifference replaced with delight as she accepted the motor from Xiaobin. Sensing her enthusiasm, Xiaobin felt a surge of confidence. Finally, someone recognized his worth. "Did you assemble this?" she asked, inspecting the motor's intricacies, astonished by the precision of the components. Her excitement grew as she realized Xiaobin's creation surpassed even the imported motors she had encountered. How is this possible? Could Xiaobin truly be this talented? Wasn't he said to be incompetent? Onlookers craned their necks to glimpse the unfolding scene within the office. How did you achieve such advanced technology? Clearly, my perspective was limited. The technical director continued to marvel at the motor, lost in thought. Naturally, I assembled it myself. These techniques were insights I grasped unintentionally. It took me several days and nights to complete this motor. What do you think? Does it qualify for collaboration? With a calm demeanor, Xiaobin stepped forward, surveying those who had previously mocked him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Absolutely. This is the most exquisite motor I have ever seen. Even imported products cannot match its sophistication. If our automotive company collaborates with you, it would be an honor to produce such an exquisitely crafted motor within a few days. Our South China Automotive Company is ready to negotiate with you. The female technical director, brimming with excitement, turned her attention solely to Xiaobin, disregarding Huang Hai entirely. The automotive representatives were taken aback by their normally aloof technical director's sudden enthusiasm. Director, can we truly trust his words? What if this motor is something he obtained from elsewhere, and we end up being deceived? Indeed, given his strange demeanor, should we reconsider? If you harbor doubts, I can disassemble and reassemble it, Xiaobin offered. Xiaobin was utterly unconcerned by their skepticism. After all, he possessed cutting-edge technology that merely peeked through his fingertips. No need for doubt. Since I have seen it, I shall not question you. The female technical director halted further discussions from the automotive company representatives and directly engaged Xiaobin in a conversation about the intricacies of motor assembly. Just as everyone anticipated Xiaobin would falter, he answered every inquiry with ease, even producing individual components to elucidate their roles within the motor to the female technical director. As a high-ranking executive from a southern automotive company, she felt no embarrassment. Instead, she shed her usual aloofness and attentively absorbed Xiaobin's explanations. This act undeniably served as a slap in the face to those who had just mocked him. Huang Hai was astonished. After serving these dignitaries like a servant throughout the day, he could hardly believe that Xiaobin had achieved what he could not. Chapter 8. Surgical fees. What is your name? The female technical director inquired, her curiosity piqued by Xiaobin's evident expertise. Despite her satisfaction with his skills, she was, after all, representing the Southern Automotive Company in contract negotiations, and soon her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Xiaobin, this motor is solely my creation. If you wish to sign a contract, it must be with me personally. The decision of whether to transfer production rights to the factory rests with me. Xiaobin maintained a solemn expression, recognizing the intelligence of the person before him, thus opting for straightforwardness. Upon hearing this, Huang Hai quickly approached, showering Xiaobin with compliments. Naturally, I had no idea you possessed such formidable skills. Had I known, I would have had you negotiate with our esteemed guests all along. Since I have examined the goods, we must, according to regulations, sign the contract with you. After all, you are an individual, not bound by production relationships. The female technical director cast a satisfied glance at Xiaobin, increasingly eager for him to produce more advanced motors in the future. Once the contract was signed, Xiaobin instantly ascended to a position of respect within the factory. None dared to offend him, not even Huang Hai, who now treated Xiaobin with utmost courtesy. For they all understood that their business depended on him. Xiaobin, when did you become so formidable? You've suddenly become a big shot here. And even the factory director must show you respect. Indeed, have you been secretly training under a master to acquire such impressive skills? I noticed Wang Bapai seemed to avoid you altogether. It feels good to have our revenge. Xiaobin smiled and nodded, choosing not to respond. This group merely fawned over him for his recent success. Although he bore no grudges, he preferred to keep a distance from those who were insincere. As the saying goes, be wary of those with malicious intentions. Xiaobin, how did you break my office door? Wang director, visibly furious, confronted Xiaobin. Calm down, director. Do not hold this against him. We will fix your door immediately. The staff held back Wang Bapai, who was irate. After all, this young man had become the pillar of the factory. Who would dare provoke his ire? Wang Bapai shrugged off his colleagues and stormed up to Xiaobin. Hurling insults, you little brat. Did I give you permission to wander about? Who gave you the audacity? Xiaobin regarded the frantic Wang Bapai with cold indifference and retorted, I have no time for your nonsense. You should find somewhere cool to cool off. With that, Xiaobin entered the factory director's office, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Seeing Xiaobin dismiss him so casually ignited Wang Bapai's rage, and he was about to charge in for an argument when two burly men restrained him. Director Wang, save your breath. Xiao Bin just secured a significant business deal for the factory. He is now in the director's good graces. Provoking him would be folly. Wang Bapai was taken aback, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Impossible. How could the director truly allow Xiao Bin to negotiate business? You'd better believe it. They recounted the events to Wang Bapai, who was utterly flabbergasted. He never imagined Xiao Bin could rise above him in a single day. When Huang Hai saw Xiao Bin enter, he cheerfully welcomed him with pleasantries. Director, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Xiao Bin settled into a chair and sipped his tea. What is it? Huang Hai inquired, puzzled. Had it been any other day, Xiao Bin's demands would have been swiftly dismissed, but given his recent success, Huang Hai was keen to keep him pleased. I have agreed to let the factory handle the production, but I have one condition. You must pay me 100,000 yuan urgently. Without hesitation, Huang Hai acquiesced, aware of Xiao Bin's mother's hospitalization. Given Xiao Bin's current needs, it was a reasonable request, and he was happy to comply. Xiao Bin quickly rushed to the hospital, where Mei Su, seeing him enter with a bag, cried out, "Why are you only just arriving? The specialist has already left." When did they leave? Xiao Bin asked. His urgency palpable. He could not allow this specialist to slip away. It was his mother's only chance, and he could not allow history to repeat itself. A nearby nurse, unable to bear it, said, "They left not long ago. They should be in the parking lot now." Xiao Bin dashed to the parking lot, pleading until the specialist agreed to stay and treat his mother. He hurriedly paid the surgical fees at the hospital, and while waiting, exhaustion overcame him, leading him to fall asleep on a bench in the corridor. The next morning, Mei Su arrived at the hospital, intending to settle the remaining surgical fees. After Xiao Bin left the previous day, she had returned home to gather funds, knowing they still needed to pay the full amount. "Hello, I am here to pay the surgical fees for patient 530, she called out, her voice hoarse and weary, fatigue etching her features pale. Yet, despite her weariness, she busied herself for the Qiao family, holding back resentment towards Xiao Bin, unwilling to see his mother suffer without proper care. The surgical fees for bed 530 have been settled, along with the hospitalization fees, the nurse informed her. Mei Su was taken aback and asked, "Who paid the surgical fees?" "Your son, Xiao Bin," the nurse replied with a smile. After expressing her gratitude, Mei Su rushed to find Xiao Bin. While traversing the corridor, she spotted him asleep on a bench. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that Xiao Bin appeared significantly more haggard than before, likely due to his overexertion. Curiosity piqued. She wondered where he had acquired such funds. "What have you been up to? You seem different somehow. I find myself trusting you more than before. Am I losing my mind?" Mei Su gently draped her coat over Xiao Bin, unable to rouse him, deciding instead to let him rest. She stepped out to buy breakfast and, upon returning, discovered the bench empty, prompting her frantic search for Xiao Bin's whereabouts. Returning to the ward, she found Xiao's mother smiling as she entered with a bag of food. "Why are you here so early?" "I just saw Xiao Bin. You needn't worry. He has turned his fortunes around, earning the surgical fees through his own efforts." "Really?" Xiao's mother, burdened with guilt over her illness affecting Xiao Bin, felt a surge of hope upon hearing this news. "Indeed, this morning, when I went to pay the fees, they informed me it was Xiao Bin who settled them. Rest assured, he will behave responsibly." "That's wonderful," Xiao's mother beamed, her long-lost smile returning. Chapter 9. A lesson. The following day, Wang Bapai, undeterred, returned to the factory, determined to confront Xiao Bin. He could not believe that Xiao Bin had truly landed the business deal. Moreover, he had yet to seek clarification from the factory director about the matter. Having reflected on the employee's comments, he felt he had been played for a fool. "Xiao Bin, do you dare to bribe those around me to conspire against me? Just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson." Wang Bapai swaggered into the factory and pulled someone over to inquire. "Do you know that Xiao Bin secured a deal between our factory and the automotive company last night?" "I'm not aware. None of us received any notice, Director Wang." "How could someone like Xiao Bin possibly negotiate a partnership with the automotive company?" "Indeed, we didn't come in yesterday, but for someone like Xiao Bin, it's a miracle if he doesn't cause trouble for our factory, let alone lead us to prosperity." Hearing their words, Wang Bapai became increasingly convinced that Xiao Bin had conspired with others to deceive him. Since only the night shift had witnessed Xiao Bin's actions, and Wang Bapai arrived later, few from the morning shift knew about it. Even if they did, they would likely share Wang Bapai's disbelief. Wang Bapai thought to himself that if Xiao Bin remained the same inept person, he could easily manipulate him. Today, he was determined to give that scoundrel a good lesson. Wang Bapai approached Xiao Bin, casually flicking his hand and causing the parts in Xiao Bin's grasp to fall to the ground. All the employees hurriedly distanced themselves, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. What are you going mad about? Xiao Bin frowned at Wang Bapai, wondering if he had taken the wrong medication this early in the day. Xiao Bin, do you really think you're in charge? Do you honestly believe that I would trust your claims of having secured a deal? I am the director of this factory, and even if you did strike a deal, I am still your superior. You will never rise above me or exert any power over me. You should remain beneath my foot, crushed and trampled. Wang Bapai launched into a tirade, but to his surprise, Xiao Bin was no longer the same timid individual. He seized Wang Bapai's finger and bent it back. Xiao Bin, are you trying to get yourself killed? Let go of me. Wang Bapai cried out in pain, clutching his injured hand. Xiao Bin forcefully shoved Wang Bapai to the ground, then lifted him again, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Wang Bapai reeling. Wang Bapai never expected Xiao Bin to become so bold, daring to confront him in public. Wang Bapai, I want to provoke you, but you had better not come after me, Xiao Bin declared, tossing him aside before striding out of the factory. With nowhere else to go, Xiao Bin planned to return home and see what needed to be improved, especially now that he had money. The living conditions at home certainly required enhancement. Upon arriving home, Xiao Bin found loan sharks demanding repayment. Mei Su was being held by several men, and a tall figure was attempting to assault her. Xiao Bin kicked the door open and punched the towering man, knocking him back. He then grabbed the two men holding Mei Su and slammed them against the wall, causing them to double over in pain, coughing uncontrollably. Mei Su was astonished by Xiao Bin's transformation. She had not expected him to change so dramatically. The loan sharks, seeing that Xiao Bin had single-handedly taken them down, hastily fled. Are you all right? Xiao Bin quickly helped Mei Su to her feet, relieved he had decided to return home to buy furniture. Otherwise, those thugs would have surely driven her to desperation. Knowing Mei Su's character, she would never succumb easily. Are you all right? Why did you come back? Mei Su asked, still a bit stunned, especially by Xiao Bin's newfound bravery. I just thought I'd tidy up at home. I didn't expect those guys to show up now, Xiao Bin said, scratching his head as he sat down, feeling somewhat guilty. If it weren't for his reckless behavior, Mei Su wouldn't have been pursued by loan sharks. Moreover, with her beauty and figure, she must have faced harassment numerous times just to maintain her dignity. They won't dare to come back and cause trouble, he assured her. Mei Su replied softly, starting to clean up the mess in the living room. Not taking Xiao Bin's assurance to heart, Xiao Bin joined her in tidying up and finally mustered the courage to say, I have something to tell you. Mei Su looked up, slightly turning to face him. She had never seen Xiao Bin so hesitant, especially since he rarely consulted her on anything. Just say it. I plan to start my own business and open a small factory so we can produce our products and become our own bosses. Xiao Bin sat down earnestly, explaining his thoughts to Mei Su, wanting to avoid any future grievances for not discussing it with her beforehand. What? You can't be serious. You want to open a factory? Mei Su was taken aback, and seeing Xiao Bin's calm demeanor, she thought he was joking. You must be joking. You know the state of our finances. How can you even think of starting a factory? Xiao Bin was surprised by Mei Su's disbelief. He pulled out the remaining 60,000 yuan from his pocket after paying for his medical expenses. I still have this much money. If I open a factory, it's bound to succeed. I can produce high-quality motors, and the automotive companies in South China have already accepted my designs. If I start my own factory, I won't have to worry about selling the motors. Working for others only helps them make money. I want to take a chance, if it works out. We won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. Xiao Bin conveyed his intentions seriously, feeling confident in his abilities and envisioning the possibilities of establishing his own motor empire in the coming years. How did you come by so much money? You just paid for medical and hospital bills, and now you want to start a factory. Have you taken out loans to gamble again? Don't forget that mom is still in the hospital, and my family wants me to divorce you. Please, just behave. Mei Su was genuinely skeptical of Xiao Bin, as his recent behavior had been too erratic. Rest assured, the money I earn is entirely legitimate, and I won't engage in any illegal activities. As for my mother's medical expenses, I will take full responsibility for that. You needn't worry. Our lives will improve, and you can trust my sources of income. I'm serious about opening a factory. I'm not joking, Xiao Bin stated firmly, clenching his fists. Seeing his confidence, Mei Su chose not to discourage him, lightly teasing. Just be a good person and don't run around causing trouble. At that moment, Mei Su did not dwell on whether Xiao Bin was truthful. As long as he refrained from unlawful activities, she would be grateful. Xiaobin noticed that Mei Su had not fully accepted his change of heart, silently resolving to solidify his plans and bring her joy. The following day, Xiaobin returned to work at the factory as usual. The security guard at the entrance quickly opened the door for him. "Oh, Xiaobin, you're here so early. You're not usually this punctual. Truly, the prosperity of our factory rests upon you, a successful businessman. Haha, this is all thanks to everyone's hard work that has afforded me this opportunity. I hope we can secure more collaborations for our factory in the future." Xiaobin's psychological state was nothing short of tumultuous. Just a few days ago, these individuals were clamoring to have him imprisoned, yet now they were fawning over him with exaggerated flattery. Such is the unpredictability of life. One might find themselves elevated to the throne of power at any moment. Upon entering the factory, familiar workers flocked to Xiaobin, attempting to ingratiate themselves with him through jest and camaraderie. Perhaps Xiaobin would ascend the ranks in the future, and they were keen to cultivate a favorable relationship with him while the opportunity presented itself. "Xiaobin, I never realized you possessed such remarkable skills. You've crafted an extraordinary motor in no time," one worker exclaimed. "Indeed, you're quite impressive. Brother Xiao, should you embark on any grand designs in the future, do remember to look after us, your loyal brethren." The sentiment echoed among the group. They were eager to align themselves with Xiaobin, confident that fortune would smile upon them through his success. Listening to the flattery, Xiaobin smiled modestly. Most of these workers were laborers. Although a few specialized in motor design, they adhered strictly to traditional methodologies and lacked any knowledge of his innovative approach. This ignorance was part of why Xiaobin felt secure about safeguarding his designs. No one else could replicate his motors, and even if they could, they would not comprehend the intricacies as he did. Observing those around him, Xiaobin noted several former associates of Wang Bapi attempting to curry favor, which brought him immense satisfaction. He could only imagine Wang Bapi's fury upon discovering their shift in allegiance. That morning, Huang Hai had made a special trip to the factory while Xiaobin was engrossed in his work, oblivious to the commotion behind him. Huang Hai was increasingly pleased with Xiaobin, impressed by his dedication and the significant deal he had brokered for the factory. "Xiaobin," Huang Hai called out. Xiaobin turned, waving his hand with a grin. "Director, what brings you here?" "I'm quite busy examining the machinery." "Ha ha ha, no need to mind me. Continue your work." "I merely came to observe," Huang Hai reassured him. Noticing Huang Hai's presence was benign, Xiaobin intended to resume his research, but Huang Hai abruptly halted him. "Today, I have an important announcement. Please set aside your tasks momentarily." Upon hearing this, Xiaobin removed his gloves and stepped aside as Huang Hai gathered everyone in the factory. "I hereby announce that Xiaobin, as an industrious employee of our factory, has dedicated himself to our development and successfully secured a significant business deal. Therefore, I have decided to promote him to the position of production workshop director." Huang Hai's exuberance was palpable. This deal guaranteed the factory's profits for the next 6 months. He was more than willing to bestow the title upon Xiaobin. Without hesitation, Xiaobin accepted the promotion, recognizing it as a well-deserved acknowledgement of his efforts. Moreover, this new title would afford him greater authority and facilitate his work within the factory, alleviating numerous inconveniences. While Xiaobin appreciated the convenience of his new position, he was somewhat taken aback by Huang Hai personally delivering the news. In addition to the promotion, Xiaobin's salary was increased, which he perceived as a tremendous honor. He had initially contemplated leaving this job to pursue entrepreneurial ventures, understanding that seizing market opportunities was paramount. However, given the current state of the factory, he realized that remaining in this stable position was preferable to idleness elsewhere. In the afternoon, Xiaobin decided to use his free time to scout potential factory locations. After wandering through a street, he resolved to explore some rental land in the outskirts. However, after an exhaustive search, he found that most of the land was used for agriculture, with little suitable for industrial development. The absence of raw materials nearby made it impractical to establish a factory in such a location. On his return, he encountered a group of farmers and approached them, inquiring, "Gentlemen, are there any factories in this area?" The farmers regarded him with surprise, seemingly puzzled by his question. "Young man, we are in the outskirts. Factories are located in towns or cities. No one would establish one in our barren lands," one replied. "Indeed, if you seek factory work, you must go to the county. Here, we only cultivate the land," another added. Xiaobin scratched his head, realizing that factories were typically situated in prosperous areas before gradually migrating to the outskirts due to environmental concerns. After thanking them, he returned to the factory, reflecting on how the cost of land in the outskirts might be appealing for aspiring entrepreneurs. Yet, he overlooked the current production challenges. Most individuals were reluctant to transport goods to such remote locations. Barely settled at his station, Xiaobin spotted Wang Bapi approaching with two imposing figures, their demeanor aggressive. Remaining composed, he sat calmly as they drew near. "Make way! Make way!" Wang Bapi commanded as his companions shoved aside those gathered around Xiaobin, glaring at him with animosity. "Director Wang, what a surprise! What brings you here?" Xiaobin rose, standing slightly taller than Wang Bapi, maintaining an air of confidence. "Why were you absent from the factory this afternoon? Do you believe you're above the rules? The regulations have been updated, and you are not permitted to leave the premises at will, or you may find yourself dismissed," Wang Bapi hissed, leaning in closer. "Xiaobin, you will pay for what you did last time. I will ensure you understand the meaning of suffering. Director, I assure you, I did not leave indiscriminately." "You cannot make baseless accusations," Xiaobin retorted dismissively, unconcerned by Wang Bapi's threats. He knew that despite Wang Bapi's bravado, he would not dare to act against him. Wang Bapi was merely a bully, leveraging his numbers to intimidate Xiaobin. "Everyone saw you were not in the factory this afternoon. Do you think I am blind? Bind him up and teach him a lesson. I am enforcing the rules. Leaving during work hours warrants punishment." Wang Bapi seethed, gesturing angrily. However, his subordinates exchanged hesitant glances, recalling how Xiaobin had bested them previously. They were reluctant to act rashly. "Get moving, you fools!" Wang Bapi yelled in frustration, kicking one of them. "Director, Xiaobin is not to be trifled with. He might have some scheme against us. Perhaps we should just deduct his wages instead and see if he dares to oppose you," one suggested. "Indeed, Director, he seems quite formidable, and it would be prudent to simply withhold his pay. That would surely silence him," another chimed in. Wang Bapi's eyes gleamed with malicious intent at their suggestion. "Very well, Xiaobin, since you are so capable, I shall deduct 3 months' wages as per factory policy. Do you have anything to say?" "Wang Bapi, if I do not provoke you, why do you seek me out? Do you relish in creating conflict?" Xiaobin replied, his gaze icy and inscrutable, revealing none of his emotions. Yet, Wang Bapi sensed an underlying threat in Xiaobin's eyes. Momentarily unnerved, regaining his composure, he retorted, "What are you trying to portray here, Xiaobin? For the past few months, you won't be receiving any wages. Since you are so capable, perhaps you can manage to support your family without a salary?" "Ha ha ha." Wang Bapi chuckled, preparing to leave, but was abruptly seized by Xiaobin. Xiaobin's darkened expression loomed over him, causing Wang Bapi to stumble and fall to the ground. "Xiaobin, have you lost your mind?" "Have I lost my mind?" "Wang Bapi, I have shown ample restraint, yet you continue to be aggressive. Don't think that just because you hold a mediocre position in the factory, I fear you. You are far too domineering. I will report you to the factory director for not showing up to work and for assaulting your superior. Let us see how you manage from here," Wang Bapi shouted, trembling as he distanced himself from Xiaobin. Xiaobin regarded his cowardly demeanor with disdain. Such a timid figure dared to raise his voice here, truly underestimating his temper. Xiaobin stepped closer, and Wang Bapi stammered, "What are you doing? Don't you dare strike me. I warn you, if you do, I will report you to the factory director. Come on, aren't you fond of reporting to the director? I'll accompany you, as I fear you might back out." "Hurry up." Xiaobin was eager for an opportunity to expose Wang Bapi to Huang Hai, especially since Wang Bapi had nearly sabotaged his own plans previously, a matter Xiaobin had not forgotten. "Let us go, Director Wang. Are you really so timid that you need someone to carry you along?" Xiaobin taunted, worried that this little brother might actually be scared and refuse to go. Sure enough, Wang Bapi's face flushed with anger at Xiaobin's provocation. He had completely forgotten about the incident of seizing Xiaobin's motor and was intent on teaching him a lesson. They proceeded to find Huang Hai to seek justice. "What brings such a crowd to my office today?" Huang Hai frowned at the gathering outside, shutting the door with a scowl. "Director, I have come to report a serious issue," Wang Bapi said, smiling as he approached Huang Hai before Xiaobin could speak. "Oh, what is it?" Huang Hai, intrigued by Wang Bapi's demeanor, especially since these two were typically at odds, was curious about what had transpired. "Xiaobin did not come to work this afternoon. I suspect he is deliberately absent. I heard you promoted him?" Wang Bapi, still resentful about the promotion, sought confirmation from Huang Hai. "Indeed, Xiaobin secured a significant deal for our factory. He is well suited for this position. Besides, we do not have a director for the production workshop. So it is fitting for him to take on the role, Huang Hai replied, not considering it a grave matter. He believed that if Xiao Bin performed poorly in the future, he would have grounds to dismiss him. He did not show up this afternoon, so I merely withheld his wages according to factory rules. Yet, to my surprise, Xiao Bin took offense. You should arbitrate this, Wang Bapi insisted, not realizing that Xiao Bin had indeed secured a contract for the factory. Nevertheless, Wang Bapi was determined to make Xiao Bin suffer a loss. Xiao Bin, what is your explanation? Huang Hai inquired, recognizing Wang Bapi's visit. Director, I was indeed absent from the factory this afternoon, Xiao Bin admitted, aware that many had seen him leave. To deny it would only invite further complications. However, I was not out indulging or slacking off. Xiao Bin paused before continuing. I have been researching new motor equipment. This afternoon, I went out to source more suitable materials to develop better electronics. Huang Hai nodded, understanding the necessity for advancement in their factory, and began to believe Xiao Bin's claims. However, Director, I must ask you something. Xiao Bin's expression darkened slightly. Huang Hai sensed trouble and reluctantly asked, what is it? Director, regarding the last incident when Director Wang seized the motor I designed, why has there been no action taken against him? Xiao Bin questioned without holding back. Huang Hai felt a pang of guilt at Xiao Bin's inquiry and shot a glare at Wang Bapi. He had indeed heard of the prior incident and, considering Xiao Bin had just begun to make his mark in the factory, was reluctant to escalate matters. Xiao Bin, I have already reprimanded Director Wang for the previous incident. You need not dwell on it any longer. Both of you are crucial to our operations, so let bygones be bygones, Huang Hai urged, eager to stabilize the situation. Director, I have not offended Xiao Bin. The deal has already been secured, and I have yet to retaliate against him for the last incident, Wang Bapi interjected, failing to grasp Xiao Bin's determination to pursue the matter further. Wang Bapi, be silent. You imprisoned me last time, and I was fortunate to escape without letting the factory lose this opportunity. Yet here you are distorting the truth? Xiao Bin, please calm down. The last incident was indeed a misunderstanding. Otherwise, Director Wang would not have accompanied you here. You must trust that everyone in our factory is on the same team and that no one wishes to instigate internal conflict. Huang Hai cautioned, casting a warning glance at Wang Bapi, who was eager to interject again. With a scoff, Xiao Bin realized Huang Hai intended for him to overlook the past. But he was not easily swayed. Director, I am here to seek justice for myself. If I do not achieve the results I desire, I will not rest. Xiao Bin's words left no room for negotiation. If Huang Hai continued to shield Wang Bapi, it would be impossible to satisfy Xiao Bin's demands, especially considering the valuable contract he held. Director, I am only thinking of the factory. Xiao Bin's actions are clearly personal vendettas. Do not be swayed by his words. Wang Bapi argued, arms crossed defiantly, convinced Huang Hai would support him. Xiao Bin's eyes darkened as he regarded Huang Hai, who understood that escalating the situation was unwise. Clearly, Xiao Bin's value outweighed Wang Bapi's. Wang Bapi had been a long-standing employee, yet he had not significantly benefited the factory. Without hesitation, Huang Hai decided to abandon Wang Bapi. Director Wang, do you have anything further to say? Why did you not inform me about Xiao Bin's recent motor research? Do you wish to see our factory fail? Huang Hai turned, his expression grave as he confronted Wang Bapi. Wang Bapi stared incredulously at Huang Hai, trembling as he spoke. Director, I was merely trying to prevent Xiao Bin from interrupting your negotiations with the South China Automobile Enterprise. At that time, no one could guarantee that Xiao Bin would successfully develop the technology. Huang Hai snorted, what thoughts are you harboring? I cannot believe you fail to recognize the potential of such an excellent motor. I warn you, should you dare to act against the interests of the factory, be prepared for my displeasure. Director, my loyalty to the factory is beyond reproach. You cannot treat me this way over a mere Xiao Bin. He is just a young upstart. Even if he is fortunate this time, who can guarantee he will always be so lucky in designing a superior motor? I have dedicated myself to this factory for so many years. From now on, refrain from provoking Xiao Bin. He is the head of the production workshop and operates in a different sphere than you. Focus on managing your own subordinates. I have been a director for several years. While Xiao Bin has only just taken office, how can I discipline him? Wang Bapi muttered, his fists clenched, clearly unwilling to concede. Huang Hai was taken aback by Wang Bapi's resistance, who not only ignored his advice, but also grew more audacious with his remarks. Enough. Do not meddle in Xiao Bin's affairs anymore. If I catch wind of your interference, you can forget about coming to work. Huang Hai reprimanded Wang Bapi. Sensing Huang Hai's anger, Wang Bapi dared not speak further. Xiao Bin, observing the interaction between Huang Hai and Wang Bapi, discerned Huang Hai's bias towards Wang Bapi and chose not to engage in further disputes with them. After all, he would soon be leaving. And since Huang Hai had already warned Wang Bapi to steer clear of him, there was no need for Xiao Bin to invite unnecessary trouble. Director, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Xiao Bin said with a smile, dismissing Wang Bapi entirely. As Xiao Bin left work and approached the gate, he encountered Wang Erqiang. Wang Erqiang was a former drinking buddy of Xiao Bin, a decent fellow, albeit one who often loitered with Zhang Jihe and his idle companions. Upon seeing Xiao Bin, Wang Erqiang hurried over, grinning broadly. Bin Gu, why have you returned so late? I've been waiting for hours. Xiao Bin regarded Wang Erqiang, a familiar face from their past revelries, and suspected this gathering would not bode well. What brings you to my place? I'm quite busy these days. He was reluctant to continue in their frivolous ways, for he was on the brink of establishing a factory, and he needed to gain Mei Su's trust. We're having a get-together tonight, and you've been absent for too long. You must join us this evening, and please, do not be late. Wang Erqiang clapped Xiao Bin on the shoulder. Xiao Bin frowned, recalling their past escapades. Although he found these friends unreliable, he also recognized their connections could potentially benefit his factory. Fine, I will attend the gathering tonight, he resolved. Upon arriving home, Xiao Bin found Mei Su tidying up the house, and he picked up a mop to assist her. I'll be stepping out this evening. Where to? Mei Su asked curiously, having noted Xiao Bin's recent penchant for staying home and avoiding his former drinking companions. I'm going to meet with Zhang Jihe and the others for dinner. We have some matters to discuss. Xiao Bin did not conceal his plans from Mei Su, fearing that if she discovered the truth later, it would lead to greater complications. Why do you insist on associating with such people? Surely you know their true nature? You should not go tonight. We are not in a position to be extravagant. The surgical expenses are settled, but we still need to conserve our resources. If you spend money tonight, you may find it difficult to recover. Mei Su trusted Xiao Bin, but harbored doubts about his so-called friends. Zhang Jihe was notorious for being a wastrel, known for his indulgent lifestyle. After some explanation, Mei Su remained unconvinced, and as time pressed on, Xiao Bin chose not to argue further, confident he could earn her complete trust in due time. Watching Xiao Bin depart, Mei Su felt disappointment. Believing he was ultimately unable to resist the allure of companionship, Xiao Bin arrived at the designated gathering location, where 7 or 8 of his friends were already assembled. Upon his entrance, Zhang Jihe's demeanor shifted. He rose, smiling as he approached. Xiao Bin, why have you only just arrived? We've been waiting for you. Xiao Bin returned the smile, suspecting Zhang Jihe's warm reception foreshadowed a less than pleasant evening. I'm not late, am I? Zhang Jihe hadn't expected that question and awkwardly chuckled. Of course not, but you used to be the first to arrive. When I came in and didn't see you, I feared your wife had dragged you back home. Huh? Zhang, you speak nothing but the truth. Come, let us not keep Xiao Bin standing. A younger acquaintance chimed in, someone Xiao Bin barely recognized. Come, Xiao Bin, sit here. Zhang Jihe urged, pulling Xiao Bin to sit beside him, introducing him to the others. This is our table's champion, the one who can drink 1,000 cups without faltering. You all better keep him entertained, or none of you will leave tonight. Zhang Jihe's grand proclamation placed Xiao Bin in the spotlight. Internally, Xiao Bin mused. This fellow is eager to elevate me, but his intentions are likely far from sincere. Xiao Bin, why have you been avoiding us lately? Shouldn't you start by downing 3 shots? Zhang Jihe hollered, inciting cheers from the surrounding crowd. He poured a drink for Xiao Bin while raising his own glass. This toast is to brotherhood. I know you enjoy having company while drinking. I'm willing to accompany you, so don't refuse these shots. Xiao Bin felt unfazed, having anticipated such a scenario. He knew Zhang Jihe and his ilk were not virtuous souls, but he refused to yield easily to their demands, suspecting that even greater surprises awaited him. After downing 3 shots, Xiao Bin's face flushed slightly, yet he remained clear-headed. He feigned drunkenness, leaning on Zhang Jihe's shoulder. Brother Zhang, I've already had quite a bit. If you consider me a true friend, show your appreciation and don't let me look down on you. Feigning ignorance, Zhang Jihe diverted the topic, but Xiao Bin banged on the table. Brother Zhang, are you looking down on me? If so, I might as well take my leave. With that, Xiao Bin stood to leave, prompting Zhang Jihe to spring up, a pained expression on his face. All right, I didn't hear you. Come, let me pour you another drink. Xiao Bin remained stony-faced, ignoring Zhang Jihe's pleas. Zhang Jihe, feeling the pressure, forced to smile and down the drink himself. Are you satisfied now? Good brother, I would never look down on you. We've been friends for years. Xiao Bin resumed his seat, and Zhang Jihe continued to engage him in conversation, to which Xiao Bin responded with laughter. Zhang Jihe, who owned a factory, was accustomed to idleness and often sought to take advantage of Xiao Bin, flattering him with sweet words. Ironically, Xiao Bin had always been someone who detested flattery. Despite this, he found himself pleased by Zhang Jihe's compliments, reveling in the attention, leading to him inevitably footing the bill for their gatherings. Xiao Bin was aware that one of the reasons Zhang Jihe sought him out today was due to financial constraints, hoping he would foot the bill. However, Xiao Bin was not so naive as to fall for such a scheme. If Zhang Jihe wished to enjoy a free meal and drink at his expense, he would have to demonstrate his cunning. Although Xiao Bin was not lacking in funds, he refused to be treated as a fool. Xiao Bin, what grand ventures have you been pursuing lately? I heard your factory recently secured new contracts. You must be striking it rich. Zhang Jihe endeavored to ingratiate himself with Xiao Bin. He, too, aspired to achieve something substantial to impress his family, but opportunities eluded him, and they looked down upon him and his ilk. Given his talents, he was certain he could rise above the rest. Not much different from before. If I were truly wealthy, would I still be residing in that place? Xiao Bin remained puzzled about how Zhang Jihe had acquired such information and had no intention of revealing anything to him. Zhang Jihe was quite the schemer. His sudden inquiries could very well conceal ulterior motives. I was thinking your factory seems quite impressive. I would love to visit. You know our family also operates a factory, so it would be beneficial to exchange insights. Zhang Jihe narrowed his eyes, lifting his glass in a toast to Xiao Bin. Throughout the gathering, Zhang Jihe persistently toasted Xiao Bin, the intent behind it being all too apparent. In the past, Xiao Bin might have mistakenly interpreted this as Zhang Jihe showing him respect, but it was evident now that Zhang Jihe aimed to intoxicate him and seized the opportunity to slip away. I'm merely an employee. If you wish to collaborate with our factory, you should speak with our manager. As Xiao Bin downed another drink, he felt a dryness in his throat. He had consumed a bit of milk prior, not anticipating the potency of the liquor. It seemed Zhang Jihe was certain he would cover the tab, specifically selecting expensive wines. Xiao Bin decided to match Zhang Jihe's intensity, drinking more, although the outcome regarding who would pay remained uncertain. Indeed. But I will need you to make the introduction. I shall certainly make time for that. Xiao Bin set his glass down. Observing Zhang Jihe boast to others while rubbing his temples, he typically had a good tolerance for alcohol, but tonight he had overindulged. Chapter 14. Borrowing a warehouse. He knew Zhang Jihe relished boasting, often flaunting his family's possessions. Speaking of warehouses, Xiao Bin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, Zhang Jihe, come here. What is it, Bin? Zhang Jihe responded, approaching with a sycophantic grin, draping an arm over Xiao Bin's shoulder. You mentioned your family has an old warehouse. Do you have any use for it? Surely you're not just showing off without the intention to share? Xiao Bin provoked him, knowing Zhang Jihe was prideful and would likely reveal the truth. As expected, upon hearing Xiao Bin's words, Zhang Jihe's expression soured. What do you mean, you rascal? I've made my position clear. Since those old warehouses belong to my family, as their heir, I naturally have the right to use them. Zhang Jihe declared this with an air of superiority, challenging anyone present to match his extravagance. No wonder Zhang Xiao is well known. Who doesn't he recognize that his family is among the wealthiest? Otherwise, how could he afford to treat his friends lavishly? Indeed, I heard that Zhang Xiao's family recently acquired a century-old ginseng, reportedly costing several tens of thousands. We could never match that kind of generosity. The attendees fawned over Zhang Jihe, leaving him dizzy with flattery. It's nothing. My father recently secured a project, so I'm not particularly concerned. If I were, I'd already be a magnate. What I value most is this brotherhood, right? Come on, Xiao Bin, let us drink to that. Zhang Jihe consistently included Xiao Bin in his boasts, evidently worried that Xiao Bin might shy away from drinking. Xiao Bin had no intention of contradicting him and leaned closer after finishing his drink. He was troubled about the lack of space for his factory, and now Zhang Jihe had provided him with promising news. Zhang Xiao, might I inquire if your family's warehouse could be borrowed? At this point, Zhang Jihe was somewhat inebriated, nodding without hesitation. Xiao Bin, you jest. Since you've asked, it's yours to borrow. Thank you, Zhang Xiao. Once my venture succeeds, I shall not forget your generosity. There will be benefits in store for you. Xiao Bin exclaimed, joyfully slapping Zhang Jihe on the shoulder and laughing heartily. It's a trivial matter. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will always stand by my brothers. This warehouse is under my authority. Use it for as long as you need, and I won't charge you rent. With so many witnesses here, my word is my bond. Zhang Jihe assured Xiao Bin, which delighted him immensely. Xiao Bin had considered offering Zhang Jihe some rent to avoid any future regrets. But since he had yet to commence operations, conserving resources was prudent, and Zhang Jihe's words were ideal. Zhang Xiao, truly, you are remarkable. Allow me to toast to you. Xiao Bin promptly poured a drink for Zhang Jihe, reflecting on how Zhang Jihe had previously taken advantage of him. But this time he felt he had gained a measure of satisfaction. Even though Zhang Jihe had agreed to let him use the warehouse rent-free, Xiao Bin remained wary. Recalling that Zhang Jihe had invited him out under dubious pretenses and still seemed eager to keep him drinking. When he saw Xiao Bin toasting him, Zhang Jihe stood, puffing up with pride, and placed a hand on Xiao Bin's shoulder, declaring, from now on, anyone who has sat at my table, if you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I, Zhang Jihe, will never turn you away. Xiao Bin paid little mind to Zhang Jihe's bravado. As the more ostentatious he became, the less attention Xiao Bin felt compelled to give him. Just as the group was enjoying their revelry, the door was suddenly flung open with a bang. Zhang Xiao, we're about to close. A young man in a black uniform entered respectfully, clearly recognizing Zhang Jihe. What nonsense. I haven't finished drinking. Go fetch your boss. I have business to discuss with him. Zhang Jihe barked angrily, feeling interrupted while basking in the flattery of his companions. Zhang Xiao, our boss isn't here. How about I let my friends come in to chat with you? The waiter, aware of Zhang Jihe's penchant for dining and dashing, did not engage in further banter and stepped aside to reveal several burly men behind him. Zhang Jihe's gaze sharpened as he focused on the shadows behind the waiter, squinting for a long moment before realizing the gravity of the situation. Cold sweat breaking out across his brow. This particular establishment had been chosen specifically to ensnare Xiao Bin, and the muscle they employed was formidable. Each of those men could easily turn him into pulp, and the thought of facing multiple at once was daunting. Zhang Jihe quickly scanned the room for Xiao Bin, who typically would have been eager to pander to him at such a moment. After glancing around fruitlessly, panic began to set in. Where's Xiao Bin? He was just here. He just mentioned he had a stomach ache and went to the restroom. Zhang Xiao, your friend you brought along wouldn't have run off, would he? Zhang Xiao, your family is wealthy. A single meal won't affect you. After all, we've treated you several times already. Zhang Jihe found himself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. The very individuals he had invited to impress were now suggesting that Xiao Bin had fled. Just wait a moment. My friend is in the restroom. He will return to settle the bill. Why would you worry about me running away? Zhang Jihe shot them a scornful glance, suddenly sobering up. He couldn't fathom that Xiao Bin would take advantage of this opportunity to escape. He wasn't that astute. If he had known they intended to swindle him tonight, there would have been no reason for Xiao Bin to show up in the first place. With this thought, Zhang Jihe regained his composure, still unwilling to believe Xiao Bin could be so cunning. At this moment, Xiao Bin was leisurely making his way home. Having indulged in too much drink that evening, he hoped he wouldn't disturb his wife upon his return. Meanwhile, Zhang Jihe and a group of companions were still waiting for Xiao Bin to return and settle the bill, growing increasingly impatient. The waiter, unable to bear the wait any longer, suspected that Xiao Bin had skipped out on the tab. Only a fool like Zhang Jihe would believe that he had simply gone to the restroom. Young Master Zhang, regardless of your relationship, could you please settle the bill? I need to report back to my boss. Otherwise, I can't explain why someone might come back missing a limb, the waiter insisted. What nonsense are you spouting, Chang? Hurry and check the restroom for Xiao Bin. Zhang Jihe snapped, kicking the still-eating Wang Erqiang. Wang Erqiang, looking bewildered, rushed to the entrance but was halted by the waiter. Young master, this isn't how it works. Why are you stopping him? If he doesn't find the guy, how am I supposed to pay you? Zhang Jihe shouted, his face flushed with both anger and alcohol. After a moment's hesitation, the waiter finally allowed Wang Erqiang to leave. After searching fruitlessly for Xiao Bin, Wang Erqiang returned, looking sheepish. Did you find him? Zhang Jihe inquired anxiously. Wang Erqiang shook his head, leading Zhang Jihe to shove him to the ground in frustration. Useless. Xiao Bin. You dare to deceive me? Just wait. Young Master Zhang, since the man is missing, please come over and settle the bill, the waiter urged, signaling two burly men who promptly lifted Zhang Jihe and carried him away. What are you doing? Put me down. At the checkout counter. Zhang Jia glanced at the bill and realized he couldn't possibly cover the cost. Back in the private room, it took considerable effort to gather the money for the meal. Zhang Jia had initially planned to take advantage of Xiao Bin by ordering numerous expensive dishes and drinks, only to find himself outsmarted. Young Master Zhang, remember to return our money. Someone reminded him. I know, he replied tersely. Fuming, Zhang Jia stormed out of the restaurant, vowing that Xiao Bin would pay for this next time. Upon returning home, Xiao Bin found Mei Su still awake and approached her. Why aren't you asleep? He asked. Startled by his voice, Mei Su had expected him to stay out all night, but was surprised to see him back early. Why are you home so soon? Is it too early? It's not late at all. Go to bed. I have to work at the factory tomorrow, and you've been busy all day too. You need to rest, Xiao Bin replied, pouring her a glass of warm water. He understood her concern about him losing track of time while out. Mei Su felt a mix of emotions, sensing a change in Xiao Bin, yet still doubting that he had truly turned over a new leaf. The next morning, Xiao Bin promptly prepared to leave the house, intending to study a new motor at the factory and visit Zhang Jia about a warehouse. He had already devised an excuse for the events of the previous night. However, he did not expect that as soon as he stepped outside, Zhang Jia would arrive at his door. A loud knocking echoed, causing Mei Su to jump. Upon opening the door, she recognized Zhang Jia's face, a companion of Xiao Bin's from their previous outings, and her expression darkened. What do you want? Mei Su asked, puzzled. We're here to find Xiao Bin, Zhang Jia replied, his demeanor unfriendly, still brooding over Xiao Bin's abrupt departure the night before. He's not home. Come back later, Mei Su said, having never held a fondness for these people. She attempted to shut the door, but Zhang Jia pushed back. Why are you stopping him? If he doesn't bring Xiao Bin back, how can I pay you? He exclaimed, rising angrily from his seat. After a brief pause, the waiter relented and allowed Wang Erqiang to exit. Wang Erqiang searched in vain for Xiao Bin and eventually returned. Looking sheepish. What did you find? Zhang Jia asked impatiently. Wang Erqiang shook his head, and Zhang Jia, in a fit of anger, shoved him to the ground, cursing his uselessness. Xiao Bin, you better watch out for what you did. As Zhang Jia prepared to leave, the waiter signaled 2 strong men to escort him out. What are you doing? Put me down, Zhang Jia protested. Once at the checkout counter, he glanced at the bill and realized he couldn't afford the extravagant meal. Returning to the private room, he managed to gather the money from the others, but not before feeling the sting of Xiao Bin's cunning. Young Master Zhang, don't forget to repay us, one of his companions reminded him. I know, he retorted angrily. Outside, Zhang Jia vowed to make Xiao Bin pay for this humiliation. Upon returning home, Xiao Bin found Mei Su still awake and approached her. Why haven't you gone to bed? He inquired, startled. Mei Su had anticipated a long night without him but was surprised by his early return. Why are you back so soon? Is it too early? It's not late at all. You should go to sleep. I have work at the factory tomorrow, and you must be tired after a long day, he urged, pouring her a glass of warm water. He understood her worries about him losing track of time. Mei Su felt conflicted, sensing a change in Xiao Bin, but hesitant to believe he had truly changed. The following morning, Xiao Bin was quick to gather his belongings and head out. He planned to study a new motor at the factory and visit Zhang Jia about the warehouse, having prepared an excuse for the previous night's events. Little did he know, as he stepped outside, Zhang Jia was already at his door. A loud series of knocks startled Mei Su, who opened the door to find Zhang Jia, a familiar face from Xiao Bin's past escapades. Her expression soured immediately. What do you want? She asked, puzzled. We're here to find Xiao Bin, Zhang Jia replied, his tone menacing. He's not at home. Come back later, she responded, not fond of their company and attempting to shut the door. Don't block him. If you don't let him know, how can I pay you? Zhang Jia's anger flared as he pushed against the door. After a moment's hesitation, Mei Su opened the door wider, knowing it would be unwise to offend their neighbors. Young Master Zhang, what brings you here? She asked, attempting to maintain her composure. We're looking for Xiao Bin, Zhang Jia reiterated, a scowl on his face. He's not here right now. Please come back later, she insisted, ready to close the door on them. However, the commotion drew the attention of neighboring residents. Lin Shuhua, hearing the ruckus, stepped outside and mocked. Oh, Mei Su, where did you find all these men? Wouldn't Ti Xiao Bin be furious to know? However, a worthless man like him doesn't he deserve you? You're working so hard to support him while he gallivants around. Only a foolish woman like you would give him money to squander. As Lin Shuhua continued her tirade, she pushed through the crowd, adding insult to injury. Mei Su, come out. When are you going to repay the money you owe me? It's been months. Do you think I've forgotten? Don't think you can hide in there. I know you're home. If you don't pay me back, I might just do something regrettable. My man isn't a coward like Xiao Bin, and if he happens to hurt you, it won't be my fault. Hearing Lin Shuhua's voice, Mei Su felt anxious. Despite their neighborly rapport, she had just turned Zhang Jihe and his entourage away, and it wouldn't do to ignore Lin Shuhua. Reluctantly, she opened the door, forcing a smile. Sister Shuhua, things have been tight for us lately. Could you give me a few more days? I promise to repay you as soon as I get my salary. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuhua assumed Mei Su was trying to evade her debt. How long do you think I've been patient? Hurry up and pay me back. What good is it to cling to a useless man like Xiao Bin? Any of these men would be better. Are you blind? Hurry up and pay me, or I want to leave today. Lin Shuhua shouted, her reputation as a notorious shrew preceding her. As the neighbors gathered to witness the spectacle, Mei Su felt the pressure mounting. Sister Shuhua, please give her a little more time. It's tough for a woman to support a household alone, one neighbor interjected. Exactly, Sister Shuhua. She is a good person and would never intentionally owe you that money, another added in her defense. Please, just this once, an ally urged. Yet, Lin Shuhua, unyielding, continued to berate Mei Su, asserting her right to repayment. Mei Su, seeing her neighbors speaking on her behalf, approached Lin Shuhua, grasping her hand with tear-filled eyes, pleading. Sister Shuhua, I implore you to grant me a little time. I assure you I will repay you soon. Lin Shuhua, observing the multitude advocating for Mei Su, found it difficult to maintain her stern demeanor. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, and considering Mei Su's pitiful appearance, refusing her would seem excessively unkind. Very well, I shall grant you a bit more time. However, once you receive your salary, do remember to bring the money to me, or I shall not be so lenient. Lin Shuhua declared, releasing Mei Su's hand with an expression of annoyance. Were it not for the crowd's support for Mei Su, she would not have been so easily forgiving. As Lin Shuhua relented, the crowd erupted in praise, causing her chin to rise with pride. Mei Su, quick to express her gratitude, recognized that without the collective voices advocating for her, Lin Shuhua would not have shown such mercy. Zhang Jihe and his companions, witnessing this scene, dared not confront Mei Su directly. After all, they had no direct stake in her affairs. The adage strong men fear, shrewish women rang true, especially since the crowd was predominantly on Mei Su's side. Zhang Jihe, who had been in a foul mood since Xiao Bin's departure, regarded everyone with dissatisfaction. Wang Erqiang, trailing behind Zhang Jihe, accidentally bumped into him when he abruptly halted. You fool, clear the way. You're more of a hindrance than a help. Zhang Jihe scolded. Oblivious to the public setting, Wang Erqiang, unfazed by the reprimand, seemed accustomed to the treatment, knowing well Zhang Jie's temperament and choosing to remain silent. What can Xiao Bin possibly do? I truly doubt he can hold a steady job at the factory. Perhaps he's merely deceiving his woman. Go check the nearby casinos and bars for him. I won't let this scoundrel off the hook so easily. Zhang Jie spat, discarding a piece of grass from his mouth as he prepared to dine. Having blocked Xiao Bin since early morning, his stomach growled in protest. Surprisingly, Xiao Bin was nowhere to be found. Wang Erqiang obediently scoured every casino and bar in the vicinity, yet Xiao Bin's whereabouts remained elusive. Even he found it hard to believe that Xiao Bin would allow Zhang Jihe to suffer a loss. The previous night had nearly terrified him. If Zhang Jie's anger led him to harm Xiao Bin, it wouldn't be out of character. While Xiao Bin might be a bit of a rogue, he was not deserving of a death sentence, especially considering how often Zhang Jihe had taken advantage of him. Wang Erqiang felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction at seeing Zhang Jihe in distress. Arriving at the restaurant where Zhang Jihe was dining, Wang Erqiang feigned urgency, saying, Young Master Zhang, I couldn't find Xiao Bin anywhere. I've searched all the casinos and bars within miles, and there's no sign of him. How is that possible? Xiao Bin frequents those places. Have you been slacking off? Zhang Jihe snapped, flinging down his chopsticks. He refused to believe that Xiao Bin could evade him. Let's head to Xiao Bin's factory. I refuse to believe we can't find him there. With that, Zhang Jihe donned his coat and headed out, prompting Wang Erqiang to follow suit. Just then, Xiao Bin appeared. Upon seeing him, Zhang Jihe's expression darkened. Xiao Bin, you've been quite elusive. I've been searching for you all morning. Younger Master Zhang, I was just coming to discuss something with you. Xiao Bin replied cheerfully, pretending as if nothing had happened. Spare me your pleasantries. Tell me what transpired last night. Did you really abandon your post? Zhang Jihe exclaimed, striking his chest in frustration. inhaling deeply before refocusing on Xiao Bin. I have never encountered a friend as disloyal as you. Even if you told me you were short on cash, would I really take advantage of you? Indeed, Xiao Bin thought, though he maintained a smile on his face. Ah, young Master Zhang. I had to leave suddenly due to severe stomach pains. I assure you, next time, I will ensure you are well fed. Zhang Jihe merely grunted in response. Returning to his meal, seeing that Zhang Jihe's anger had somewhat dissipated, Xiao Bin took a seat beside him. Young Master Zhang, about borrowing that warehouse of yours, are you still amenable to it? Xiao Bin, you've already taken one meal from me. Now you wish to borrow my warehouse? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Jihe remarked, chewing his food. It was absurd for Xiao Bin to make demands when he hadn't even calmed down from last night's incident. Xiao Bin, feigning disappointment, said, Young Master Zhang, if you lack the authority to grant this, so be it. I had just told everyone how formidable you are. Managing the Zhang family's warehouse. The brothers who drank with us last night can attest to it. If I can't borrow the warehouse, they will only have a good laugh at my expense. But what of your reputation? Zhang Jihe set down his chopsticks, furrowing his brow as he contemplated. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his teeth and declared, What do you mean I lack authority? If I say I'll lend it to you, then I shall. Why are you being so pedantic? I merely wish to enjoy a meal before we inspect the warehouse. If you keep pressuring me, I won't be able to go with you. Zhang Jihe chided. Of course, young Master Zhang. Take your time. This meal is on me, Xiao Bin replied cheerfully, thrilled to treat him. The cost of this meal was trivial compared to the savings he would reap from securing the warehouse. After their meal, Zhang Jihe led Xiao Bin and his companions to the warehouse. As Xiao Bin watched their vehicle recede into the distance, he mused that the warehouse was quite far indeed, which explained why Zhang Jihe had come to inspect it. With this warehouse, Xiao Bin felt he had recouped half of what he had lost to Zhang Jihe. Young Master Zhang, is this warehouse sufficiently spacious? Xiao Bin inquired, wondering if it would suffice for his needs. Ample. Do you think my family would possess anything less? This is no fabrication, Zhang Jihe retorted, casting a disparaging glance at Xiao Bin for his apparent naivety. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Bin fell silent. The warehouse's remote location meant it took them quite some time to arrive. Upon inspecting the premises, Xiao Bin was satisfied, despite its distance. The ample space was perfect for establishing a factory. Chapter 17. Inspecting the warehouse. What do you think? Isn't my family's warehouse remarkable? Were it not for our compatibility, I would have been reluctant to lend it to you, Zhang Jihe boasted, leaning against the door with pride. Indeed. I am immensely grateful to young Master Zhang for lending me the warehouse. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. This truly alleviates my pressing dilemma, Xiao Bin remarked, examining every corner of the warehouse with keen interest. Initially deterred by the long journey, Xiao Bin had neglected to search for warehouses in this area. Now, having stumbled upon such a commendable facility, he contemplated how best to leverage this opportunity. Young Master Zhang, rest assured, when my venture takes off, I shall not neglect your contributions, Xiao Bin promised, kicking a small stone on the ground, thinking of how to reward Zhang Jihe for facilitating this arrangement. Though Zhang Jihe had often exploited Xiao Bin in the past, Xiao Bin could discern the distinction. Sometimes, small acts of kindness were necessary to secure Zhang Jihe's allegiance, for he was far more astute than he appeared. Very well, here is the key to the warehouse. It is yours. Zhang Jihe reluctantly handed over the key, a hint of reluctance on his face. By the way, do you have sufficient funds to operate a factory? Zhang Jihe questioned, skeptical about Xiao Bin's reliability. Despite the lack of upfront costs for the warehouse, he remained wary of Xiao Bin's intentions. Rest assured, Zhang Xiao, I have influential figures backing me. When the time comes, their support will ensure the successful establishment of my factory. Xiao Bin, noticing Zhang Jihe's skepticism, falsely claimed to have powerful patrons. Upon hearing of Xiao Bin's purported connections, Zhang Jihe moved closer, expressing surprise at this newfound revelation. I never expected you to have such a background. How delightful. Just remember to treat me to a meal when the time comes. I still need to tidy up the warehouse today, so I won't have time to dine with you. Perhaps another day? Xiao Bin replied with a smile, surveying the dilapidated warehouse that certainly required substantial improvement, especially with valuable machinery set to arrive. Conducting motor research in such a poor environment was far less desirable than their family's modest plot of land. Upon hearing Xiao Bin's words, Zhang Jihe's lackey, Li Dazhuang, stepped forward, arrogantly crossing his arms. Xiao Bin, are you boasting? You think you can really set up a factory here? You must be underestimating Zhang Xiao's kindness. Trying to fool us. Xiao Bin remained unfazed. He was accustomed to the troubles Li Dazhuang and his cohorts had caused Zhang Jia. Li Dazhuang, when did our matters become your concern? I believe Zhang Xiao can foresee the future. Once my factory is operational, Zhang Xiao will gain notoriety. After all, he was one of my initial supporters. As Xiao Bin countered Li Dazhuang's remarks, he inadvertently elevated Zhang Jia's status, which left Zhang Jia feeling inexplicably irked. Initially worried by Li Dazhuang's words, he now found Xiao Bin's logic somewhat persuasive. After all, this was Zhang's family's warehouse, and he bore no financial risk. Should Xiao Bin succeed, he might also reap substantial rewards. Xiao Bin dismissed Li Dazhuang's concerns, while Wang Erqiang appeared visibly troubled. He approached Li Dazhuang, stating, Li Dazhuang, you consistently target Xiao Bin. Now that even Zhang Xiao has expressed trust in him, what is the purpose of your divisive comments? Li Dazhuang was taken aback by Wang Erqiang's unexpected defense of Xiao Bin and angrily shoved Wang Erqiang. You think you've earned the right to speak up for Xiao Bin? You're mistaken. I'm not defending Xiao Bin, but if Zhang Xiao has already made a decision, questioning Xiao Bin is tantamount to questioning Zhang Xiao's judgment. Wang Erqiang's newfound courage surprised even him, perhaps fueled by the frequent bullying he endured from these individuals. Xiao Bin grasped Wang Erqiang's arm, grateful for his support. Wang Erqiang had often been a target of their harassment, and this moment allowed him to express his pent-up frustration. Recognize who your true master is. Do you think that by flattering Xiao Bin, he will share his fortune with you? Shouted Li Dazhuang. Wang Erqiang pushed Xiao Bin away and engaged Li Dazhuang in a scuffle. Even if I'm not someone significant, I cannot stand by and watch your arrogance. You, who look down on others, fail to comprehend your own worth. Have you lost your mind, Wang Erqiang? Step aside. Li Dazhuang, naturally less robust than Wang Erqiang, found himself immobilized. Xiao Bin stepped in to intervene but was brushed aside by both men, standing beside Zhang Jia. Zhang Xiao, I assure you I will fulfill my promises. Otherwise, we risk losing our brotherhood. Zhang Jia frowned and barked, Li Dazhuang, get out of my sight. Do you think so little of me? Both Li Dazhuang and Wang Erqiang quickly straightened themselves upon hearing Zhang Jia's furious reprimand. Li Dazhuang sulked as he returned to Zhang Jia's side, casting a discontented glare at Wang Erqiang. What are you huffing about? You dare act out in my presence? Apologize to Xiao Bin immediately, you troublemakers. Zhang Jia, infuriated, shoved Li Dazhuang, realizing these subordinates were diminishing his intellect. Zhang Xiao, Xiao Bin skipped out on the bill yesterday. Today, you graciously offer him a warehouse. And he threatens us? Why should I apologize? Li Dazhuang averted his gaze, unwilling to consider an apology. Xiao Bin already explained yesterday's incident. Why dwell on it? Apologize, or you need not show your face to me again. Zhang Jia's expression hardened as he kicked Li Dazhuang's leg. Realizing Zhang Jia was genuinely angry, Li Dazhuang reluctantly stepped forward. Xiao Bin, my actions were impulsive. I apologize, I should not have doubted you. Chapter 18. Apology Xiao Bin, this matter is on us. It was a moment of rashness. Surely, we can collaborate fruitfully, so let us not dwell on past grievances. Zhang Jia sought to mend relations with Xiao Bin, having nearly doubted him moments ago. This is not your concern, yet you should educate your subordinates. Otherwise, they may cause you trouble in the future. As Xiao Bin spoke, Li Dazhuang's fists clenched tightly, but Xiao Bin chose to ignore him. We remain good brothers. Rest assured, when I prosper, I will not forget my friends. Xiao Bin generously placed a hand on Zhang Jia's shoulder. Thank you, Xiao Gu. Whenever you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly help however I can. Zhang Jia patted Xiao Bin's back, knowing that if Xiao Bin could lead him to wealth, trivial matters could be easily resolved. Li Dazhuang and his ilk would not dare to act against Zhang Jia, who held their livelihoods in his hands. By the way, the warehouse is quite distant. If you are considering purchasing a vehicle, feel free to let me know. I have been particularly attentive to this lately, if you are genuinely interested. I can offer you a friendly price, Zhang Jia whispered to Xiao Bin, as he had been assisting others in selling vehicles, hoping to earn a handsome commission. I will definitely consider it. Xiao Bin nodded, surprised to learn of Zhang Jia's new venture into car sales. He thought Zhang Jia had never been one to focus on business, so this change intrigued him. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bin, Zhang Jia's newfound diligence stemmed from the diminishing attention he received from the Zhang patriarch. Although he would not starve, he aspired to achieve greatness and earn respect from the Zhang family. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jia led everyone away, while Li Dazhuang remained disgruntled. Unable to comprehend Zhang Jia's sudden amiability towards Xiao Bin. Earlier that morning, they had plotted to teach Xiao Bin a lesson. Yet now Zhang Jihe had begun conducting business with him. What infuriated Li Dazhuang further was witnessing Zhang Jihe defend Xiao Bin. "Zhang Xiao, what are you thinking? Xiao Bin merely stumbled upon good fortune to secure a business deal. Do you genuinely believe he can establish a factory? This is no small undertaking." Li Dazhuang refused to accept that Xiao Bin possessed such capabilities. In his eyes, Xiao Bin was merely a freeloader, indulging in food and gambling. He had always perceived himself as superior to Xiao Bin, and now, with Xiao Bin on the verge of opening a factory while he remained a mere subordinate, Li Dazhuang felt a twinge of resentment. "Why are you so agitated? Is Xiao Bin going to devour us? Besides, what was the point of your earlier aggression? I was standing right there, and you dared to disregard my authority? Zhang Xiao, how could I dare? It was merely a moment of frustration that they disregarded you." Zhang Jihe, however, appeared rather indifferent to the matter, leaving Li Dazhuang perplexed. Did you truly fear him? Although Xiao Bin has recently become somewhat formidable, he has long been accustomed to our schemes, and it is likely that someone has coached him in these past few days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jihe paused, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and nonchalantly replied, "I am not afraid of Xiao Bin. Since he is currently of use to us, we might as well take advantage of that and offer him some convenience. After all, we have previously relied on him for our sustenance. We can always find another opportunity to turn the tables on him later. Do not forget that he mentioned having some connections. What I truly value are the influential figures behind him." Zhang Jihe had not forgotten how Xiao Bin had once taken advantage of him. He remembered it vividly. His intention now was merely to lower Xiao Bin's guard, so that he could ultimately exploit him once more. "You all are too impulsive, failing to see the bigger picture. Since there will be further opportunities for Xiao Bin to bleed, why provoke him unnecessarily? So that's how it is." Truly, Zhang Xiao is astute. It will be amusing to see Xiao Bin in distress. I doubt he will bask in his glory for long. If his factory fails to launch, we could exploit him again. Li Dazhuang immediately grasped the situation and began to praise Zhang Jihe profusely. If Xiao Bin successfully establishes his factory, won't we find ourselves under his thumb? With this thought, Li Dazhuang expressed his concern. They had previously bullied Xiao Bin, and if he were to rise above them, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. What is there to worry about? Even if Xiao Bin is bold, he wouldn't dare to offend me at will. As it stands, the warehouse of his factory is mine. He is the type to become overconfident with just a few flattering words. Do you truly believe he can manage a factory? He is certainly engaged in some underhanded dealings. Zhang Jihe held Xiao Bin in contempt. His camaraderie was merely a fade to discern Xiao Bin's true intentions and perhaps garner some benefits from him. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Wang Erqiang chose to remain by Xiao Bin's side instead of leaving with the others. "Why haven't you left?" Xiao Bin asked with a smile, expressing his gratitude for Wang Erqiang's assistance that day. "I will stay to help you, to prevent these people from returning to stir up trouble. You know their minds are full of schemes. You have already fallen victim to them before, but now it seems you have become wiser." Wang Erqiang's indignation elicited a genuine smile from Xiao Bin, who felt that Wang Erqiang was indeed a worthy friend. Noticing Xiao Bin's amusement, Wang Erqiang continued, "I have long been aware of their schemes against you, but I could not speak up. After witnessing Li Dazhuang's comeuppance today, I feel much better. I simply cannot tolerate their way of doing things." Xiao Bin chuckled softly. "Yet being in their company, you must have some understanding of their nature. Was it worth offending Zhang Jihe for my sake?" Wang Erqiang hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xiao Bin with determination and said, "It doesn't matter. If Zhang Jihe wants me gone for this, then I will leave. I have no desire to continue living off scraps." Xiao Bin recalled how Wang Erqiang had previously advised him against being too kind to Zhang Jihe, labeling him a petty man. However, in the past, Xiao Bin had disregarded Wang Erqiang's counsel and even rebuked him for sowing discord. Chapter 19. Taking over the warehouse nonetheless. Wang Erqiang held no grudges against Xiao Bin and often reminded him whenever the opportunity arose. Reflecting on these memories, Xiao Bin felt as though he had been blind to heed Zhang Jihe's words. Fortunately, he had now been granted a new chance for redemption. In this lifetime, he vowed never to repeat his past mistakes and to provide a solid support for his family. He held a deep trust in Wang Erqiang, who consistently informed him of matters requiring his attention. Although Xiao Bin had been wronged by Zhang Jihe, Wang Erqiang had always shown respect for Xiao Bin and followed his lead. In Wang Erqiang's view, Xiao Bin had previously provided them with a means of survival by treating them to meals and drinks, and thus, he felt obliged to stand by Xiao Bin. refusing to repay kindness with betrayal and humiliation as Zhang Jia had done. By the way, Xiao Gu, what do you intend to do with Zhang Jia's warehouse? It's so far away that it won't be of much help to you, and it takes half a day just to get here. Isn't that a waste of time? Wang Erqiang pondered, unable to comprehend the rationale behind it. Xiao Bin smiled and replied, although this warehouse is distant, it comes at no rental cost. Furthermore, since Zhang Jia has exploited me so much, utilizing this warehouse for my purposes feels like a form of retribution. Are you willing to work with me? Xiao Bin was in need of capable individuals, and having familiar faces around would certainly facilitate matters, especially since once the factory was operational, he could not oversee everything personally. Just tell me what you plan to do. I will assist you in any way. Wang Erqiang understood that Xiao Bin was no ordinary individual. Though he appeared naive, he possessed the keenest insight. Everyone else thought Xiao Bin was merely boasting, but Wang Erqiang recognized the significant changes in him and believed he might indeed succeed. This warehouse may be a bit remote, but it suffices for my needs. I don't require a warehouse in the city. These distant warehouses can be utilized to store products on surrounding land. As Xiao Bin studied motors, he had already surveyed the area upon his arrival. Many hardware stores in the vicinity could provide raw materials promptly, unlike the desolate outskirts he had previously encountered. While the location may be remote, the presence of nearby shops offering essential materials effectively mitigated the disadvantages of distance. Have you truly decided to open a factory? Xiao Gu, this is no trivial matter. Wang Erqiang exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, he assumed Xiao Bin was simply boasting, but now it seemed that this endeavor was indeed likely to materialize. Of course. Otherwise, why would I want this wretched warehouse? Just tell me if you are willing to work with me, Xiao Bin stated while clearing away the scattered debris on the floor, acknowledging that it would take several days of cleaning before they could commence operations. Absolutely. I have always desired a legitimate job, Wang Erqiang replied without hesitation. Given that he had merely followed Zhang Jia as a subordinate, it was evident that Xiao Bin was the more reliable choice, prompting him to unreservedly align himself with Xiao Bin. Moreover, during his time with Zhang Jia, he had essentially been Xiao Bin's underling, following him wherever he went. Now, their partnership was solidified in mutual understanding. All right, I am being serious with you now. I intend to start a factory. Zhang Jia is unlikely to believe this, so I will only confide in you. You will help me, and I assure you, you will not be shortchanged. Are you truly planning to do this? You're not trying to fool me, are you? Wang Erqiang asked repeatedly, as opening a factory was a significant undertaking. If successful, it would elevate one to the status of a major boss, a cause for grand celebrations in the village. Moreover, considering Xiao Bin's previous debts, his sudden announcement of starting a factory raised suspicions in Wang Erqiang's mind regarding potential illicit activities. Then what do you think? I've already prepared for a big venture. This is settled. You will follow me, and I guarantee you will not regret it. Xiao Bin reassured Wang Erqiang, having already formulated a plan for the factory. His mind brimmed with ideas for motors, and he intended to achieve far more than merely establishing a factory. What do you plan to do? Wang Erqiang was uncertain about his own abilities, following Xiao Bin without knowing what he could contribute. Sensing Wang Erqiang's unease, Xiao Bin reassured him that there was no need for concern, as these tasks were quite manageable. He reminded him that he wasn't a technician and assured him that he would organize his daily work. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Wang Erqiang exclaimed with excitement, acknowledging that without Xiao Bin's guidance, he would have been at a loss regarding his strengths. Together, they tidied up some of the waste in the warehouse. Seizing the opportunity, they worked diligently, knowing that their efforts would save them time later. Wang Erqiang was particularly vigorous, his robust physique evident in his muscular arms, which made Xiao Bin feel somewhat self-conscious. He mused that if Erqiang were to take up boxing, he might even become a world champion. If you feel tired, you can take a break. We are not in a hurry, Xiao Bin suggested. No need for that. I've just begun. I overindulged last night. So this is a perfect way to burn off some calories, Wang Erqiang jokingly replied, recalling how he had feasted after realizing Xiao Bin had slipped away. Seeing Wang Erqiang work without complaint deepened Xiao Bin's respect for him. Erqiang, you actually put in a lot of effort. Just be cautious. There might be nails among this debris. No worries, I'm tough. These little nails won't harm me. When I was a child, I used to accompany my father to gather firewood in the mountains, where the branches were far more prickly. Wang Erqiang laughed, wiping his brow as he resumed sweeping. After a productive afternoon, they managed to clear out a significant amount of the larger waste, leaving only scattered debris and layers of dust accumulated over the years. Fortunately, the warehouse was surrounded by several villages, ensuring they could easily source any materials they might need without fear of shortages. During their break, Wang Erqiang listened intently as Xiao Bin outlined future plans, growing increasingly impressed by his foresight. He vowed to follow Xiao Bin diligently. Chapter 20. Changing the lock. Erqiang, I need to assign you a task. Although we've tidied up a bit, there are still many cobwebs and dust in the warehouse. Tomorrow, please find a few workers to clean it thoroughly. As for their wages, just pay them according to market rates, and they can come to me for payment. Xiao Bin aimed to take advantage of the current low labor costs, knowing that saving even a small amount could help procure numerous parts for the factory. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, I'll find some diligent individuals to handle the work and ensure the warehouse is spotless. Wang Erqiang readily agreed. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Bin called after him. Oh, I almost forgot. While you're out, please buy a new lock to replace the one on the warehouse door. Since this warehouse is currently lent to us, we must ensure that only we have access to it. Brother Xiao, do you not trust Zhang Jihua? Wang Erqiang asked, puzzled. It's not about trust. It's about being prepared for any eventuality. Now, off you go, Xiao Bin replied, patting Erqiang's shoulder, finding his innocence rather endearing. Wang Erqiang, though confused by Xiao Bin's reasoning, decided to follow his instructions without question. As Wang Erqiang departed, Xiao Bin placed the lock aside, aware that changing it was a precaution against Zhang Jihua potentially retracting their access to the warehouse. If they commenced operations only to face such a setback, it could lead to dire consequences. After Wang Erqiang returned with the new lock, they each headed home. On his way back, Xiao Bin made a detour to the market, purchasing fresh vegetables and meat. Their family had been deprived of decent meals for too long due to debt, and today was an opportunity to nourish them. Upon arriving home, he found that Mei Su had not yet returned. Seizing the moment to showcase his culinary skills, Xiao Bin prepared to cook. Although he had spent his previous life focused on electrical engineering, he had learned to create delectable dishes, and his cooking skills had improved significantly. As he descended the stairs, a neighbor spotted him carrying a large bag of meat and vegetables and teased, Xiao Bin, have you struck it rich? Eating meat now, are we? After months of porridge, I thought it was time to treat myself a bit, Xiao Bin replied, lifting his ingredients as he began to engage in light-hearted banter. I hear you've secured a major deal at the factory. You're quite the rising star now, the neighbor remarked. Laughing, Xiao Bin modestly brushed it off. Oh, it's just a small matter. He ascended the stairs, aware that he had become a topic of gossip among the neighbors. Upon entering his home, Xiao Bin noted Mei Su's absence and felt inspired to impress her with his cooking. He placed the ingredients in the kitchen, washed his hands, and prepared to create dinner. In his mind, he recalled that Mei Su seldom indulged in such expensive meats, anticipating that she might scold him for the lavish meal he was preparing. Nevertheless, his intention was to improve their family's quality of life, and he believed they would eventually grow accustomed to such changes, no matter how many times he was chastised. Xiao Bin rolled up his sleeves and began washing and chopping the vegetables. After an hour of diligent effort, he proudly arranged an array of delightful dishes on the dining table, lighting a candle to create a romantic atmosphere for their candlelit dinner. When Mei Su returned, she found the neighbors gossiping downstairs, but she was too weary to join in and headed straight up the stairs. In the corridor, she caught the tantalizing aroma of meat. Feeling envious as they hadn't enjoyed meat in ages, she had nearly forgotten its taste. As she approached the door, she marveled at how she had persevered through difficult times, grateful that Xiao Bin was beginning to improve their circumstances. Taking a deep breath, Mei Su opened the door, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before her. The dining table was adorned with an exquisite spread of dishes, each one a feast for the senses, colors, aromas, and flavors that she had longed for but rarely experienced. Upon entering, she noticed Xiao Bin washing pots in the kitchen. Did you make all of this? She asked, astonished, as she had never witnessed him cooking before. Yes, I finished work early today and decided to visit the market to buy some meat and vegetables, Xiao Bin replied, arranging the table meticulously and urging Mei Su to sit down. Where did you find the money to buy all this? This must have cost quite a bit. We haven't enjoyed such a meal in months, and it's just the two of us. This feels extravagant, Mei Su remarked, frowning at the abundance of food. Have you checked on your mother? If you haven't, I can take some food over later, she inquired, fatigue evident in her eyes. Expecting Xiao Bin to say he hadn't visited, she was surprised when he replied, I just came from there. Mom is recovering well, thanks to you. I also brought her some food, so don't worry. Gently patting Mei Su's shoulder, Xiao Bin reassured her, we Haven Tea had meat in so long. I thought it would be nice to improve our meals a little today. Next time, let us buy less. We can't finish so much, and we're not wealthy. Mei Su replied, advocating for a more modest approach to their meals. Although Xiao Bin had said so, Mei Su, who was accustomed to frugality, still felt that it was quite wasteful for the two of them to consume so much. All right, I will definitely buy less next time, Xiao Bin promised. Though the specifics of his future purchases were certainly matters for another day. After adding a few pieces of meat to Mei Su's plate, Xiao Bin sat across from her and began to eat. Observing Xiao Bin's diligence, Mei Su suddenly felt optimistic about the future. By the way, make sure to manage your money wisely and don't spend it recklessly, Mei Su cautioned. Concerned that Xiao Bin's generosity this evening might indicate careless spending habits outside as well. Sensing her worries, Xiao Bin reassured her, rest assured. I will not squander my money. I have managed it quite well. Speaking of which, how is the plan for the factory coming along? Mei Su asked, anxious that Xiao Bin might abandon his work and gamble away his hard-earned savings, leading to a cycle of debt. Chapter 21. The canning factory. The plans for the factory had been finalized, and the location had been secured. If you have the chance, you should come and see our factory site. After all, you will be the lady boss and should familiarize yourself with it. Lady boss? What nonsense are you talking about? Stop with these frivolous remarks, Mei Su playfully scolded, though she felt a thrill at the thought of being called a lady boss. After enduring so much, the prospect of being told she would take on such a role was exhilarating. The factory is set to commence operations soon, and I might be quite busy. There may be times when I want to return home. If you find it late in the evening, don't wait for me. I might end up sleeping at the factory. Xiao Bin continued to explain, while Mei Su was taken aback. She had thought he was merely flattering her, not realizing he was genuinely planning to open a factory. What kind of factory do you intend to open? Mei Su inquired, trying to stabilize her racing thoughts. I plan to start with a canning factory. Once the business is established, we can consider other ventures, and by then, we will have sufficient funds to ensure the factory's growth. Initially, Xiao Bin had thought to delve into electrical engineering, but he recognized that their current capabilities would not support such technical endeavors right away. Not only did they lack sufficient manpower, but they also did not possess the necessary funds to procure the components for building electric machinery, which required considerable investment. Although Xiao Bin had the skills to create such machines, his priority was to generate capital before aspiring towards high-tech enterprises. Who found the site for your factory? Didn't you just mention a couple of days ago that you couldn't find one? Mei Su was surprised that Xiao Bin had resolved this matter so swiftly. There's an old warehouse at Zhang Jiha's place. He has agreed to lend it to me, and best of all, there's no rent to pay. This is a tremendous advantage, Xiao Bin replied cheerfully. He felt that saving such a significant sum of money was a dream come true, although he was unaware of Zhang Jiha's ulterior motives. Given Zhang Jiha's reputation as a notorious slacker, Mei Su was taken aback by the thought of Xiao Bin partnering with him in business, fearing it might lead to misfortune. Don't worry, Zhang Jiha is merely lending me a warehouse. We have no direct business relationship, and I know exactly what kind of person he is. Xiao Bin reassured her after some explanation, which calmed Mei Su's concerns for the moment. Why do you want to open a canning factory? Canning factories aren't exactly rare nowadays, and if you can't produce something innovative, it would be a reckless endeavor, Mei Su expressed her worries. The food industry had seen many closures, and Xiao Bin's late entry made it even less likely for him to compete with established businesses. Her greatest fear was that Xiao Bin might lose interest and falter under pressure, and she preferred him to take a stable position at the factory rather than risking failure. Xiao Bin sighed. A canning factory carries minimal risk. While there are many canning factories, few have gained renown. I believe I still have a chance. Moreover, let us not forget that Chang's family has an orchard. We could source our fruits from them to mitigate potential losses. Upon hearing the name Chang, Mei Su frowned. Isn't he one of your companions who often causes trouble? Can you rely on him for business? While Chang had been a wild spirit in the past, he was quite diligent when it came to work. You shouldn't judge him solely by his past. He's rather honest, Xiao Bin countered as he began to clean the dishes. Mei Su's reservations about Xiao Bin's friends would take time to change, and he understood that he had to gradually earn her trust, as his previous actions could not simply be erased. I heard that the Chen family has also started a canning business. Are they planning to open a factory too? Mei Su said with concern, recalling the piles of cans she had seen at their neighbor's door, wondering if it would impact Xiao Bin's business. Seeing Mei Su's worries for his business, Xiaobin couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine. Even if they decide to open a factory, it won't affect me. Besides, not everyone can run a factory. Only someone as fortunate as your husband has this opportunity. With a playful grin, Xiaobin's banter made Mei Su shake her head, resigned to help clean up. Since Xiaobin had already made these decisions, there was little for her to say. Mei Su's greatest hope was for Xiaobin to work diligently. As long as he refrained from the reckless behavior of his past, spending his days drinking and causing trouble. Her wishes were simple. If they could live a stable life together, it wouldn't be too difficult. However, she remained apprehensive about his partnerships, fearing that these individuals might lead him astray. After all, Xiaobin had not been someone who was addicted to gambling or drinking. It was only after meeting such people that he had strayed from home. Having finally returned to a better path, Mei Su had no desire to return to a life devoid of hope. I can manage, you've already cooked. Go rest for a bit, Mei Su insisted, noticing Xiaobin's eagerness to wash the dishes. While his diligence was commendable, the rapid transformation still left her wary. She suspected it would take time for her to fully accept these changes. No need. I bought some fruit, and if you have nothing to do, just wipe the table and slice some fruit. I'll be quick, Xiaobin said, enjoying the simple domesticity of washing the dishes. He was determined to prove himself as a reliable man to Mei Su, vowing to rectify the regrets of his past life. Unable to argue against Xiaobin, Mei Su wiped the table clean and prepared some fruit. Sitting on the sofa, she watched Xiaobin bustling about in the kitchen. Although she had her reservations, she decided to trust him for a little longer. After all, starting a business was a far better choice than wandering aimlessly, and it would at least keep them from risking their home. Xiaobin's transformation was significant. Not only was he cooking for her, but he was also constantly thinking of ways to earn money. Such ambition was precisely what Mei Su had longed for, and she found great satisfaction in it. Chapter 22. Debt collection. The two of them sat cheerfully in the living room, and Mei Su observed Xiaobin tinkering with the second-hand television he had brought home. She had no knowledge of such devices and was uncertain of what he was doing. Although this television is second-hand, it still provides a clear picture. Once I finish repairing it, you can watch it. Xiaobin squinted as he worked on the television's components with a hammer. Mei Su assisted by handing him tools. Fully aware of Xiaobin's aptitude for such tasks, yet surprised to discover his ability to repair a television. Hey, could you wipe my sweat? Xiaobin glanced at Mei Su, who was intently watching him. Oh, sure. Mei Su sighed, realizing she had been quite engrossed. She walked to the dining table, poured him a glass of water, and carefully wiped his sweat with a towel, her hands trembling slightly. Seeing this, Xiaobin couldn't help but chuckle. We're married. Are you really that afraid of me? Not at all, Mei Su replied awkwardly, setting the towel down and continuing to support her chin with her hands while observing Xiaobin's handiwork. By the way, let's bring our daughter back in a few days. You're quite busy now, but once you're done, we should reunite as a family, Mei Su suggested, believing it was best to raise their child together rather than leave her in uncertainty. Sure, once I get the factory up and running, we will fetch our child back. Then the three of us will never be apart, Xiaobin declared enthusiastically, his heart softening at the thought of their adorable daughter. Why don't you open an electronics factory? You seem to enjoy tinkering with these gadgets, and I heard your recent business is related, Mei Su inquired. I have such plans, but starting out, our factory isn't suited for electronics just yet. Once we stabilize, we can consider those products. Xiaobin felt delighted that Mei Su had taken an interest in his endeavors, sensing her disappointment had lessened. He believed that as long as he made amends slowly, their relationship would return to its former closeness. After fixing the television, he encouraged Mei Su to watch it in the living room while he cleaned the kitchen, wiping away the remnants of the dishes he had just washed. As Mei Su sat watching television, she prepared Xiaobin's clothes for the next day, hoping he wouldn't hastily grab something too thin before heading out. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and curiosity piqued Mei Su about who could be visiting at this hour. Upon opening the door, she found Lin Shuhua standing there, visibly furious. Oh, so you've decided to open the door now. I thought you'd never step outside again, Lin Shuhua sneered, glancing around, assuming Xiaobin wasn't home, thus becoming more audacious in her confrontation. Mei Su, I've already been patient for days. What's this? You treat my kindness as if it were a joke? I heard you had meat for dinner tonight. If you can afford meat, you can pay me back. I don't care what your situation is. If you don't return my money today, I'll make sure to ruin your reputation. Let us see if you two have the face to step outside again. Faced with Lin Shuhua's relentless demands, Mei Su found herself at a loss for words. After all, they were indeed in debt to her, and Lin Shuhua's visit for repayment was not unjustified. However, she truly lacked the funds at this moment, having forgotten that Xiao Bin's circumstances had changed. Sister Shuhua, we do have meat, but it's just a little we bought after not having any for some time. I promise I will repay you. I'm not the sort of person who shirks their debts, Mei Su pleaded, having sent all her recent wages to their daughter. She had hoped to repay Lin Shuhua once she received her salary, but that plan had now unraveled. You're not the kind of person who doesn't repay their debts nowadays. ISNT at you, Mei Su. I don't care if you don't pay me back today. I'll come in and take your things. I won't hesitate. Lin Shuhua leaned against the door, determined not to leave without her money. Sister Shuhua, I truly don't have the money right now. Please give me a few more days. I assure you I'll pay you back as soon as I can. Mei Su begged, knowing it was late and feeling embarrassed to wake the neighbors. Yet, she realized it wouldn't be easy to send Lin Shuhua away. Mei Su, why don't you just find a wealthy man to remarry instead of clinging to this household? Lin Shuhua mocked, viewing Mei Su as a fool, blind to Xiao Bin's shortcomings, while foolishly hoping for his improvement. You're right, Sister Shuhua. I will save enough to repay you. Please grant me a little more time. I've already given you ample time. How is it fair that I'm so unfortunate while your family continues to burden the neighbors? I've never encountered such shameless deadbeats in my life. Lin Shuhua shouted, her anger escalating as she saw that Mei Su had no intention of repaying. Taking advantage of the moment, she glanced into the room and spotted the fruits on the table, thinking to herself, Mei Su truly knows how to lie. She's enjoying a life of luxury with fruits while claiming she has no money. Does she think I'm some sickly cat? Pushing past Mei Su, Lin Shuhua pointed at the fruit, accusing, if you're broke, why are you eating dessert? You're clearly refusing to pay me back. That is not true. Mei Su stammered, realizing it was futile to explain. The fruits were indeed there, likely seen by the neighbors when Xiao Bin bought meat earlier that day. She knew trying to cover up the truth was impossible. Lin Shuhua's loud insults attracted attention from the other residents, who began to gather, dressed and curious about the commotion. Seeing the crowd, Lin Shuhua became even bolder, berating Mei Su further and even shoving her as she said, you're just a pathetic little creature. Who can't pretend to be pitiful? Don't try to seduce men here. Keep your tears to yourself. Right now, you owe me money. Just as Lin Shuhua was about to drag Mei Su out, Xiao Bin rushed out, forcefully pushing Lin Shuhua to the ground. What are you doing? You owe money. You can't resort to violence. If you continue this way, I'll call the police. Xiao Bin said, his expression dark as he turned to check on Mei Su. I'm fine, Mei Su whispered, wiping her tears. Witnessing the affection between them only fueled Lin Shuhua's anger. Ignoring the pain from her fall, she stood up, cursing. You'll regret this. Soon enough, you'll understand my wrath. Lin Shuhua limped away, and Mei Su worried about escalating the situation. Xiao Bin wrapped his arm around her shoulders, reassuring her, it's all right. We owe money. If she lays a finger on you, that's on her. Chapter 23. Overwhelming pressure. Xiao Bin wished to avoid such chaotic confrontations. If they owed money, he would willingly apologize to Lin Shuhua and repay her. However, her barbaric demeanor made it difficult to swallow his pride. He had restrained himself from retaliating against her insults directed at Mei Su, hoping she would summon someone formidable to handle his rising fury. If not, Xiao Bin vowed not to let her off easily. When Lin Shuhua returned, she was accompanied by a burly man, her husband. Honey, this shameless Xiao Bin pushed me to the ground. My backside still aches. I don't know if I have bruises. You must break his legs tonight. Let us see how he defends his woman. Lin Shuhua glared at Xiao Bin, her eyes filled with vengeance, determined to make him pay dearly for what he had done. The onlookers murmured about Lin Shuhua's cruelty, praying for Xiao Bin. Everyone knew her husband was notoriously henpecked, and given his size, he could easily overpower Xiao Bin, likely leaving him injured. As Lin Shuhua's husband approached, ready to pummel Xiao Bin quickly turned to push Mei Su into the house, fearing she might be inadvertently harmed. Xiao Bin, don't confront them directly. Let us just apologize. Mei Su urged, concerned for his safety. We are not at fault. Why should we apologize to them? Dream on. Xiao Bin snorted, wiping his nose. Back in the day, out of sheer boredom, he had trained in Taekwondo for several years. He was well versed in dealing with such empty posturing. Xiao Bin, are you certain you wish to confront me? Considering we are neighbors, if you and your companion kneel and apologize to my wife, I shall spare your legs. Otherwise, you shall not leave here on your own accord tonight. Lin Shuhua's husband declared aggressively, his imposing figure instilling fear in many. However, to Xiao Bin, This threat held no weight. He lazily glanced at him. Where would I go? You must realize this is my doorstep. It is you who should leave. But if you happen to collapse here, I doubt your wife will be able to lift you. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone flees. I would prefer not to be the cause of your divorce. Xiao Bin, stop with the nonsense. If you wish to fight, do so. Do not waste time here. With that, Lin Shuhua's husband charged forward like a mountain, fists clenched against his chest, emanating a fierce aura. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes, fearing that Xiao Bin would be reduced to a mere pulp. A resounding crash echoed, prompting silent sighs from the crowd. They had anticipated that Xiao Bin would prove too weak. It was truly unfortunate that he had finally managed to lead a decent life only to find himself embroiled in such troubles. Indeed, who could blame them for provoking Lin Shuhua? Everyone knew she strutted around the neighborhood, emboldened by her husband's martial arts training, acting with arrogance and impunity. It was regrettable. One could only wonder how Mei Su would fare in the aftermath, as Lin Shuhua would likely not let them off lightly. As the onlookers murmured among themselves, someone suddenly shouted, "Look!" Instantly, all eyes turned to the direction where Xiao Bin stood. To their astonishment, he remained unscathed. Not even a wrinkle on his clothing. Conversely, Lin Shuhua's husband lay crumpled on the ground, the source of the earlier deafening sound being his collision with a metal surface. No wonder the crowd had been puzzled about how such a loud noise had erupted. They had nearly assumed Xiao Bin had been crushed. "What's this? Do you still wish to fight me?" Xiao Bin stood before Lin Shuhua's fallen husband, gazing down upon the rotund man with disdain as he kicked him lightly. "I beg for mercy, great hero," Lin Shuhua's husband pleaded incessantly. Despite being previously dominated by Xiao Bin, he had not managed to touch him even once. Ultimately, it became clear that he was no match for Xiao Bin, a seasoned martial artist. Xiao Bin was pleased with his recognition of the situation. "Quickly take your wife and leave. I cannot guarantee that you will not leave here with broken limbs." As the man struggled to rise, Lin Shuhua plopped down atop her husband, wailing, "Help. He is hitting me. He owes debts and still resorts to violence. Is there no justice? Come, let us resolve this." Xiao Bin was merely a bully, taking advantage of his strength to oppress them, pushing them towards despair. Tears streamed from Lin Shuhua's eyes like a waterfall, astonishing the surrounding crowd. Her husband, gasping for breath beneath her, wished he could silence her. Could they not wait for him to rise before escalating matters? The crowd buzzed with chatter as Xiao Bin approached Mei Su to inquire about the situation. He had heard they were in debt. Yet Lin Shuhua had not clarified how much they owed. "When my mother was in the hospital, we needed nourishment but lacked funds for supplements. So we borrowed 200 yuan from Sister Shuhua. I promised to repay her as soon as my salary came in, but then something happened with my daughter." Mei Su sighed, revealing the origins of their troubles. Xiao Bin realized that the sum was merely 200 yuan, and yet the other party treated it as if they were demanding their lives. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bin, Mei Su had not intended to disclose this matter, merely wishing to settle the debt once she had the means. "What debt? It's just 200 yuan, isn't it? Haven Tea, we shared everything good and useful with them all this time? Now they come to bully you?" Xiao Bin's anger flared. Had it been a larger sum, it might have been their fault. Upon inquiry, he discovered they were merely dealing with 200 yuan. Despite Lin Shuhua having taken advantage of Mei Su's kindness for years, amounting to far more than that, it was surprising that Lin Shuhua would resort to such verbal abuse over such a trivial amount. "Lin Shuhua, you have bullied Mei Su for her kindness and taken numerous items from our home. Do these possessions not outweigh your 200 yuan? Xiao Bin looked at Lin Shuhua with disgust. She was indeed ensnared by her greed, completely oblivious to basic decency and honor. Even if they had temporarily been unable to repay the debt, they would not have held her actions against her. Mei Su had repeatedly assured her that the money would be returned, yet Lin Shuhua continued to berate them at their doorstep, cursing their ancestors in her tirade. "Lin Shuhua?" She began to retort, but Xiao Bin pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and forcefully threw it at her face. "I warn you, if you continue to spread lies about me, I shall tear your mouth apart." Lin Shuhua accepted the money, helping her husband to leave. But resentment took root in her heart. Chapter 24. Marrying a wife upon returning home. Xiao Bin and Mei Su found that the crowd had dispersed, having lost interest in the spectacle. Sighing at the sight of the cautious Mei Su, Xiao Bin remarked, "You could have told me about all this. It was my responsibility. You are not alone anymore. Remember, I am here for you. We are not in a position to be unable to repay even 200 yuan. You need not endure such bullying. Sometimes, the more you fear someone, the more they will take advantage of you." Xiaobin helped Mei Su sit down, aware that she had been frightened by the earlier confrontation. You weren't hurt, were you? Although he had triumphed, he still worried for her well-being. I'm fine. As long as you are okay, I will handle these matters moving forward and ensure they do not return. Oh, here. Xiaobin produced 500 yuan from his pocket and offered it to Mei Su, who recoiled in panic. What are you doing? She questioned, puzzled by his actions. Do not overthink. Take this money and do not neglect yourself, understood? If you are short on funds, just tell me. I am capable of earning money and spending it for you. There is no need to endure indignities over a few yuan. Xiaobin recognized how much Mei Su had endured during this time. He understood that the gossip from neighbors had weighed heavily on her. He could not amend the past, but could strive to treat her even better. I do not need it. Now that you've decided to start a factory, you will require funds for many things. Return this money. It might come in handy later. Mei Su refused, pushing away the money Xiaobin presented. Grinning, Xiaobin squatted down to clasp Mei Su's hands, sincerity radiating from his expression. Silly girl, do not worry about money in the future. I will work hard. I have been at fault in the past, but I shall never allow you to suffer again. Such incidents as today will not occur again. I have repaid my debts. And these people will not disturb us anymore. I know you may not fully trust me yet, but I will prove myself through my actions. Will you grant me some time? Xiaobin spoke with moist eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to Mei Su. In this lifetime, he was determined to cherish the woman who had remained steadfast by his side. I sincerely wish for you to be more devoted to our family, instead of indulging in drinking and gambling as you did in the past. Look at you now, diligently working. Our lives can indeed flourish. Mei Su said, her voice trembling with emotion, as she longed to walk hand in hand with Xiaobin, yet she did not wish to be left alone again. I promise I will never tread the same old path again. I will ensure that both you and your daughter live well. Otherwise, heaven shall not forgive me. Xiaobin gazed nervously at Mei Su, fearing her disappointment might drive her away, but thankfully, all was not lost. There was still time. Mei Su was moved by Xiaobin's assurances. She had thought her life would be a relentless endurance, yet now a ray of hope illuminated her existence once more, compelling her to grasp it tightly. She nodded emphatically, securing the money Xiaobin had placed in her hand, anticipating a future of simplicity and fulfillment. Most importantly, the Xiaobin she had once known had finally returned. That night, they lay together on the same bed, yet Xiaobin did not overstep any boundaries. His foremost concern was to earn Mei Su's complete trust. Some matters could not be rushed. Feeling the warmth of the man beside her, Mei Su experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility, falling into a peaceful slumber that allowed her to relax completely. The following afternoon, Xiaobin went to the warehouse, only to find Wang Erqiang tidying it alone. Erqiang, didn't I ask you to bring more people to help? Why are you the only one here working? Xiaobin set down his belongings and picked up a broom to assist Wang Erqiang in mopping up the water on the floor. Brother Qiao, you're here. We don't need to be frugal with this money. I've already calculated the cost of hiring help, and your assistance has saved me a considerable amount. Tonight, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Xiaobin looked at the considerably cleaner warehouse, feeling gratified that his first worker was so considerate about the factory's well-being. I thought hiring people would be quite costly, and since I had nothing else to do, I might as well finish it myself. These tasks are not difficult, so I see no need to waste money on them. Xiaobin was even more pleased by Wang Erqiang's words. He had indeed found a commendable assistant. With Wang Erqiang's diligence, he believed that he would be of great help in the future. Erqiang, thank you so much. I never expected you to consider so much for me. Anyone else would have been sitting back, directing from the sidelines. This is my duty. Since Brother Qiao has such faith in me, I cannot let you down, Wang Erqiang said bashfully, scratching his head. He thought Xiaobin would not come today and had planned to tidy up the warehouse before discussing it with him later. Take this money. Consider it your wages for today's work. Xiaobin handed Wang Erqiang 100 yuan. Wang Erqiang quickly refused, adamantly declining the money. Brother Qiao, you're belittling me. I absolutely want to accept this. As long as you let me work by your side in the future, I'm happy to do anything. Xiaobin was deeply touched. All right, if you truly commit to working diligently by my side, I promise you a good life. Then I shall strive for it. I want to live extravagantly, even surpassing Zhang Jia. When that time comes, everyone should call me Brother Chang. Wang Erqiang laughed heartily, drooling with excitement. Not only a good life, but if the opportunity arises, I'll have my sister-in-law introduce you to some fine young ladies. Then you can marry and have a couple of healthy children. That would make life truly complete, and you wouldn't have lived in vain. Brother Qiao, are you serious about introducing me to a wife? Do you think someone like me would attract their attention? Of course. Once you earn money and change your attire, those girls want to be blind. Do you think I would lie? Xiao Bin said with a serious expression. Brother Qiao, I, Wang Erqiang, swear today that I will follow you for life, even if it means facing fire and sword. Wang Erqiang exclaimed excitedly, raising his finger to swear, his face devoid of any insincerity. Xiao Bin smiled silently as they rolled up their sleeves and continued tidying the warehouse. By the way, Erqiang, I heard your family's orchard is doing well. How was the harvest this year? It should be decent, right? Xiao Bin had contemplated opening a canned food factory partly because he knew Wang Erqiang's family had a suitable supply of raw materials. Furthermore, he was aware that few people were inclined to purchase fruits nowadays. After all, just being able to fill one's belly was a significant achievement, and spending money on supplementary nutrition was rare. Business is tough right now. Although our orchard has yielded well these past 2 years, we are struggling with sales, and most people aren't buying these products. The fruits that couldn't fetch a price have not been sold. We've given many away to familiar neighbors or acquaintances. By the way, Brother Qiao, if you want some of these fruits, I could bring some over for you. Although they may not fetch a good price, they still taste decent. Wang Erqiang wrung out the mop and set it aside, leaning on the handle and pondering the plight of their orchard. After a year of hard work, such a situation was disheartening for anyone, especially since Wang Erqiang's family had invested most of their money into the orchard. The current circumstances were jeopardizing their livelihood. I've seen your orchard. It indeed looks quite good. The reason you can't sell the fruits might be that nowadays few people are buying them. Recently, several canned food factories have opened. Who would still want to buy fresh fruits when they are after something novel? Xiao Bin had not anticipated that several canned food factories would open before he even started his own. He realized he needed to be cautious. One misstep could lead to being pushed out of the market, given the current fierce competition. Remembering how a relative's orchard had sold all its goods within a month, he mused that their family's growing yield would soon be met with similar challenges. Wang Erqiang had no solutions either. At home, they were simply consuming fruits. If they did not eat them, they would spoil, leading to even greater losses. Eating them at least filled their stomachs and provided some comfort. If they went bad, there would be no remedy. The market has been difficult lately. Many shops have already closed down. Your family's orchard might be too remote. Transporting the fruits incurs significant costs, leaving little profit. Xiao Bin contemplated that city dwellers certainly had the means to purchase fruits. Yet Wang Erqiang's orchard was situated in a remote area, leading to inevitable transportation expenses. Erqiang, I have an idea. A thought struck Xiao Bin. Since Wang Erqiang's family could not sell their fruits and had even resorted to giving them away, perhaps they could collaborate. What idea? Wang Erqiang eagerly moved a stool for Xiao Bin to sit on, leaning closer to hear. His family had been troubled by this issue for quite some time, and if Xiao Bin had a solution to their immediate predicament, it would be splendid. Wang Erqiang did not expect to sell all the fruits, but selling at least some would help recover some costs. Their family had argued several times over this orchard. No one could find a way to sell the fruits, and they were considering abandoning the endeavor altogether. Go back and discuss with them whether they would be willing to sell the fruits to me. After all, you're unable to sell them at a price now, and if they sit too long, they will surely spoil. Since I plan to open a factory, this could be mutually beneficial. If I buy the fruits from Wang Erqiang's family at a low price, it would save a great deal of money and time spent searching for raw materials elsewhere. In this manner, it indeed facilitated Xiao Bin. Moreover, I assure you that the price I offer will not deviate significantly from the market rate. If you sell to me at a lower price, you need not spend your days sourcing fruits, thus saving you considerable time and effort, Xiao Bin remarked with a smile. When he conceived this idea, he hesitated momentarily, for the fruits from Wang Erqiang's family could only be transported back by themselves, which would require them to bear a portion of the shipping costs. Xiao Bin did not expect them to cover these expenses. That sounds great, Brother Qiao. If you truly take all the fruits from our family, I would be immensely grateful. You have no idea how long this matter has been troubling me, Wang Erqiang expressed, surprised that a job could also resolve the issue of their accumulated fruits, feeling even more appreciative of Xiao Bin's assistance. In reality, Xiao Bin could have chosen not to involve their family, as there were numerous others with superior fruits readily available for delivery. Wang Erqiang believed that Xiao Bin's decision to help stemmed from their brotherly bond, which deepened his loyalty towards Xiao Bin. However, Erqiang, I am currently facing a bit of a cash flow issue and might not be able to pay the full amount up front. Would it be possible for you to pay a smaller sum initially, with the remainder settled when our factory receives its earnings? Xiao Bin articulated, understanding the necessity of clarifying matters to avoid potential disputes when the goods were transported back. Upon hearing Xiao Bin's words, Wang Erqiang thought that Xiao Bin would not deceive him over such a trivial sum, for in Wang Erqiang's eyes, Xiao Bin was already a factory owner, who had no need to deceive him over these matters. Brother Xiao, I cannot make this decision alone. I should first discuss it with my family. May I come back to you with their response? Wang Erqiang replied, acknowledging that decisions regarding the orchard required familial consultation for mutual benefit. Of course, as it is your family's business, you must confer with them. If they agree, once my factory is operational, we can establish a long-term collaboration, and I assure you, I will not shortchange you on the pricing, Xiao Bin responded, understanding the importance of negotiating such matters in business. Thank you, Brother Xiao. I will certainly persuade my parents. And I look forward to you leading our family to prosperity, Wang Erqiang earnestly declared. Now that the site and fruits were secured, all that remained were a semi-automatic sealing machine and workers. These two elements constituted the essence of starting a factory. Chapter 26, Semi-Automatic Sealing Machine in the afternoon. Xiao Bin decided to explore the market for the pricing of semi-automatic sealing machines. Had time permitted, he would have preferred to research one himself. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Bin scoured the entire market, discovering that semi-automatic sealing machines were scarce, while fully automatic ones were plentiful. Boss, how much for your fully automatic sealing machine? Xiao Bin inquired, noticing the impressive quality of the machines on display, yet his finances were already stretched thin, leaving little room for such a purchase. 10,000 yuan each. This is a newly imported fully automatic sealing machine. If you are interested, I can offer you a discount, the owner replied, polishing the machine proudly. They were the first to introduce these fully automatic machines into the market, and all the machines sold on this street were sourced from their establishment. They were the only ones privy to where to procure supplies at a lower cost, though the market price was not significantly higher, allowing them only to profit from labor costs. 10,000 yuan. Do you have any semi-automatic sealing machines available? Xiao Bin, realizing the expense of a fully automatic machine was equivalent to purchasing 2 semi-automatic machines, opted to abandon the idea of acquiring the fully automatic model. You arrived too late. We sold out of semi-automatic sealing machines a few days ago. It seems the number of people starting factories has surged recently, and these semi-automatic machines have been our best sellers. Everyone finds the fully automatic models too expensive. However, their performance is incomparable, which justifies the higher cost, the owner explained. Xiao Bin nodded in agreement, understanding the owner's perspective given his knowledge of electric motors. The fully automatic sealing machines utilized imported components, making them superior to semi-automatic ones. Additionally, the fully automatic machines featured a leak-proof design, further enhancing efficiency and cost-effectiveness. Unable to afford the costly fully automatic model, Xiao Bin realized that even a semi-automatic machine would stretch his finances. Returning home empty-handed, Xiao Bin found Mei Su had prepared dinner, waiting for him. Noticing his troubled demeanor, Mei Su promptly urged him to sit down and served his meal before taking her own seat. What troubles you? You appear quite glum upon returning. Did something go awry at the factory? Mei Su asked with concern, recognizing that Xiao Bin seldom returned home with a frown, indicating something unusual had transpired. Today, I visited the machine market and found no suitable machines for our factory. The fully automatic machines are prohibitively expensive, and my current funds are insufficient for such a purchase. Xiao Bin sighed, explaining that the money he had set aside was intended for establishing the factory, and he could not afford to expend it all on machines, especially since they also needed to renovate the storefront. Do not fret, these matters cannot be resolved in an instant. You have done remarkably well thus far, and we can address the machines later. Mei Su comforted him, understanding that establishing a factory was not an overnight endeavor. She had never pressured Xiao Bin to expedite the process. As long as he demonstrated ambition, she was content, knowing they could sustain their livelihood. Having cleared their debts, she felt a sense of relief and did not expect Xiao Bin to achieve perfection immediately. Feeling warmed by Mei Su's words, Xiao Bin grew more resolute in his commitment to ensuring a better life for her. Rest assured, I will expand the factory and strengthen it, ensuring you will no longer suffer. Indeed, do not rush. I have noticed you have lost some weight recently. You must not be resting well. After dinner, take a bath and retire early. Do not overthink it, Mei Su advised, serving him more food while feeling a twinge of sympathy for his exhaustion. She had not anticipated his remarkable determination, managing to handle so many factory matters in such a short time. By the way, I spoke with Erqiang about purchasing fruits from their family. They struggle to sell their fruits at a good price. And since we need these raw materials for canning in our factory, buying them at a lower cost saves us quite a bit, Xiaobin shared. Recognizing that Erqiang was a reliable ally, honest and proactive in assisting with various tasks. This arrangement would solidify their cooperative relationship, encouraging Erqiang to work diligently at the factory. Xiaobin had developed the habit of discussing everything with Mei Su, believing she had the right to be informed, and he found joy in sharing these matters with her. That sounds wonderful. You may decide these matters as you see fit. This arrangement will not only assist you, but also help Erqiang's family sell their remaining fruits. I am certain they will appreciate your kindness, Mei Su responded. Furthermore, Wang Erqiang had always been supportive of Xiaobin, understanding their relationship well. While she disapproved of Xiaobin associating with dubious characters, she recognized that not everyone deserved to be judged by the same standard. I will support your decisions unconditionally, she affirmed. Mei Su took a bite of her meal and stood up to pour a glass of water for Xiaobin. Although she harbored no fondness for Zhang Ji and his group, she naturally offered a pleasant demeanor to those who could assist Xiaobin with his tasks. As long as someone was earnest in their work, Mei Su would not regard them through a tinted lens. After all, one could never tell. Perhaps there existed manufacturers willing to bid higher than I. I wouldn't wish to hinder Erqiang's family from prospering. If they lack sufficient fruit next year, I shall invest in helping them cultivate more. Their factory is surely not destined for failure, having been reborn once. If it were to collapse again, Xiaobin would have no face left to show. Xiaobin chuckled and engaged in light-hearted conversation with Mei Su, a harmonious scene that had become quite commonplace in their household. In the past, Mei Su would never have dared to dream that Xiaobin could sit with her, discussing the trivialities of daily life. She recognized that Xiaobin had genuinely developed a sense of ambition, which brought her great joy. By the way, you should resign from your job at the factory, she suggested. You're running back and forth to take care of Mom and working at the same time. It must be exhausting. Xiaobin felt a pang of concern for Mei Su, not wanting her to become overly fatigued. At his age, such a lifestyle was hardly appropriate. No, the workload at my factory isn't overwhelming, and I can manage my time to care for Mom. In fact, I find this arrangement quite satisfactory. You are busy at the factory, and I have my own responsibilities. He continued, moreover, your factory is not yet stable. We can discuss this matter once it is firmly established. Mei Su did not wish to impose any additional burdens on Xiaobin. Eventually, he would need to oversee the factory's profits while also managing the household expenses, and she worried that the pressure might prove too much for him. Seeing that Mei Su was resolute in her decision not to resign, Xiaobin chose not to press the matter further. He silently vowed to expedite the establishment of the factory, hoping to improve their living conditions sooner so that Mei Su might find some relief. Chapter 27. Threat. Having resolved matters at the warehouse, Xiaobin planned to refrain from visiting for a few days. He had not yet resigned from his position at the factory. He merely intended to take a brief respite. However, the issue with the machinery remained unresolved, causing him considerable anxiety. Without the machines, their factory would be unable to commence operations. As he approached the factory entrance, a sudden thought struck him regarding the head of the procurement department. Surely, that individual would be most familiar with such matters and might possess the connections to procure affordable machinery. Currently, their factory utilized entirely new machines, which collectively amounted to a significant sum. Yet, the procurement head had always managed to persuade Huang Hai to willingly purchase these machines, suggesting they were likely not as exorbitantly priced as the market suggested. After all, it was unlikely that someone as miserly as Huang Hai would agree to such costly machinery for the workers. Upon entering the procurement office, Xiaobin found the head enjoying breakfast and cheerfully walked in. The head looked somewhat surprised to see him. You've been making quite a stir lately. What brings you to my humble abode? Director, I see you're having breakfast, Xiaobin replied, forcing a smile that was beginning to feel strained. Is it not obvious? The director retorted, irked by Xiaobin's presence, which seemed to carry ulterior motives. Director, I wish to inquire about something, Xiaobin said, pulling his chair closer. What is it? The director regarded him with curiosity, as they had little interaction previously. I would like to know if you are aware of any suitable semi-automated machines available for procurement, Xiaobin inquired, attempting to ingratiate himself by pouring a cup of tea for the director. The director, upon hearing this, wore a disdainful expression. Why do you want to know that? Are you planning to make a purchase? No. I certainly lack the means for such an endeavor. I'm merely inquiring on behalf of a friend. You know my situation. How could I possibly afford such expensive machinery? Xiao Bin felt awkward, having failed to articulate his true intentions clearly, fearing that the director would look down upon him even more. The director, a man of vanity, held disdain for Xiao Bin. Despite his previous contributions to resolving the factory's crisis, he had received no reward from the manager, relegated to a mere nominal role, which the director deemed beneath him. If you wish to inquire about such matters, you ought to visit the market yourself. Coming here during work hours to ask questions is unbecoming. Now, kindly leave before I am forced to take action. The director showed no mercy, his disdain evident as he berated Xiao Bin and ordered him out of the office. But Xiao Bin refused to budge, remaining seated. He had already endured the tirade, and he would not allow himself to be further victimized. Director, I am aware that you have engaged in some questionable practices during your procurement. If you share with me your sources, I assure you that I will remain discreet. The director's anger intensified, but he was also taken aback as Xiao Bin recounted various instances of procurement projects he had reported to the finance department. How did Xiao Bin know so much? If Huang Hai were to discover this information, it would spell the end of the director's position. Xiao Bin, you speak nonsense. Be careful, I won't hesitate to retaliate. Whether I speak nonsense is something you know best. If you prefer not to discuss this matter amicably, I could always approach the manager instead. Xiao Bin had navigated the treacherous waters of commerce before, and he was not intimidated by the director's demeanor. Sometimes, one must seize the critical moment. Without leverage, these individuals would eventually yield. The director, having regained his composure, ushered Xiao Bin into the office and closed the door. You little rascal, cease your idle chatter. What is it that you truly seek? I am in need of a semi-automated packaging machine. I know you possess the connections to procure a more cost-effective option. Director, you've been in the procurement department long enough. You must have a clear understanding of the murky waters involved. There are no semi-automated packaging machines available on the market. I am compelled to trouble you. Xiao Bin spoke earnestly, not allowing the knowledge he held over the director to instill arrogance within him. Indeed, the availability of semi-automated packaging machines is dwindling. Many individuals are now starting factories, eager to embark on their ventures. If your friend is interested, he will need to invest considerable effort. Currently, these semi-automated machines are gradually being phased out. Should your friend wish to purchase one, he will likely have to settle for fully automated machinery. When starting a factory, one must not be frugal, spend what is necessary. The director lifted his head with pride. For others, acquiring such machinery was no easy feat, but for him, it was comparatively simple. He had profited handsomely from facilitating machinery procurement for the factory, attracting many new enterprises seeking his assistance in acquiring second-hand machines. Director, I have come to you for assistance. Could you help me find an appropriate semi-automated packaging machine? If new ones are unavailable, second-hand options would suffice, as long as they can operate properly. Upon hearing the director's remarks, Xiao Bin felt reassured, confident that the director would indeed find a solution. Had he been able to locate a suitable semi-automated packaging machine elsewhere, he would not have been compelled to engage in such a protracted standoff with the procurement head. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you with this matter. I am a businessman. My role is to procure for the factory, and your approach is not in accordance with our protocols. If your friend is truly interested, he should come to me directly. Save your efforts for more fruitful endeavors. The director promptly dismissed Xiao Bin, uninterested in investing further time in someone he deemed devoid of potential. The director seems to have a firm grasp on the factory manager, and I hope he can find a suitable excuse to explain the matter of your covert kickbacks. After all, we are colleagues, and since you have aided me, I shall certainly keep my lips sealed. Seeing that the head of the procurement department was reluctant to assist, Xiao Bin resorted to threatening him with the knowledge of his secret kickbacks while procuring machinery for the factory. Previously, the factory had utilized such machines, but now they have transitioned to fully automated ones. As the head of procurement, he certainly had ways to acquire high-quality and reasonably priced machinery. Chapter 28. Kickbacks. The director, observing Xiao Bin's serious demeanor, recognized that Xiao Bin was no fool. If this matter were not handled properly, he would genuinely report his covert kickbacks to the factory manager. After years of hard work to attain the position of head of procurement, he could only imagine the future profits he could reap. It was hardly worth the risk to confront Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin, what made you think to come to me? The procurement director inquired, curious since they had little interaction, and Xiao Bin would not seek him out without reason. Moreover, his secretive kickback dealings were conducted with great discretion. If not for Xiao Bin's deliberate investigation, no one would be the wiser. Director, it is because I have heard of your esteemed reputation. They say you nearly exhausted yourself in the hospital while assisting the factory in procuring fully automated packaging machines. Had I not been aware of your capabilities, I would not have sought your assistance. Xiao Bin flattered the procurement director, adeptly employing the art of conversation. Even though the director was compelled to comply, a few kind words could certainly ease his mind. Then you must promise not to disclose my affairs. I shall assist you, the procurement director replied, pleased to hear compliments from Xiao Bin. Of course, once the machinery is secured, these matters will be nothing more than a fleeting thought and will not reach the factory manager, Xiao Bin assured, clasping his hands earnestly. The director considered that he had indeed kept a semi-automatic packaging machine for himself, intending to sell it for a good price. However, with the market now favoring fully automated machines, few factories were willing to pay a premium for a semi-automatic one. Rather than let it rust away, he decided it would be easier to sell it to Xiao Bin. Noticing the procurement director's frown transform into a thoughtful expression, Xiao Bin surmised that he was contemplating how to assist him in securing the machinery, which brought a smirk to his lips. Thankfully, having knowledge of the director's character and secrets from his previous life provided him with an opportunity. Otherwise, he would have struggled to elicit the director's help. My friend happens to have a semi-automatic packaging machine that has been sitting idle for some time. I can offer it to you at a bargain price. You can inspect it tomorrow, the procurement director finally conceded after much deliberation. Xiao Bin's eyes brightened at this news. Excellent. Thank you, director. I knew your skills were exceptional, and you would devise a solution so swiftly. Could you please write down the address for me? Xiao Bin asked, assuming the procurement director would not accompany him. To his surprise, the director shook his head. I will accompany you to inspect the machine tomorrow. My friend will likely be unavailable, but I shall notify you then. Fantastic. Thank you, director. If this matter comes to fruition, I will be sure to express my gratitude. Xiao Bin exclaimed with enthusiasm. All right, enough chatter. Return to your work and remember your promise. Absolutely, Xiao Bin replied with a grin as he exited the office, contemplating the factory's forthcoming processes with the arrival of the machinery. Upon returning to the workshop, he resumed his usual supervision of production, now as the workshop director, allowing him to delegate certain tasks. You need to replace this component. If you install it this way, the motor will be ruined. Xiao Bin observed a worker struggling with the motor installation. The workers were unfamiliar with the motor, adhering rigidly to a scripted training method that stifled independent thought. If this continues, the domestic motor industry will inevitably face obsolescence. After work, Xiao Bin returned home with a fish in hand, declaring, "Tonight, we shall feast on braised fish." Mei Su looked at him with surprise and teased, "It seems you are in a good mood today, going out of your way to buy a fish." Seeing Mei Su joke was rare, Xiao Bin continued, "It must be the fortune brought by having an admirable wife that bestows me with such luck." By your reasoning, have you resolved the issue with the machinery? Mei Su had not anticipated Xiao Bin's efficiency, as she had only reassured him the previous night not to rush. And now he had accomplished his goal. Indeed, someone in the factory knows where to procure such semi-automatic packaging machines. Tomorrow, I will accompany them to inspect it. And if it is suitable, we shall secure it. So soon? It seems I must prepare a special meal for you to reward your hard work. Mei Su exclaimed, taking the fish from Xiao Bin's hands and heading inside. Their quality of life had improved significantly, and they were now able to enjoy meat on occasion, thanks to Xiao Bin's connections with local farmers, allowing them to purchase meat and fish at half the market price. Shall I take over? You've worked hard all day. Xiao Bin attempted to take the fish, but Mei Su playfully smacked his reaching hand, feigning annoyance as she scolded, "You must change out of those clothes immediately. I can smell the oil on you. If you have nothing else to do, help me tidy the living room." All right, Xiao Bin acquiesced, appreciating Mei Su's insistence. Watching him obediently head inside to change, Mei Su couldn't help but smile. If Xiao Bin were not such a rogue, he would be considered a rare gem among men. She had initially been drawn to Xiao Bin for his appearance, and though there had been some pressure from her family to marry, she felt content with her choice. After a harmonious dinner, the couple retired to bed. The next day, the director accompanied Xiao Bin to inspect the machinery. Upon entering a small room, Xiao Bin discovered a dusty machine tucked in the corner. "This machine has been sitting for quite some time, hasn't it?" he mused, wiping the dust off and inspecting the components, finding them all intact. "Xiao Bin, this is practically new. Take a good look at its condition. It is quite different from what you have seen before," The procurement director urged from the doorway, eager for Xiao Bin to recognize its value. Chapter 29. Purchasing machinery. Seeing the director's eagerness, Xiao Bin began to defend him, suspecting that his friend might have been unable to part with it immediately. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Bin confirmed that it was indeed new. This machine could fetch a decent price in the market. Fortunately, he had reached out to the procurement director ahead of time, or he would have missed out on this excellent opportunity. The procurement director's connections were indeed extensive. He had arranged this within a day of Xiao Bin's inquiry. "What is your friend's asking price for this machine?" Xiao Bin inquired, feeling quite confident about the machinery, especially since its performance was in pristine condition, making it perfectly suited for their factory. "I am uncertain. However, he mentioned that this machine is quite decent, otherwise he would not have kept it here for so long without selling it." The director of the procurement department shot a glance at Xiao Bin, who was incessantly asking questions. "When was this machine purchased?" "It has been maintained reasonably well, albeit a little dusty. If dust settles on the motor, it could be problematic. Additionally, the underside of the motor shows some rust, indicating it has not been used for quite some time. I will need to replace the steel frame as well." The director, feeling slightly impatient with Xiao Bin's incessant inquiries, settled onto a chair by the door and said, "My friend will arrive shortly. You can address any questions to him. As for you, my friend, since you've requested a second-hand machine, you should temper your expectations. Where can one find something brand new like this?" Xiao Bin nodded, initially believing that the procurement director and he could negotiate the deal together, only to find that this friend of his was late to the party. After a while, the procurement director's friend arrived, a man in his 30s, dressed casually, bearing no semblance of a factory owner, appearing rather refined. "Hello. Are you the one interested in purchasing the machine?" He entered with a smile. "Yes, you can call me Xiao Xiao," Xiao Bin responded cheerfully, finding a favorable impression of the procurement director's friend. "Call me Xiao Lu. I was tied up with some matters at the factory, hence my late arrival. I hope you don't mind." "Is your friend also a factory owner?" "Yes, he has recently been considering starting a factory. It's his first venture, so he is unsure whether it will succeed. Thus, he is seeking some reasonably priced machines to get by. You know, although this machine appears a bit dusty, if your friend intends to use it, it should adequately meet the daily needs of a new factory. I am unsure. He has been preoccupied with preparing for the factory, and I am merely here to assist him in assessing options." Xiao Bin tidied the protective cover he had carelessly tossed aside earlier. Xiao Lu patted Xiao Bin on the shoulder, approached the machine, and wiped it down with a towel. Once cleaned, he presented it to Xiao Bin, stating, "You see, this machine has merely been sitting here, practically unused. It can almost be considered brand new. What price are you asking for this?" Xiao Bin, aware that the machine had likely not been used extensively, realized that its condition could not deceive him. 10,000. There is no need for haggling. We all know the value of goods. One gets what one pays for. If you decide to buy it, I will deliver it directly to you," Xiao Lu said, his gaze subtly drifting toward the procurement director beside Xiao Bin. "This price is already quite reasonable. I purchased it for 15,000, and you are aware that motors are currently quite expensive. The motor I replaced on this machine is entirely new." Xiao Bin was taken aback. Hearing the asking price of 10,000 made him hesitate. While the motor had been replaced, he could manage such replacements himself at the factory. Spending 10,000 for this machine seemed excessive. "Is your asking price not a bit steep? Although this machine is new, an automatic packaging machine costs only 30,000. And that is brand new. This semi-automatic packaging machine, while it appears pristine, has been idle for quite some time. It cannot possibly warrant such a price." Xiao Bin estimated that there should be room for negotiation. He had previously seen the latest prices at the machinery market starting at 10,000. Did they truly think him a fool? Fully aware of the current market conditions, he would not be easily deceived by their words. "How about this? I will offer you 5,000. If you agree, I can pay you immediately. If not, then that is that," Xiao Bin asserted, recognizing that this machine was only worth that much as he might eventually need to invest in better equipment. This was merely a makeshift solution. Moreover, he was uncertain how long he could sustain the canned food factory. He merely aimed to secure some initial capital before deciding on a different industry. The machinery did not need to be excessively refined. It merely needed to support normal production. Currently, the machines purchased by Huanghai for the factory were merely ornamental, producing minimal output daily, with some already beginning to yellow and rust. "What do you say? This price is already quite generous. If you move this machine out, I doubt anyone else would pay 10,000 for it. Besides, I can settle the 5,000 in cash today." Xiao Bin was determined to acquire this machine, as he was weary of searching elsewhere and had other matters to attend to. Xiao, are you jesting? This machine is brand new. Can't you see? 5,000 seems rather excessive. Xiao Lu looked at Xiao Bin, caught in a dilemma. He was taken aback by such a drastic price cut. It was unheard of. Although this machine is new, you know better than I do that it is an outdated model with little value. Today, the director recommended me to come. Otherwise, I would not have offered 5,000. If you let it sit here, it will only depreciate. Noticing Xiao Lu's hesitance, Xiao Bin patted his shoulder. I keep telling you, I am purchasing this for my friend. Since you have this connection, my friend will surely need more machines in the future, which could lead to a long-term business relationship. Chapter 30. A subtle signal. Xiao Lu was troubled, realizing he could not make the decision alone, so he exchanged glances with the procurement director. Xiao Bin, observing their subtle exchanges, sensed something amiss. He understood that the procurement director was undoubtedly involved, controlling the price. No wonder the director had thought of his friend's semi-automatic packaging machine so quickly yesterday afternoon. It was likely a scheme the director had concocted to sell it. However, it seemed he was leveraging some unsavory tactics to pressure them into making a sale, or else the machine might have remained unsold for an indefinite period. Xiao Bin, employing a bit of cunning, recognized that this machine was well suited to his current needs. Had they not haggled, he might have considered purchasing it outright. For finding such a machine on the market had become increasingly challenging. Realizing that the procurement director was likely complicit, he refrained from exposing their collusion, instead choosing to continue the charade. By the way, director, could you lend me a word of support? I can offer you 500 as a token of appreciation. We have been negotiating amicably. It would be unfortunate if this deal fell through. Furthermore, you promised to help me find a suitable machine. If this transaction fails, my friend will have a hard time explaining it. Xiao Bin discreetly pulled the procurement director aside, whispering, since you are overseeing the pricing, I need not expend excessive effort in bargaining. The director, feeling conflicted, nearly despaired upon hearing Xiao Bin's offer of 500 as a finder's fee. It felt like carving flesh from his own body. The director signaled to his friend to lower the price, pretending to pull him closer, saying, how about this? He has specifically come to purchase your machine. Why not offer him a slight discount? Xiao Bin smiled in agreement. Indeed, if this machine continues to sit here, it may not last until next year. You would be better off selling it to me now rather than searching for buyers elsewhere. All right then, considering your situation, I will offer you 8,000. That is the lowest I can go. If you wish to continue haggling, you would be in the wrong. Little Lu, upon hearing the procurement department director's remarks, felt compelled to lower the price for Xiao Bin. He was uncertain how he would justify the situation to the director if Xiao Bin chose not to purchase. Rumors suggested the director had some leverage over him. And as a mere subordinate, offending the director was no trivial matter. 8,000 yuan seemed excessive for this machine, which was hardly worth such a sum. Perhaps a reduction was in order. Xiao Bin, however, was reluctant to part with so much money, especially with the procurement director present. He seized the opportunity to leverage their acquaintance, fearing that failing to secure this deal would reflect poorly on the director. Director, ISNT 8,000 a bit steep? Xiao Bin nudged the procurement director, signaling him to negotiate on his behalf. After all, Xiao Bin had already been negotiating for quite some time. Yet the other party remained steadfast at 8,000. With the key decision-maker at his side, Xiao Bin was unwilling to invest further effort in haggling. The director, feeling the pressure from Xiao Bin's gaze, reluctantly coughed as a pretext to suggest a price drop. Since you've waited so long, let us make it a bit cheaper. There's no need for us to stand around here any longer, is there? The director also cast a discreet glance at the seller, signaling him not to lower the price any further. Little Lu, misinterpreting the director's gesture, assumed he was genuinely inclined to offer a lower price to Xiao Bin. Resigned, he said, all right then, 6,000 it is, but that's the lowest I can go. If you insist on negotiating further, I simply cannot accommodate. Watching Xiao Bin mumble, Little Lu initially thought him a formidable businessman. However, he was astonished to discover Xiao Bin's negotiating prowess, which surpassed his own. Pleased with the new price, Xiao Bin chuckled. Haha, director, I owe you one. I'll go check for a suitable vehicle and take it away shortly. Xiao Bin requested Little Lu's assistance in finding a vehicle, while the director struggled to contain his irritation at Little Lu's obliviousness to the situation. This thoughtless individual had unwittingly allowed Xiao Bin to snag a significant bargain. The director's heart ached at the thought of losing a machine he had worked hard to procure. Here's 6,000. Take it. and I'll be taking the machine, Xiao Bin stated as he and little Lu lifted the machine onto the vehicle. Director, here's your 500 yuan labor fee. Thank you so much for today. Xiao Bin feigned ignorance of the director's displeasure, all the while pondering whether the two were conspiring against him, given the director's sudden change in demeanor. The director, taking a deep breath, forced a smile. You should leave now. All right, I'll be on my way then, Xiao Bin replied cheerfully, taking the machine with him, leaving the director to confront little Lu. Upon returning, he scolded his friend, you fool. How could you sell the machine for just 6,000? Xiao Bin is inherently cunning. Your actions amount to handing over money without a second thought. But wasn't it you who suggested selling it for 6,000? And what was that series of gestures you made to help him negotiate? I thought you were urging me to sell the machine quickly, little Lu retorted. To be honest, this machine has been sitting idle for quite some time, and keeping it would only lead to losses. 6,000 isn't a small amount. Plus you still have 500 in your pocket. Little Lu remained unfazed, believing Xiao Bin was a true friend of the director. Friends shouldn't concern themselves too much with monetary matters. Nonsense. My intention was clearly to caution you against trusting his deceitful words and to hold firm on the price. Instead, you lowered it, causing me substantial loss. The director lashed out at little Lu, who shrugged and moved away, feeling innocent in this misunderstanding. How could he have comprehended the director's intentions at that moment, especially with Xiao Bin encouraging him from the sidelines? This debacle is entirely on you. If you hadn't brought Xiao Bin here, we wouldn't be in this situation. Every seller has their price. Yet you chose to bring him here to undermine your own interests. The two began to argue in the warehouse, while Xiao Bin outside overheard their exchange, realizing the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Chapter 31. Good news initially. Xiao Bin was aware only that the machine had some connection to the director. He was unaware that it was, in fact, the director's own machine, and that the so-called friend was merely an actor in this charade. Fortunately, their collaboration was not as seamless as he feared. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to this cunning man. Grinning, he returned home with the beloved semi-automatic packaging machine, knowing that its arrival would enable their factory to quickly produce the first batch of goods. For this initial production, Xiao Bin prioritized quality over quantity, eager for the first consumers to experience their product, ensuring a steady stream of customers thereafter. He recalled instructing Wang Erqiang to discuss the orchard matter, unsure of the outcome. That evening, he encountered Wang Erqiang at the street corner, who was waiting with a bag in hand. So, is there good news from home? Xiao Bin asked, dragging the machine alongside him, relieved to finally set it down. It was a heavy load, and he had nearly collapsed from fatigue during the journey, having taken numerous breaks along the way. Yes, I was just coming to inform you. I spoke with my parents, and they were thrilled about the news. They said whenever you're ready, you can come and collect the fruits. They even had me bring some for you to taste tonight. Brother Xiao, we truly appreciate your help. Without you, we wouldn't know how to sell these fruits, Wang Erqiang said, handing over a large bag of produce. Xiao Bin grimaced, please, don't give it to me now. If you must, help me take it home, and you can sit for a while. I think I'll pass. Your sister-in-law would be displeased to see me, so I'll just help you to your doorstep. Wang Erqiang understood that Mei Su held a grudge against their previous escapades involving alcohol and brawls. Thus he always waited for Xiao Bin at the street corner. Don't worry, your sister-in-law isn't the type to hold grudges. I've assured her that you're diligently working under my guidance, and she is grateful for your assistance. Xiao Bin nudged Wang Erqiang forward. The latter shyly walked ahead, suddenly turning to see Xiao Bin still hauling the machine. He quickly placed the fruits down to help carry the cart. Brother Xiao, just leave these matters to me. Why are you personally handling such labor? This kind of work isn't suited for you. I'm much bigger, so let me take care of it from now on. Wang Erqiang took charge of the machine, heading towards Xiao Bin's home. By the way, Brother Xiao, how did you manage to acquire this so quickly? I thought we would have to wait a while for the shipment. Wang Erqiang inquired, genuinely impressed by Xiao Bin's capabilities. Some matters, once discussed today, can be resolved by tomorrow. We can't afford to delay our factory plans. Otherwise, we risk losing our edge to competitors. Exactly. We must establish a foothold in the market to avoid concerns over others encroaching on our business. Who knew you were quite knowledgeable? Have you been learning a lot lately? Xiao Bin smiled and remarked that in the past, Wang Erqiang was utterly clueless, and it was he who patiently elucidated matters for him. Now, however, it was astonishing to hear such cultured words coming from Wang Erqiang's lips. Brother Xiao, did you not say that one must progress with the times? I am still quite young and have no desire to be swiftly cast aside by society. Indeed, given your youth, it is imperative that you acquire knowledge, so that you may keep pace with societal advancements. Xiao Bin was greatly pleased with Wang Erqiang's eagerness to learn. Individuals like him, who are receptive to guidance, are often the most manageable. The two men carried the machine back to the entrance of the house, startling Mei Su when she saw it. "What on earth have you brought back?" she inquired, astonished as she washed vegetables at the doorway. "This is the semi-automatic packaging machine I mentioned yesterday. Did you forget? I thought the warehouse was too far, so I brought it home for now. Later, I will move it to the factory with Erqiang. Isn't that a hassle? Can this thing even be stolen?" Mei Su circled the machine, unable to comprehend its purpose. "Of course, you have no idea how greedy people can be these days. If I left it outside, it would surely vanish before nightfall," Xiao Bin scoffed, aware of Mei Su's innocent nature. "This is worth thousands. Who wouldn't covet it?" "Sister-in-law," Wang Erqiang said, scratching his head awkwardly. He felt a bit restrained in front of Mei Su, especially considering their less than stellar reputation in the neighborhood. In the past, he had been harshly scolded upon encountering Mei Su, and he worried about her possibly frowning upon seeing him. "Erqiang is here. Your brother is truly something else. He has you working all day long without even giving me a heads up when guests arrive. Come in and rest for a while. Eat before heading back." "No need, sister-in-law. I just brought something over and will be leaving shortly. If your sister-in-law invites you to stay for dinner, then do so. No need for any fuss," Xiao Bin urged, pushing Wang Erqiang inside. This tall fellow, usually quite astute, turned tongue-tied in the presence of women. After dinner, Xiao Bin escorted Wang Erqiang downstairs, offering a few words of advice. "Our factory requires a significant quantity of fruit, so remember to have your father prepare more when you return. We will take whatever you have." He handed Wang Erqiang 200 yuan. "Give this to them and inform them that the remaining funds will be settled within a month." "Brother Xiao, rest assured, I will communicate this clearly," Wang Erqiang replied. "Good, come early tomorrow. I will take you to the labor market to see if we can hire some workers. The factory cannot run efficiently with just the two of us." "Understood." Wang Erqiang nodded, waving goodbye with the money in hand as he headed home. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the earth, jolting Xiao Bin awake after much effort to open his eyes. Chapter 32, The Labor Market. After changing his clothes, he waited at the street corner for Wang Erqiang. A few minutes later, Wang Erqiang came running, a bun clenched in his mouth. "Brother Xiao, why are you here so early? You are not late. Let's hurry over. They should be opening soon." Xiao Bin beckoned him to follow. Upon arriving at the labor market, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of people. "Boss, are you looking for workers? I am quite capable. I can handle any laborious task." "Boss, take a look at me. I studied embroidery. If you need someone, hire me. I can lift things. I can carry anything. I have great strength." These individuals possessed little formal education and engaged primarily in physical labor, yet their skills extended beyond that, including familiarity with factory machinery, though opportunities to be hired were scarce. "Do you know how to package?" "It's just the packaging for the canning factory. You only need to affix the labels correctly." "Yes, we initially did that, but after the factory closed, we had to seek other opportunities. I used to manage the workshop. I am well versed in these machines." Xiao Bin inquired briefly, noting that these individuals appeared to have some work experience and a basic understanding of production processes. He sought out such candidates, and during the discussions, the workers asked him about the job conditions, including wages. Xiao Bin's offered rates were slightly above market value, rapidly attracting a crowd of applicants. Even nearby, employers seeking workers found their candidates drifting towards Xiao Bin. "Is what you say true? Your wages are that high? Then we won't apply here. We will follow you instead. Just ensure you can pay us," one individual urged. "Yes, we heard your wage offer clearly. If you fail to pay, we will not let it slide," another echoed. "Boss, even if there is no pay, I'm willing to work. As long as I get fed," a young man shouted, his voice drowned out by the others. Xiao Bin smiled and addressed them. "Since I am here recruiting you to join my team, it is a testament to my integrity. I will ensure that you receive your wages on time, provided you work diligently." His words ignited excitement among the crowd. They sought respectable employment, having been exploited by other employers akin to vampires draining their labor. With Xiao Bin's appearance, a better option had arisen, alleviating their concerns about joining him, with the potential for wage increases. "Boss, do you offer raises?" a bearded man in his 30s asked, voicing the collective curiosity. If wages could rise, they would vie for the opportunity. Nearby, an employer scoffed at them. You can't even find work and yet you dream of raises? I bet he is just deceiving you. If you go with him, you might not even survive. I assure you, I will not deceive anyone. If you perform well, I will definitely reward you with a raise. Xiaobin responded confidently, knowing that as the factory thrived, he could afford to offer such incentives. Upon hearing this, all those present surged toward him, including many who had previously applied elsewhere, now eager to join Xiaobin's venture. Before long, Xiaobin attracted the ire of surrounding employers. One irate employer maneuvered through the crowd to confront him. You just poach my candidates. Is it not customary to honor the order of arrival? Besides, can you truly afford such high wages? The individuals I had already secured are now lured away by your empty promises. Xiaobin smirked and retorted, is there a standard wage in this market? The price I offer is my prerogative. If I have the means, I will pay more. If not, the remuneration will reflect that. What is the issue? Xiaobin recognized that these individuals were inherently brutish, yet he was no pushover. Their envy stemmed from their reluctance to raise wages while they continued to exploit the labor of the working class. Xiaobin detested their practices and aimed to elevate the pay, thereby advocating for a fairer valuation of labor. Brother Xiao, does that fellow want to cause trouble? I could teach him a lesson without so much as a word. Wang Erqiang declared, ready to confront the man. Xiaobin grasped Wang Erqiang's arm and said, we are here to recruit talent, not to create a ruckus. It would be best to keep the commotion to a minimum. He could hardly believe that this man, seeking unnecessary trouble, would still wish to remain. If Xiaobin insisted on not lowering the price, it would likely be this boss who would incite public outrage. With such a small number of recruits needed, it seemed he was merely running a small workshop. Are you sure you want to offend us? Indeed, individuals like him were often short-sighted, lacking any principles, and would fabricate grand lies to snatch away talent. Observing Xiaobin's half-hearted attire and noting he had only mentioned needing a few recruits, the man speculated that Xiaobin was not engaged in any significant business. Since he could not outbid Xiaobin, he resorted to mockery. Oh, I'm not as formidable as you. If you are so capable, why not offer these people a better life and outbid me? Xiaobin retorted, these people are merely sour grapes, unable to acquire what they desire. If it weren't for my disdain for them, I wouldn't bother to engage. The man was merely a human resources administrator for the factory. The prices were set by the owner, leaving him powerless to alter them. Given the larger number of recruits they sought, the price could not be raised significantly. If he dared to increase the price recklessly, it was likely he would lose his job. Unable to counter Xiaobin, the man had no choice but to withdraw. At that moment, another corpulent, ostentatiously dressed boss approached, visibly agitated, and accused Xiaobin of his actions. Young man, your behavior is quite unreasonable. By raising the price, you are clearly opposing all factory owners like us. I will outbid you by 2 yuan for these workers. Xiaobin frowned at his words. In Chapter 33, titled Sky-High Bids, Xiaobin recognized that the man was a local tycoon, unaccustomed to the world and only capable of throwing money around. You claim to offer 2 yuan more, but do you know how to manage these individuals? Moreover, how can you guarantee that you can pay them this increased amount? Such tycoons could not tolerate provocation, and it was likely that, in a moment of excitement, he would raise the price even further. Xiaobin thought he might be doing a good deed today. What proof do you have that you can afford such high wages? The local tycoon, increasingly enraged by Xiaobin's lack of fear and his intention to continue the confrontation, retorted, there are so many people here. Once I select them, I will take them away. If you don't manage to take them to work, I cannot guarantee you will leave here unharmed. Are you threatening me? I have never feared anyone, he declared defiantly. The tycoon kicked aside a laborer and sat down in a chair opposite Xiaobin, clearly intent on a standoff. Xiaobin couldn't help but chuckle at the local tycoon. Since he had come to provide amusement, Xiaobin would not shy away. Since you are offering 2 yuan more, I shall offer 3. This is a trivial amount for me. I wonder if you can match it. Wang Erqiang, watching intently, recognized that these so-called bosses were deliberately provoking Xiaobin. Though unsure of Xiaobin's intentions, he trusted that Xiaobin would ultimately prevail. The local tycoon, taken aback by Xiaobin's swift increase of 1 yuan, slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, you little rascal, are you intentionally causing trouble? There is no such thing as arbitrary bidding. Apologies, but this is how I operate. Spending generously is my norm. If you lack the ability to keep up, perhaps you should leave. Xiaobin gestured toward the door, urging him to exit promptly. After all, Xiaobin was not hiring many people. Even if he had to pay 5 yuan, he could afford it. He had no interest in bringing back a bunch of idlers. This esteemed boss has already made an offer. If you wish to negotiate, do so quickly, as we are eager to find work, Xiaobin added. Indeed. If you lack the means to negotiate, please do not hinder our job search. We do not have the luxury of time to waste on your idle chatter. The laborers began urging the tycoon to leave, feeling increasingly frustrated at his refusal to negotiate. Xiaobin's offer was already quite generous for the labor market, and they were eager to apply rather than listen to him bicker. The local tycoon, seeing the disdain from the onlookers, felt his temper flare, his face trembling with rage. You insolent brat, do you think you can act so arrogantly here? Let me tell you who the real boss is. I will not waste my time with you. Here is my offer, 3 yuan, and I will cover meals and accommodation. Whoever wishes to join me, come quickly. I cannot stand the sight of this boy. Xiaobin was astonished by the local tycoon's sudden increase in his offer, raising it to 5 yuan. 3 yuan and meals included? It seems you are quite generous. Xiaobin responded, masking his surprise. Though taken aback, he found it somewhat expected. If such a local tycoon did not spend lavishly, he would suspect he had been hired to cause trouble. Xiaobin intended to inflate the price significantly to ensure the local tycoon would face a loss. If the man did not seize the opportunity to raise his bid, it would be quite intriguing. Moreover, given that this man consistently offered significantly higher than Xiaobin surmised he had brought ample funds. I shall offer double the market rate. I wonder if you can continue to compete? Xiaobin was not inclined to prolong the standoff. He sought to lead the local tycoon into a trap, knowing he would likely imitate his bidding. Xiaobin recognized that this stubborn individual was often the easiest to exploit in business. I will offer 3 times the amount. Who dares to oppose me? The local tycoon suddenly stood on the chair, glaring menacingly at Xiaobin, warning him that further bids would not be tolerated. Xiaobin chuckled lightly, brushing off the tension. You have won. I implore you to recruit swiftly, for it will be challenging for you to find candidates without offering 3 times the rate. After all, everyone present had witnessed the grand claims he had made. Only then did the local tycoon realize he had overbid and recognized he had fallen into a trap, cursing. You shameless scoundrel, how dare you set such a scheme against me? This is not a scheme. Do not cast unfounded accusations. Did we not all witness this? I did not coerce you to bid, and each time I provided ample time for you to consider. What else would you have me do? Xiaobin replied innocently. He had not anticipated that the local tycoon would raise the price to 3 times the amount. He merely intended to trick him into raising his bid by a few yuan. The local tycoon pushed his chair back, preparing to confront Xiaobin, but Wang Erqiang intervened. Warning, I advise you not to make any sudden moves. My fists do not discriminate between bosses. Seeing Xiaobin had a bodyguard, the local tycoon relented. His eyes filled with resentment directed at Xiaobin. Do not look at me like that. I did not set this situation up. You compelled me to compete. I merely came to recruit a few people. I do not know how I have offended you. I will not comply. Even if I do not hire these individuals, do not expect me to pay such exorbitant wages. Do you believe your workers are worth that much? The local tycoon was adamant, refusing to acknowledge the situation. As a boss, one must uphold credibility. If you fail to make promises today, your credibility will vanish. And it remains to be seen who would dare collaborate with you in the future, Xiaobin remarked, prompting the local tycoon to pause just before stepping out the door. Turning his head and reflecting carefully, he realized that the price was exorbitant. With such a sum, one could hire senior talent. Paying 3 times the price for a laborer was simply unacceptable. If he were to actually recruit someone, it would mean an additional few dollars in wages each month, which would accumulate to several hundred over the year. Although the local tycoon was known for his reckless spending, it was evident that this was a disadvantageous situation. Chapter 34. Dressed to the nines, Xiaobin stepped aside, casting a knowing glance at Wang Erqiang. Receiving the signal, Wang Erqiang sauntered to the front of the crowd and exclaimed, Have you decided to deny this debt? You are not one to keep your word, and if so, we shall see your factory crumble. Do not underestimate us workers. We have nothing to fear. Indeed, we heard everything. Do not think you can evade your obligations. Seeing the crowd closing in, the local tycoon helplessly shouted, All right, I will hire someone, just step aside. The tycoon hurriedly recruited 10 individuals from the nearby hiring board. A few less than usual, given the outrageous prices he was paying. Everyone was aware of his tendency to take a dozen workers each time he came, so a smaller number would inevitably raise eyebrows. You better not find yourself in my grasp again. If you do, I will not let you off lightly, you little rascal. You have some nerve. Xiaobin nodded, hoping that in the future the local tycoon would continue to offer such inflated wages. As he himself was tempted to work for such a benevolent employer, he believed that the labor sector in the country would surely flourish under such conditions. The local tycoon huffed and departed, the hired workers following suit, leaving the scene significantly quieter. Xiao Bin resumed the normal hiring process, this time employing 20 workers at his previously established rate. Everyone understood that Xiao Bin had intentionally provoked the local tycoon, and thus, there were no objections. After all, they had grown accustomed to being exploited by such individuals, and witnessing their downfall naturally brought them joy. The price offered by Xiao Bin was still a few cents above market rate, making it an easy choice for them to work at his factory. Well, since everyone is on board, you may all come to work tomorrow morning. I will ensure that everyone is assigned their tasks, Xiao Bin announced. As he and Wang Erqiang exited the labor market, Wang Erqiang admired Xiao Bin's quiet yet effective maneuver against the local tycoon. Brother Xiao, your strategy was brilliant. That local tycoon looked ready to explode with rage. He clearly needs a lesson. People like him should be taken down a peg or two. Such individuals were seldom encountered. Typically, everyone simply sought workers in the labor market, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. Exactly. If they didn't constantly stir up chaos, we wouldn't even bother with them. Wang Erqiang chuckled, having learned much from following Xiao Bin around. By the way, Erqiang, tell your parents to arrange for someone to deliver the fruit tomorrow. You can charge the shipping costs to me, and I will include that in your wages, Xiao Bin said, eager to finalize the arrangements. With the issues of machinery and labor resolved, and the factory having only recently opened, it was essential that the raw materials were secured, lest the workers arrive with no tasks to perform. Do you have a suit and a bicycle at home? What? We don't own suits. But we do have a bicycle that my dad just bought, Wang Erqiang replied, though I rarely ride it. It's just gathering dust in the corner. That will suffice. As for the suit, I will figure something out, Xiao Bin said, knowing that having a bicycle was a good start, and he would check at home for any leftover suits. But brother Xiao, what do you need these things for? Are you planning to transport the fruit yourself? Wang Erqiang asked, astonished, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. What are you thinking? I need them for tasks that will arise. Don't ask too many questions. Just bring them to me when the time comes. If possible, see if you can find something a bit more polished to wear. Xiao Bin playfully tapped him on the head, exasperated by his naivete. Remember, come to my house this afternoon to pick me up. We'll have work to do. As Xiao Bin reiterated his instructions upon leaving, he had to remind Wang Erqiang several times, knowing the boy sometimes forgot easily. Rest assured, I will be on time, Wang Erqiang replied. Upon returning home, he informed his family of Xiao Bin's instructions and took out the bicycle, polishing it diligently, leaving it nearly ready for use. Meanwhile, after dinner, Xiao Bin began rummaging through his belongings when Mei Su curiously inquired, "What are you doing? If you need something, just let me know. Don't make a mess of the cupboards." "Ah, what are you doing?" Mei Su said, picking up the clothes strewn across the floor and giving Xiao Bin a light slap on the back. "I'm searching for the suit I wore on our wedding day. I'm already a boss now, and I can't have the factory employees seeing me dressed like this. Besides, I need to attract business for the factory." Xiao Bin pouted playfully, causing Mei Su to laugh at his ridiculous demeanor. "Your suit is in the drawer by the bed. I didn't want it to get damaged in the cupboard." Mei Su scolded him for creating such a mess, knowing she would have to tidy up later. "You're the best, my dear. Don't worry about the state of the house. I'll clean it up when I get back tonight. So you can focus on your work," Xiao Bin smiled, taking the suit from her. It was the same one they wore on their wedding day, still in excellent condition, a testament to how much Xiao Bin valued it. At 2 in the afternoon, Wang Erqiang arrived punctually, and Xiao Bin descended wearing the suit from their wedding. Dressed impeccably, he appeared transformed, leaving Wang Erqiang in awe, his eyes wide as he gazed at Xiao Bin. "What's wrong? Are you stunned?" Xiao Bin teased, raising his hand in front of Wang Erqiang, who seemed momentarily lost for words. "Brother Xiao, what exactly are we doing? You look so dapper." "I'm feeling a bit out of place," Wang Erqiang questioned, dismounting the bicycle and approaching Xiao Bin, puzzled by his mysterious demeanor. Surely, if they were up to no good, there wouldn't be a need for such finery. Chapter 35. Infiltrating. Just follow my lead and refrain from speaking out of turn. "I will handle everything," Xiao Bin instructed, adjusting to the feel of the suit and leather shoes, which he had searched high and low to find, having kept them for a long time without wearing them. He then led Wang Erqiang to a glass factory. "Brother Xiao, what are we doing here?" Wang Erqiang whispered from behind. "Quiet. We're here to conduct business," Just listen and follow my lead, Xiao Bin replied, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Erqiang, who seemed incapable of restraining his curiosity. An older gentleman at the entrance halted them. Hey, what are you two up to? Seeing this, Xiao Bin quickly pulled out a cigarette and approached the man. Sir, would you like a smoke? We are friends of the factory owner and have come to see him today. Friends of the owner, you say? Do you have any proof? The old man displayed a surprising shrewdness, aware of the need for proof. Proof? Your factory manager told me to simply enter through the front door. I had no idea what proof was required. He mentioned that my attire would suffice for the security to allow me entry, Xiao Bin said, his expression one of confusion, even innocence. Observing Xiao Bin's distinguished appearance, the old man speculated that he must be a friend of the factory manager. After all, who else could so easily infiltrate the premises dressed so well? Boss, please, our manager has just arrived and should be in his office, the old man added. Thank you. Kind sir, Xiao Bin replied with a smile, offering the old man a cigarette before turning to beckon Wang Erqiang to follow. Instead of heading directly to find the manager, Xiao Bin opted to explore the production workshop, taking advantage of the moment to inspect the glass bottles being produced. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Wang Erqiang inquired. Ignoring him, Xiao Bin noted the impressive quality of the glass bottles being manufactured, indicating that the factory's capabilities were commendable. The quality surpassed that of many others. Upon turning to examine another workshop, he observed that the facilities were uniformly advanced, with excellent hygiene practices in place. Satisfied, Xiao Bin nodded approvingly. Who are you? A safety officer confronted them, promptly ejecting both from the production area. Xiao Bin hastily pulled the officer aside, explaining, Brother, we are here to discuss a collaboration with your factory. We have a project that requires your glass bottles. We harbor no ill intentions. How did you get in here? What business do you speak of? Our factory is not collaborating with you, the safety officer retorted, refusing to grant them an opportunity to explain and summoning security instead. Wang Erqiang, quick to act, pushed them away. The safety officer, sensing Xiao Bin's intent to escalate the situation, warned, If you do not leave, I will call the police. Brother, please don't call the police, Xiao Bin pleaded, pulling Wang Erqiang back. We truly wish to collaborate with you. We mean no harm. Now that they had been discovered, Xiao Bin felt there was no point in holding back. They simply needed to meet the factory manager. And he had already assessed the factory's production capacity, which was evidently sophisticated. How can you behave this way? We have explained ourselves repeatedly, yet you persist in your obstinacy. Can you bear the consequences if your factory loses this business opportunity? Wang Erqiang's temper flared as he disregarded the fact that they were on someone else's turf and directly confronted the safety officer. Taken aback by Wang Erqiang's sudden aggression, the safety officer stammered, What are you doing? You are trespassing in our research facility. We have the right to detain you. A scuffle ensued, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Xiao Bin, startled by Wang Erqiang's impulsive actions, quickly intervened, smoothing the safety officer's collar. Brother, we did not intend to intrude. We merely wish to observe your production techniques. Having seen them, I can assure you that your technology is exceptional, which is why we seek to collaborate. The safety officer, though begrudging, was intimidated by Wang Erqiang's imposing presence and chose not to respond further. Just then, factory manager Li passed by, drawn by the commotion. Upon learning of the intruders, he erupted in anger. Summon the guard. I wish to see how he is managing the entrance. At this, Xiao Bin felt a cold sweat break out. He was concerned about implicating the old man in this mess. The old man approached, astonished to see Xiao Bin surrounded. Boss, did you call for me? How can you allow these two to nearly scrutinize our equipment? You let them in without proper oversight? Are you blind? Manager Li, still fuming from earlier frustrations with a client, unleashed his wrath. They claim to be your friends, the old man replied, finally grasping the situation and glaring at Xiao Bin. So you lied to me. You two little rascals deceived me. Please, don't be angry, manager. This matter does not concern the old man. It is entirely my fault for being a bit cunning. I have come from another province, primarily seeking a partner for collaboration, Xiao Bin explained, positioning himself before Manager Li. Manager Li scrutinized Xiao Bin's attire, which did not suggest a con artist. Skeptically, he asked, You come from another province? How did you come to know of me? I have been here for a while. I heard that your factory produces excellent products, which is why I employed a little subterfuge to discuss potential collaboration. Xiao Bin replied with a smile, exuding a hint of the ambition that characterized his past endeavors. The aura of a businessman emanating from Xiao Bin startled Manager Li. This individual was evidently more complex than he appeared. After a moment's consideration, Manager Lee's anger subsided, and he invited them into his office. They had just lost a client, and if they could promptly replace that loss, there would be no need for their stock to accumulate. "Which factory are you from?" Manager Lee inquired, pouring tea for them, his demeanor growing serious. "We are from Hungbang Group. I presume you are familiar with it. I am the young master of Hungbang Group, here on a mission from my father to develop business." Xiao Bin fabricated his identity, reinforcing his credibility. Such a status would make Manager Lee more inclined to listen. "Oh, I have heard that several young masters from Hungbang Group are quite remarkable. I wonder what insights Hungbang Group might offer to our humble establishment." Xiao Bin chuckled softly, sipping his tea. "There is no question of offering insights. My father wishes to invest in this region, and I have come ahead to assess the market and identify reliable partners." Manager Lee, now convinced, softened his tone. "I see. How should I address you?" "Just call me Xiao Qiao." "Very well, Xiao Qiao. Although you are a young master of Hungbang Group, you must understand that in business, we abide by market norms. If you intend to collaborate, I must clarify that I cannot offer prices too low. I suspect Hungbang Group holds a certain standing and would not haggle with a small factory like ours." Manager Lee was apprehensive that Xiao Bin might exploit Hungbang Group's influence to drive down prices, preferring not to engage in a partnership that could lead to manipulation. "Rest assured, I am here to discuss the details of our collaboration. Since we are to work together, trust is paramount. Perhaps you could allow us to trial your glass bottles at our investment factory? You could produce a small batch of bottles, and once our product is launched, we can determine their suitability." Lacking the funds to finalize a comprehensive contract with Manager Lee, yet wary of raising suspicions, Xiao Bin proposed this cautious approach. Manager Lee hesitated, torn between skepticism and the desire not to forfeit a promising opportunity. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate, Xiao Qiao? You understand that we typically operate on a cash-and-carry basis. We have never engaged in such trial arrangements." "Manager Lee, you need not worry. Our factory is right here. We have no intention of escaping. If you remain concerned, we can arrange for your team to deliver the products to our factory, ensuring you need not fear we will vanish. Moreover, with such a formidable entity as Hungbang Group backing me, Director Lee, who would dare to exploit the name of Hungbang Group for deceit?" Xiao Bin's expression grew increasingly frigid, exuding an aura that unmistakably revealed his noble lineage. Observing this, Director Lee was compelled to believe in Xiao Bin's stature. After all, few possess such a commanding presence, nearly causing him to weaken at the knees. "Thus, our factory cannot produce without some assurance. Could you provide me with a letter of guarantee?" Director Lee was keen to secure Xiao Bin as a stronghold. It is known that a single collaboration with Hungbang Group is equivalent to multiple partnerships with smaller enterprises. Although large-scale cooperation has yet to commence, should their production yield exceptional quality, it is entirely possible that Hungbang Group's future production lines will be entrusted to them. Noticing Director Lee's interest, Xiao Bin spoke. "Director Lee, let me offer you some assurance to alleviate your concerns about potential deceit. We can establish a 1-month agreement. Regardless of the trial product's performance, I will ensure full payment for your goods, so your factory incurs no losses. If your products meet our requirements, we will then proceed to a long-term contract, thus providing mutual security. A month is ample time." After considerable hesitation, Director Lee finally acquiesced. "Very well. Since young Master Qiao has such confidence in our factory, we shall diligently produce this batch of products." He realized that even if cooperation did not materialize, the contract clearly stated he would bear no losses, and if successful, aligning with Hungbang Group would herald significant growth for their factory. Both Xiao Bin and Wang Erqiang were elated, and to avoid unnecessary delays, they swiftly signed the contract with Director Lee. Curiosity piqued. Director Lee inquired after the nature of Xiao Bin's father's enterprise in the locality. Xiao Bin, somewhat hesitant, replied, "Director Lee, though we are partners, this pertains to our corporate confidentiality, and I regret that I cannot disclose it at this time. Should our collaboration bear fruit, I will certainly share this information with you. I have faith in your capabilities and believe our partnership will endure." Director Lee expressed understanding, recognizing that within such a grand enterprise, secrets must remain guarded. "In that case, I wish you swift success. We hope to receive young Master Qiao's continued guidance in the future." Director Lee was forthright, respecting Xiao Bin's discretion regarding sensitive matters. "Thank you for your kindness, Director Lee. By the way, I require this shipment urgently. It must be delivered within 3 days. Can you manage that?" Xiao Bin emphasized the need for expediency, mindful of the limited time left in the month while needing to settle outstanding payments for goods at Wang Erqiang's home. Although the workers' wages were due later, he needed to ensure that this batch of canned goods could be sold on time, with revenue not dipping below costs. Rest assured, young Master Qiao, I will personally oversee this matter and provide you with a satisfactory response. Since you require trial products, our production capabilities will certainly suffice. 3 days will be sufficient for delivery. However, where shall it be sent? Director Li queried, as typically, products were dispatched directly upon completion, and Xiaobin had not provided a delivery address. Indeed, Director Li, due to the peculiar nature of this transaction, we shall handle the transportation ourselves for this batch. Xiaobin clarified. Director Li's demeanor brightened. Ah, I see. In that case, remember to come for pickup in 3 days. Chapter 37. A few fragments of silver. Director Li was elated. Not having to arrange for delivery meant savings in transport costs. And collaborating with Xiaobin was proving to be a delight. He personally escorted Xiaobin and Wang Erqiang to the exit. Upon their departure, the gatekeeper, upon seeing Xiaobin, erupted in a tirade, neglecting the presence of Director Li behind Wang Erqiang. Fuming, he approached Xiaobin, berating, "You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me by claiming to be a friend of our factory director? With your shabby appearance, you think you can associate with him? Dream on." He had been waiting there for quite some time, having been determined to confront Xiaobin after the latter caused him to be reprimanded by the director in front of others. "Sir, it was not my intention to deceive you. I sincerely apologize for my misstep. However, I assure you that I am indeed a friend of your director now." Xiaobin attempted to placate the gatekeeper, explaining that he had no choice but to resort to this method. Thankfully, he recalled that Director Li's factory was reputable, which is why he sought them out initially. "If you do not believe me, you may inquire with your director. I am here strictly for business," Xiaobin added. "You really ought to temper your temper. Sometimes you should listen before jumping to conclusions." He jestingly placed a hand on the gatekeeper's shoulder, finding the man's fury somewhat amusing, as he resembled a fierce warrior ready to unleash his wrath. "Are you dreaming? The director barely knows you. You cannot fool me, old man." The gatekeeper shoved Xiaobin, insisting that without a proper confrontation, his anger would not subside. "What are you doing?" Director Li interjected, his tone sharp. "I summoned you to manage the entrance, not to accost my friends. You should treat this young master with respect. They are free to come and go in our factory. If you do not wish to continue working here, then leave at once. I have instructed you repeatedly not to yell and shout. The entrance is near the research room, and your antics disrupt the equipment operators inside." The gatekeeper, taken aback, realized that Xiaobin had only been in the director's office for a brief moment, yet was treated with such courtesy. It became apparent that Xiaobin's status was far from ordinary. Upon re-evaluating Xiaobin, the gatekeeper initially sensed something unique about him, but was overtaken by his anger. Now, witnessing the director's demeanor, he dared not act out further. Concerned for his job, the gatekeeper hastily apologized. "I beg your pardon. Young master, I failed to recognize your esteemed status as the director's guest. Please forgive my transgression." "Very well, Director Li, it was not intentional. I take responsibility for this misunderstanding. Allow him to continue working." Xiaobin smiled, not wishing to jeopardize the man's employment over a mere misunderstanding. "Take care, and remember to return for the goods in 3 days," he concluded as he bid farewell to Director Li. After exiting, Xiaobin and Wang Erqiang walked a considerable distance before Wang Erqiang retrieved a bicycle. Had they walked, they would surely have exhausted themselves along the way. "Xiao Gu, are you truly the young master you claim to be? Was everything you said to Director Li genuine?" Wang Erqiang, riding the bicycle, inquired with a look of curiosity, pondering the possibilities of fortune should Xiaobin indeed be of noble lineage. Although he had never contemplated gaining any advantage from Xiaobin, the mere fact that he had a wealthy friend was quite impressive. "I have also heard of the Hongbang Group, a substantial company where individuals are reputed to be quite affluent. Notably, the foundation of Hongbang Group relies on its lower-tier workers, who are the crucial backbone of its production. One should not merely judge by appearances. While the white-collar workers may seem glamorous, their compensation often does not equate to their labor. In this society, it is the uneducated laborers who bear the brunt of hardship. This is an unchanging principle. Possessing intellect grants one a commanding position, whereas brute strength merely leads to being directed by others. How do you know so much about the inner workings of Hongbang Group? Do you truly belong to the affluent class?" Wang Erqiang inquired, still skeptical about the rumor of Xiaobin being a young master. He was taken aback upon hearing Xiao Bin's claim, as he had just treated him as a genuine heir of Hongbang Group while advising directorly. Is that so, brother? Speak honestly. If you are indeed a young master, I might as well cease my efforts and simply guard your family's villa as a security guard. Xiao Bin smiled enigmatically, leaving Wang Erqiang to ponder. After much contemplation, Wang Erqiang concluded that Xiao Bin had merely been acting, albeit convincingly enough to deceive him. I never anticipated your talent for performance would be so exceptional. You nearly fooled me. Wang Erqiang expressed admiration, praising Xiao Bin's acting skills, asserting that if he pursued stardom, none could rival him. You should take a leaf out of my book. Such skills will prove invaluable in the future. Some well-intentioned lies can still serve a purpose. If we hadn't employed this ruse today, Director Li would not have so readily agreed to sign the contract. Why? Wang Erqiang was perplexed. Does Director Li not wish to profit? Without a backing, he too fears incurring losses. However, by claiming to be the young master of Hongbang Group, even if he harbored doubts, he was still wary of losing this business opportunity. So that is how it is. I thought Director Li didn't seem as domineering as he initially appeared. The more Wang Erqiang listened, the more he admired Xiao Bin's audacity in using Hongbang Group as a facade. The two rode their bicycles, only managing to cover half the distance before Wang Erqiang felt utterly exhausted and needed a break. Brother Xiao, how did you know there was a glass factory so far away? I dreamt about it, Xiao Bin replied mysteriously. Wang Erqiang, noticing Xiao Bin's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. He realized that he had astutely recognized Xiao Bin's exceptional nature from the very beginning. Upon reaching the street corner, they parted ways. On his way home, Xiao Bin stopped to purchase some vegetables and meat, as their supplies were nearly depleted. After leaving the market, he spotted a flower vendor and decided to buy a bouquet for Mei Su, knowing that girls often appreciate such gestures. Even though Mei Su was already his wife, he believed they should not live any less lavishly than before. Chapter 38. A joyous occasion. Mei Su usually practiced frugality, and their meals had remained rather plain. Had it not been for Xiao Bin's previous generous purchases of meat and vegetables, she might still be enduring a life of poverty. Today, Xiao Bin was in high spirits, planning to cook a splendid meal for her to enhance their recent modest diet. Placing the fish on the table, he meticulously removed the bones, intending to prepare a boneless pickled fish dish, which would later become quite renowned and universally praised. However, this dish was primarily favored by fish enthusiasts. With the remaining half of the fish, Xiao Bin intended to attempt frying it, a skill he had yet to master. It seemed he would need to seek Mei Su's guidance in the future, lest she find his ignorance intolerable. As Mei Su returned home, she caught a whiff of burnt fish in the hallway and chuckled to herself, wondering who could possibly ruin a fish so badly. Upon entering the kitchen, she was met with the sight of Xiao Bin frowning at a charred fish. Surprised and concerned, she exclaimed, "Why did you buy so many ingredients again? We should be saving money now that our lives are finally improving." "You're back. It's all right. Today we're treating ourselves. We haven't eaten meat in days, so we deserve a good meal," Xiao Bin replied, unperturbed by her reproach. He had always known Mei Su was reluctant to spend money, which is why he had taken the liberty of purchasing the meat and vegetables. If it were left to her, she would certainly hesitate. "By the way, I have wonderful news to share. Sit down, and I'll tell you shortly. Also, I bought you a bouquet. Take a look at the table." Xiao Bin cheerfully donned an apron, declaring that since the burnt fish was inedible, they should try his specially crafted pickled fish instead. Mei Su, somewhat flustered, set down what she was holding and blushed slightly at the sight of the flowers. "What is this? You've never been one for such trifles." Xiao Bin smiled. "We're still young. We should embrace such moments. Besides, I wouldn't want you to live as my mother did, would I? You're quite the talker. What is this joyous occasion you mentioned?" "I'll reveal it shortly," Xiao Bin said mysteriously, humming a little tune as he returned to the kitchen. Mei Su rolled her eyes at him, skeptical of what good news he could possibly have, especially since for their family, as long as Xiao Bin stayed away from drinking and gambling, it was a blessing. Moreover, today was not a particularly significant day. "I don't expect anything extraordinary. Just having our family together in peace is already a great joy." Xiao Bin remained silent in the kitchen, aware that Mei Su had been quite anxious about this matter. However, he had been behaving well lately, avoiding alcohol and any misconduct, and had been diligently working at the factory. When he brought the dishes out, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, making Mei Su unable to resist swallowing her saliva. Seeing her reaction filled Xiao Bin with a sense of satisfaction. "So, what do you think? Is this meal acceptable?" It's passable, Mei Su replied, turning to look at Xiao Bin's eager expression. Secretly amused at how he had taken on a childlike demeanor, constantly seeking praise. By the way, the good news I wanted to share is that our factory is set to officially commence operations tomorrow, Xiao Bin announced with a smile. Mei Su was taken aback, exclaiming, "Have you really prepared everything so quickly?" "Indeed, I have been getting ready for several days now," Xiao Bin said proudly, hoping this would assure Mei Su that she could comfortably buy meat in the future. "But what about your job at the factory? Are you going to abandon it now that you've opened your own? Your factory isn't fully stable yet. Perhaps you should reconsider. So you can save a bit more to help yourself." "No need for that. Although I've received a promotion, I still lack authority. I plan to resign in the next few days, allowing me to fully focus on my own factory," Xiao Bin asserted. He wished to avoid the hassle of juggling both jobs, especially during his factory's initial phase, where it was crucial to prioritize one to avoid negative consequences. "You have resigned from your job, yet the future of your factory remains uncertain. It is not that I lack faith in you, but investment carries inherent risks. Have you considered this matter further? Would it not be prudent for your factory to hire a few more individuals, allowing you to visit and oversee operations? This way, you need not worry about the factory potentially failing to launch, leaving you without work." Mei Su believes that Kaiyabin can manage both responsibilities as he currently does. After all, Wang Erqiang is still overseeing operations at the factory. Observing Mei Su's furrowed brow, Kaiyabin inquired, "What troubles you? I have discussed investment matters with you. There is no need for excessive concern. I am fully capable of handling it. Moving forward, you need not fret over such matters, regardless of what transpires. I will always be here. Although the establishment of this factory came rather unexpectedly, I am confident it will succeed. I may be premature in sharing my plans with you, and you might not comprehend my words just yet. In time, you will understand, and I assure you, I will not disappoint you. My only concern is that should any issues arise with the factory, you may regret leaving the job you painstakingly secured, leading to a challenging future. I fear you might revert to your former self." Mei Su wished to shield Kaiyabin from disappointment, should the factory falter. She genuinely worried he might regress to his previous state, neglecting household affairs and becoming consumed by drinking and gambling. It was clear that this naive girl was genuinely concerned, but it was hardly a significant issue. Nevertheless, he felt the need to reassure Mei Su, for his past indiscretions were well known throughout the neighborhood. "Mei Su, I am no longer the Kaiyabin of yesteryear. I have promised you a good life, and you need not fear that I will fall into despair following a setback. Since I have resolved to pursue this endeavor, I have already prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured, I will strive diligently." As Mei Su observed Kaiyabin's unwavering confidence, she did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm and promptly offered him a piece of meat. "Then I shall eagerly anticipate becoming your young mistress. Since the factory is operational, let us work diligently. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed." "Indeed," Kaiyabin replied with a smile, for he knew Mei Su would support him unconditionally. It was a belief rooted in trust. The following morning, Kaiyabin arrived at the factory on its inaugural day, donning a new outfit to avoid appearing shabby before the workers. After all, he represented the factory's visage. It was imperative that he did not present himself poorly. Upon reaching the street corner, he spotted Wang Erqiang waiting for him. Perched upon his bicycle, clearly accustomed to this role, "I have come to escort you to work. A grand boss cannot be without a driver." Wang Erqiang beckoned Kaiyabin into the vehicle, and without hesitation, Kaiyabin took a seat, and they headed toward the factory. Along the way, they witnessed many individuals engaged in various tasks. Although the area was somewhat remote, it boasted abundant raw materials, attracting many seeking to minimize rental costs and stimulate the local economy. Upon arriving at the factory, Wang Erqiang secured his bicycle and followed Kaiyabin inside. From a distance, the factory appeared transformed, with the machinery already positioned and ready for operation. "Go ahead and gather everyone. I have a few matters to discuss." Given that it was the factory's first day, he had prepared a brief opening speech to ensure a formal commencement. Wang Erqiang rallied the workers, and Kaiyabin stood before them at the entrance, where the once derelict warehouse had been revitalized into a bustling factory. "Thank you for coming in early. I would like to address a few points regarding our work routines," Kaiyabin proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of a commanding boss. The workers nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of adhering to the factory's protocols. "Today marks the official opening of our factory. Let us all work diligently, and I assure you, I will not shortchange anyone. As I mentioned during recruitment, those who perform well will be rewarded. As Kaibin surveyed the workers, he was reminded of his own arduous beginnings in entrepreneurship. Fortunately, he now possessed a wealth of skills and experience, ensuring he would not repeat the mistakes of his previous venture. Should you require anything, please approach my associate here. He is the supervisor responsible for overseeing various matters. If you have any questions or need assistance, do not hesitate to ask him. Wang Erqiang stared at Kaibin in astonishment, wondering when he had assumed the role of supervisor. Allow me to introduce myself, Kaibin urged Wang Erqiang. He had refrained from mentioning this to Wang Erqiang earlier, knowing he would likely hesitate. Now, he had no choice but to embrace the role. After all, Wang Erqiang had assisted him in managing the factory during his previous life, and Kaibin had unwavering confidence in his abilities. Hello, I am Wang Erqiang. You may call me Aqiang. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Wang Erqiang, feeling somewhat awkward, struggled to adapt to his new position but felt a swell of pride at the warm reception he received from the workers. Thank you, everyone. He quickly concluded, descending from the platform, aware that it was his first time introducing himself to such a large audience, which left his legs feeling somewhat unsteady. Kaibin patted Wang Erqiang on the back, assuring him that there would be many more opportunities ahead and that he should not be intimidated. Since everyone is now acquainted, let us forego production this morning and focus on organizing our respective areas. Kaibin instructed, directing everyone to tidy up before commencing production in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Wang Erqiang's elder brother personally delivered the fruits, and Wang Erqiang leaned closer to Kaibin, examining the baskets, and inquired, Brother Qi, how long will we be engaged in this task? Kaibin recognized that Wang Erqiang was indirectly inquiring about the timeline for settling accounts. Understanding the urgency, Kaibin reassured him that he would ensure the fruits would be processed and sold as canned goods promptly, allowing them to receive payment. Brother Qi, we are uncertain how long this factory will remain operational. Could you expedite our payment? It would facilitate our future transactions. Kaibin had already briefed Wang Erqiang on the specifics, but he was taken aback by Wang Erqiang's apparent distrust, prompting him to demand payment. Are you implying that you are concerned I might abscond? Even if this factory were to close, I would never default on such a trivial debt, Kaibin retorted, feeling displeased. He had only recently entrusted Wang Erqiang with the factory's management, and he did not wish to change suppliers so soon. Brother Qi, that is not my intention. Our family is not particularly affluent at the moment, which is why I am requesting this payment. You are now a successful entrepreneur. Surely you would not neglect this small sum? Wang Erqiang's implication was clear. If Kaibin did not settle the debt today, it would be tantamount to duplicitous behavior. Xiaobin could no longer tolerate the situation and directly seized Wang Daqiang. Since you say it like that, let us find Chang and see if he speaks in the same manner. Upon witnessing his elder brother being dragged over by Xiaobin, Wang Erqiang felt puzzled and hurriedly rushed over, concerned that his brother might have offended Xiaobin unintentionally. Brother Xiao, what is happening? Did my brother say something inappropriate? Xiaobin snorted and pushed Wang Daqiang forward. Your brother told me to settle the remaining money quickly. Is that what you told him? Xiaobin was aware that Wang Daqiang was even more of a ne'er-do-well than Wang Erqiang, spending his days idling away and being a complete wastrel. Wang Daqiang trembled, standing behind Wang Erqiang, his face paling at Xiaobin's cold demeanor. He had volunteered to deliver fruits, hoping to pocket some money for himself. Typically, he enjoyed gambling, and this opportunity had made him overly eager. Wang Erqiang threw a punch, sending Wang Daqiang spinning several times before stopping. I've already warned you at home not to be unreasonable. Do you think you can offend someone like Brother Xiao? Brother Xiao, I sincerely apologize. You know my brother sometimes lacks judgment and doesn't mean any harm, Wang Erqiang implored, bending slightly in a show of genuine remorse, hoping that Xiaobin would overlook Wang Daqiang's transgressions. Had he known Wang Daqiang harbored such intentions, Wang Erqiang would never have allowed him to deliver the fruits. Chapter 40. A life well lived. Upon returning home, Xiaobin busied himself with cooking, moving with a diligence that surprised Mei Su. Where did the sun rise from today? Are you actually cooking? My dear, you have no idea how delicious my cooking can be. I can prepare many dishes, and I will make whatever you like. Xiaobin replied playfully, making Mei Su feel a warmth in her heart, a sweet excitement bubbling within her. Husband, what has come over you? Did you eat something delectable today that has put you in such a good mood? You've been busy at home lately, not dining out extravagantly, and cooking instead. Does this mean you are finally learning to live well? Mei Su's barrage of questions made Xiaobin blink, his bashfulness evident as he scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Yes, I wanted to show my good side, at least enough to satisfy you. My dear, I must prove that I'm doing well. You are far superior to me at home, and I cannot let that stand. Xiao Bin's sheepishness and sincerity warmed Mei Su's heart. I never imagined you would change so much. Indeed, now that I have my factory, I am genuinely thriving within my own circle. Your success is proof of your ambition. Mei Su thought silently, feeling a sense of pride as she watched Xiao Bin, her heart swelling with joy. After all, she was the factory manager, overseeing a considerable operation, which felt quite impressive. Xiao Bin, you truly carry yourself differently now. Hearing her words, Xiao Bin felt a surge of happiness. His wife praised him, and indeed, he was no longer the same person he once was. He could command respect and strive for the betterment of his factory, creating job opportunities for many. The workers were friendly, and he treated them well, finding joy in watching them receive their wages with smiles. He dreamed of expanding his business, envisioning a larger factory bustling with activity, especially knowing that Wang Erqiang admired him now. Returning home to a wife who respected him filled him with happiness. The dishes soon emerged from the kitchen, fragrant and delicious. Cooking was not something he often did, as Mei Su usually took care of it. But now, having been diligent in his work and home chores, he felt a sense of fulfillment, grateful for the warmth his family provided, particularly from Mei Su. He had often felt he owed her much. After tidying the kitchen, he brought the food to the dining table, where only he and his wife sat. Looking at the spread, he felt elated and decided to pour 2 glasses of wine. Mei Su, let us share a drink today. I am in a particularly good mood. Upon hearing this, Mei Su's spirits lifted. All right, but just a little. You still have work at the factory this afternoon. She poured herself a modest amount and filled Xiao Bin's glass as well. The wine had a delightful aroma, and it had been a long time since he had savored its scent, filling him with cheer. Remember, don't overindulge. You have many responsibilities at the factory. Mei Su cautioned with concern. Ah, you always care for me, Xiao Bin replied, unsure of how to express his gratitude. Are you trying to misbehave again? Mei Su said, slightly displeased, aware of Xiao Bin's past recklessness with gambling and drinking. Now, he had at least quit gambling, and she was relieved he could enjoy a drink in moderation. That's impossible. I have no intention of gambling. You can rest assured, I am a changed man, and when I say I will reform, I truly mean it. He smiled. I have never smoked. Have you not noticed my good behavior in that regard? Indeed, I believe you have always committed fully to whatever you do. However, you must remember that neither gambling nor excessive drinking is beneficial. Of course, I will keep that in mind, Xiao Bin nodded, determined to be a better person from now on. Mei Su felt a sense of relief, seeing her husband transformed, his demeanor and reputation vastly improved compared to before. In the past, she endured much hardship alongside him, never witnessing him achieve anything significant, while she often supported the family, leaving them in a dire situation. Now, seeing her husband taking charge, it brought her peace. Husband, you used to do nothing but gamble away any money you earned. Now, running a factory and managing a business has truly elevated your image. As long as he refrained from falling back into gambling, a little drinking was acceptable. Mei Su's spirits brightened as she spoke to Xiao Bin again. Reflecting on the past is chilling, especially when recalling those gamblers chasing after you. Indeed, it frightened you. He acknowledged, his eyes blinking rapidly. But I have completely turned over a new leaf. Those people will no longer trouble us. Xiao Bin's reassurances brought Mei Su comfort, and her heart swelled with joy. Knowing he had never been one to cook, witnessing him preparing meals and cleaning the kitchen made her feel deeply moved. He was truly putting his heart into their home. His hard work at the factory was not only for himself, but also for her, allowing her to see his genuine intentions. Overcome with emotion, tears welled in her eyes. Husband, I cannot express how grateful I am. I feel so much safer now that you neither gamble nor waste time outside. You truly are a wonderful person. As a woman, I am immensely thankful. Gazing at my wife indeed stirs a whirlwind of emotions within me, and it fills my heart with a sense of wonder on how best to express my love for her. I readily assure her, my dear, since you prefer not to resign from your job and wish to avoid the life of a pampered lady, then devote yourself wholeheartedly to your pursuits, and I shall reward you with delightful gifts. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. These words bring me a certain joy. In Chapter 41, Offending Others, Xiao Bin has finished his meal, his face flushed, and he quickly tidies up his belongings, bidding farewell to Mei Su before hastily exiting the room. Heading straight for his factory. Upon entering, he spots Wang Erqiang diligently at work. Why, Wang Erqiang, You are quite industrious today. Wang Erqiang waves his hand dismissively. Oh, I'm just busy as always. I can never sit idly. I've become accustomed to it. Coming to the factory, I simply cannot remain inactive. Your relentless industriousness brings me great joy, Xiaobin chuckles. Xiaobin, have you devised a plan for managing the factory? Of course, I have a strategy in mind. I know how to procure goods and how to market them. Well, I will rely on all of you for support. Brothers, sisters, if you can lend a hand. I am entirely dependent on your assistance. He speaks while patting his chest, seemingly consumed by thoughts of the factory. Indeed, if we do not rely on each other, who else can we depend upon? Wang Erqiang interjects. Do you understand the business? I certainly do. While I cannot claim to be an expert, I have navigated the world and gained some insights from my experiences in various workplaces. Then tell me, once the factory is established, how do you propose to sell our products? Wang Erqiang shares some of his ideas regarding product distribution and marketing strategies, which impresses Xiaobin. Since you understand the importance of finding storefronts for sales or even utilizing mobile platforms, you certainly possess more knowledge than I do. May I inquire about your educational background? You seem to know more than I do, and I must confess, I only have an elementary education. Wang Erqiang straightforwardly replies, I graduated from middle school. He then winks at Xiaobin, who quickly clarifies, Oh, that was not my intention. I merely wondered how you only completed middle school. I have never been particularly exceptional. And neither are you, he retorts. What do you mean by that? Ciao boss, ciao manager, I assure you, I am not as dull as you might think. I performed well in middle school, but due to financial difficulties, my family did not allow me to continue to high school. I see now. It seems I spoke without thinking. I presumed you were simply overly earnest, Xiaobin admits. How do you articulate your thoughts? Wang Erqiang expresses some displeasure. Alas, I have offended someone again, Xiaobin hastily adds. All right, please assist me in organizing my accounts. He quickly tosses a stack of papers over. Wang Erqiang glances through them, shaking his head and sighing. I have seen these accounts more than once. How so? Xiaobin inquires, puzzled. You left them on the table, and I occasionally reviewed them, thinking it was of no consequence. That's fine. Since you've seen them, you can tidy them up, right? It seems the accounts are not in order, as the font sizes vary and look quite chaotic. I will assist you with the bookkeeping. It is crucial to keep our accounts clear, otherwise, how can we conduct business? It appears you possess some understanding, Xiaobin acknowledges. Of course, I know at least a bit more than you. Very well, you shall manage the accounts from now on. Would you consider being my accountant? I can entrust all the accounts to you. You are quite capable. What? You want me to be the accountant? One requires a certification to be an accountant. I can merely help you with the bookkeeping. Let me clarify. I will offer you an additional salary, one that is higher than others. That works for me. Thank you for your trust. How do I express this? I find you, Wang Erqiang, to be diligent and capable, putting forth effort in all you do. I cannot overlook your contributions, and I value your hard work and competence. Hearing this, Wang Erqiang feels deeply moved, believing that he has finally found a patron who recognizes his potential. He has always worked diligently, striving to earn his fair share, and is eager to earn as much as he can, never shying away from wealth as long as it is earned justly. His heart brims with happiness as he responds to Xiaobin. Thank you, Manager Xiao. Since you are willing to offer me this salary, I gladly accept. I rely on my abilities to earn a living. There is nothing wrong with earning honest money. I am willing to be an accountant, and I will strive to obtain a certification. That is excellent. You must earn your accounting certification. Once you become the accountant, you will manage our finances entirely. You will ensure that our accounts are clear and that we pay our workers properly, keeping meticulous records of our income and expenses. The factory's accounts will be under your care, and I trust you implicitly. Thank you for your faith, Manager Qiao. Indeed, you should trust me. I am inherently a decent person, and thus you should naturally place your trust in me. Wang Erqiang confidently declares, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. By the way, Manager Qiao, I wish to discuss the accounts further. We must ensure they are properly managed. If not, what will we do? Currently, we are still using an abacus. You should consider acquiring a computer. Managing accounts on a computer would provide clarity, and we should modernize our factory management. This suggestion brings immense joy to Xiaobin. He promptly responds, it seems you possess even more knowledge than I do. You will take full responsibility for managing the accounts. If not handled properly, I will be quite uneasy, as I truly do not understand how to manage these accounts. Wang Erqiang feels even more elated at Xiaobin's trust in him, saying, I never expected you to have such confidence in me. Rest assured, I will earn your trust, he assures. To be honest, I have only just received these accounts, and I am not particularly skilled in bookkeeping. Let us learn and grow together. This realization strengthens Xiao Bin's belief in Wang Erqiang's potential. As he sees the mutual trust and the possibility of collaborating to improve the factory, he feels a sense of comfort and satisfaction. In Chapter 42, the Wang father and son, Xiao Bin instructs Wang Erqiang to procure glass jars for canning. Wang Erqiang readily agrees. He is fully committed to his tasks at the factory, and joining in the jar procurement sounds like a welcome break. The glass jars can be sourced from directly. Xiao Bin nods. That sounds good. I will accompany you to acquire the jars. However, I have made several calls but cannot find a truck. Could you assist me in locating one? Wang Erqiang contemplates for a moment before replying. Yes, I can indeed find a truck, but it will only be available for one day. That will suffice. Please go ahead and find one. A phone call was made, and Wang Erqiang successfully located the truck, which had already arrived at the factory entrance, honking its horn in a rhythmic beeping. The truck is here, it has arrived. Wang Erqiang, carrying his bag, waved at Xiao Bin. Manager Xiao, hurry up. At that moment, Xiao Bin tidied himself up, combing his hair back and dressing neatly before grabbing his bag and following him out. Upon meeting the truck driver, he greeted him warmly with a handshake, and they promptly set off to fetch glass jars from directly. Once the jars were retrieved, production of canned goods commenced at the factory. This whirlwind of activity left Xiao Bin quite exhausted. After work, he hurried home, carrying fresh fruits and vegetables to prepare a meal. Humming a tune, he ascended to the second floor, where he encountered He Yanli. She emerged from her room, opening the door with a smile. What is this? Bringing up delicious food? Have you struck it rich? Seeing her flirtatious demeanor made Xiao Bin frown. There is nothing special, just some simple stuff. Not daring to look back, he hurried upstairs, leaving He Yanli feeling awkward. As he ascended, he bumped into the Wang father and son duo. Wang Faqiang was the first to poke his head out, bantering with Xiao Bin. Seems like your family has hit the jackpot. You're standing tall now. Wang Jia quickly pulled his father inside, whispering, everyone upstairs knows about you. Why are you talking to him? Wang Faqiang wrinkled his nose. I just can't stand his demeanor. So what if he has money? Even He Yanli is chatting with him. Why even acknowledge that widow? Remember what I said, don't embarrass yourself up here. And you're not embarrassed? You still haven't married anyone. You haven't either. Can you really criticize me? How about it? Who is in a better position here? Aren't we all the same? Wang Jia stood up abruptly. I still need to settle scores with him. His wife Maisu slapped me last time. I need to confront him. What did Maisu slap you for? I was just trying to chat with her and accidentally bumped into her, and she slapped me. Serves you right for trying to flirt. Don't you know she is a woman? So what if she is? Isn't that how it goes between men and women? Wang Jia angrily sank back onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Xiao Bin had already reached his floor, opening the door to place his goods on the table. Maisu, he called out loudly. Maisu emerged from the kitchen, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the delicious food on the table. Dear, did you really make some money this time? If I hadn't made money, how could I buy treats for you? As he went upstairs, he encountered He Yanli and the Wang father and son, who were peering in, asking one another questions. These people were certainly amusing. Why even pay them any mind? They're the most notorious upstairs and are most curious about such matters. Of course, just wait and see. The Wang father and son are even more entertaining. The Wang duo ambled up the stairs and gently knocked on the door. Xiao Bin opened it, and Wang Faqiang leaned against the doorframe, saying, what is this? Want to show us a few moves? Why are you so chummy with He Yanli? You should be careful. That widow is not someone you should mess with. The people upstairs want to take kindly to it. Wang Jia shot him a cold glare. You need to be cautious. Your wife has a tendency to hit people. Maisu, you better watch yourself. Seeing the Wang father and son becoming increasingly brazen and threatening to Xiao Bin made Maisu quite displeased. She approached the door and slammed it open, standing at the threshold, ready to shout, only to see the Wang duo quickly retreating downstairs. Why did they slip away just like that? If it comes to it, I'll go to their house and confront them. All the doors upstairs and downstairs opened, heads peering to see what was happening, before slamming shut again. Did you see that? Everyone was watching the commotion. What are you doing? Xiao Bin pushed Maisu inside and closed the door. Maisu, feeling more frustrated, slammed her palm on the table. Are we just going to let the Wang father and son bully us? Let them come to our door and shout. Everyone upstairs and downstairs knows what the Wang father and son are like. Fine. They may be bad, but they haven't done much to you. Your shouting will only raise suspicions. making others question what the Wang father and son are really like. Is there anyone up here who behaves properly? Especially that widow he. She is certainly not proper. What is the point of arguing with them? Our home is just fine, and everyone knows it, so just let it go. That is true. With that, they began preparing dinner with the vegetables and fruits. Maisu, let us make today's meal special. I'll help you cook a few dishes. As he spoke, he removed his outer coat and rolled up his sleeves to head into the kitchen. The meal promised to be delightful. Maisu nodded in agreement. When do you ever cook a meal that isn't delicious? I'm just waiting for you to whip up something tasty while I take a break from the Wang father and son's antics, which have left me breathless. Why even be angry with them? What does it matter if they are reasonable or not? We shouldn't let their foolishness get to us. Hearing her husband's words lightened Maisu's mood significantly, and she responded, "Oh dear, it's truly amusing to encounter those characters in this building." Exactly. There's no need to let them get under your skin. Chapter 43. The quarrel. Wang Jihe was already irritated with Xiao Bin, and seeing He Yanli speaking with him only fueled his displeasure, leading him to assume it was Xiao Bin who was pursuing her. Xiao Bin, I warn you to stay away from He Yanli. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Jihe clenched his fists and approached Xiao Bin, his face displaying disdain. Xiao Bin found his warning utterly nonsensical. He had done nothing wrong, yet Wang Jihe felt entitled to confront him, even if he had acted inappropriately. It had nothing to do with Wang Jihe or He Yanli, so what right did he have to reprimand him? Are you a little off in the head? I can't be bothered with you. Xiao Bin was well aware of the Wang family's reputation for mischief. Wang Jihe had repeatedly harassed Maisu, but thankfully, she had been wise enough to avoid falling for his tricks. Xiao Bin had chosen to overlook past grievances, yet here was Wang Jihe approaching him uninvited. Xiao Bin, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You've treated Maisu poorly because you're not interested in her, right? He Yanli is the woman I have my eyes on, and I warn you not to have any improper thoughts. Wang Jihe was oblivious to whether Xiao Bin was interested or not, pulling him back and refusing to let him leave. Have you had enough of this? Don't push me to take action against you. Xiao Bin shrugged off Wang Jihe's grip, visibly annoyed. This man was relentless. He had no connection with He Yanli, and today was the first time she had initiated a conversation with him. He found it perplexing that Wang Jihe couldn't see the situation clearly. However, the words coming out of Wang Jihe's mouth were distorted, revealing the sort of person he truly was. What were you two just chatting about? He Yanli continued to smile brightly, asserting that Wang Zai, with his pitiful demeanor, could never be worthy of her. Wang Zai immediately began to point fingers at Xiao Bin, his arrogance palpable as he declared that Xiao was merely fickle. Why don't you inquire of her yourself? Since you possess such remarkable capabilities, why seek my counsel? And by the way, just because I have not held you accountable for past grievances does not mean I am unaware of them. You, who are buried in the filth of your own making, truly believe everyone else is as devoid of decency as you. Wang Zai was taken aback by Xiao Bin's newfound audacity. In the past, a mere threat would have sent him cowering home to his wife. Now, not only did Xiao dare to retort, but he also bore an air of invincibility. Do not think your sordid past is unknown. Both you and your father are no paragons of virtue. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Xiao Bin's voice rose, fueled by disdain for the two men. He had long harbored a protective instinct for Meisu, recalling the times Wang Zai had attempted to cast his lecherous gaze upon her. The thought of inflicting punishment upon Wang Zai was tempting, but maintaining his composure in the face of such provocation was an exercise in restraint. Do not speak nonsense. I harbor no improper intentions towards your lady, Wang Zai stammered, his mind racing back to the fleeting feelings he had harbored for Meisu. However, her fiery spirit had rendered him powerless. Even a small advance would meet with her fierce rejection. The last time he had attempted to force his desires upon her, he had been thoroughly beaten, and the memory of that encounter kept him in check. As for Meisu, having not succumbed to his advances was already a disappointment, but upon encountering He Yanli, he found her even more captivating, her figure far more voluptuous than Meisu's. Consequently, he resorted to taunting Meisu on several occasions, but he dared not take it further. Xiao Bin understood that Meisu was not to be trifled with. Her seemingly delicate appearance belied a fierce spirit that would turn her into a prickly hedgehog at the slightest hint of impropriety. Wang Zai, it would be wise for you to refrain from appearing before me in the future. I fear I may be unable to restrain myself from rendering you unrecognizable. Xiao Bin thought about returning home to repair the household appliances for Meisu and had little desire to engage with Wang Zai any longer. Just as he intended to ascend the stairs, Wang's eye seized him, demanding, "What? You wish to leave without clarifying matters? What is there to discuss? Do not presume you have the right to question me. Even if you are He Yanli's husband, my relationship with her is none of your concern. Your words here are nothing but slander." Wang Faqiang, witnessing Xiao Bin's anger, hurriedly intervened, pulling his son aside. "Do not act rashly. You must be cautious. Why do you not heed my warnings?" Wang's eye was bewildered by his father's intervention, struggling to break free and pursue Xiao Bin. In a moment of frustration, Wang Faqiang slapped his son across the face. "You disgraceful fool. Your son cannot even best Lin Shuhua's man, and I witnessed Xiao Bin's brutal defeat of him firsthand. If you engage with him, you will undoubtedly return home in a sorry state." Wang's eye could not comprehend his father's fear of Xiao Bin and incredulously questioned, "What has Xiao Bin done to evoke such trepidation in you?" He refused to believe that Xiao Bin had risen above them. "Do not underestimate him. Xiao Bin is no longer the man he once was. You should avoid any conflict with him, especially since he dresses so well. Are you not curious about what he has been up to?" Wang's eye began to realize the gravity of the situation. No wonder he felt inferior standing before Xiao Bin earlier. It was all becoming clear. "Father, what shall we do? Are we to simply let him trample over us? Xiao Bin is a fool, and He Yanli is a woman I desire. Should he dare to entertain any improper thoughts, I will not stand idly by." The memory of Xiao Bin's brazen demeanor only fueled Wang Zai's indignation. Wang Faqiang sighed, placing a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. "Such resentment cannot be suppressed indefinitely, but we must tread carefully. He is currently in a position of strength, and confronting him head-on will only bring us misfortune. Rest assured, the opportunity to settle this debt will arise." The following day, Xiao Bin informed Mei Su of his decision to resign. "Are you truly certain about this?" she inquired as he donned his shoes. "I am resolute. Rest assured, I will see this through. Even if my business fails, I refuse to wallow in despair," he affirmed, seeking to ease her concerns. "Very well, I trust you," Mei Su replied with a radiant smile, adjusting his collar as she sent him off. However, upon entering the factory, he was met with the unwelcome presence of Wang Bapi. "Xiao Bin, why have you been shirking your duties at the factory?" Wang Bapi began his tirade, exuding an air of superiority. Ignoring him, Xiao Bin was determined to resign without being affected by Wang Bapi's antics. If this man craved attention, he could have it. Block his path. Two of Wang Bapi's companions stepped in front of Xiao Bin, who frowned in displeasure. Wang Bapi's voice rang out behind him, taunting, "After disappearing for so long, we thought you had discovered a lucrative venture and would never return to work. Now that the outside world has proven less favorable, you rush back to the factory as if it were a refuge. Do you believe you are invincible here?" Wang Bapi, with his disheveled appearance and unkempt stubble, believed himself quite the charmer. Even from several meters away, Xiao Bin could detect the unpleasant odor emanating from him. Had he not been there to resign, he would have preferred to avoid any association with Wang Bapi. The latter had long harbored resentment towards Xiao Bin since their previous encounter, and today, he had brought additional companions to ensure he would not be caught off guard again. "Wang Bapi, I have never instigated conflict with you. Even when you have provoked me, I have chosen to overlook it. However, if you persist in this harassment, I will not be so forgiving." Xiao Bin did not come today to confront Wang Bapi. He had matters to discuss with Huang Hai and had no intention of wasting his time on trivialities. Wang Bapi was taken aback by Xiao Bin's audacity. After several days of absence from work, he still dared to defy him. "Xiao Bin, do you realize that your absence has given me grounds to terminate your employment?" Xiao Bin retorted coldly, indifferent to Wang Bapi's influence. He understood that engaging with Wang Bapi was a waste of time and disrespectful to himself. "Stop pretending to be morally superior. Let me tell you, people like you should leave quickly rather than squander the factory's resources. You seem to have ingratiated yourself with the female technical director." Wang Bapi sneered. "Xiao Bin, I advise you to reconsider your choices while you are still young. Relying on women won't get you far. When you grow old, what will others see in you?" Wang Bapi laughed mockingly, with several henchmen joining in, some even pushing Xiao Bin. Just as Xiao Bin was about to retaliate against the loquacious Wang Bapi, Mei Su rushed over. "You haven't taken your things," she said, breathless. Holding out Xiao Bin's resignation letter, her cheeks flushed from running. "Since you are here to resign, avoid provoking trouble. Let him speak. The factory is just getting established, and it's better to avoid conflict," Mei Su urged, sensing Xiao Bin's fury. Observing Wang Bapi's smug expression, Xiao Bin scoffed, "Such a person is not worth my time. He is nothing but a toad," strutting around the factory. For Mei Su's sake, Zhao Bin decided to let it go, though he couldn't refrain from a few jabs. This only irked Wang Bapi further. Zhao Bin, are you afraid now that your wife is here? Truly, you are the epitome of a man living off a woman. Indeed, Director Wang, I have previously stated that Zhao Bin is utterly useless. Why should you fear him? One of Wang Bapi's cohorts chimed in. Even if he strikes, he won't stand a chance against us. We will ensure he leaves without a way back. Wang Bapi laughed heartily. Zhao Bin, if you let Mei Su spend the night with me, I will let you off the hook. Otherwise, you leave the factory upright. Wang Bapi, do not go too far. Zhao Bin has already chosen not to engage with you. Must you persist in provoking us? Mei Su interjected, worried that Zhao Bin might lose control, holding onto his hand tightly. Zhao Bin understood her intent and remained calm, knowing that if Wang Bapi instigated violence, he would be justified in his actions. Wang Bapi, however, showed no inclination to reconcile. At that moment, the factory manager arrived, his expression dark as he surveyed the group loafing around. What are you doing? Is this a social gathering? Upon seeing Huang Hai, Wang Bapi rushed forward, bowing slightly. Manager, you are unaware that Zhao Bin has been absent for days. You often overlook these small matters, but as the director, I must take charge. I merely spoke to him, and he attempted to strike me. Given his recent absences, we could easily dismiss him. Chapter 45. Resignation. Mei Su felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Bin, realizing how he had been mistreated in the factory. Huang Hai, upon hearing this, perceived that Zhao Bin had disregarded the factory's rules. He had indeed been lenient towards Zhao Bin, considering his contributions in securing business. However, stability had returned to the factory, and if Zhao Bin continued to overstep, he would not be coddled indefinitely. After all, he could not afford to be overly harsh on Wang Bapi, as a balance of power was essential for his position as manager. Zhao Bin, what is the meaning of this? Even if you have been granted a slight privilege, you cannot simply vanish for days on end. Not even the highest-ranking elder has been as audacious as you. Huang Hai admonished, do not let this happen again, or I shall not be so lenient. While Huang Hai's words were initially meant in jest, one of the bystanders insisted, indeed, manager, we must teach Zhao Bin a lesson. Otherwise, he will never learn his place. Wang Bapi, smug with anticipation, approached, hoping for a harsher reprimand for Zhao Bin, only to be kicked aside by Huang Hai. Although Zhao Bin is at fault, you are not blameless either. Mind your own business and focus on your responsibilities instead of gathering a group to loiter. As Wang Bapi's companions averted their eyes, Huang Hai's frustration mounted. Is it Wang Bapi who pays your wages? You blindly follow him, neglecting your work. Were it not for the fact that he is family, he would have been expelled long ago. Previously, Huang Hai had contemplated dismissing Wang Bapi after the incident with Zhao Bin, but Wang Bapi had hastily sought help from his sister, Huang Hai's wife. Upon hearing of her brother's potential dismissal, she had berated Huang Hai, forcing him to relent and retain Wang Bapi's position. I am merely managing the employees. And since you neglect this, you should be grateful for my assistance, Wang Bapi muttered. Huang Hai, exasperated, nearly struck him, but Wang Bapi evaded. Despite being somewhat subdued, Wang Bapi still harbored resentment towards Zhao Bin. Huang Hai was aware of this and had previously turned a blind eye. Now, with Wang Bapi's blatant defiance, Huang Hai felt disrespected. I am still here and do not require your concern regarding the factory. If you truly care, visit your sister, who has been unwell. Stop relying on her to clean up your mess. Zhao Bin, observing the escalating argument, wished to avoid wasting time with Mei Su and stepped forward. Manager, I actually came here to discuss something. Oh, what is it? Huang Hai asked, surprised, turning his attention to Zhao Bin. I came to tender my resignation today, so Wang Bapi need not harbor such animosity towards me. I shall not overshadow him in the future, Zhao Bin replied with a calm demeanor, having never desired the spotlight. Throughout, it had been Wang Bapi who sought to provoke him. I am grateful for your support during my time here, manager. But I recognize that Director Wang is likely dissatisfied with me, so it is unnecessary for me to remain. Though Zhao Bin intended to resign due to pressing matters, he felt it would be a missed opportunity not to impart a lesson to Wang Bapi before he departed. Moreover, this individual has always been a scoundrel. At this moment, it would be prudent for the factory director to pay closer attention to him, ensuring that others are not subjected to his malign influence. After all, in this era where talent is scarce, every warning issued is of paramount importance. Zhao Bin suspects that if it were not for the existence of such individuals, the 21st century could have made even greater strides. Upon hearing that Xiao Bin intends to resign, Wang Bapi was overjoyed, seeing it as a golden opportunity. Once Xiao Bin departs, he would have the chance to assert his dominance in the factory, with no one daring to disregard his commands. Each additional day Xiao Bin remains only prolongs his discomfort, especially given the animosity that exists between them. Should Xiao Bin continue his tenure here, it is likely Wang Bapi would focus all his efforts on undermining him. Even if the factory director values Xiao Bin, he would never dismiss his own brother-in-law on his account. Director, I have given this matter considerable thought and hope you will agree. Xiao Bin felt it necessary to consult Huang Hai, as the circle is quite small, and they may collaborate in the future. He did not wish to unnecessarily acquire an enemy. Listening to Xiao Bin's words, Huang Hai appeared troubled. Xiao Bin, why must you choose to resign? Is there something our company has failed to provide? No, it is not the factory's fault, Director. It is genuinely a personal issue. There are matters I cannot disclose at present, but in due time, you will understand the reason for my departure. Xiao Bin was not prepared to reveal his intentions to everyone just yet. The more concealed the matter, the better. What has prompted this sudden decision? You have already attained a director's position in our factory. Are you dissatisfied with your role? I could arrange for your promotion. Huang Hai sighed, visibly distressed. Director, it is not the factory's shortcomings. This is purely my own dilemma. The factory is excellent, and everyone has treated me well, barring a few exceptions. However, this does not constitute the fundamental reason for my resignation. I am an adult who would not relinquish my job over interpersonal grievances. Moreover, he could not guarantee that Huang Hai was unaware of Director Li, who was still misappropriating the name of Hongbang Group. If discovered, Director Li might refuse to continue supplying them. Is it because of that insufferable brat? Xiao Bin, there are matters you can confide in me. Your abilities have always been remarkable, and you recently rendered significant service. Our factory truly needs someone of your caliber. If it is because of that brat, I will send him home to farm, ensuring no one will ever dare to disrespect you again. Watching Wang Bapi revel in his triumph, Huang Hai, filled with exasperation, even contemplated dismissing Wang Bapi to retain Xiao Bin, a move Xiao Bin had not anticipated, and even Mei Su was quite surprised. Chapter 46. Persuasion. Again, Wang Bapi did not expect Huang Hai to value Xiao Bin more, instantly igniting his resentment. Director, you clearly do not regard me highly. I must inform my sister. Do you think being a factory director here is impressive? I warn you, you better let Xiao Bin leave now, or my sister will certainly not spare you. Wang Bapi angrily jabbed a finger at Huang Hai, causing passers-by to quicken their pace upon hearing his words. You scoundrel! Over the years, have I ever mistreated you? Not only do you fail to accomplish anything, but you also constantly create trouble for me. Each time, I have had to clean up your mess. Now you dare speak to me like this? Are you courting death? Get out of my sight. Huang Hai was furious, realizing that if Wang Bapi continued to linger, the factory might no longer belong to him. Do you dare to expel me? Wang Bapi shouted resentfully, clearly unwilling. Leave immediately, or I will have you thrown out. Your presence here will only hasten the factory's demise. Huang Hai pushed Wang Bapi, who, surprisingly strong, nearly toppled Huang Hai. Fortunately, Xiao Bin intervened just in time. I'll tell you this. Today, I, Wang Bapi, am leaving this place, and in the future, if you invite me back, I shall not return. Wang Bapi declared before storming out. Huang Hai, gazing at his ungrateful brother-in-law, felt utterly humiliated and chose to ignore him. Xiao Bin, do you truly have your own troubles? If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to let me know. Our factory genuinely needs you. Xiao Bin politely declined. Director, I indeed have matters to attend to upon leaving the factory, but rest assured, it is not that I find the factory lacking. It is solely a personal issue. Seeing that he could not retain Xiao Bin, Huang Hai patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Well, since you have made your decision, I will not press you further. Your talents are exceptional, and perhaps you will find greater opportunities beyond my small factory. Young people should possess such ambition. Huang Hai admired Xiao Bin's abilities, knowing that his departure was not for trivial reasons, and this was the best he could express. Xiao Bin, relieved by Huang Hai's cessation of persuasion, sincerely stated, Director, rest assured, I believe the factory will continue to thrive. By the way, if you invent any new motors at home in the future, do keep our factory in mind, as you know that only you have the capability to create such inventions. Huang Hai lamented, recognizing that with Xiao Bin's genius, their factory could achieve citywide acclaim within a year, even stirring a national sensation. However, fate often has other plans. Director, If I have opportunities in this field in the future, it is likely we will have chances to collaborate. After all, industries are interconnected, and it would not be surprising if they became partners, as sometimes fate is difficult to predict. Xiaobin smiled, acknowledging that if he pursued a career in the electronics industry, he might require Huang Hai's assistance. Everyone finds themselves in need at times. And even Xiaobin would not dare assume he would never be in such a position. Should you wish to return to our factory in the future, I will wholeheartedly welcome talents like you, youthful and capable. Huang Hai laughed heartily, suddenly realizing that letting Xiaobin go was perhaps the gravest error. Yet, each person has their own aspirations, and one cannot force their will upon another. Director, I still wish to offer you a word of advice. If you desire the factory's long-term development, it would be wise to avoid employing individuals like Wang Bapi, or else they will undoubtedly bring calamity upon the factory. Though these words were perhaps not one Xiaobin should have spoken, he was departing, and Huang Hai likely understood this as well. He merely mentioned it casually. If you wish to retain people's loyalty, I believe you know what steps to take. Wang Bapi, when provoked, will not consider your familial ties, for human hearts are often the most difficult to decipher. Xiaobin offered Huang Hai a word of caution. Wang Bapi had always been cunning and treacherous. In his previous life, Xiaobin had suffered greatly at Wang Bapi's hands. He was far from the fool he appeared to be, and when ruthless, he could outshine even Xiaobin. I am fully aware of this principle. But my brother-in-law is certainly not an easy character. If I dismiss Wang Bapi, my wife will undoubtedly cause a scene, and I will face her ire. Every family has its own burdens. You have no idea how overly indulgent my family is with this brother. At times, my standing in the household is even below his. Enough of that. Since you have decided to leave, let us proceed with the formalities. Huang Hai, feeling quite helpless, had never liked Wang Bapi, a man who possessed only a sharp tongue and made enemies wherever he went. He had only reluctantly allowed him to occupy a nominal position in the factory. Typically, he ignored Wang Bapi, never anticipating he would become such a tyrant. Meisu decided to return to work first. Huang Hai glanced at Meisu. Although Xiaobin had departed, Meisu remained, providing a glimmer of hope for persuading Xiaobin to return. There was no need for the factory manager to worry excessively. Circumstances would inevitably unfold favorably. Xiaobin nodded in agreement, and the two engaged in light conversation. He understood well the discomfort of having a troublesome brother-in-law at home. After completing his resignation formalities, Xiaobin sought out Meisu, hoping to convince her to resign alongside him. Why not resign now? Since I have already been let go. You need not continue working here, he proposed. Xiaobin was reluctant to leave Meisu alone, uncertain whether Huang Hai might bring Wang Bapai back to work. Fearing that Wang Bapai would target Meisu upon his return. Meisu was the type to suffer in silence, and if she were to endure alone, it would be a grave injustice. You need not persuade me further, focus on your own affairs. I can manage things here, you need not worry about me all day. Meisu reassured him, although Xiaobin's gaze remained fixed on her, filled with concern. I have reiterated many times that you have resigned. The family's stable income now relies solely on me. While you have initiated your factory, sales have yet to commence, and numerous expenses loom ahead, with no guarantees of profitability. Having a job here affords some security. To speak frankly, should complications arise, we would have a fallback, he added. Meisu grasped Xiaobin's hand, aware of his worries regarding her potential mistreatment. Yet, she also wished to assist him in any way possible. Perhaps you should also resign. Join me at the factory. And we can be together every day, she suggested earnestly. Xiaobin gazed at her with deep affection, remaining persistent in his request. Meisu quickly surveyed their surroundings and gently chided Lu Bin. We're still at the factory, so behave appropriately. She then continued, you've just opened your factory, and its future performance is uncertain. I should continue working for a while longer. Trust me, the factory will surely become profitable. Xiaobin insisted, holding her hand. Meisu swiftly withdrew her hand, ensuring no one was watching before feeling relieved. I still have my doubts. With elders and children at home, a stable income is essential, she replied earnestly. You think of the family and me, but you must also consider your own needs. Xiaobin urged. Just now, Wang Bapai was dismissed by the factory manager. His sister is the manager's wife. He might return soon, and if you remain here, you could be bullied. He expressed his concerns. Meisu quietly squeezed Xiaobin's hand before releasing it, offering comfort. Since the manager has dismissed Wang Bapai, he must be aware of the potential uproar from his wife, and will likely have a strategy in place to prevent Wang Bapai's swift return. As Xiaobin opened his mouth to speak, Meisu quickly interjected, "Rest assured, I have been here for quite some time, and I know many people. I won't be easily bullied." Her last statement was soft and drawn out. Hearing Meisu's playful tone, Xiaobin recognized her reluctance to resign, yet his concern remained. "If Wang Bapai does return, you must inform me," he insisted. "Why does it matter whether he comes back or not?" Meisu replied, her eyes darting away. "You must tell me. Even if you don't, I will frequently inquire with my friends at the factory. I hope you will be the one to inform me." Xiaobin asserted firmly. "Fine, I'll let you know." Meisu sighed in resignation. "If Wang Bapai returns, you should resign. I know you well. Even if you endure grievances, you would only downplay them to me," Xiaobin stated, gazing earnestly into Meisu's eyes. She averted her gaze, and he grasped her arms. Demanding, "Promise me." Meisu glanced around, struggling. "What are you doing, Xiaobin? We're still at the factory. Let go. Promise me first." Xiaobin insisted with unwavering resolve. "Honestly, it wouldn't be an issue if Wang Bapai returned. He can't do much to me at the factory," Meisu said helplessly. Noticing their colleagues watching them, she struggled more vigorously. "Let me go." Xiaobin observed the onlookers, dismissing their gaze as inconsequential, given their marital status and children. However, upon seeing Meisu's cheeks flush with embarrassment, he quickly released her. "You don't trust me. You think I can't protect you or provide for our family," he muttered, his voice somber. "No, I believe in you," Meisu quickly reassured him. "I recognize my past shortcomings, but I genuinely wish to protect you and shoulder our family's responsibilities." Xiaobin's voice softened, and in Meisu's eyes, he appeared to shrink, his once proud posture now bent in disappointment. "Please don't feel this way. You work hard for our family. I want to contribute too. Let's discuss this after I resign. I wish to ensure some security for our home," she said earnestly. Gazing into his eyes, realizing he could not sway her, Xiaobin felt a wave of despondency. "Pursue your passions. Our family will always support you. Regardless of when you choose to return, we will stand by you," Meisu said gently. Xiaobin reached out to embrace her, but upon seeing his movement, Meisu stepped back, cautioning, "What are you doing? We're not at home." Touched, Xiaobin replied, "I," as he took a couple of steps towards her. But she interrupted, "It's fine. Hurry back to work." With a blush, she turned and hurried back to her workstation. Xiaobin remained rooted, watching her diligently at work, quietly vowing to himself, "I will expand the factory and provide a better life for our family." As he exited the factory, he glanced back, contemplating. Life has entered a new phase. I must persevere. He then made his way to the job market, pondering the factory matters. Production was finally stabilizing, and it was time to recruit sales personnel. The job market was always bustling, filled with the boisterous calls of employers seeking help, quiet conversations among job seekers, cheerful exchanges, and heated disputes. Observing the clusters of people, Xiaobin wandered through the market, intrigued by their discussions, unaware of how much time had passed. "Hello, comrade." Someone greeted him while offering a cigarette. Accepting it with a smile, Xiaobin replied, "Hello." Noticing Xiaobin's amiable demeanor, Zhou Jiangwo felt he was approachable and asked, "Boss, you've walked around several times. Are you unable to find anyone?" Xiaobin glanced at Zhou Jiangwo but did not respond. Instead, he smiled and inquired, "What makes you think I am not looking for work myself? I consider myself somewhat familiar here. It's evident who is seeking employment," he boasted, puffing out a cloud of smoke with a hint of pride. Xiaobin chuckled and asked, "What do you do?" "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhou Jiangwo, and I work in sales." "What about you, boss?" he replied cheerfully. Upon hearing that Zhou Jiangwo was in sales, Xiaobin's eyes sparkled, and he maintained a steady tone. "I am Xiaobin. Since I've already told you I work in sales, you should share what grand business you are involved in," Zhou Jiangwo said, feigning disappointment. Xiaobin thought to himself that Zhou Jiangwo was indeed sociable and, despite their first meeting, seemed trustworthy and relaxed, a sign of a good salesperson. "Is it not evident?" Xiaobin teased. "Hee, I'm not a fortune teller." Zhou Jiangwo chuckled, scratching his head. Xiaobin chose to ignore him and continued, "What grand business could there possibly be? I have just opened a small factory, which is not yet a significant venture." "The boss, you are being overly modest." Zhou Jiangwo playfully patted Xiaobin's shoulder and inquired about the factory's primary operations. "We mainly produce canned goods," Xiaobin replied while inhaling smoke. "Ah, canned goods. No wonder I felt the cheerful chirping of magpies today. It seems I am destined to meet a benefactor," Zhou Jiangwo exclaimed with exaggerated expression. "This person certainly knows how to amuse," Xiaobin thought with a smile. Boss, do you need help with logistics? Zhou Jiangwo suddenly asked earnestly. Indeed. Xiao Bin replied with a grin. I came here specifically to find sales personnel, he added, glancing towards the talent market. Chapter 48. Initial cooperation reached. Upon hearing Xiao Bin's words, Zhou Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with glee, staring at Xiao Bin with the hunger of a wolf spotting a piece of meat. Noticing Zhou Jiangwo's prolonged silence, Xiao Bin turned to him. What are you doing? The intensity of his gaze made Xiao Bin's skin crawl, almost causing him to step back. Realizing Xiao Bin had spoken, Zhou Jiangwo chuckled, saying, Nothing, nothing. He leaned closer to Xiao Bin, resting his hand on Xiao Bin's shoulder. Xiao Bin quickly sidestepped, evading Zhou Jiangwo's outstretched hand, casting a peculiar look at him. Please don't stand so close, Xiao Bin warned, his mind racing with thoughts of whether this person had some peculiar interest in him, sending a shiver down his spine. He hastily took a few steps away, brushing his arm as if to shake off an uncomfortable sensation. Hey, brother Xiao, what was fine just a moment ago? Zhou Jiangwo smiled and approached Xiao Bin again. Xiao Bin raised a hand in a gesture of halting, saying nervously, I am a married man. Zhou Jiangwo, initially oblivious to Xiao Bin's discomfort, thought he had been too forward. Upon hearing Xiao Bin's words, he quickly retreated a few steps, feeling a little embarrassed. Brother Xiao, what are you thinking? I am also a man who loves women, he awkwardly explained, scratching his arm. Really? Xiao Bin asked, a hint of skepticism in his tone, though he refrained from moving away further. Oh dear, we are all decent people here, can we not think too far? Zhou Jiangwo remarked, exasperated. Xiao Bin contemplated the traditional norms of their era, chuckling inwardly at Zhou Jiangwo's expression. Why do you look so surprised? Xiao Bin asked, noting Zhou Jiangwo's reaction. It seemed to him that Zhou Jiangwo was viewing him as if he were an innocent maiden, a thought he kept to himself. Alas, I have grown accustomed to sales, and when I encounter someone with potential for business, I tend to be overly enthusiastic. It's merely a professional habit, Zhou Jiangwo explained, scratching his nose awkwardly. Your enthusiasm is quite alarming. Xiao Bin responded with a chuckle. Haha, once familiar, it's all good, Zhou Jiangwo replied, sheepishly touching his head. Seeing Xiao Bin's demeanor relax and a smile form on his face, Zhou Jiangwo seized the moment, saying, Brother Xiao, since you need help with logistics, why not let me assist you? Xiao Bin sized Zhou Jiangwo up before chuckling. Oh dear, Brother Xiao, please don't mistake my humor for frivolity. I assure you, I am quite reliable, Zhou Jiangwo insisted, his sun-kissed face flushing slightly as he reached for Xiao Bin's arm. Please refrain from grabbing my clothing, Xiao Bin remarked, glancing at the hand on his sleeve. We are all men here, what is the fuss? Zhou Jiangwo muttered to himself, but quickly released his grip. Xiao Bin regarded Zhou Jiangwo, increasingly convinced of his sales acumen, yet he remained composed, responding lightly. Oh, reliable indeed. I primarily sell canned goods. Zhou Jiangwo hastily replied, watching Xiao Bin intently. A thought sparked in Xiao Bin's mind, prompting him to ask, do you own a small shop? No, I collaborate with various small shops, supply cooperatives, and villages, establishing stable and long-term partnerships, Zhou Jiangwo explained earnestly, a hint of pride creeping into his tone. Xiao Bin cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Jiangwo, choosing not to engage further. After a brief silence, Zhou Jiangwo felt he had adequately showcased his merits. Believing Xiao Bin sought individuals in this line of work at the talent market, and thus he should initiate a conversation about collaboration. However, 5 minutes passed without a word from Xiao Bin, who continued to smoke, seemingly uninterested, which made Zhou Jiangwo feel awkward. Brother Xiao, would you consider collaborating with me? Zhou Jiangwo ventured. Internally, Xiao Bin felt pleased. After searching for talent for so long, someone had presented himself, and he appeared quite promising. Yet, he feigned indifference, thinking, you think your little tricks can impress me? I have long since outgrown such games. Seeing Zhou Jiangwo finally propose collaboration, Xiao Bin smiled and said, a big boss like you needs to partner with my modest factory? Oh dear. Brother Xiao, please don't jest with me. Zhou Jiangwo pleaded with a grin. Xiao Bin took another drag from his cigarette, surveying the crowd at the job fair while discreetly observing Zhou Jiangwo. Brother Xiao, let us collaborate. You produce, and I will sell. It's a splendid arrangement. You need not worry about sales, and I need not fret over supplies. The profits will be effortless. Zhou Jiangwo continued eagerly. Xiao Bin nodded, realizing Zhou Jiangwo was well-versed in the canned goods market. He was indeed a suitable candidate for sales. Sensing Xiao Bin's smile, Zhou Jiangwo felt a flicker of hope for their partnership, Yet he pondered, after so long in sales, how could he not discern Xiao Bin's attitude? It felt like a personal failure. Although I am merely a newly established factory, we have begun production and can churn out numerous cans each day. How much can you handle? Xiao Bin casually inquired, gazing into the distance. I can manage quite a bit, Zhou Jiangwo replied promptly. Do you have assistants? Xiao Bin asked, turning to face Zhou Jiangwo with a serious expression. Zhou Jiangwo, taken aback by the sudden gravity of the conversation, hastily replied, I have a team of brothers. If your prices are reasonable, I can bring them to collect goods tomorrow. Then come to the factory tomorrow to discuss further and check the inventory for pricing. Xiao Bin suggested unexpectedly. Zhou Jiangwo was taken aback. Xiao Bin had just appeared disinterested, and now he was talking about inspecting goods? It seemed they were on the brink of finalizing a partnership. Just moments ago, you were so eager. Now you seem hesitant? Are you toying with me? Xiao Bin teased with a smile. No, we will discuss it tomorrow, Zhou Jiangwo quickly affirmed, snapping back to reality as he observed Xiao Bin's expression, which bore a mix of seriousness and mirth. Do remember to arrive early tomorrow, Xiao Bin cheerfully instructed before walking away to continue browsing through the talent market. Zhou Jiangwo watched Xiao Bin's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of unease as he muttered to himself. That smile from just now was quite unnerving. It startled me. Yet, observing Xiao Bin's demeanor, he still believed him to be quite reliable. Brother Xiao, wait for me. I am familiar with this area. I can guide you, he called out while hastily pursuing him. No need, I'm just browsing, Xiao Bin replied leisurely. Chapter 49. Packaging completed the next morning. With the first batch of canned goods ready, Xiao Bin stood watch at the factory, keenly aware that the success of this initial production would determine the future of their operations. A successful sale could enable them to promptly settle their outstanding debts, while an unfavorable market response could spell disaster for their newly established enterprise. Everyone was energized. If this batch successfully launched, they might just weather the storm. Xiao Bin gazed at the meticulously packaged cans, a wave of joy washing over him. The sealing of the products was complete, and shipment could commence today. Contemplating the current market, he felt an unusual sense of reassurance, for he possessed not merely an understanding of the present circumstances, but also cherished memories of the future, which constituted his most invaluable asset, elements that would ultimately determine his success. With this inherent advantage, Xiao Bin felt assured that he would not fall short compared to others. The completion of packaging meant that they were ready for dispatch. As he surveyed the rows of cans, he envisioned wealth, perceiving each one as a vessel of potential fortune. The burgeoning market demand brought him a step closer to affluence. Brother Xiao, our inventory is nearly depleted. Should we continue production? It seems there are still a few materials left, Wang Erqiang remarked with a smile, astonished at the smoothness of the production process. In a short span, they had completed the packaging, eagerly awaiting the transfer of goods to the market. Although Wang Erqiang was not well versed in the intricacies of how Xiao Bin planned to market the products, he diligently followed Xiao Bin's instructions to ensure everything was executed flawlessly. Xiao Bin nodded in satisfaction at the neatly packaged cans, recognizing that their production had indeed been commendable. Regarding taste, with his advanced intellect, Xiao Bin could effortlessly concoct flavors that resonated with contemporary palates. All right, everyone, let us move the items to the pavilion. We can load them directly outside. Xiao Bin called to the workers. Presently, their factory had a modest workforce of around 20, a basic requirement for such a significant undertaking as canning. Sometimes, a smaller team could hinder timely deliveries. Hurry up. The boss is personally overseeing your efforts. If you all work diligently, Brother Xiao might just treat us to a meal. Wang Erqiang encouraged, having grown accustomed to camaraderie with the workers, often sharing light-hearted banter. Before long, Zhou Jiangwo arrived with a group of people, and Xiao Bin greeted them at the entrance. To an outsider, they might have appeared to be there to cause trouble. So Xiao Bin, have you prepared the goods for me? Zhou Jiangwo inquired, placing his arm around Xiao Bin's shoulder. He had made a special trip for the products. Observing Xiao Bin's integrity, he had faith in his ability to deliver quality items. Everything is ready. Your timing is impeccable. We just finished production as you arrived. Ha ha ha. Doesn't that signify our fateful connection? It seems destined for us to collaborate. Xiao Bin nodded, acknowledging their destined partnership, recalling that he had collaborated with Zhou Jiangwo in a previous life, making him a trusted ally. Otherwise, Xiao Bin would not have chosen him to share the profits of their initial batch. Although we have a good relationship, you must still inform me of the price. so I can assess it against the market rate. As Zhou Jiangwo walked behind Xiao Bin, he admired the factory's cleanliness, noting that it was rare to find such a pristine production area, especially one that combined both manufacturing and packaging processes. You've done well with the workshop. It's quite impressive. I believe you will achieve great things in the future. In the food industry, safety is paramount. We absolutely refuse to sell anything unsafe or unhealthy. Xiao Bin began unpacking the goods for Zhou Jiangwo to inspect. This batch costs 2 cents per can. I Haven Tea produced many, but this price is reasonable. The market price is higher than mine. Consider whether it's worthwhile. Zhou Jiangwo squinted slightly. 2 cents was an average market rate. Yet if Xiao Bin's quality was exceptional, it would be a lucrative deal. Establishing a friendship with Xiao Bin could yield significant future benefits. Zhou Jiangwo nodded, indicating that the price was acceptable. I'll need to inspect the goods. Although I trust you, you know the rules. Of course, please take a look. Xiao Bin understood the necessity of this verification process. Even when he collected goods himself, he would inspect them. If someone refused to check, he would be concerned about potential deception. Erqiang casually bring a can for Mr. Zhou to examine. Each can we produce maintains consistent quality, having undergone rigorous production standards. Xiao Bin gestured, and Wang Erqiang casually selected a can from the batch, opened it, and handed it to Zhou Jiangwo for his inspection. Zhou Jiangwo, initially expecting the product to be akin to others, glanced at it, but was taken aback. Why is your canned product of such superior quality? Even Hungban's offerings differ from yours. Looks like I've made a profit. Zhou Jiangwo laughed heartily, realizing the quality of these cans surpassed those available in the market. Moreover, with Xiao Bin's pricing being lower, he would save a considerable amount while acquiring superior products. This would undoubtedly enhance his resale price. Zhou Jiangwo, thoroughly satisfied, promptly signed a contract with Xiao Bin, and after finalizing the agreement, he remarked with a smile, I have quite a few people under me. If you offer such generous profits, I might require even more of your goods. I'm just concerned that the profits you're offering might lead to insufficient supply for your needs. Chapter 50. Low profits. Xiao Bin was taken aback by Zhou Jiangwo's forthrightness, perceiving him as an open individual. My primary goal this time isn't to amass wealth. I want to demonstrate that many are earnestly committed to the food industry. After all, I am not the only factory in this sector, and the competition is fierce. We must remain vigilant and never become complacent. Despite recognizing the promising market, Xiao Bin understood the importance of practicality. He was still in the nascent stages of his business, and building connections was paramount. Acknowledging the wisdom in the saying that the tallest trees stand out in the forest, he realized that as long as he established his footing in the business realm, he need not fear being targeted by larger forces. Xiao Bin aspired to innovate, crafting high-tech, unprecedented products. However, he also recognized the risks associated with standing out too prominently. He needed to contemplate his future strategies carefully. Yet, with diminishing profits, he worried whether his partners would consistently procure goods at such a price, making future price increases challenging. Zhou Jiangwo frowned, genuinely believing that Xiao Bin's approach carried significant risk. He was pleased to acquire such quality at this price, but feared that high production costs might hinder Xiao Bin's ability to maintain such standards. I understand the current profits are slim, but we've only just established our factory and are still building our reputation. I'm sacrificing margin to promote sales. This is merely the initial phase. Once I sell these goods, I can begin to profit. It's a simple principle. If I raise prices in the future, will you abandon such quality? I believe many would recognize that if I increase prices, they can do the same. So we suppliers and you merchants are in the same camp. Xiao Bin harbored no concerns that the industry would collapse due to such issues. He was confident that the future would only improve and that their factories would develop at an accelerated pace. More importantly, Xiao Bin was currently in need of capital and needed to expedite shipments. Mr. Zhou, you need not worry about my supply capabilities. If your shipments proceed swiftly, we can establish a long-term partnership. After all, I have not sought out other collaborators, and my experience working with you has been quite pleasant. Xiao Bin sincerely stated while shaking Zhou Jiangwo's hand. For him, having a stable customer base was paramount, as it would enable him to ramp up production without the concern of excess inventory. Is that truly the case? That is splendid news. I was worried that I would have to rush to secure your goods in the future. Your products are of such high quality that they are bound to sell. Zhou Jiangwo replied, thoroughly satisfied as he sampled the can, finishing it in a single sitting. Excited, he immediately rallied his team to procure stock, confident that this initial shipment would allow him to capture the market. As the producer, Xiao Bin had no intention of encroaching on his territory, which fostered Zhou Jiangwo's trust in him. Brother Xiao, we still have some raw materials and have produced a batch of finished cans. Did you not mention that these cans were meant for Mr. Zhou? Wang Erqiang, who had just left, returned with a box of cans. Zhou Jiangwo was astonished, as he had never encountered such a business practice before. He quickly waved his hand, saying, Xiao Bin, this is highly inappropriate. We are not ignorant of the rules. How much do you want for this box of cans? Just let me know, and I will pay you in full. Mr. Zhou, consider this our inaugural gift in this partnership. Please do not stand on ceremony. Xiao Bin anticipated Zhou Jiangwo's response, but since he had already decided to present the goods, he could not simply retract his offer. Xiao Bin, your generosity leaves me somewhat embarrassed. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly oblige, Zhou Jiangwo replied. With a smile, Xiao Bin nodded. There will likely be many instances where I will need your help. For now, let's focus on loading the goods. It is getting late, and everyone deserves a proper rest after finishing this load. Zhou Jiangwo signaled to his staff, who promptly began transporting the goods with remarkable efficiency. By the afternoon, the first batch was successfully loaded, and Xiao Bin was pleasantly surprised by the speed at which they had completed the task. If this pace continued, the factory would need to significantly increase production. Mr. Zhou, your team works exceptionally well. They are impressively swift. It took hardly any time at all to finish loading, Xiao Bin remarked, pondering that the workers' wages must exceed his own, explaining their high enthusiasm. Money truly motivates, Zhou Jiangwo replied with a hint of resignation, personally lifting a box of cans. This hands-on approach not only boosted efficiency, but also fostered a sense of camaraderie among the employees, enhancing their motivation. Once Zhou Jiangwo departed, Xiao Bin approached Wang Erqiang. Erqiang, it is time to ramp up production. Otherwise, we may soon find ourselves lacking inventory. We need to invigorate the entire factory and produce more cans. Xiao Bin estimated that this batch would be cleared quickly, necessitating an increase in their output for the next production run. Observing the number of people and vehicles Zhou Jiangwo had brought, he believed the factory should double production, thereby increasing the cash flow from the initial shipment and gradually improving their production conditions. Pleased with the cans in his hands, Xiao Bin smiled, having personally inspected each one. Any cans with even the slightest production flaw were discarded without hesitation. The factory needed to ramp up output. A consistently low production volume would not sustain their costs for long. Furthermore, they needed to supply Zhou Jiangwo with more cans, as maintaining this reliable sales channel was crucial. Xiao Bin had to ensure that the factory could simultaneously increase production while enhancing product quality, as this was a responsibility owed to consumers. Everyone, take a moment to rest. I will return shortly to organize the next steps, Xiao Bin announced. Wang Erqiang stood by, awaiting Xiao Bin's directives, knowing that the factory's initial goal was to produce in bulk to establish their brand. Chapter 51. Increasing production. Upon hearing Xiao Bin's words, Wang Erqiang appeared somewhat apprehensive, his expression showing signs of concern. Typically, he would spring into action at Xiao Bin's command, yet today, he hesitated. What are you still doing here? Gather the team for the next task. We must commence production of the next batch at an increased scale, Xiao Bin reiterated. Assuming Wang Erqiang had not fully grasped his instructions. Brother Xiao, if we continue producing at this rate, we end up with excess inventory? We have only just sent out the first batch. If they do not sell, we suffer losses? Wang Erqiang expressed, unusually contemplative. He was genuinely concerned for the factory's well-being, aware that they needed to rely on this batch to settle previous debts. If payment for these goods was delayed, they would face financial repercussions. Having finally secured a respectable endeavor, Wang Erqiang was cautious of being overly reckless and jeopardizing his job. With the first batch just taken away, he felt apprehensive about the sales prospects of the subsequent production run. Do not worry. Simply focus on ensuring the quality of our cans. Did you not hear Zhou Jiangwo express his eagerness for our high-quality products? Xiao Bin reassured Wang Erqiang, encouraging him to act decisively. Xiao Bin had meticulously planned this strategy. Pushing for increased production was not a spontaneous decision, but rather a calculated move to seize the moment. While Wang Erqiang's cautiousness was understandable, it was vital to analyze the actual situation. There was no need to conserve resources at this juncture. Their priority was to maintain quality while ramping up production. A steady supply chain was essential for sustained operations, as profits were derived from high volumes. Currently, Their products primarily catered to purchasing and marketing cooperatives and small retail outlets, which offered quicker returns. Rural areas, conversely, were slower to remit payments. Zhou Jiangwo's urgency to procure goods indicated he had reliable outlets for sales. Otherwise, he would not have requested such a substantial quantity. Zhou Jiangwo was a formidable figure, and Xiao Bin believed that even if he sought additional batches, selling them would pose no challenge. Are you not concerned about Zhou Jiangwo possibly taking advantage of us? Wang Erqiang inquired, intrigued. Although Zhou Jiangwo was undeniably capable, Xiao Bin's rapid trust in him seemed atypical given their short acquaintance. Trust begets trust. He will deliver satisfactory results, Xiao Bin confidently asserted. He was undaunted. For now was the opportune moment for the canned goods industry to flourish, and Xiao Bin was determined to seize this opportunity. With their products now on the market, they stood to gain significant profits. In contemporary times, individuals exhibit excessive frugality, hesitating to utilize raw materials, which consequently results in subpar product quality. The canned goods industry has persistently remained undervalued in the business arena. Presently, the ambition is to create the finest canned products, ensuring that quality is of the utmost standard. Furthermore, do send over some of your fruits, preferably the entire batch, as our factory aims to produce a larger quantity of canned goods. And we must not compromise on raw materials. Since we are committed to this endeavor, we shall establish ourselves as the most reputable national enterprise. If there is no precedent, we shall be the first. In business, one should never fear losses, for there are countless consumers in this world. If we approach matters from the perspective of the common people, we need not worry about sales. Standing at the factory entrance, Xiao Bin gazed at the sun slowly setting, envisioning a grand blueprint in his mind. I shall instruct them to transport all the remaining fruits from my home this evening. If that proves insufficient, I will seek additional sources. What's wrong? Are you no longer afraid? Xiao Bin teased, noting Wang Erqiang's earnestness. As long as Brother Qiao says to proceed, I shall give my all, Wang Erqiang asserted with conviction. Very well, relay this to your family. I will have your father inform the village chief. Should our future endeavors yield fruitful results, our factory will likely require a steady supply, allowing us to procure directly from your family. After all, it is said that one should not let the fertile waters flow to others' fields. Your family will also benefit financially, and I trust in the quality of your produce. Regardless, our raw materials must be healthy, with no hint of discrepancies. Xiao Bin reiterated, concerned that Wang Erqiang's family might err, and he cautioned him several times before feeling at ease. Wang Erqiang understood it was time to gather everyone back to the workshop. Meanwhile, Xiao Bin wandered through various sections of the factory. Although modest compared to others, its simplicity facilitated production, and the 20 or so workers felt no sense of crowding. Erqiang, could you bring me that ledger? I need to calculate everyone's wages. Since everyone has worked overtime today, they deserve some compensation. I have always said, as long as our factory profits, everyone shall share in the wealth. I will never shortchange anyone. Having initially come from the working class, Xiao Bin was acutely aware of the hardships faced by laborers. He was determined to share whatever profits he made, even if it meant the factory earned less. Observing the workers' diligence, he wished to stand alongside them through thick and thin. This is wonderful. It seems we shall earn enough to celebrate the new year at home. Indeed, this year we have yet to savor the aroma of meat. Coming here to work was truly fortuitous. My wife initially cautioned me against joining this newly established factory, claiming it was unstable. Thankfully, I did not heed her words. Otherwise, I would be at a loss now. I have never encountered a boss as generous as Brother Qiao, who even shares a portion of the profits with us. Such a boss is truly a good person. The workers expressed their joy. The outside world was rife with exploitative employers, leaving them with few options. Wang Erqiang was immensely grateful to Xiao Bin, feeling a surge of excitement. Coming from a humble background, he never anticipated that Xiao Bin would consider his family's welfare so thoroughly. If Xiao Bin indeed decided to source from them in the future, it would undoubtedly improve their circumstances. Chapter 52. The deepening bond of the couple that evening. Meisu was walking home when she spotted Wang Erqiang exiting his house. She greeted him with a smile. Erqiang, stay for dinner. I will prepare something delicious. Wang Erqiang was taken aback by her warm demeanor and waved his hand in refusal. No need, sister-in-law. I still have a few things to finish up. Brother Qiao has already gone home. You should hurry back for dinner. He thought it best not to intrude upon the intimate dinner that Xiao Bin was preparing for her, mindful of his position and respectful towards Xiao Bin. All right, Be careful on your way back. If you have time, do come over. Our factory's success is largely due to your continued support. Mei Su recognized that Wang Erqiang was now wholly dedicated to assisting Xiao Bin at the factory, a significant change from his previous ways. Very well, sister-in-law. I shall take my leave. Wang Erqiang intended to find a vehicle for transporting goods, as the factory had not yet secured a contract for transporting clients' cargo. If they could manage this aspect, Xiao Bin had mentioned that it would facilitate future collaborations with clients, as few were willing to bring their own crews for transportation. Before Mei Su could ascend the stairs, she heard faint noises coming from inside the house, leading her to believe that Xiao Bin had brought some machinery home again. Upon entering, she was greeted by a delightful aroma of meat. She inhaled deeply. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. Xiao Bin emerged, pleased to see Mei Su's astonished expression. You're back. I'm cooking. Go wash up, and then we can eat. Mei Su couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Bin's domesticity. What man is like you, coming home to cook every day? You should devote more time to the factory's affairs. Do you think I'm afraid of what others might say? What is wrong with being a homemaker? Mei Su, you're mistaken. I'm cooking for someone I love. And there is nothing shameful about that. Xiao Bin held no traditional views on gender roles. He believed that if one truly loved someone, they should prepare meals for them. Are you neglecting your factory duties? By the way, why did you buy so many vegetables today? Didn't we agree not to waste? Mei Su had mentioned this countless times. Yet, Xiao Bin often disregarded her advice the following day. However, she had grown accustomed to his free-spirited nature. As long as the money wasn't squandered on gambling, she considered it a blessing. Today is a special day. We should celebrate. Mei Su rolled her eyes. How did you decide today is a special day? It's not a festival or an anniversary. Of course. Today, all the goods produced at our factory have been shipped out. Isn't that a good day? Let me treat you to this meal. Xiao Bin declared proudly, evidently in high spirits. Wow, I didn't expect your factory to be doing so well. It seems you've managed to get all the goods dispatched, Mei Su responded, amused by Xiao Bin's enthusiasm. Currently, Xiao Bin exhibits a profound ambition in his career and devotes considerable attention to household chores. Mei Su, witnessing such diligence from him, feels an immense sense of satisfaction. She does not yearn for Xiao Bin to achieve immense wealth overnight. She is simply content as long as he does not regress to his former ways. Rest assured, once we release our batch of goods into the market, our prospects will significantly improve, alleviating many of our current concerns. At that point, not only will the factory stabilize, but our income will gradually catch up as well. Xiao Bin reassures Mei Su, often feeling compelled to speak a few extra words during such moments to ease any burdens she might feel. The following morning, Xiao Bin rises early, while Mei Su tidies the living room. Upon seeing him, she inquires, why are you up so early? Shouldn't you sleep a little longer? Xiao Bin responds, the factory has just opened. I must personally oversee operations, or the employees may remain oblivious to the proper procedures. He dresses swiftly, even offering to help Mei Su clean. She gently pushes him toward the door, saying, enough, enough, don't block my way. Hurry along and tend to your matters. I can manage here. No. I merely wish to help you with the cleaning, he insists, feeling somewhat helpless. Although he understands the importance of supervising the employees, he sees no need to rush out so hastily, especially since Mei Su is urging him to leave without even allowing him breakfast. Just as he is about to step outside, Mei Su calls out, what are you doing? Breakfast is on the table. Take it with you to the factory. Do not keep eating that junk outside. We have plenty of food at home, so you need not buy anything today. Mei Su feels it necessary to remind Xiao Bin once more, as he often impulsively purchases items. Although she is fully aware of this tendency, she still makes an effort to convey her thoughts. All right, I understand, Xiao Bin replies cheerfully, taking the breakfast from the table, relieved that she still intends to prepare meals for him. As he departs, he cannot resist planting a kiss on Mei Su's forehead, saying, I'm off now. Mei Su is momentarily taken aback, never expecting such a gesture from him. What are you doing? No need for such frivolity. You'll be late for work. Blushing, she hurriedly urges him to leave, feeling a mix of embarrassment and sweetness, as it has been quite some time since they shared such intimacy. Chapter 53, The Cargo Crisis. Xiao Bin arrives at the factory humming a cheerful tune, only to find a large crowd gathered at the entrance, creating quite a commotion. Puzzled, he wonders, why are there so many people so early in the morning? As he contemplates this, Wang Erqiang rushes over, exclaiming, Brother Xiao, you're here. Let us hurry inside before they come looking for you. Curious, Xiao Bin inquires, what brings them all here this early? Are they looking for me? Wang Erqiang replies with a smile. It's a delightful dilemma. Xiao Bin shivers at his mischievous expression. You look so smug. I feel like giving you a good smack, he retorts. Wang Erqiang chuckles. If this happens every day, I wouldn't mind a light beating. Xiao Bin, though being hurried along, observes that Wang Erqiang appears relaxed, as if there is no significant issue at hand. What exactly is this good news? I'm curious to see what could make you feel that a beating would be worthwhile. Wang Erqiang pulls Xiao Bin through the throng and into the factory. Once inside, he stands at the door and observes the crowd outside. With a grin, he explains, these folks are here to take delivery. They're eager to collect their goods. But we have a shortage, and I'm anxious about how to prioritize. Following Wang Erqiang's gaze, Xiao Bin surveys the throng and smiles. Such troubles are indeed a source of joy for those of us in the manufacturing business. Wang Erqiang concurs, indeed. This sweet dilemma means our canned goods are in high demand. Xiao Bin, filled with laughter, agrees. Yes, we simply need to ramp up production. The two friends share a hearty laugh, unaware that a stout man among the crowd has been observing them for some time. Look, isn't that the boss? A plump middle-aged man whispers to a tall, slender companion. I believe I saw him when I first arrived. He seems to be in charge of the workers. The tall man ponders, stroking his chin. The plump man, after a moment of contemplation, exclaims, I think I heard someone mention a leader of his age. Supervising the workers when they first came in. He must be a significant figure. Let us approach him and see if we can get our cargo sooner. The tall man suggests quietly. All right, let us go. The plump man agrees, and they quietly make their way to the entrance. The plump man greets Wang Erqiang with a smile. Boss, would you care for a smoke? As he offers them cigarettes. Xiao Bin and Wang Erqiang exchange glances before accepting the cigarettes. The tall man produces a match to light them. These are special gifts I sought out. Ordinary folks wouldn't dare to present them, the plump man remarks with a grin. Such generosity. Thank you, Xiao Bin replies, inhaling the smoke with a smile. The plump man glances at Wang Erqiang, then subtly observes Xiao Bin, confirming that Xiao Bin holds a slightly higher position than Wang Erqiang. With a friendly demeanor, the plump man produces 2 more boxes of cigarettes, offering them to Wang Erqiang and Xiao Bin. I feel a connection with both of you. Consider these boxes as a token of friendship. Wang Erqiang hastily declines. No, we've already enjoyed these special cigarettes. We cannot accept yours. The tall man quickly interjects. Oh, please accept them. It's a gesture of goodwill. Let us be friends. While Wang Erqiang continues to resist, Xiao Bin steps back, moving to a less conspicuous area. The plump man, experienced in sales, recognizes their reluctance and wishes to keep the atmosphere light. Since this is our first meeting, we aren't yet well acquainted. Next time we meet, don't be so quick to decline, he says, playfully patting Wang Erqiang on the shoulder. Wang Erqiang smiles, of course. As they converse at the entrance, others nearby notice the commotion and gather around. You must be the boss. We all want to take delivery. When can we begin? A youthful man calls out. Wang Erqiang quickly responds. We haven't made arrangements yet. Please wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. Who will go first? It's not fair if those two get to leave before us. Another voice chimes in from the crowd. Wang Erqiang, holding the cigarettes, wishes he could return them. Feeling irritated, he scans the crowd but cannot pinpoint the source of the remark. Just as Wang Erqiang appears ready to lose his temper, Xiao Bin calls out, Erqiang, come here for a moment. I need to speak with you. Everyone, please hold on. Wang Erqiang, fuming, responds, what is it? After relaying his instructions to Wang Erqiang, Xiao Bin returns to a less visible position. Wang Erqiang addresses the crowd with a smile. Everyone has arrived early to queue for their goods. I would never allow anyone to go ahead of you. We will distribute the goods in the order of your arrival. That is fair. This boss truly knows how to handle matters. The youthful man replies cheerfully. Indeed, we are a reputable factory. Come, everyone. Gather here to receive your numbers, and we will proceed in order. As he spoke, he entered the factory and picked up the numbered tags to distribute among the crowd. Xiao Bin observed the long queue forming and noted that there were no disputes over who stood in front of whom, appreciating that these individuals were reasonable and amicable. He decided to overlook the queue situation and walked over to an older, seemingly honest man who had already received his tag. Uncle, would you care for a cigarette? Xiao Bin asked with a smile, offering a fine smoke. This is some good stuff. The uncle replied, accepting the cigarette with a grin. What does it matter? It's all for sharing. Xiao Bin chuckled. Huh. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have access to such quality. Thank you. The uncle took a puff and squinted. Then Xiao Bin inquired, "Did you come here together this morning to pick up goods? Who are you?" The uncle asked, opening his eyes and regarding Xiao Bin with caution. "I work at the factory," Xiao Bin replied with a smile. The uncle took another puff and responded, "Well, not exactly. I heard from acquaintances that a new factory had opened, so I came over to pick up some goods." "Do you all know each other?" Xiao Bin asked, intrigued. "Not really, but we all work in the same industry, so we've crossed paths now and then," the uncle answered, smoking and smiling. "Oh, so you all found your way here through your own channels," Xiao Bin remarked. "Of course. In this line of work, one must stay well informed," the uncle replied. "You're still young. In a few years, you'll understand," he added with a laugh. At that moment, Shou Jiangwo approached and slapped Xiao Bin on the shoulder. "Uncle, I'm going to check on things," he said, pulling Shou Jiangwo aside to an open area. "Hey, Xiaoge, your goods sell like hotcakes. Hurry up and get me another truckload. I can't afford to miss out on profits," Shou Jiangwo exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Xiao Bin, rubbing his shoulder, looked at him in surprise. "You've already sold out the goods you took?" Shou Jiangwo, preparing to smoke, rolled his eyes and replied, "Isn't that obvious? If I hadn't sold out, would I be looking for more?" Xiao Bin playfully slapped Shou Jiangwo's arm and laughed. "You've done well. Selling all that in just one day?" Shou Jiangwo nearly dropped the cigarette he was holding, grinning through gritted teeth. "Are you taking revenge? Hurry up and get me another truckload." His tone was stern, yet his face bore a smile. "You were quite rough with that slap earlier," Xiao Bin teased, gesturing toward the queue. "Look at these folks. They've been waiting since early morning for their goods. By now, there won't be any left for the morning. Come back in the afternoon. Xiao Gu, I was your first customer, and we're in this for the long haul. Can't you give me a special favor and let me take a truckload?" Shou Jiangwo pleaded, offering Xiao Bin a pack of cigarettes. Xiao Bin pushed the cigarettes away, pointing to the people waiting. "I can't give you special treatment. We agreed to follow the queue. There are too many eyes watching," he whispered. Shou Jiangwo glanced at the others in line and, understanding the importance of integrity in business, reluctantly conceded, "All right then, I'll wait until the afternoon." Chapter 54. Securing the raw materials. Seeing Shou Jiangwo readily agree, Xiao Bin patted him on the shoulder and assured him, "Rest assured, you were my first customer. I won't forget you. In the future, just let me know how much you need and when you'll be coming, and I'll personally reserve your spot in line." "Oh, to have Xiao de boss on my side. My reputation is truly formidable." Shou Jiangwo laughed. "How could your reputation not be significant? You can sell a truckload in a day." Xiao Bin feigned astonishment. "Haha, Xiao boss, you're quite amusing," Shou Jiangwo chuckled, giving Xiao Bin a friendly pat on the shoulder. As they walked to the side of the vehicle, Shou Jiangwo said, "I'll come back in the afternoon for the goods. You head back first. I'm off." Xiao Bin waved as he watched Shou Jiangwo's vehicle drive away. He hurried over to Wang Erqiang, who was observing the loading of goods, and said sternly, "Stop watching the loading. Let someone else do that. You need to supervise production now." "Oh," Wang Erqiang responded quickly, setting off to find someone to monitor. Noticing Wang Erqiang's hurried demeanor, Xiao Bin stopped him, saying, "Just go directly to oversee production. I'll find someone else to monitor. We must increase output today to ensure that all these people waiting can get their goods." "Okay, I'm on it," Wang Erqiang affirmed, turning to run. Xiao Bin caught his arm and whispered, "You've worked hard these past few days. Once we're done, I'll treat you to a meal." "Hey, what are you saying? This is what I should do," Wang Erqiang replied with a smile, turning to leave. Xiao Bin watched him go, feeling grateful, truly a good brother. Turning his gaze back, he saw a truck just filled up driving away while workers began loading another vehicle, and a large group awaited their turn. He thought, although he knew a day of shortage might come, he hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. Today alone, the demand exceeded the original target by 1.5 times, and he urged the production team to work diligently. If the same demand persisted tomorrow, even if they worked overtime for a few days, the fruit yield from Wang Erqiang's hometown would not suffice. They needed to find more fruit. Frowning in thought, Xiao Bin looked up at the crowd. A spark of inspiration lit his eyes. He stepped into the throng and called out, "Hello, does anyone here have fruit to sell? Our factory is looking to purchase." The bustling conversations came to a halt. "Your factory is buying fruit?" a young man asked. "Indeed. As you can see, with so many people here to collect goods, it indicates our product quality and business are thriving, so we plan to scale up production," Xiao Bin proclaimed with a broad smile. People began to murmur amongst themselves again. Xiao Bin continued, "I understand that many of you might be hesitant about our first collaboration, but I am one of you, and the factory is right here. What is there to fear? I genuinely wish to purchase your fruit. After a moment, several individuals stepped forward. I can provide quality fruit and settle the payment right away, Xiaobin asserted. I have fruit available, said a plump middle-aged man who had previously offered Xiaobin and Wang Erqiang special cigarettes. I have some as well, chimed in a tall, slender middle-aged man. We have it too. Many voices echoed in agreement. A young man standing beside Xiaobin added, most of us have fruit to offer. Jiuli even has an orchard. Oh, Xiaobin's eyes brightened. Listening to their conversations, he noticed the nearest individuals were the most enthusiastic, while those farther away seemed less eager, possibly due to having limited quantities at home. Everyone, please step forward if you can provide a substantial amount, Xiaobin called loudly. The 4 individuals already beside him nudged closer, and Xiaobin said, I've noted you 4, no need to crowd. He took a step back and called out, is there anyone else? When no one else approached, he smiled at the 4 and said, it seems we have no more takers. Let us head upstairs to the office to discuss. He then summoned a worker to ensure that the loading proceeded in order of the numbered tags, instructing that any issues could be directed to him upstairs. The young man, seeing everything organized, quickly interjected, Boss, I haven't received my numbered tag yet. Count and see what number he is and give him the tag first. Xiaobin instructed the worker he had called over. I'll check with him. I should be up next, so there's no need to worry. Please wait a moment. The young man replied with a smile. All right, Xiaobin responded cheerfully. The 3 individuals beside him also expressed their intent to check in with their friends and dispersed to do so. Before long, the 4 individuals returned to Xiaobin's side. Have you all settled your matters? Then let us ascend and discuss, Xiaobin said with a smile. Boss Qiao truly possesses a good temperament, remarked a plump middle-aged man. He handles affairs meticulously, ensuring everything is arranged for us, added a tall, lean middle-aged man. Thank you so much, said the young man. The last of the group, Jiuli, who bore an honest and simple expression, merely followed along without uttering a word. Upon arriving at the office, Xiaobin personally brewed tea, cheerfully pouring it for the 4 guests. The plump middle-aged man accepted the tea and, gazing around the spacious office, remarked, Boss, you are truly impressive. This office is both vast and immaculate. You are indeed a person of considerable enterprise. The tall, lean man echoed the sentiment with a smile. Oh, not at all. You flatter me, Xiaobin replied, chuckling. This grand office is certainly enviable, the young man said, running his fingers across the desk. Observing the young man's gesture, Xiaobin chuckled, you are still young. In time, you too shall possess such things. Laughter erupted among them, and the young man withdrew his hand, chuckling shyly. All right, let us cease the pleasantries and address serious matters, Xiaobin declared, setting the teapot down. The group turned their attention to him, their demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. As you may have noticed, I require fruit for canning, and the quality must be high. Spoiled fruit is unacceptable. Taking a sip of tea, Xiaobin continued with a smile. My orchard is well maintained, and there are not many bad fruits. Even if there are some, I will ensure to sort them out before sending them here. Jiuli, with his honest demeanor, was the first to speak up. You can trust me, Xiaobin inquired curiously. He is Jiuli. Rest assured, this fellow is renowned for his integrity. If he says he won't deliver, he absolutely will not. The plump middle-aged man chuckled. Indeed, he is quite reliable, well known in the vicinity, the young man added. And what about the rest of you? Xiaobin inquired, nodding toward the remaining 3. We have all sold fruit before and are well acquainted with the rules. You can trust us. We will not pass off inferior fruit as quality. They responded in unison. As the saying goes, a gentleman follows the rules after a rogue. While I believe you will not, it is prudent to state this up front. Every batch of fruit must be inspected, and payment will not be made unless it passes inspection. Do you all agree? Xiaobin asked sternly. Of course, they all nodded in agreement. Then let us sign a contract. This will provide us all with assurance, Xiaobin suggested with a smile. Sounds good. The 4 of them readily signed the contract. Allow me to treat you to a meal, Xiaobin said, glancing at the contract. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This significant hurdle had been so easily overcome, and a sincere smile graced his face. Perhaps another time. We truly have matters to attend to today. The canned goods must be delivered, they replied, laughing. Then you may go about your business. I shall treat you another time, Xiaobin said, patting one on the shoulder. After they departed, Xiaobin looked at the contract and mused that now the raw materials were secured. He needed to address the staffing issue and hasten to the labor market to recruit workers. Chapter 55. Braised pork with vermicelli. Xiao Bin secured the contract and went downstairs to observe the bustling workers loading the goods. Approaching them, he called out, "Brothers, thank you for your hard work today. We shall have a feast of braised pork with vermicelli. This is a grand meal we usually enjoy only during the new year." The workers exclaimed joyfully, their spirits lifted. Xiao Bin then visited the production workshop, sharing the news of the feast with the workers, which invigorated their efforts. Seeing the workers, their brows glistening with sweat, yet smiling, Xiao Bin felt a surge of motivation. At that moment, Wang Erqiang approached Xiao Bin, noticing his cheerful demeanor. "I've been quite vigilant, Haven Ti. Look, not a single person is slacking. Everyone is working fervently. And our production quantity is nearing what we typically achieve in a day. I am quite impressive, wouldn't you say?" Seeing Wang Erqiang's beaming face, Xiao Bin clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You've done exceptionally well this time. Truly remarkable." Wang Erqiang scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful. "Your praise is overwhelming. I feel oddly embarrassed." Xiao Bin playfully slapped his shoulder again, laughing. "When have you ever felt embarrassed?" Wang Erqiang lowered his hands, pondering for a moment before responding seriously, "Never." Laughter erupted again as Xiao Bin reveled in Wang Erqiang's antics. "Did you hear? We shall have a feast at noon today. Go purchase 100 yuan's worth of pork and have them prepare it as braised pork with vermicelli for everyone to enjoy." Xiao Bin instructed Wang Erqiang. Initially, Wang Erqiang was elated at the thought of a delicious meal, but upon realizing he had to go buy the meat, his expression soured. "I've been running around all morning without a moment's rest, and now you want to assign me more work? You are truly a taskmaster. I still need to go to the labor market to recruit workers. I have not rested at all. Do you think I have it easy?" Xiao Bin replied helplessly. "You are going to the labor market now? Aren't you going to have lunch at the factory?" Wang Erqiang asked, perplexed. "Given how hard everyone is working, how could I dare to rest? It's just a meal, I want to eat. You go on ahead," Xiao Bin said nonchalantly, glancing at the busy workers. Wang Erqiang thought to himself, how can a person not eat? It's so hectic right now. If this continues, his health will surely suffer. He approached Xiao Bin, placing a hand on his shoulder with a pained expression. "Brother Xiao, please buy the meat for me. The labor market won't disappear if I'm a bit late. My legs are weary from all the running today. Please show some sympathy for your younger brother." As he spoke, he leaned heavily against Xiao Bin. Recognizing Wang Erqiang's ploy to ensure he ate before going, Xiao Bin chuckled and playfully slapped his hand away with a sharp sound. "Ah!" Wang Erqiang cried out in surprise, quickly shaking his hand. "I'm off to buy the meat. You stay here and keep watch," Xiao Bin declared. "You," Wang Erqiang grumbled, watching Xiao Bin's retreating figure with gritted teeth. After everyone joyfully finished their lunch, Xiao Bin headed to the labor market. Having recruited there previously, he quickly identified the crowd of potential workers he needed. Approaching them, he smiled and addressed one individual. "We are hiring for the canning factory. It is a long-term position with monthly salary payments. Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing this, the nearby individuals turned to look. Seizing the moment, Xiao Bin raised his voice. "We are hiring for the canning factory. It's a stable, long-term job with timely monthly wages, and we provide meals and accommodations." Those who had been hesitant suddenly rushed towards Xiao Bin, who, seeing the gathering, took out a contract and began to read it aloud. After finishing, they posed several questions. And once all were clarified, Xiao Bin prepared to sign contracts with the workers. Just then, someone nearby shouted about hiring, offering a wage that was precisely 10 yuan more than Xiao Bin's proposal. Those who had been ready to sign halted in their tracks. Noticing the individuals who had been poised to sign now slowly drifting towards the other offer, Xiao Bin felt a surge of anger and muttered under his breath, "What terrible luck! Why must they come to recruit at this very moment?" Observing the awkward situation where no one was signing contracts, yet he couldn't lay down his pen, Xiao Bin approached the crowd that had formed around the other recruiter. After much effort, he squeezed his way to the front, only to find that the one hiring was Xie Zhengwo. Xiao Bin's anger flared. "Are you doing this on purpose?" he shouted. Xie Zhengwo, spotting Xiao Bin in the throng, laughed heartily. "Ah, how the tables have turned. Boss Xiao, it seems you are unable to recruit anyone this time." Seeing Xie Zhengwo's smug expression, Xiao Bin felt his face flush with anger. "You must be insane." Xie Zhengwo, reveling in Xiao Bin's fury, nudged his subordinate beside him, who chuckled. "We've long desired to avenge our previous humiliation at the labor market. We've been keeping an eye on you. The moment you arrived, we recognized you." As he spoke, the subordinate chuckled and continued. We are just here watching you, seeking talent, recruiting, reading contracts, answering queries. At this point, Xie Jiangwo playfully nudged his colleague and exclaimed with a laugh, when we saw you pull out the contract and hand someone a pen. We intentionally started recruiting right beside you, offering 10 yuan more than your salary. How does that make you feel? Haha. Xiao Bin understood the jest, but felt his anger rising to the point where his hair might stand on end. Yet, he knew that the more furious he became, the more amused Xie Jiangwo would be. Taking a moment to compose himself, he retorted, Isn't your company on the verge of collapse? The fact that you can loiter around the talent market every day indicates trouble. I could find you a job moving goods. Although there was a prevailing opposition to feudal superstition, those in business often appreciated auspicious words. Upon hearing Xiao Bin's remarks, Xie Jiangwo pointed at his head, shouting in mock anger, What is wrong with me? Am I not right? You wouldn't be embarrassed, would you? Oh, don't worry. Despite our minor conflicts, I'll still lend you a helping hand, Xiao Bin replied with a grin. Xie Jiangwo quickly retracted his hand, laughing as he said, With your wealth, you should be raising workers' salaries. Why not step up? I believe that as long as you offer a competitive salary, everyone will flock to you. Won't they? This last statement was directed at the workers, who usually followed Xie Jiangwo's lead in jesting. At that moment, the workers nearby were unusually silent, not a single one conversing with another. Xiao Bin suddenly smiled and remarked, Last time, the recruits you sought at the talent market ended up coming to me for a higher wage. This time, you think you can provoke me? Do you take me for a fool? With a challenge in his voice, he continued, If you have the capability, then raise your salary. Everyone is watching where the higher wages are. Why waste time with idle talk? Could it be that your small factory is struggling and on the verge of collapse? Xie Jiangwo laughed. Then, with a shift in his gaze, added, Let me tell you, if you've never run a factory, don't overextend yourself. The talent market is indeed high-priced. If you insist on raising salaries, how will you manage? He burst into laughter, saying, You're about to go under, aren't you? I bet you can't even pay your workers' wages anymore. My business is thriving. I can hardly keep up with demand. So how could I not afford wages? Surely, that's your factory's predicament, Xiao Bin shot back with a smile. If you can, raise your wages. After all, I'm offering 10 yuan more than you. You're feeling generous, huh? Let us consider this your win, Xie Jiangwo laughed loudly. You best ensure they all accept your offer. Xiao Bin waved dismissively, unfazed. Hearing Xiao Bin's words, Xie Jiangwo was fuming, thinking, I'm here to annoy you. What do I need these workers for? He then chuckled, eyes glinting with malice, and continued, your small factory truly is failing. You can't even afford to raise wages by 10 yuan. Who knows when it might go under? If you say it's going under, then why don't you just ascend to the heavens? If you fall, it won't affect me, Xiao Bin retorted, mocking Xie Jiangwo. He then scratched his ear and added, Haven't you already recruited these people? Go on, recruit them. Are you just playing with everyone? Upon hearing this, the job seekers raised their heads, staring at Xie Jiangwo, who quickly took a few steps back. Feeling a bit embarrassed by his earlier retreat, he stepped forward again, declaring, I am indeed recruiting, but how many I hire is none of your concern. I never said everyone couldn't go to you, Xie Jiangwo shouted. But his factory is small and inexperienced. You all should think twice before going there. You might end up not getting paid for your hard work, he added, casting a pitying glance at the workers. Chapter 56. Encountering him again, seeing that those he had swayed were about to leave, Xiao Bin felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Could you listen to me for a moment? The group turned to him, giggling. Are you all so easily swayed by others? Though I've just started my factory, I assure you, I will never default on wages. If I owe anyone, how can I keep my business running? The crowd shook their heads, wavering in their resolve. What if you do default on our wages? You've just opened a small factory and everything is still unstable. What if business doesn't go well? What makes you think that? We've invested and committed to this venture. Would we close the factory after just a month? Have you considered how much more I would lose? Hearing this, the crowd began to soften, and they cheerfully agreed. Let us sign the contract. At least we can secure this month's wages. They whispered among themselves, feeling optimistic about the wages Xiao Bin offered, believing it would ensure them income this month. Perhaps in the future, things might improve, and they felt quite pleased. Unexpectedly, Xie Jiangwo stepped forward again, blocking their path. You'd be better off coming to my place. I can offer you higher wages. And our factory has years of development experience. Don't you trust us? We wouldn't abandon our factory for no reason. The wages we offer are higher than his. The crowd surged towards Xie Jiangwo, and Xiaobin realized that recruiting here would not be as easy as he thought. Watching as they flocked to sign contracts with Xie Jiangwo, he felt a twinge of resentment. Turning away to gather his belongings, he approached Xie Jiangwo coldly and warned, "You better watch yourself. I might not tolerate you for long." "What do you mean by that? Do you think you have enough power to provoke me? You should know I am far more formidable than you. One day, you will know the consequences of crossing me." "What? You think you're that powerful?" Xiaobin scoffed, disdainfully leaving. He knew that after cleverly outmaneuvering Xie Jiangwo at the talent market last time, it was now his turn to face misfortune. Feeling increasingly agitated, he made his way back to the factory. In the workshop, he encountered Wang Erqiang and quickly reached out to stop him, asking, "Do you know someone named Xie Jiangwo? He also runs a food factory." Wang Erqiang paused, hesitating before responding, "Yes, which Xie Jiangwo? The one with the food factory? I don't really know him." Just then, Zhou Jiangwo approached quickly, wearing a cheerful expression as if he wanted to speak with Xiaobin. Wang Erqiang pointed at Zhou Jiangwo and said, "I know him. That's Zhou Jiangwo." They laughed together, but only Xiaobin remained serious. Frowning, he glared at the approaching Zhou Jiangwo, his eyes filled with anger and fatigue. "Xiaobin, what is wrong with you?" Zhou Jiangwo sensed something was off and, noticing Xiaobin's lackluster demeanor, asked urgently, "What happened?" Xiaobin quickly recounted the trouble with Xie Jiangwo, explaining how the man ran a food factory and was always at odds with him. "What's his deal?" Zhou Jiangwo replied hastily, "He runs a shell company, but he's quite powerful." "What do you mean by a shell company?" Xiaobin inquired. "Essentially, it's just a facade. He's actually helping others attract business." "Ah, I see. So if there's a problem, he might be unreachable?" Xiaobin pondered. This type of company often shuffles business around, hence the term shell company. Previously, it was called a front company. You know about those, right? "Yes, I've heard of such companies. But I wonder if these intermediaries are even legal now. They're called shell companies for a reason. They trade in other people's contracts. Uncertain of their intentions and the legality of their actions, it remains ambiguous whether they operate within the bounds of the law. However, if they perform well, they may assist others in establishing business connections, although the matter of contract reselling is more convoluted. In the past, shell companies often had no products and vanished after cashing out. At this moment, Xiaobin felt a newfound confidence as he remarked, "If he operates unlawfully by facilitating business connections for others and merely engages in contract reselling, that is certainly illegal. I have seized upon his vulnerability and can confront him directly. Indeed, I might even extort something of value from him. This could turn into a significant gain for me." "What? Xiaobin, do you dare engage in such activities? You could find yourself ensnared in his web. The gravest concern is that you are breaking the law, using threats against him, which could lead to serious consequences. Once entangled, you might find it impossible to extricate yourself, potentially facing years of imprisonment." With a deep sigh, Xiaobin lamented, "I will undoubtedly seek retribution against Xie Jiangwo. During my recent recruitment efforts at the talent market, I did not anticipate encountering him, disrupting my search for talent. Our factory, having recently opened, is in dire need of personnel. We must conduct our affairs lawfully. We cannot afford to engage in such theatrics with him. It is indeed true, we must adhere to the law in our business operations and avoid unnecessary conflicts with him." Xiaobin sighed again, frustrated at his misfortune in encountering such a person, which only served to irritate him further. He turned to Wang Erqiang, asking, "How many more people does the factory need? Provide me with a number and compile a list to see where we might find suitable candidates. We should explore various platforms or other talent markets instead of endlessly entangling ourselves with Xie Jiangwo. Does he not possess considerable influence?" He glanced at Zhou Jiangwo, who stood silently observing him. "Yes," Zhou Jiangwo nodded quickly. "Indeed, he wields a certain level of power, and we can only avoid him. We lack the concrete evidence to take him down." "That is true," Xiaobin affirmed. "It seems unnecessary for us to engage with him. It is best to steer clear of him." "Exactly, we are not acquainted with him, so why provoke him?" Xiaobin waved dismissively, saying, "We shall deal with him if we cross paths again." Chapter 57. Investigating Xie Jiangwo after ensuring that all goods had been transported and that no outsiders remained. Wang Erqiang approached Xiaobin, smoking a cigarette, and inquired, "Brother Xiao, why did you suddenly ask about Xie Jiangwo today?" "There's a minor conflict, and I wish to learn more about him," Xiaobin replied, watching the departing vehicles. "A conflict?" Wang Erqiang was puzzled. It was unusual for someone as open-minded as Xiaobin to inquire into another's background. Brother, this must have occurred today. What happened? Please share. Recalling the events of the afternoon, Xiaobin felt a surge of anger and inhaled deeply from his cigarette. Seeing his reaction, Wang Erqiang realized that Xie Jiangwo had once again acted unscrupulously, but he was curious about what could provoke such ire in Xiaobin. He patted Xiaobin's shoulder gently, saying, "Brother, do not be angry. Please explain what transpired." "Nothing significant. He intentionally attempted to poach workers from me at the labor market. Thus, I wish to investigate his background," Xiaobin replied nonchalantly. "Isn't poaching quite common in the labor market?" Wang Erqiang observed, feigning indifference. Xiaobin suddenly pushed Wang Erqiang forcefully. "Are you still my brother?" he exclaimed angrily. Taken aback, Wang Erqiang stumbled back a few steps, realizing he had underestimated the severity of Xie Jiangwo's actions. He approached Xiaobin again and placed a hand on his shoulder. "But you were the one who downplayed it for me. I was merely speaking logically. How can you claim I am not a brother?" he said with a grin. Xiaobin, irritated by the grin, shrugged his shoulder dismissively. "Keep your distance." Wang Erqiang's eyes twinkled. "Brother Xiao, if you continue like this, I shall be heartbroken," he feigned, pretending to wipe away a tear. Seeing Wang Erqiang's antics, Xiaobin could not maintain his anger and laughed, saying, "You little rascal, are you trying to provoke me?" Wang Erqiang sidled closer to Xiaobin and whispered, "How could I possibly not stand by your side? So, you think of me this way? I'm truly heartbroken." Though he spoke lightly, the relaxed demeanor as he exhaled smoke revealed to Xiaobin that Wang Erqiang was merely teasing him. After a brief moment of silence, Xiaobin, also smoking leisurely, realized Wang Erqiang was just playing around. Wang Erqiang tightened his grip on Xiaobin's shoulder and urged, "Brother, do share the details. I wish to hear of his misdeeds." Unable to contain himself, Xiaobin inhaled deeply and said indignantly, "When I arrived at the labor market, his people spotted me and trailed behind, secretly observing my efforts to recruit and converse with potential hires. Did they come over to poach talent when they saw your intention to hire?" Wang Erqiang interjected. Xiaobin shot him a glare. "You speak now. I won't interrupt." Wang Erqiang quickly gestured to zip his lips and focused on Xiaobin. Xie Jiangwo and his crew continued to follow me without intervening. He watched as I gathered many workers for discussions. Then, I stood elevated, reading the contract and responding to their inquiries. As Xiaobin relayed the events, his tone grew increasingly agitated and his words quickened. Surely, he wouldn't dare to jump in and poach talent at that moment. Wang Erqiang exclaimed angrily. Indeed, he suddenly called out for workers, offering wages that were 10 yuan higher than ours. Xiaobin declared, taking an angry drag from his cigarette. "This scoundrel is insufferable. Our wages are already among the highest in the industry, and adding 10 yuan per worker significantly inflates our costs. He is doing this intentionally. I offended him by hiring at high prices during my last recruitment at the talent market," Xiaobin noted, glancing at Wang Erqiang. "Why should he dictate our hiring practices? Does the vast talent market belong solely to him?" Wang Erqiang responded, his face filled with shock. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Wang Erqiang continued, "This man is utterly unreasonable. He has taken the time to follow you, monitoring your recruitment efforts. What a conniving individual. Moreover, he is not merely coincidentally trailing me. He has someone stationed at the labor market daily to track my movements," Xiaobin stated sternly. "This scoundrel. Let us gather workers and teach him a lesson. We should see if he dares to act this way again," Wang Erqiang exclaimed, turning to summon the workers. Xiaobin quickly grabbed Wang Erqiang and shouted, "Calm down. We live in a civilized society. What are you planning to do? Do you wish to end up in jail? Such a person will never learn without a lesson," Wang Erqiang declared, throwing down his cigarette, his eyes blazing with intensity. "We cannot resort to violence. After all the effort spent getting the factory running smoothly, if we were to engage in a brawl, it would all be for naught." Xiaobin raised his voice. Hearing Xiaobin's reasoning, Wang Erqiang gradually calmed down but still insisted, "So what do we do? I cannot simply let this go. Do not worry, I am not one to passively endure. We cannot break the law, but we also cannot let this slide." Xiaobin released Wang Erqiang, contemplating their next steps. "What then?" Wang Erqiang inquired, looking at Xiaobin. "How about this? Utilize your strengths to conduct a thorough investigation into Xie Jiangwo. Let us gather information before deciding how to counter him," Xiaobin suggested. "All right, I will follow your lead, Brother Xiao. I shall begin investigating him immediately," Wang Erqiang affirmed, nodding. Hurry back with good news. I await your findings." Xiaobin replied indifferently. With that, both men parted ways, returning to their respective homes. When Xiao Bin arrived home, he was greeted by 2 plates of vegetarian dishes on the dining table, while Mei Su approached him carrying a pot of egg noodles. A gentle wave of happiness surged within him. "Are you tired?" he asked Mei Su, his eyes filled with affection. Mei Su paused momentarily, her cheeks slightly flushed, replying, "What's there to be tired about? Hurry and wash your hands to eat." "Dad, you're back," his daughter exclaimed, rushing towards him with a smile. Xiao Bin scooped her up in his arms, gently saying, "Let us wash our hands first." Okay, she responded joyfully. After freshening up, they gathered around the table. Observing the modest meal, Xiao Bin furrowed his brow and said, "Mei Su, now that we are earning well and our living conditions have improved, we needn't be so frugal. Let us have some meat dishes at every meal from now on. Our meals are too simple. Isn't this fine? We have 2 dishes. Plus, we have meat every few days. We're getting enough nutrition, so don't worry," Mei Su replied while feeding their daughter. "I'm not just concerned about nutrition. I want you both to have meat every day, wear good clothes, and live well," Xiao Bin said, setting down his chopsticks and looking earnestly at Mei Su. Mei Su put down her bowl and replied seriously, "I know you want us to live well, but your factory has just started and expenses are everywhere. It's better to be a little frugal for now." Seeing her serious demeanor, Xiao Bin realized further argument would lead to conflict, so he smiled and said, "All right then. I'll listen to you and endure a bit of hardship for now. This life is something I never dared to dream of. How can it be considered hardship?" Mei Su laughed, then resumed feeding their daughter. As Xiao Bin ate, he gazed at Mei Su, contemplating, "In my past life, I failed to provide you with a good life. In this life, I must ensure you have one." His thoughts shifted to the kitchen, and he mused, "In the future, I will find time to buy groceries early and cook at home myself. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup." He smiled at Mei Su, thinking, after all, she loves me. Even if she sees me, she will only nag a little, not truly be angry. He served Mei Su a piece of food and then took their daughter's bowl, cheerfully saying, "You should eat quickly. I'll feed our daughter." Chapter 58. Picking up Mother Qiao at this moment, Xiao Bin had returned home, having tidied up the rooms and cleaned the kitchen thoroughly. Mei Su lifted the curtain and walked in, noticing how neat and orderly everything was. It was undoubtedly Xiao Bin's doing, as no one had visited their home. She quickly headed to the kitchen, where she found Xiao Bin busily washing dishes and cleaning the cutting board, humming a tune as he worked. "What else with your good mood?" Mei Su asked cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Yes, business has been good lately, and I'm quite happy. I wanted to discuss something with you. Please sit in the living room while I pour you a cup of tea," he replied. "You're going to pour me tea?" Mei Su thought to herself, feeling delighted, as she usually prepared tea for Xiao Bin. She settled into the living room, and soon he brought her a cup. "Mei Su, our living conditions have improved, and I was thinking of bringing my mother back to stay with us for a while. I want to take care of her. What do you think?" Xiao Bin said. Mei Su felt a pang of emotion. In the past, Mother Qiao had stayed with them, but left due to their inadequate living conditions, expressing her desire to leave. Mei Su felt guilty, fearing that the elder would suffer alongside them. She urged, "Let your mother come stay with us. Our conditions have improved. How could we refuse her?" Xiao Bin was overjoyed and immediately called his brother, Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian readily agreed, asking, "Oh, is Mom with you? Should I put her on the phone?" "What? You've brought her there?" "Yes, she is right here with me." "All right, then I'll bring Mom to my place in a couple of days. She can stay with you for now," Xiao Jian affirmed. "Is that all settled?" Mei Su asked eagerly. "Yes. My brother has agreed that we can bring Mom to our house in a few days," Xiao Bin confirmed, his excitement palpable. "Have you prepared dinner? Let us eat quickly and tidy up a room for Mom's arrival," Mei Su suggested, both of them thrilled at the prospect. A couple of days later, as Mei Su was getting ready for her early shift, she could prepare everything for Mother Qiao's arrival. Early that morning, she left for work while Xiao Bin hurried into the factory, ensuring everything was in order. He called over Wang Erqiang, saying, "You'll be in charge of everything here while I focus on bringing my mother home for a couple of days and spending some quality time with her." "Your mother is coming home? I'll make sure everything is taken care of at the factory," Wang Erqiang promised confidently. Xiao Bin rushed out of the factory, heading straight to the entrance of Mei Su's workplace. Usually, she returned home alone, but today was different. As she stepped out, humming a tune, her high heels clicked on the pavement, her short hair swaying gently, and her large eyes radiating beauty and poise. Upon seeing Xiao Bin waiting for her, she nearly dropped her bag in astonishment. "What is going on? You came to pick me up? Is it so surprising?" Can I come to pick you up after work? He teased. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mei Su felt tears welling up. Xiao Bin had never done this before. He had never even entered her workplace. Why are you being so sweet today? She asked, linking her arm with his. Oh. It's rare for my husband to come so early and romantically pick me up. You never thought of doing this before, she exclaimed. Just because you're good to my mother, and I'm planning to bring her here, I thought it was fitting to pick you up, he replied playfully. Wait, are you doing this for your mother or for me? Mei Su asked, feigning anger, pulling away with her bag slung over her shoulder, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Xiao Bin quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, saying, Let us not make a scene at the factory entrance. Others will see and laugh. Some onlookers were already stifling their laughter. Mei Su blushed with embarrassment. Honestly, I just wanted to pick you up. Now that I'm in business, my work is much easier, and it's convenient to do so. Plus, my mother will be staying with us. So I thought it would be nice to tidy up together and prepare for her arrival. Yes, we can bring her home this afternoon, Mei Su agreed. Have you arranged everything? I'm prepared to bring her home from my brother S, he inquired. How did your brother respond? Is he unhappy about us bringing our mother over? He'll be fine. We're helping him out, and he won't mind, after all. He has been caring for her for a while now. He must be tired, so how could he not appreciate our help? Exactly, and I'm sure he'll be grateful. You two have a pretty good relationship, don't you? Let us not dwell on that. I just hope your sister-in-law doesn't mind. She often wants to take care of Mother Chow herself. Indeed, there is no need to say too much to her. Simply inform your brother, as it is ultimately his opinion that matters. Xiao Bin repeatedly asserted, since my brother has already agreed. Let us head directly to his house and bring our mother back. I shall take charge of this matter. He patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, our mother will surely be pleased. Regardless of what my sister-in-law may say, the key is that the elderly lady enjoys her time with us. How could she not be happy? She hasn't lived with us for several years, and if we show her some filial piety by having her stay for a while, it will put her mind at ease and bring her joy. Just look at you, so capable. How could she not be elated? Mei Su chimed in with a playful laugh. The two, arm in arm and in good spirits, made their way to Qiao Jin's place, planning to take the bus directly to fetch Qiao's mother. Chapter 59. The widow Wang. The following day, Mei Su, who had an early shift, prepared everything in advance and left without checking if Xiao Bin was awake. Given that he was diligently working, she felt no need to constantly supervise him. If she were to exhibit persistent distrust, it would only create discomfort between them. Instead, it was far better to place a measure of trust in Xiao Bin, thereby nurturing their marital bond. After Mei Su departed, Xiao Bin rose, prepared breakfast for his mother, and then set out for the factory. Just as he descended the stairs, he encountered Wang Haiyan, the widow from upstairs. Ah, Xiao Bin, why are you up and about so early? Now that you are your own boss, why do you still leave at the crack of dawn? You put us all to shame, she exclaimed, sidling up to him, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate herself. You see, not only are you handsome, but you also possess great talent. I always knew you would strike it rich. Look, I was right. Wang Haiyan smiled, playfully nudging him, pretending to be quite familiar. However, Xiao Bin was acutely aware that their relationship was far from intimate. She had previously regarded him with disdain, often avoiding him. You're too kind. I really must be on my way, he replied, wishing to distance himself from her. Yet, Wang Haiyan clung to his arm like a stubborn burr, unwilling to let him leave. We are neighbors, after all. What harm is there in a little chat? Your significant other isn't here, so no one will see, she persisted. There's no need to speak of anything improper, even if someone were to witness us. What of it? Xiao Bin quickly sidestepped, feeling a twinge of guilt despite his resolve. After all, in his previous life, he had nearly fallen into her trap. No matter how clever he was, he sometimes struggled to decipher women's intentions, and today, he sensed there was more to her conversation than met the eye. Not one to beat around the bush. He lacked the patience to indulge her vague overtures. He had to return to the factory to oversee the ongoing processes, as the staff were still unfamiliar with the technical aspects, and it was imperative he remain vigilant to prevent any mishaps. Wang Haiyan had been observing Xiao Bin closely these past few days. Noticing his well-tailored attire and the numerous bags he brought home each day, she wasn't naive. She recognized the value of the items he carried. Upon further inquiry, she learned that Xiao Bin had recently come into wealth, hence his daily haul of goods. Xiao Bin, why are you so distant with us? We do share a bit of history, do you not recall? You once drank too much, and I made you a bowl of hangover soup at my door. Had I not been pressed for time, I would have taken better care of you, she said, leaning in closer. Yet, Xiao Bin was no fool. He had no interest in Wang Haiyan's advances. If you have no ulterior motives, may I ask a favor? She asked, patting his shoulder solicitously. What is it? He replied, perplexed as to why she felt entitled to make requests of him. Well, as you know, I am all alone and quite helpless. If you could extend a hand whenever there is an opportunity for profit, I would be grateful and could assist you in return, she implored. Xiao Bin found her request amusing. Their relationship was non-existent, and he perceived her sudden interest as opportunistic. You're joking. I have merely a modest sum. If you truly wish to earn money, you need not look to me, he replied dismissively. Wang, at present, I possess only a trivial amount compared to what you might imagine, he continued, knowing full well the nature of her character and how she had come to this wealth. I see you are not as modest as you claim. Otherwise, you wouldn't be lugging around so many bags, she retorted, clearly displeased with his reticence. However, she had no leverage to compel him to divulge his methods of earning. If you were willing to learn, I would gladly discuss these matters with you when I have the time, but I must really be off to work now, Xiao Bin said, eager to resolve the standoff. He wished to avoid any appearance of impropriety, particularly now that he had reconciled with Mei Su. Just then, Wang Haiyan remarked, You expect me to wait for you? How long must I endure this? I know the rumors. They say you are quite the devoted husband, and your wife keeps a close watch on you. As they conversed, Li Faqiang, who had been observing from below, could no longer contain his anger. He rushed upstairs and confronted Xiao Bin, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Xiao Bin, you have no shame. Just because you have a bit of money, don't think you can flirt around here like a free man. You are a married man. Li Faqiang had always enjoyed antagonizing Xiao Bin, reveling in petty conflicts and priding himself on seducing married women, viewing it as a badge of honor. Chapter 60. The quarrel. Seeing that Xiao Bin ignored him, Li Faqiang stepped closer, pulling at his sleeve. What facade are you putting on? Everyone knows you've never been a good person. Those past actions of yours were unthinkable. Xiao Bin smirked. He found it audacious that Li Faqiang would dare to raise his voice at him, as if he were an easy target. I'm afraid what I used to be has nothing to do with you. Furthermore, the one barking like a dog here now is you. I do not have the luxury of time to waste on you, so step aside. Typically, Xiao Bin would teach him a lesson, but he has matured significantly and would never squander energy on trivial matters. Who would have thought Li Faqiang would be unreasonable? Directly stepping forward to grab Xiao Bin's collar and yell, How dare you insult me? Since when did you have the audacity to speak so freely in my presence? Get lost. Do you think you're so formidable? All you do is bum around, eating and drinking everywhere. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly before me? And don't think I'm unaware of your past misdeeds. Should you provoke me, be prepared to face the consequences. Xiao Bin, in a hurry to get to work, initially wished to avoid any conflict, especially since this person can be quite persistent. You two should stop arguing. We are neighbors. And both of you are young men I hold in high regard. There is no need to quarrel over me. Wang Haiyan occasionally chimed in, further infuriating Li Faqiang. Just moments ago, she had been complaining to him about how disagreeable Xiao Bin was, yet now she was defending him, which only fueled his anger. Li Faqiang, if you have the guts, wait for me to finish work before confronting me. I don't have the mental energy to engage in pointless chatter with you right now, so step aside. Xiao Bin was not only unfriendly towards Li Faqiang, but also lacked patience with Wang Haiyan. If not for the two of them blocking his path, he would have been in the factory by now. Look, I told you Xiao Bin is incompetent. Now he is scared and wants to leave. Do you think I'll believe you'll have the courage to wait for me here tonight? Li Faqiang didn't give Xiao Bin a moment's respite, insisting on confronting him early in the morning, especially with the charming lady present. Naturally, he wanted to assert his dominance in front of her. Moreover, what had enraged him was the fact that Xiao Bin had just been speaking to Wang Haiyan. If he didn't put a stop to this, he might find these two conspiring together in the future. Didn't he know Xiao Bin's character? His apparent change for the better was likely a ruse to attract the women in the neighborhood. Li Faqiang, adopting a dominant posture against the railing, pulled Wang Haiyan closer, asking, Who do you think would win if I fought Xiao Bin? Wang Haiyan pulled away, glaring at Li Faqiang. How would I know? Isn't that something for you two to figure out? Don't involve me in your male squabbles. Wang Haiyan approached Xiao Bin, clearly showing her support for him, which only heightened Li Faqiang's fury. Xiao Bin, do you dare to fight me, so Wang can see who is stronger? Xiao Bin had no intention of engaging in such childish rivalry. He glanced coldly at the two and stated, I have no desire to play games with you. Is it that you don't want to play or that you're afraid? Let me make this clear. If you refuse to compete, it means you concede. So, when you see Wang, you better keep your distance. Xiaobin's patience was wearing thin. This fool seemed intent on provoking him. Just as he was about to step forward and teach this insolent individual a lesson, Wang Haiyan intervened, pulling Li Faqiang aside. What are you two making such a fuss about? Can't we discuss this calmly? Previously reveling in the attention from two men vying for her favor, Wang Haiyan now realized Xiaobin was genuinely angry and felt compelled to intervene. Xiaobin, you know how Li Faqiang is. Don't let him get to you. And you, Li, Xiaobin is on his way to work. You're not in the same position as him. Wang Haiyan was keen to establish a favorable image in front of Xiaobin, so she stepped in to mediate instead of remaining a passive observer. Li Faqiang, our matters have nothing to do with you. Even if Xiaobin and I have issues, you shouldn't meddle. Wang Haiyan rebuked Li Faqiang in her eyes. Xiaobin's worth far exceeded that of this ruffian. After all, if Xiaobin got angry, he would be hard to placate. Whereas Li Faqiang could easily be subdued with a little humility from her. Mind your own business from now on. I do not wish for you to interfere in my affairs again. Li Faqiang fell silent after Wang Haiyan's reprimand. She turned to Xiaobin, smiling apologetically. I'm sorry. Xiaobin, this incident was primarily my fault. I apologize on behalf of Li Faqiang. Wang Haiyan feigned decorum in front of Xiaobin, her expression innocent, attempting to elicit sympathy from him. However, Xiaobin was not easily fooled by such simple tricks. He ignored her apology, stepping past her to confront Li Faqiang. If you dare to speak nonsense in front of me again, you can consider your tongue forfeit. Also, you would do well to avoid loitering around my home today. I want to be lenient. Li Faqiang, who had been obsessing over Mei Su, had already been caught lurking around her home multiple times, especially now that she was dressed attractively. After opening his factory, he had little time to spend at home or to quarrel with the neighbors. Today's altercation was entirely Li Faqiang's own doing. Seeing that he still wanted to argue, Wang Haiyan kicked him. Stop talking so much and get lost. Out of respect for Wang Haiyan, Li Faqiang refrained from further confrontation with Xiaobin. However, being humiliated in front of Wang made him silently vow to remember this grudge. Chapter 61. Disdain. After Xiaobin left, Li Faqiang concealed his resentment and approached Wang Haiyan with a grin. Sister Haiyan, why were you so furious just now? If Xiaobin is bothering you, feel free to let me know. You don't need to fear him. By the way, Haiyan, do you have time this afternoon? I've reserved a table at a restaurant. If you're free, we could go together. Li Faqiang was exceedingly cordial towards Wang Haiyan, but she could hardly look up to someone like him. He was known to be untrustworthy, and it was unclear how he managed to scrape by. Wang Haiyan chose to ignore Li Faqiang. In her mind, such petty individuals were beneath her notice. Why aren't you responding? Did what Xiaobin said earlier upset you? Don't worry, I will definitely find an opportunity to get back at him. Li Faqiang's assurances only prompted Wang Haiyan to secretly deride his misplaced confidence. If someone like him could teach Xiaobin a lesson, he wouldn't be enjoying his current status. No need for that. I need to tidy up my place this afternoon. If you're at a loose end, perhaps take a stroll. You might just stumble upon good fortune like Xiaobin did. Wang Haiyan had always regarded Li Faqiang with disdain, with Xiaobin serving as a comparison. There was no way she would consider going out with Li Faqiang. Wang Haiyan thought to herself that someone as straightforward as Mei Su would have a hard time charming Xiaobin. If given the chance, she would seek to cultivate a closer relationship with Xiaobin, perhaps even surpassing Mei Su. She certainly would not be as foolish as Mei Su, whose husband has already prospered, yet still chooses to toil away in a factory. Such a man would only grow to despise himself more. Wang Haiyan has always believed she is destined to be a wealthy lady, and now, witnessing Xiaobin's dazzling success, she feels even more convinced that he is her true soulmate. But wait, just a few days ago, you expressed a desire to go out for a meal. What has changed? Now that you see Xiaobin dressed so impeccably, do you look down on me? Despite Li Faqiang's numerous attempts to converse, Wang Haiyan remains indifferent. And even the most patient man would struggle to endure such neglect. Wang Haiyan is unwilling to engage in any dialogue with Li Faqiang. And having just observed the stark contrast between Li Faqiang and Xiaobin, she understands precisely what separates the two men. Do not cling to me. You would be better off seeking a decent job. I'm not in the best of spirits today, so do not provoke me. Otherwise, we may not even remain neighbors. Wang Haiyan regards Li Faqiang with disdain, believing that a man of his humble stature should not even intersect with her life. She strides into the house and slams the door shut, leaving Li Faqiang scratching his head in bewilderment at the doorstep, still unaware of how he has offended her. Bah. I refuse to believe I cannot handle you, Li Faxiang thinks to himself, determined to resolve matters with Wang Haiyan before she and Xiaobin conspire together. As for Xiaobin, he will not escape unscathed either. Although Li Faxiang is but a petty rogue, he has an abundance of dubious friends. If he enlists their help against Xiaobin, the latter may find himself in quite a predicament. Upon arriving at the factory, Xiaobin finds Zhou Jiangwo already loading the second shipment. So, how's it going, Mr. Zhou? The production speed at our factory is quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? Xiaobin greets Zhou Jiangwo with a smile, somewhat taken aback by Zhou's early arrival. Had he not encountered those troublesome individuals in the hallway, he would not have arrived so late. Usually, he would have accomplished much more by this time. It's going well, although somewhat rudimentary. Our production and quality can rival those of larger factories. Xiaobin, having someone of your caliber working here would be such a waste. I've heard that talent like yours is highly sought after in state-owned enterprises. Would you be interested? I could recommend you, and you might secure a respectable position, freeing you from the burdens of managing everything alone here. Zhou Jiangwo said politely, not truly wishing to poach Xiaobin but lamenting the fact that such talent is stuck in a small town. While Xiaobin's current factory has potential for growth, if he were to join a state-owned enterprise, he would not have to endure such hardships while still reaping substantial rewards. Zhou Jiangwo's intentions are purely for Xiaobin's benefit, yet he fails to consider the implications. If Xiaobin were to work at a state-owned enterprise, Zhou would lose access to high-quality goods. Mr. Zhou, should I actually leave? Who else would supply you with these goods? I mean, if I go to a state-owned enterprise, it means I will have to follow orders and do things their way. I value my freedom, which is why I intend to venture out on my own. Don't let the size of my factory fool you. Though it's small and growth is a challenge, I assure you that within 5 years, everyone will know my factory. Do you believe me? Xiaobin replied confidently, viewing this as merely a matter of time. While others might worry about their factories failing, he is not among them. He carries an air of certainty that makes Zhou Jiangwo slightly hesitant. No wonder I have my eye on you with such confidence. I am willing to take a gamble on you. Your factory will surely take off, and I will profit greatly from it. Zhou Jiangwo had recognized Xiaobin's exceptional nature from the outset of their collaboration, as Xiao's rich experiences set him apart. If he were an ordinary person, he might struggle to make ends meet, but Xiaobin had the insight and the means to embark on such ventures. If Zhou Jiangwo faced similar circumstances, he might have settled down with his earnings rather than dream of lofty aspirations. By the way, Mr. Zhou, how many more shipments do you require? I'll arrange to have them prepared so you won't have made the trip in vain. After clarifying the situation, Xiaobin began discussing future supply plans, indicating that they would not be supplying only Zhou Jiangwo's company. You're moving goods so quickly. I'm curious where they're headed. Such a rapid second shipment. Please don't hoard them, as they aren't particularly valuable. Chapter 62, Undermining Rivals. Xiaobin approached the truck and gave it a pat, while Zhou Jiangwo chuckled. There's no hoarding here. I wouldn't even consider it. Even if I had the inclination, I lack the audacity. In truth, there is no need to conceal anything. These goods are being delivered to my former employer, and since your prices are favorable, my inventory has been moving much quicker than before. Zhou Jiangwo pulled out an invoice to show Xiaobin. Most of the time, we struggle to meet demand, so we hope you can supply us with more. Clear out your current stock before requesting more. It's not wise to hoard goods on my end, and if you overlook something, it would complicate matters for me. That is fine. As long as you produce, I can take everything you have. Zhou Jiangwo expressed his gratitude. Typically, employers are eager to take as much as possible without considering their suppliers' needs. Xiaobin, I hope for a long-term partnership. We have significant demand, and your production speed can keep up. If you can directly transport goods from the workshop, it guarantees product quality and saves time, implementing a seamless production-to-line service system. Zhou Jiangwo not only desires to increase orders, but also offers Xiaobin an innovative solution to save labor costs, which strikes Xiaobin as quite novel. Naturally, he is eager for a long-term collaboration, especially now that he has a stable partner. He wholeheartedly agrees with Zhou Jiangwo's vision. Though he did not expect Zhou to propose such an idea so soon, it was something he had only considered for the distant future. Mr. Zhou, I find that we share a mutual understanding in our work. However, it is regrettable that my factory is still quite small, so I hesitate to express certain thoughts, fearing you might deem them impractical. What are you saying? Speak freely, Xiaobin. We are allies here, and I have invested all my resources with you. Please do not disappoint me, Zhou Jiangwo joked. I simply wish to ask if you would be interested in collaborating with me. Over time, I have recognized your capabilities. and our factory is in dire need of someone with your sales talent. I've contemplated this for quite some time, and bringing it up today feels somewhat presumptuous. Xiao Bin responded modestly, uncertain if Zhou Jiangwo has a more substantial backing, and feels slightly awkward about the prospect of poaching talent, especially considering their factory's current limitations. Are you serious about that, Mr. Xiao? Zhou Jiangwo, somewhat taken aback, inquired. He had never anticipated that Xiao Bin would present him with such a proposition. He had always perceived their relationship as one of collaboration and had never dared to consider joining Xiao Bin's enterprise. Now that Xiao Bin had laid forth this condition, it was unmistakably an invitation for him to become part of the team. It felt like an unexpected windfall. What I mean to say is, should you choose to work alongside me, whatever sustenance I enjoy will also be yours. I would never withhold from my comrades. Xiao Bin, equally surprised by Zhou Jiangwo's reaction, understood that his ambitions extended beyond merely running a factory. However, what was currently visible to Zhou Jiangwo was indeed a rudimentary workshop, and it seemed Zhou Jiangwo held considerable expectations. President Xiao, ever since I began procuring goods from you, I have sensed you are no ordinary individual. You possess an air of mystery. If I were to work with you, I believe I would undoubtedly achieve great success. Zhou Jiangwo placed immense trust in Xiao Bin, perhaps due to the dependable demeanor Xiao Bin had displayed in their interactions. I am willing to work with you. Do not hesitate to let me know what needs to be done. After all, I am but one person. Together, we shall certainly accomplish something remarkable. Zhou Jiangwo felt exhilarated at the prospect of collaborating with someone like Xiao Bin, and his curiosity regarding future production plans grew. He readily agreed to the proposal, surprising Xiao Bin, who had anticipated Zhou Jiangwo would take more time to consider. Do not rush. At present, there is little for us to do. The factory is just beginning, so focus on clearing your current stock first. Once you have accomplished that, I will assign you the subsequent tasks. Xiao Bin meticulously analyzed the situation within the factory, emphasizing the need to concentrate on sales. As for other matters, they could be addressed once Zhou Jiangwo completed his current obligations. However, it was imperative that Zhou Jiangwo's team continued to source goods from this location and not venture elsewhere. Of course, we have always procured goods from you, and we can continue to do so. After all, working under you means we naturally benefit first. Zhou Jiangwo found no issue with the conditions proposed by Xiao Bin and recognized that Xiao Bin was resolute in his decisions, thus, there was no need to reject such an offer. Zhou Jiangwo felt that since he had resolved to work at Xiao Bin's factory, it was only natural for his team to support Xiao Bin's business, as the quality of goods here surpassed that of competitors. Moreover, Xiao Bin's reasonable prices would save them considerable costs. However, President Xiao, what will be required of me should I join you? Zhou Jiangwo preferred to have a clear plan for his responsibilities to avoid any chaotic situations later. You will manage the marketing aspect here, as you have always been involved in this field during our collaboration. Your sales abilities are well recognized within our factory. I will give you 2 days. There is no rush. Just ensure your current tasks are completed before officially starting. Xiao Bin held Zhou Jiangwo's capabilities in high regard, especially given that Zhou Jiangwo was willing to work willingly at the factory, which reassured Xiao Bin further. Meanwhile, outside the production workshop, a few individuals were smoking, and Wang Erqiang glared at them, unable to suppress his frustration. Are you all determined to oppose me? Wang Erqiang felt powerless against these individuals, hands on hips, struggling to contain his anger. Brother Xiao is coming, one of Wang Erqiang's subordinates relayed. Upon hearing this, Wang Erqiang hurried over. Chapter 63. Rectifying the factory. Upon hearing about the impending wage increase, the collective mood shifted. Who does not toil to provide for their families? Moreover, 20 yuan could procure many necessities, allowing for a few extra meat dishes each month. How delightful. Xiao Bin understood that, irrespective of the circumstances, income remains paramount. This batch of goods must be produced in substantial quantities, and the profits generated would far exceed mere increments in wages. Thus, compared to the profits from this batch, the wage increase was insignificant. However, this increase was not without conditions. As his words settled, a hush enveloped the crowd, anticipating some excessive demand from Xiao Bin. We require a significant quantity of this batch. Let us expedite production. I am aware some of you are habitual smokers, but smoking is prohibited in the factory. The acknowledgement of their smoking habits cast a blush upon some faces, realizing their antics had drawn attention from the boss. Xiao Bin continued, endure this inconvenience for a brief period. Once this peak period passes, I will reward you with paid leave. Paid leave. This proclamation ignited a spark in everyone's eyes. Their work typically only warranted wages for the days they labor. The notion of paid vacation was unfathomable. Nonetheless, a cautionary note was issued. Should they hinder progress, he would not hesitate to sever ties. Our factory offers competitive compensation within the vicinity. Many are eager to work here, Xiaobin asserted with a stern expression. Isn't this a bit too strict? Some murmured. How can we, mere mortals, avoid mistakes entirely? The workers found themselves in a quandary, realizing they could only promise diligence. However, the fear of dismissal over production delays loomed large. How would they sustain their families? Observing the murmurs among the workers, Xiaobin raised his voice. Our factory is gradually finding its rhythm. Future workloads will only increase. Without discipline, how can we maintain productivity? Understood. One individual suddenly saluted Xiaobin, eliciting laughter from the workers. In other circumstances, Xiaobin would have joined in the mirth, but given the gravity of his previous statements, it would undermine their seriousness. Xiaobin understood that to manage the factory effectively, goodwill and benefits alone were insufficient. Being overly lenient would lead to insubordination, jeopardizing the factory's longevity. Therefore, he remained resolute when necessary. I expect you to maintain a professional demeanor while at work. This is not a marketplace. Should anyone disagree with these regulations, they are free to leave without hesitation. The workers soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Xiaobin was genuinely displeased. Despite having maintained amicable relations with the workers, his stern demeanor instilled apprehension. Silence fell over the workers, who dared not breathe until they assured him of their commitment to completing their tasks. Xiaobin then turned his attention to the habitual smokers, whose faces betrayed a sense of shame. Their smoking had not only delayed work, but had also instigated unrest within the factory. Now, not only had Xiaobin refrained from reprimanding them, but he had also proposed an increase in their benefits. Feeling embarrassed, they ceased their complaints. Moreover, they understood that pushing Xiaobin too far could result in their replacement. In a factory that offered such favorable conditions, who wouldn't vie for a position? Through a blend of authority and benevolence, Xiaobin maintained control. His objective extended beyond merely resolving the immediate issue. He recognized that earning the workers' respect was crucial. He could not remain in the factory indefinitely, watching over them as no employer could. Xiaobin delegated all matters concerning the production line to Wang Erqiang. Yet it was evident from recent events that these workers were resistant to his authority. Hence, Wang Erqiang, as the production supervisor, seemed to hold little significance. Xiaobin reiterated in front of the workers that they must heed Wang Erqiang's arrangements for the production line henceforth. He did this to bolster Wang Erqiang's standing among the workers. From now on, compliance with his directives is mandatory. Any insubordination will grant Wang Erqiang the authority to take disciplinary action, including termination, without requiring my consent. Xiaobin's proclamation sent ripples through the crowd, as he conferred such considerable power upon Wang Erqiang in front of everyone. This declaration made it clear to all that Wang Erqiang had the authority to determine their fates, thus ensuring that no one would dare to underestimate him. Wang Erqiang felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing these words, having just assumed control of the production line. He was concerned that Xiaobin might perceive him as incapable due to the initial unrest among the workers. To his surprise, Xiaobin publicly restored his dignity before the workers. Aware that these employees were seasoned veterans, Xiaobin understood that it would take time for Wang Erqiang, a newly appointed official, to effectively manage them. He could afford to wait, but the factory's progress could not. Seizing this opportunity to establish Wang Erqiang's authority was crucial for swiftly resuming production. Xiaobin recognized that his words had made an impact. As he considered the situation, he decided it would be prudent to introduce the sales supervisor as well, to prevent any future misunderstandings. Another individual I would like to introduce to you is the sales supervisor, Zhou Jiangwell. The workers were taken aback by the sudden mention of a sales supervisor, questioning what relevance he had to their production line. Observing their indifferent expressions, Xiaobin realized they did not regard the sales supervisor as significant. The sales department is responsible for selling our factory's products. Without sales, our factory would cease to exist. Xiaobin hoped the workers would come to respect the sales department. Explaining that the supervisor would officially start in a few days, and they needed to interact amicably with him, the workers nodded in agreement. In truth, there was little interaction between the production team and sales, as their primary responsibility was to produce goods in a timely manner. After the meeting, the workers seemed invigorated, displaying newfound enthusiasm. They operated the machines without needing supervision, and no one sneaked out for a smoke. Remarkably, Within just 1 hour, they managed to produce half a truckload of goods. Since Jiao Bin's meeting with the factory workers, he had not returned to the factory. He had heard that the workers had increased their productivity by more than double, which pleased him greatly. Wang Erqiang reported that several truckloads of goods had already been dispatched today. Jiao Bin's absence from the factory did not imply a lack of concern. Even if he secured numerous orders, without products to fulfill them, his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, having entrusted the production line to Wang Erqiang, he understood the importance of not interfering excessively, lest he undermine Wang Erqiang's newly established authority. He aimed to cultivate a team of managerial staff so that he would not have to worry about every detail, allowing him to focus on expanding his influence externally. A factory thrives on clear divisions of labor. Furthermore, this approach would serve to evaluate Wang Erqiang's competence as a supervisor, as he needed to oversee progress and continuously monitor the production line status. Inquiring about the factory's operations, Jiao Bin called Wang Erqiang to discuss the situation. "How is the factory performing today?" he asked. "The factory is gradually getting back on track, and the workers are full of energy," Wang Erqiang replied. Jiao Bin had anticipated this response, asking merely as a formality. Given the authority he had conferred upon Wang Erqiang during the meeting, there was no room for failure. Jiao Bin's primary concern now was the volume of goods being shipped. Each additional truckload signified a faster return on his substantial investment. He was eager for the funds to flow back into his hands, aware that many factories had succumbed to bankruptcy due to cash flow issues. He did not wish to experience such a fate. Consequently, he had stipulated with partners that payment should occur upon each truckload dispatched. 7 truckloads have been shipped out this morning, Wang Erqiang reported. 7. Jiao Bin's eyes lit up. If they maintained this pace, the afternoon shipments would likely reach 7 as well, totaling no less than 14 truckloads for the day. Moreover, they had already received payments for 4 truckloads amounting to 2,100 yuan. He examined the ledger Wang Erqiang presented and found it meticulously recorded. Each truckload's dispatch time and quantity were clearly documented, along with the payment dates, facilitating straightforward reconciliation. The accompanying shipping orders and invoices were attached, making it easy for him to check the accounts. This attention to detail was especially crucial during peak shipping times, when discrepancies could lead to significant losses. Although Wang Erqiang was primarily responsible for the production line, he had taken it upon himself to meticulously track payments as well, which impressed Jiao Bin. He nodded in approval, recognizing Wang Erqiang's capabilities. The reported payments for the 4 truckloads aligned perfectly, Jiao Bin noted. With 7 truckloads shipped this morning, it seems your planning is commendable. While the promise of higher wages undoubtedly motivated the workers, human nature is inherently lazy. Sustaining this level of enthusiasm would require ongoing oversight. And Wang Erqiang's performance thus far had been commendable. If they continued at this rate, the afternoon could yield 8 truckloads, resulting in a payment of 4,200 yuan. However, Jiao Bin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. With 7 truckloads shipped, only 4 had generated payments, leaving a considerable amount at risk. This issue would require Wang Erqiang's negotiation skills. "We should aim for at least 8 truckloads daily, yielding 4,200 yuan. And we still have 6 truckloads yet to be accounted for. That could potentially bring our daily total to nearly 7,000 yuan, he pondered. Wang Erqiang stood astounded, speechless. With the workers' efficiency now improved, the prospect of implementing a 2-shift system could yield even greater results. Will we need to hire more staff for the 2 shifts? He wondered aloud. Jiao Bin began to contemplate this question, although for the time being, given the current orders, additional hiring seemed unnecessary. However, he knew that expansion would eventually be essential. With so many positions available, a 2-shift system would leave half of them vacant. Yet, halting the machines would equate to wasting an entire production line. The thought of increased production was almost unfathomable to Wang Erqiang. In this era, 20 yuan could purchase a significant quantity of pork. The factory's daily sales could equal several years of a single person's salary. "Goodness, we are on the brink of prosperity," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Jiao Bin chuckled at Wang Erqiang's unrestrained enthusiasm. "Is this what you call prosperity?" he teased. "This money could allow me to live comfortably for decades without working." The factory workers were overjoyed with their 20 yuan wage increase. While Jiao Bin could earn thousands in a single day, becoming a 10,000 yuan household in just a few days. "And you say we haven't struck it rich?" Wang Erqiang mused, recognizing Jiao Bin's aptitude for managing significant undertakings. In these times, few could claim the title of a 10,000 yuan household in the surrounding area. Such individuals were often regarded as the wealthiest of the wealthy. Xiaobin surprisingly remarked that it was nothing significant. Indeed, the perspective of a boss differs vastly from that of mere mortals. Observing Wang Erqiang's look of admiration, Xiaobin realized his thoughts had strayed. "This money isn't all lining my pockets," he cautioned. Yet, Wang Erqiang remained dazed, evidently unaware of the implications of his words. "Although the sum appears substantial, our factory's payroll for so many employees relies on it, not to mention the expenses for the glass tubes that need payment," Xiaobin explained. "This amount is insufficient to cover such costs. Furthermore, once the machines are operational, they accrue expenses for electricity and water, and we must regularly call for inspections and maintenance. Do you honestly believe this money constitutes my net profit? Would you forfeit your family's fruit money as well?" He jested. Wang Erqiang scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had been momentarily dazzled by the figures, forgetting that they included raw material expenditures. After Xiaobin's clarification, Wang Erqiang began to understand that being a boss was no easy feat as workers. Their only concern was receiving their wages. But Xiaobin had to juggle the responsibilities of an entire factory and its operations. Chapter 65. Weighing pros and cons. Seeing the enthusiasm among the employees, Xiaobin felt immense joy. As for the dynamic between him and Wang Erqiang, the latter believed there should be a clear distinction, and he ought to address Xiaobin as boss with due seriousness. Some employees approached Xiaobin, inquiring if their wages would soar like sesame blossoms. "Naturally, as we enhance production efficiency, it's only right that everyone's income improves," Xiaobin replied, lifting his gaze to the sky, where a gentle breeze accompanied the warm sun, and fluffy clouds danced across the azure expanse, filling him with delight. He approached Wang Erqiang and asked, "If you were to oversee production, what would your colleagues think?" Wang Erqiang candidly admitted that a few individuals remained somewhat resentful, driven by jealousy, and whispered among themselves. However, since Xiaobin had appointed him to this role, he knew he had to perform admirably, and within half a day, he had indeed established his authority. After addressing the issue of smoking, employees appeared to shy away from the habit. Nonetheless, some minor transgressions persisted, such as whispering during production and engaging in personal tasks. "Oh, I almost forgot to report that one employee was caught constantly checking his phone during work hours, and I fined him 200 yuan, which he has already paid at the finance office." Xiaobin was quite pleased with this outcome. "Such trivial matters require no input from me. You have the autonomy to make these decisions. This is an excellent opportunity for you to establish your authority, and the future growth of the company will depend greatly on your contributions." "Wang Erqiang, you flatter me too much," he replied. They then shifted to more serious matters. "So, how many loads did we ship today?" A radiant smile returned to Wang Erqiang's face. "Today, we shipped a total of 7 loads, which is better than usual." The prospect of imminent income brought him great joy. Wang Erqiang added that 4 of those loads had already been paid for. Although the remaining 3 had yet to be settled, he was confident they would be shortly, as these were loyal customers who would not default. He handed the payment records and ledgers to Xiaobin. "Please verify if the figures align." Xiaobin glanced at the ledger and counted the money. "We've already received 100 yuan this morning. At this rate, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we could achieve 200 yuan by day's end." He began to calculate with his fingers. "Excellent. Let us hope we can maintain this momentum every day." Xiaobin was well aware that unexpected events could arise, making it unrealistic to expect a seamless operation daily. Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing any defeatist sentiments, as it was crucial to motivate the employees. People's spirits are often contagious, and uplifting words were essential at such times. "Keep up the good work, and you shall reap the rewards, understood?" Wang Erqiang nodded, sharing that in his previous job, he had faced ridicule and was deemed to have no future. However, things were different now. He envisioned a broad avenue ahead, gleaming with golden light. Xiaobin explained, "It's only through the improved efficiency of our workers that we can enjoy better days." He proceeded to analyze the situation. Without enhanced efficiency, the only outcome would be extended hours and wage deductions, which would ultimately demotivate the workers over time. "Indeed, Xiao boss, you are absolutely right. Given this, we should implement a 2-shift system. We can rest the workers without halting production. This way, our income could potentially double." Upon hearing this, Wang Erqiang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, if that's the case, our income could increase significantly. Just thinking about it brings me joy, even in my dreams." Xiaobin then outlined the grand blueprint for the company's development, further igniting Wang Erqiang's excitement. "This is fantastic. We're on the path to wealth." In his exuberance, Wang Erqiang's voice rose, drawing the attention of several nearby employees. Hey, keep your voice down. What are you doing? Xiao Bin regretted discussing such matters in front of others, fearing that Wang Erqiang might become overzealous. Are you satisfied with this analysis? Your vision is too narrow. We must set our sights higher for substantial profits, understood? Wang Erqiang responded with a hum. Then, Xiao Bin poured a bit of cold water on the situation. While my analysis suggests we stand to gain significantly, do not forget the payments for the glass jars and the workers' wages that are still pending. Once those are settled, there may be little left. He then proceeded to calculate the detailed accounts. Wang Erqiang's earlier enthusiasm dimmed, as he felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to hell. His previous excitement had been rather hasty. Some matters indeed carry both advantages and disadvantages. One cannot solely focus on the positives while neglecting the potential pitfalls. Yes, I admit I overlooked some aspects, Wang Erqiang conceded, rubbing his forehead, questioning whether he was lagging behind. Xiao Bin teased him. Are you willing to forego your own family as profits? Wang Erqiang chuckled, realizing that in his earlier joy, he had neglected to account for the expenses. This is a common human tendency, focusing solely on prospects of wealth. It is akin to the deceptive promises made by some individuals who paint a grandiose picture while overlooking the reality of the situation. Through this conversation, Wang Erqiang learned a valuable lesson. In the future, he must consider matters more thoroughly. Not just the bright side, but also conduct careful calculations. Noticing a rare serious expression on his face, Xiao Bin patted him on the shoulder. However, do not be disheartened. This is indeed a positive beginning. Improving work efficiency is certainly a step up from the past. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, you are right, Wang Erqiang affirmed. Suddenly, he expressed a desire to visit the restroom. A few minutes later, he returned to Xiao Bin's side, exclaiming that since efficiency had improved, the workers were extremely motivated today. He praised Xiao Bin's remarkable talent. By the way, boss, if there's nothing else, should I head back? Xiao Bin nodded. But just as Wang Erqiang took a few steps away, he called out, wait a moment. You are now in charge of the production department. So it is imperative to establish some regulations. Please take some time to finalize these rules. Chapter 66, 20 Yuan. The other party left in high spirits. After a while, he returned with a printed document. You can see that this set of regulations has been enhanced with some new content. Do you think it is appropriate? Xiao Bin read through it briefly and was genuinely satisfied. Very well, since that is the case, let us schedule a time for everyone to learn about it publicly. Wang Erqiang then stepped back temporarily. However, just a few minutes later, he reappeared beside Xiao Bin. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Boss, I wanted to talk to you about the funding issue. Xiao Bin did not quite grasp the situation, so he encouraged Wang Erqiang to continue. Weren't you joking when you mentioned that I should forego the money for the fruit? After thinking it over, I realized I could indeed let it go. Or at least postpone it for now. Xiao Bin was taken aback and then chuckled. You must understand. I merely used that as a metaphor to convey that every matter entails expenses. One cannot only focus on income. I completely understand your point. I spoke sincerely. Having listened to your analysis, I genuinely consider the company's welfare. There may indeed be a pressing cash flow issue at the moment, so please, do not worry about my share for now. After this, he prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Do not rush off just yet. Xiao Bin recognized that Wang Erqiang was only looking out for himself. To be frank, he felt immense gratitude, but it was unacceptable to neglect the debts owed. Really, it is unnecessary. I can call my father right now. After expressing his intent, Wang Erqiang promptly made the call, but his father did not answer, possibly preoccupied. What are you doing? Don't call the two elders. Xiao Bin understood that the fruit orchard issue involved not just Wang Erqiang's family, but many villagers in the community. Perhaps he could forsake everything for himself, but what about others? Why should they do the same? If all the villagers sought Wang Erqiang's home, wouldn't that lead to chaos? He articulated his thoughts. Xiao Bin smiled and reassured him, you need not worry about others. You may proceed. However, let us leave my family out of this. Xiao Bin shook his head firmly. That is absolutely not permissible. I appreciate your intentions, and I truly feel grateful. But I cannot simply disregard the money owed. Inform the two elders to come and collect it. You just made a call, right? When they return, convey this message to them. He believed he could not let someone who treated him so well feel disheartened, and the more someone treated him kindly, the more he should strive to reciprocate that kindness. When Wang Erqiang attempted to speak again, Xiao Bin interjected, this matter is settled. You must heed my words. At that moment, he displayed a fierce gaze, exuding authority that left Wang Erqiang with no further objections. All right, since that is the case, I shall agree. but the payment can be postponed. Xiao Bin smiled. That is acceptable. Let us say in 2 or 3 days. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, we can manage it. Tell them to come back then. Just then, Wang Erqiang received a call from his father, inquiring about the matter. He replied that Xiao Bin had instructed them to come for the payment in 3 days. Oh, why must you be so courteous, Boss Qiao? You need not rush. It's unnecessary. Wang Erqiang's father thought that since his son was working for someone, there was no need to demand money so soon, fearing it might offend Xiao Bin. Dad, that is what I said, but Boss Qiao insists on this. Wang Erqiang's father wished to speak with Xiao Bin, so Wang Erqiang handed the phone to him. My father wishes to speak with you. Hello, uncle, Xiao Bin greeted. Boss Qiao, there is no need to worry about the payment for the fruit. No, the longer it drags on, the more complicated it becomes. Please come in 3 days. In truth, Wang Erqiang's father made this suggestion because he had heard of some economic difficulties within the company recently. However, he also trusted that Xiao Bin was not the type to default on debts, which eased his concerns. After the call ended, Xiao Bin reiterated, regardless, I must thank you. All right, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, do not go just yet. He approached the coat rack, retrieved a 20 yuan note from his pocket, and offered it to Wang Erqiang. Here, take this. Wang Erqiang was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Is this not the money for the meal the other day? You cannot always bear the costs. You think too much of others. Had he not said this, Wang Erqiang might have forgotten. Oh, Boss Zhang, what are you doing? It is merely 20 yuan. Why must you concern yourself so? This is not merely a matter of money. Even between close brothers, accounts must be settled. You should accept it. Wang Erqiang seemed a bit anxious. Oh, Boss Qiao, you cannot do this. You have already provided me with a salary and an opportunity to showcase my abilities. Now you have even promoted me to manage the production department. I am immensely grateful to you. How can you do this? That is your professional capability. It should not be conflated with this. If you do not take it, I shall be forced to insist. Saying this, he swiftly pressed the money into Wang Erqiang's pocket. But Boss Qiao, you are still facing difficulties. Xiao Bin chuckled. I am not so hard-pressed that I cannot spare 20 yuan, am I? As he tucked the note into Wang Erqiang's pocket, it became slightly crumpled. Wang Erqiang had no choice but to take it out, smooth it out, and place it back inside. He felt a deep sense of gratitude wash over him, almost to the point of tears. Boss Qiao, you are truly wonderful to me. I do not know how to repay your kindness. Xiao Bin patted his shoulder. Why do your eyes appear to be watering? This remark made Wang Erqiang laugh, and he quickly lowered his head. Look at you, a grown man, behaving like a child over 20 yuan. I find this quite enlightening. Wang Erqiang awkwardly chuckled. No, I merely had a small bug fly into my eye. With that, both men shared a laugh. All right, if all is well, you may head off for now. Chapter 67. Director Qiao at the factory early in the afternoon. Xiao Bin returned home. He was busy in the kitchen when Mei Su entered, surprised. Why are you so diligent today? Mei Su, come here quickly. I want to prepare something delicious for you. Xiao Bin presented a plate of appetizing food, which Mei Su sniffed, finding it quite fragrant, causing a joyful smile to light up her face. She felt a mix of excitement and nostalgia. What has come over you? You have not done this in years. Nothing much. The factory has just begun operations and received some orders, and business seems promising. We have 2 shifts now, and I intend to take the night shift tonight to oversee the goods being shipped out. Focus on your business. Do not overexert yourself. You must not wear down your health. Mei Su spoke warmly, her concern evident in her gaze. Xiao Bin recognized her worry and compassion. He waved his hand dismissively. You need not fret. I will not harm my health. I wish to work harder to provide you with a better life. We cannot continue living like this. He glanced around his home. The place was devoid of decoration, and having lived in this old house for so long, he yearned to transform his life. Mei Su was deeply touched. She had brought some delicious food and placed it on the table, saying, You should take some time to rest. Don't you have a night shift to prepare for? Yes, I'll eat a bit, and then rest, Xiao Bin replied. He took a few bites of his meal before lying on the bed to nap for a while. Soon, he got up and quickly made his way to the factory. Wang Erqiang was busy reconciling accounts. As Xiao Bin approached him, he extended his hand, and Wang Erqiang shook it, feeling quite cheerful. Director, look at all these orders we have. Tonight is sure to be hectic. If it becomes too much, I can take the night shift. You haven't eaten or rested yet. Handling the night shift will be too taxing for you. Let me take it instead, Wang Erqiang insisted. How can you do that? You are busier than anyone else. You should rest at home. I can sleep all day tomorrow. All right, All right, I'll take the night shift. Just come to relieve me at 6 in the morning. I want to tire myself out, Xiaobin said earnestly, squeezing Wang Erqiang's hand firmly. Wang Erqiang, pleased, handed over the ledger, instructing, keep a close eye on it. We cannot afford any mistakes. The quality of our products must be monitored closely. We need to make a profit this time. Upon hearing this, Xiaobin became even more serious. This was a significant client, and they would likely return for more orders. They could not afford to be careless. Exactly, Director, please ensure the goods are well monitored. After bidding farewell to Wang Erqiang, Xiaobin diligently watched over the merchandise at the factory. Indeed, that night, they dispatched 15 trucks of goods. All the products were of satisfactory quality, and the packaging was appealing and well presented. The ledger was meticulously organized. Early the next morning, Wang Erqiang arrived to take over his shift, stretching and yawning while tidying his hair. How did it go, Director Qiao? Were the goods handled well? Xiaobin handed over the ledger. Everything is in order. The goods have been taken away, and we now have cash on hand. He flipped through the ledger and added, a few trucks of fruit are set to arrive shortly. You can pay in cash now. Let's avoid further credit. While he spoke, he hurriedly delegated some tasks before leaving the factory. Chapter 68. A very awkward situation for Xiaobin back at home. Xiaobin tossed his bag onto the sofa, removed his outer coat at the door, and hung it on the rack before swiftly entering the room. He quickly pulled back the comforter on the bed, kicked off his shoes, and snuggled under the covers, falling asleep almost instantly. Feeling quite exhausted from the busyness of the past few days, he was just beginning to drift into a deep slumber when he heard a loud knocking at the door. It was Wang Haiyan, a woman knocking at his door. Especially when the neighbors knew he was home, felt rather inappropriate. He hurriedly sat up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, slipped on his slippers, and opened the door to find Wang Haiyan standing there. She leaned against the door frame, resting her arm on it, with an alluring smile, saying, "Oh, Xiaobin. You're back." Startled, Xiaobin stepped back. "What do you want?" "My family needs help. Please, you must assist me." She stamped her foot, her face reflecting urgency. All right, let me get dressed first," he replied, turning back to his room to put on his coat and change shoes. Wang Haiyan pulled him along, insisting, "Come to my house. Something serious has happened." With a mischievous glint in her eye, she was clearly excited. "Why should I go to your house?" "I just got back to rest," Xiaobin protested. Wang Haiyan, relentless, tugged on his sleeve, refusing to let go. Xiaobin thought to himself, this back and forth is getting complicated. What will I say when my wife returns? He quickly locked the door behind him, saying, "Fine, I'll come to see what's going on at your house." As he glanced around, he noticed neighbors peeking out, only to retreat and close their doors. He raised his voice. "What on earth happened at your house that requires my help?" "Honestly, Xiaobin, I heard you're the only one who can discern some issues. So I asked for your assistance," she replied. With a sigh of relief, Xiaobin followed Wang Haiyan to her home, which was not far away. Upon entering, Xiaobin felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Are you home alone?" he inquired. "Yes," she answered. "What is the problem?" Wang Haiyan led him to her bedroom, pointing at the window. "This window won't close properly, and it's quite difficult to open and close. Can you take a look?" Skeptically, Xiaobin approached the window and pushed it open. Indeed, it was malfunctioning. "You should call a repairman to fix it. I can't really help much. It seems old and worn out," he suggested. She smiled. "Please hurry and find someone to help me." Wang Haiyan thanked him profusely, adding, "Since you've come all this way and figured out the issue, please sit down. I'll make you a cup of tea." No, I can't have tea. I need to get home. My wife will be back soon looking for me," he replied, moving toward the door. Unexpectedly, Wang Haiyan grabbed him, playfully pulling him onto the bed. "Xiaobin, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, sitting up. "What is the meaning of this?" Wang Haiyan responded, "Oh, Xiaobin, do you not find me attractive? Am I not as beautiful as your wife?" Xiaobin sighed. "Even if you're more beautiful than my wife, she is still my wife. Haven't you already settled down? Why are you pursuing me?" Wang Haiyan insisted. "I've always had my eye on you. With my looks, am I not worthy of you? Even if you are worthy of me, I am married." While every man appreciates beauty, it does not mean they will forsake their commitments for it, he said, standing up and attempting to leave. Wang Haiyan pushed him back onto the bed. "Do you think too little of me? Is it that you don't find me beautiful enough?" she challenged, flipping her hair and leaning closer to him. "Do you think this sin is appealing?" This startled Xiaobin, and he quickly stood up and made a dash for the door, but Wang Haiyan screamed, pulling him back to the bed, forcing him to sit. "Your yelling is too alarming. The neighbors will hear. What are you doing?" he urged. She began to cry. Do you know how much I suffer? How have you suffered? He asked, quickly waving his hands. Please, take your time. Do you understand? My husband treats me poorly. He is threatening to divorce me, criticizing everything I do. Then why not just divorce him and find someone else? Why are you clinging to me? I'm not trying to cling to you. I just feel that my life is miserable. I ended up with a man who treats me poorly, and I'm so beautiful. Why shouldn't I be with someone talented like you? She said, resting her hand on Xiaobin's shoulder, leaning her head against him. Xiaobin pushed her away and replied, What is wrong with your husband? He is just criticizing you a little. Is that really worth a divorce? No. It is not I who wishes to divorce him. It is he who desires to part ways with me. Within the confines of our home, he has thrown tantrums, resorting to violence, weeping, and creating a scene, all the while proclaiming that I am inferior to other wives. He even admits that I am indeed lacking. I suggested we divorce, yet he still refuses to do so. Do you not see that his actions have compelled me to seek your counsel? Overwhelmed with emotion, I turned to Xiaobin for solace. Xiaobin, however, pushed me away, saying, You speak as if I am unaware of your husband's character. He is quite a decent man. If you two are at odds, cannot you simply resolve your differences? Resolve differences? Even if we did, it would not prevent him from continuing his outbursts. He constantly criticizes me, claiming I am not proper, merely a woman of the household. Tell me, what is it that I lack? What is it that is unappealing about me? I exclaimed, throwing myself towards Xiaobin once more. Xiaobin forcefully pushed me aside and finally stood up, declaring, You must cease speaking ill of him. If you continue down this path, it is as if I am the third party in your relationship. The fault lies with you. Do not expect anything from me. Wang Haiyan reached out again, pleading with Xiaobin. What exactly is wrong with me? Am I not beautiful enough? Am I not charming enough? Am I not lovable enough? Xiaobin, how could you say such things? I protested, attempting to draw closer to him for comfort. In response, Xiaobin retreated towards the door, flinging it open with a loud exclamation. I am heading home now. Your affairs are no longer my concern. In haste, I departed. Chapter 69. A turning point in the factory. Xiaobin returned to the factory, where Wang Erqiang awaited him, eager to discuss matters concerning the establishment. Xiaobin quickly interrupted. Let us head directly to the glass factory to finalize some contracts with Director Li, for we require a substantial quantity of glass jars. This news brought Wang Erqiang great joy. For the first time, he felt a sense of relief as the factory had begun to prosper, with numerous orders rolling in. The thought of Xiaobin's ability to procure a large number of glass jars filled him with optimism, suggesting that profits were on the horizon. Hasn't the factory progressed significantly under your guidance? We can now process jars in large quantities. Indeed, why else would I seek to collaborate with Director Li? We must sign contracts for the substantial glass jar orders we require. We still owe him payment for previous jars received. Wang Erqiang expressed concern. But that is a minor issue. I shall settle the payment promptly and then proceed to sign the contract. Come, let us go see Director Li. Are we leaving immediately? Wang Erqiang asked, donning his coat. Yes, but first we must stop by the printing shop to prepare some documents. Xiaobin replied as they hurriedly exited the factory. The two boarded a bus and disembarked at the printing shop, where they printed the necessary materials and took photographs. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Director Li's office. Director Li greeted Xiaobin with delight, fully aware of the purpose of his visit. Xiaobin handed over the payment, stating, This is the full amount for the previous glass jars, every penny accounted for. Director Li, pleased, inquired, How many jars do you require this time? Such a quantity. Xiaobin replied, presenting the contract with a flourish. You must provide a deposit for such a large order. How can I trust you to settle the payment promptly? I anticipated your concern, Xiaobin said, producing the feasibility report from Hongbang Group. Here is the market research report, along with projections for a 5-year investment plan. The market is thriving. You should have faith in its potential. I have the capacity to process a significant number of jars and maintain production at a certain scale. Together, we can achieve prosperity. And do you know what Hongbang Group is? Director Li appeared taken aback. Allow me to be candid. It is a foreign enterprise capable of conducting extensive market research and analysis. Such predictions are not easily made by the average person. He then presented photographs of the Hongbang Group's CEO and various contracts, including one of himself with the CEO. This is a picture of me with the CEO of Hongbang Group. Does the feasibility report not look impressive? With a smile, Xiaobin continued. This is not something just anyone can accomplish. Director Li nodded, now holding Xiaobin in higher regard and resolute in his decision to sign the contract. Xiaobin, elated. recognized that the issue of acquiring glass jars had been resolved with minimal financial outlay. He need not concern himself with the workings of Hongbang Group. His primary focus was on securing as many glass jars as possible. The factory must expedite the canning process to generate revenue swiftly. The signed contracts with sales merchants needed immediate fulfillment to recover outstanding payments, ensuring greater liquidity within the factory and facilitating expansion of the business. This was a prime opportunity to maximize profits and enhance the enterprise's flexibility. Plans for further contracts with additional sales merchants were necessary, a feat not foreseen by Hongbang Group, but entirely reliant on Xiao Bin's diligence. Director Li's trust in Xiao Bin stemmed from a recognition of his capabilities. Xiao Bin had demonstrated the ability to manage his factory effectively and sell its products. His mastery of the production and supply chain was commendable, providing him the confidence to assert how much he could sell, bolstered by the feasibility report presented to Director Li. Yet, the significance of Hongbang Group was secondary. Director Li valued Xiao Bin's competence, understanding that the true measure of credibility lay within the strength of Xiao Bin's enterprise. After signing the contract, Xiao Bin took Wang Erqiang out for a celebratory meal. Wang Erqiang raised his glass with Xiao Bin, joyfully inspecting the contract. The two were in high spirits. And Xiao Bin, patting his chest, remarked, "At last, this burden has been lifted. I feel a great sense of relief. Certainly, this marks a pivotal moment for our factory. A true leap forward." Wang Erqiang swallowed his drink with a satisfying gulp, his face suddenly flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. In this moment, he fully appreciated the comfort of earning money through his own efforts, realizing the promising future that lay ahead alongside Xiao Bin. Chapter 70. Xiao Bin's diligence. As the two reveled in their merriment, Xiao Bin abruptly noticed that the contract remained unstamped, exclaiming in surprise, "What does Director Li mean by this? Why has Te stamped the contract? Is he reluctant to sign? How did I overlook this? Did he sign it? No. He merely scribbled the characterly without any further details. Oh dear, why were you in such a hurry? What does he intend?" Wang Erqiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Xiao Bin promptly called Director Li. On the other end, Director Li hesitated before responding. "I have my suspicions about that Hongbang Group. What is your connection with them? Why are you presenting yourself under such a guise? In truth, you are capable of settling payments, and your business seems promising. I had high hopes for your factory, but what is truly going on?" These words left Xiao Bin even more bewildered, and he turned to Wang Erqiang. "This is bad. We've raised suspicions with Director Li by using Hongbang Group as a front. We must return immediately. This contract is effectively null." Wang Erqiang, equally taken aback, urged, "We must see Director Li at once." Upon entering Director Li's office, Xiao Bin engaged in discussion for quite some time, while Wang Erqiang anxiously paced outside, fretting. Why did Xiao Bin choose to undertake such a dubious endeavor? How could anyone trust a corporate market survey report? Our products are of excellent quality. Isn't that enough to prove our capability? Director Li had always regarded Xiao Bin favorably, and with such significant orders, what could possibly undermine our credibility? As he continued to ponder, Xiao Bin finally emerged from Director Li's office. Wang Erqiang rushed forward, asking, "What happened? Did Director Li sign the contract? Did he stamp it?" Xiao Bin simply shook his head, a dejected look on his face. "What will we do now? If we cannot secure this contract, we cannot produce the glass jars, nor can we fulfill our orders." Wang Erqiang's anxiety intensified. "This is your fault for using someone else's company as a front. Now Director Li doubts us. If we cannot smooth this over now, what will happen when future orders arise? Director Li has been quite generous with us. His factory produces excellent glass jars at fair prices. What were you thinking?" Wang Erqiang's impatience grew. "What is going on? Show me the contract." He eagerly rummaged through Xiao Bin's bag. Xiao Bin playfully obstructed him until he finally relented and handed over the contract. "The contract has been signed. Director Li asked me numerous detailed questions, and I answered truthfully. I confessed to fabricating the Hongbang Group market survey report. I had never even met their CEO for a photo. I shall not engage in such deceit again," Xiao Bin added with a smile. "Now we must return and focus on the factory's matters, particularly the urgency of our orders," he said, hurrying towards the bus station. Wang Erqiang insisted, "You should rest. Your health cannot withstand it. I can manage the factory and oversee the goods." "Are you sure? You've already stayed up several nights," Xiao Bin replied. "It's fine. You've helped me through those nights as well. I've recuperated, and you are not accustomed to late hours," Wang Erqiang assured him. Feeling exhausted, Xiao Bin replied, "Thank you, but you must ensure the quality of the products and keep track of any discrepancies. It's crucial to maintain accurate records to avoid complications later. Wang Erqiang nodded repeatedly. I understand. You can count on me. Both men hurried towards their respective bus stations. As Xiao Bin waited, he reflected on Director Li's meticulous nature. Realizing he had to consider the consequences of his deceitful actions, which had inadvertently caused suspicion. Despite feeling guilty for misleading Director Li, who had been genuinely interested in understanding Xiao Bin's operations, Xiao Bin felt a sense of relief upon realizing that the misunderstanding had been resolved. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he acknowledged the weight of his dishonesty. Meanwhile, Wang Erqiang boarded the bus headed for the factory, while Xiao Bin felt reassured, knowing that he had secured a significant contract. The prospect of a bustling factory and thriving business filled him with delight. Once home, he enjoyed a restful sleep, feeling both comfortable and secure in the knowledge that his hard-earned money was well-deserved. Chapter 71. An unexpected visit upon returning to his courtyard. Xiao Bin was taken aback by the crowd gathered there. What is happening? He wondered, observing the unusual commotion. He had no wealthy relatives, so it was puzzling to see such a gathering. Among the throng, a stylishly dressed man stood beside a luxurious vehicle, his hair slicked back with a shiny gel. Uncle, who is this person? Xiao Bin curiously inquired, peeking through the crowd while holding a bag of fruit. I'm not sure. All I know is that he is here looking for Lin Shuhua. I came over out of boredom to see what was going on, replied an older uncle nearby. The elderly man chuckled, oblivious to the newcomer's background, yet he could not help but notice the air of affluence that surrounded him, as evidenced by the luxurious car he arrived in. We were merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Little did we know that the man had immediately struck up a conversation with Lin Shuhua, leaving us to ponder the nature of their relationship. With a sly grin, the elderly man raised an eyebrow at Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin, intrigued yet uncertain, shifted his gaze towards the two individuals, contemplating whether he had any connection to them. It was time to head home. After all, Mei Su had mentioned her desire for apples, and he wished to surprise her. However, before he could make his way through the crowd, he felt a hand grasp his wrist. Turning around, he was met by his neighbor, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, you're here too? I bought some fruit for Mei Su. Would you like to take some home as well? He offered, extending a bag of fruit. Yet, Aunt Zhang's expression was one of deep concern as she accepted the fruit, lowering her voice to a whisper. You don't know who that man is, do you? Confused by Aunt Zhang's anxiety, Xiao Bin inquired, who is he, and why should it matter to me? Aunt Zhang gasped. Look how happily they chat. And they bear such a resemblance. I just overheard someone say that man is Lin Shuhua's brother. His name is, yes, Lin Shuming. Given that display, he's surely here to confront you. You should hide. And Zhang tightened her grip on the bag of fruit, attempting to push Xiao Bin away from the gathering. He resisted, reminding her that Mei Su was waiting for him, and he couldn't let her worry. Despite his resolve, he was surprised by Aunt Zhang's strength, nearly being shoved aside. Aunt Zhang, don't worry. They may not be here for me, Xiao Bin reassured her, recalling their past conflicts but believing they wouldn't escalate to a vendetta. Aunt Zhang, however, remained unconvinced. Let me tell you, Lin Shuming is quite fearsome. If they aren't here for you, then that's fortunate. But if they are, walking into their midst would be like a lamb entering the lion's den. Trust me, I wouldn't steer you wrong. Realizing there was little choice, Xiao Bin sighed. When trouble comes, I'll face it. Hiding is futile. If I evade today, it will only return tomorrow. Besides, you needn't fear. I won't be easily bullied. He patted her hand to reassure her. And Zhang was about to protest further when she noticed Lin Shuhua approaching, prompting her to reluctantly release Xiao Bin. I thought someone was lurking about, perhaps contemplating escape in the face of such a scene, Lin Shuhua teased as she grabbed Xiao Bin's sleeve. The onlookers, recognizing the protagonist of the moment, stepped aside. Xiao Bin frowned and tried to evade her grip but was unsuccessful. Do not touch me with your filthy hands, he retorted, forcefully shaking off her hold. Lin Shuhua, though momentarily taken aback, was undeterred. This time, she had brought her brother to settle the score. And as long as Xiao Bin remained present, he would not escape unscathed. Lin Shuhua clapped her hands together, feigning nonchalance over Xiao Bin's previous actions. Is that all you've got? Bullying women? Soon enough, you will realize the caliber of the adversary you have provoked. Lin Shuming, noticing his sister had cornered the man who had wronged her, squinted at Xiao Bin, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. As he flicked the ash to the ground, he sauntered over, initially expecting to confront someone formidable, only to find Xiao Bin, whom he deemed insignificant. He smirked, You've got quite the audacity. Daring to lay a hand on my sister. You won't be leaving here upright, I assure you. I will find a way for you to lie down comfortably. Lin Shuhua chimed in. Indeed, brother, you have no idea how arrogant Xiaobin can be. I once mentioned my talented brother, only for him to claim he feared no one. He said that if you dared approach, he would take us both down. Her words, meant to incite Lin Shuming's anger, amused Xiaobin instead. I never imagined you possessed a modicum of self-awareness, Lin Shuhua. Her demeanor darkened. Brother, you heard what he just said. Please, teach him a lesson for my sake. Lin Shuming nodded, eyeing Xiaobin with a predatory gaze. You heard my sister's words. I am a benevolent soul. If you kneel and apologize to her now, I might spare you a beating. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what horrors await you. A sinister smile crept across Lin Shuming's face as he patted Xiaobin's cheek. Xiaobin, however, showed no deference. He swatted Lin Shuming's hand away, unfazed by the gesture. Lin Shuhua, growing impatient, exclaimed, What do you think you are? Even at death's door, you dare resist? Do you realize who we are and the peril you face? I will ensure you not only learn your lesson, but also that your wife, your children, and everything you hold dear will be destroyed. Your wife, Mei Su, who flaunts herself so brazenly, may not even be your child's true mother. You needn't thank me for what I will do to them. It is merely my duty. As Lin Shuhua's words dripped with venomous jealousy, Xiaobin scoffed, no longer willing to endure the spiteful tirade of the arrogant siblings. Silence. Mei Su's worth 1,000 times more than you. Your jealousy is as transparent as your malice. You stand here only because of your so-called brother. But let me remind you, he is nothing but a petty thug, aimlessly wandering through life. Have you lost your conscience and your sight, failing to recognize who truly possesses the power? Oh, I almost forgot. Your disdain for Mei Su only proves your blindness. As Xiaobin's words pierced through Lin Shuhua's facade, her fury ignited, and she lunged at him, shrieking, Shut up. Just shut up. Xiaobin rolled his eyes, knowing all too well that those like her resorted to such petty tactics when cornered. As he spoke, Xiaobin grasped Lin Shuhua's wrist tightly, applying significant pressure. Lin Shuhua let out a piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered chicken, startling the onlookers nearby, who instinctively took a few steps back. Once released, Lin Shuhua's face flushed a mottled hue of red and pale, as she had presumed that Xiaobin would never resort to violence against a woman. To her astonishment, however, he had struck her fiercely due to the matter concerning Mei Su. This unexpected turn of events sent chills down her spine. She had originally intended to confront Xiaobin alongside Lin Shuming, and as more neighbors gathered, she felt a surge of triumph. She envisioned Xiaobin humiliated before everyone, kneeling in apology. Yet, she could never have anticipated that he would suddenly retaliate, causing her to lose face once more. Lin Shuhua could almost hear the whispers of the neighbors around her. Through gritted teeth, she declared, Lin Shuming, you must ensure that this scoundrel is imprisoned. Lin Shuming, observing his sister consumed by rage, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will fulfill the promise I made to you. In truth, Lin Shuming also felt a loss of dignity. He had arrived here with great fanfare, only to find that this man was not intimidated by him and even dared to fight back, provoking his ire. Though his heart was ablaze with fury, he maintained an outward facade of calm, a composure he had learned from others. However, Xiaobin saw through his facade, perceiving only a twisted expression on Lin Shuming's face, an absurd mixture of serenity and rage. This is your final opportunity. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, let your family prepare for your demise, Lin Shuming asserted, believing he appeared nonchalant. In reality, Xiaobin recognized that Lin Shuming was merely a minor player. Despite having some influence among the common folk, he was essentially a flatterer, a thug who catered to petty officials, ingratiating himself through flattery and gifts, projecting a false sense of authority. Unfortunately for Lin Shuming, he was neither a tiger nor as cunning as a fox, merely a man who could only perceive the surface of situations, rendering him insignificant. To my surprise, Mr. Lin is gracious enough to offer me a chance, Xiaobin remarked, his speech gradually slowing, noticing the satisfaction creeping across Lin Shuming's face. Yet, I truly despise such a sycophantic dog, begging for my forgiveness. I kneel only to the heavens and my parents, but never to a mere dog. At this proclamation, gasps erupted from the onlookers, astonished by Xiaobin's audacity. Lin Shuhua, who had come closest to witnessing Lin Shuming's expression, covered her mouth in fright. Lin Shuming was acutely aware that he was nothing more than a pawn to those officials, but he felt powerless to change his circumstances. He craved the respect of others, yearning for power, yet lacked the capability to impress those truly in charge. Consequently, he resorted to underhanded tactics, harboring a deep resentment towards anyone who dared expose his inadequacies. "You are doomed," Lin Shuming coldly declared before launching a punch at Xiao Bin. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Bin met the attack effortlessly. Raising his head, Xiao Bin smirked. "I overestimated you." With that, he struck Lin Shuming squarely in the abdomen. Lin Shuming's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to seize Xiao Bin's fist, but his strength proved no match for Xiao Bin's. In an instant, he was overpowered. The ensuing struggle was one-sided, yet Xiao Bin refrained from escalating the conflict, keeping Lin Shuming pinned to the ground without inflicting serious harm. Lin Shuhua, terrified, quickly knelt and pleaded, "I'm sorry. We offended you. Please show mercy and let us go. We will never disturb you again." Xiao Bin, taken aback by Lin Shuhua's timely submission, acknowledged that they had not caused him significant harm and nodded, allowing them to leave. "Should I see you again? I shall ensure you are unrecognizable to your parents." Unexpectedly, as they departed, Lin Shuming dared to rise and threaten him. "Just wait. My superiors will not let this slide." Chapter 73. Indifference. Xiao Bin raised an eyebrow at Lin Shuming, while Lin Shuhua dared not glance back at Xiao Bin's expression, focusing instead on dragging Lin Shuming away. "Keep your mouth shut. It was my plea that secured our safe exit. Even if you intend to retaliate, do so discreetly in the future." Lin Shuming glared at Xiao Bin's receding figure, seething. "He will pay dearly for this. Since he has allowed us to leave, you need not worry. If I am humiliated like this, how will I maintain my reputation?" Little did Lin Shuming know he had only come to settle a score for his sister. But he had been thoroughly humiliated in front of others. As the onlookers gathered after Lin Shuming and Lin Shuhua's departure, they marveled at Xiao Bin's unexpected prowess. An elderly man who had been outside earlier approached Xiao Bin, patting his arm with admiration. "Who would have thought that you, looking so slender, could be so formidable?" In stark contrast, Aunt Zhang expressed concern. "You've stirred up a hornet's nest. You should lay low. They have their eyes on you now." Aunt Zhang's tone was tinged with disappointment, and the curious crowd chimed in. "Indeed. I tell you, someone once offended Lin Shuming, and guess what happened?" The old man eagerly prompted. "What happened?" "That person was thrown into prison by Lin Shuming." The informant animatedly recounted the tale, as if he had witnessed the event firsthand. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. "I can't believe Lin Shuhua's brother is so powerful. Indeed, I think I might have crossed Lin Shuhua at some point. Oh dear. I hope I won't end up in jail. Your troubles are trifling. Worry not. There is someone here who just knocked Lin Shuming down. If he seeks revenge, he will come after him first." Realizing he had spoken out of turn, the informant quickly covered his mouth and glanced around nervously, relieved to find that no one had paid much attention to his words. As he exhaled, he inadvertently made eye contact with Xiao Bin, who swiftly looked away, leaving him breathless with fear. The earlier display of Xiao Bin's bravery had astonished and intimidated the more timid onlookers. Yet Xiao Bin understood that his neighbors were not ill-intentioned. They sometimes just lacked discretion in their speech. "Perhaps you should take refuge outside for a few days. Do not worry about your wife. I will keep an eye on things for you." Madame Zhang deliberated over the fruit bag in her hands, ultimately arriving at a resolute decision. However, Xiao Bin discerned her predicament. After all, she had a family to care for and could not adequately attend to Mei Su. This would lead to an unwarranted debt of gratitude, a burden that is often the most challenging to repay. Moreover, Xiao Bin was confident in his ability to resolve the matter at hand. "I understand you mean well, Auntie, but rest assured, I will take good care of Mei Su. In my view, individuals like Lin Shuhua and Lin Shuming, who bully others with their influence, deserve to be taught a lesson. This time, I merely gave Lin Shuming a beating and let them off easy. Should they continue to disturb my life, I will ensure they face the consequences." With clenched fists and a fierce glint in his eyes, Xiao Bin knew that despite his assertions, the notorious reputation of Lin Shuming led others to believe he was merely posturing. "You shouldn't be so obstinate. This is no trivial matter. It could endanger many. Indeed, boasting does not bolster one's strength. It would be wiser to apologize sincerely. Perhaps this matter could be put to rest." "I doubt it," came the retort. With Lin Shuming's temperament, Xiao Bin would be lucky to escape unscathed. What then can be done? Since the old man lacks a plan, he should refrain from complicating matters further. "It's truly amusing. Xiao Bin, are you perhaps lost in delusions? With your limited skills, do you really believe you can contend with Lin Shuming?" "You are correct. This is not how I usually speak. Why have I changed?" Listening to the neighbors dismiss his words without a flicker of emotion, Xiao Bin was well aware of their disdain. He had not proven himself in the past. Thus their judgments were not entirely unfounded. He understood that no amount of explanation would sway them. They were neither family nor close friends, merely neighbors. In moments of crisis, they might not lend a hand, reinforcing his belief that he owed them no explanations. However, times had changed. He had gained strength and was no longer the same Xiaobin. Having been granted a second chance, he would not allow his life to mirror the previous one. "Annie Zhang, it is getting late. I must return before Mei Su grows anxious." Ignoring the comments of others, he merely nodded to Madame Zhang before departing. As he left, he overheard disparaging remarks about his arrogance despite lacking capability, causing a slight smile to play at the corners of his mouth. What lay ahead was uncertain, but he would prove to them the transformation of Xiaobin. As he walked, he hummed a tune, pondering whether Mei Su awaited him anxiously at home. "I will protect you both and ensure you suffer no harm," he vowed. Chapter 74. Bitter misunderstanding. You've returned. It seemed quite noisy downstairs. Was there some significant event? Upon hearing the door, Mei Su lifted her gaze, having noticed the commotion below. Typically disinclined to meddle in such affairs, she had no intention of investigating the uproar. Xiaobin hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. "What are you daydreaming about?" "I'm speaking to you." Noticing Xiaobin's silence, Mei Su furrowed her brow. "Did something serious happen that made you return late?" Xiaobin recognized Mei Su's reserved nature, a reflection of the life he had failed to provide. Before he could decide whether to tell her the truth, his mouth had already spoken. Nothing significant occurred below. Just a dog that passed away, leaving its owner quite sorrowful. And everyone was comforting him. Mei Su expressed disbelief. "That seems unlikely. It sounded as if a fight might break out. Do you not trust my words? Have I ever deceived you recently? You can rest easy." Mei Su remained silent for a moment, reflecting that their neighbors did not seem to regard dogs as particularly significant. Yet the noise was quite alarming. "It appears the dog was leashed and wandered into our yard. By the time the owner came looking, the dog had already passed, likely of old age. Thus, the owner was so distressed. The commotion arose because it was an unusual incident. Had someone harmed the dog, there would have been serious repercussions. Stay at home and ignore such trivialities." Xiaobin settled beside Mei Su. In their exchange, he gradually embellished the lie, not wishing to burden her with the realities of his conflict with Lin Shuming. Mei Su already faced enough challenges juggling work and home responsibilities. Mei Su nodded absent-mindedly, her gaze unfocused. She didn't truly care about the incident. Rather, her sensitivity to Xiaobin's late return stemmed from her own concerns. Her unease allowed Xiaobin's fabricated account to distract her. "So nothing serious happened. That's a relief. If you ever witness something similar, steer clear. If the dog's owner becomes enraged, it could be dangerous. You are the pillar of our family. Without you, I cannot fathom what we would do." Her words were laced with subtle probing, influenced by her internal struggles. However, Xiaobin, oblivious, interpreted her worry as concern for his safety. "Do not worry. Such incidents are rare. I promise to heed your advice and avoid unnecessary confrontations in the future." Yet, Mei Su did not hear the reassurance she sought and fell silent again. Each time she opened her mouth to speak, she faltered, unsure how to express herself. After drinking a large glass of water, Xiaobin finally noticed Mei Su's unusual quietness. "Is something wrong at home? You seem troubled. Feel free to share anything with me. After all, I am the pillar of our family." As he affectionately ruffled her hair, Mei Su gazed at him, encouraged by his wink. "Did you visit Wang Haiyan today?" she inquired, attempting to mask her inquiry. She believed Xiaobin would understand her implication. She also knew he was not one to conceal matters. Had anything significant occurred, he would have confided in her. Nevertheless, Mei Su could not accept the idea of Xiaobin having done something inappropriate. Oblivious to her deeper meaning, Xiaobin replied, "Yes, I did visit today." "Why do you ask?" Mei Su was taken aback by his affirmative response, momentarily frozen in place. She recalled how, upon returning from work that afternoon, some neighbors had approached her with furtive glances. "You know, there are whispers about your dealings with Wang Haiyan." Frowning, Mei Su asserted, "Do not speak such nonsense. I trust my husband. Our neighbors may be well-meaning, but their gossip should not be taken to heart." With a hint of disbelief, I could hardly imagine fabricating such tales. I had witnessed it with my own eyes. The neighbor's eyes widened with indignation, seemingly enraged by Mei Su's incredulity. Moreover, Xiaobin had not only visited Wang Haiyan's residence but had also engaged in casual affection, linking arms and holding hands. The neighbor, eager to convince Mei Su of her narrative, escalated her claims. Mei Su fell silent, unable to fathom how Xiaobin could err in such a matter. Yet lacking first-hand knowledge of the situation, She found herself unable to counter the neighbor's fervent assertions with complete confidence. You are deceiving me. Oh dear girl. How could I possibly deceive you? I share this information solely to protect you, to ensure that your man does not fall under Wang Haiyan's spell. That woman is no good. She merely waits for men like your husband, now that he has achieved some success. She may appear charming, but she is utterly vile. And men are easily ensnared by her allure. As the neighbor's words grew increasingly exaggerated, Mei-su recognized the tinge of jealousy behind them, aware that she had likely shared such embellished tales with many others. The neighbor, not anticipating Mei-su's stoic demeanor, soon realized that her efforts were in vain and decided it best to retreat, cradling her freshly washed vegetables. Mei-su returned home, her emotions a tumultuous storm. Yet she managed to engage in household chores and prepare meals for the children with a facade of normalcy. All her feelings were suppressed as she awaited Xiao Bin's return, yearning for him to dispel the doubts that clouded her mind. She wished to convince herself that the words of outsiders were mere fabrications. However, to her dismay, Xiao Bin returned later than expected, causing her to replay the incident in her mind repeatedly, contemplating how to broach the subject without jeopardizing their relationship. It was until she heard Xiao Bin's affirmative response that an overwhelming sense of sorrow surged within her. Chapter 75, Jealous Mei-su. As if she could no longer contain herself, tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing on Xiao Bin's hand. He felt a chill as he looked up to see Mei-su gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. How could I have trusted you so completely? Only to discover that what others said was indeed the truth? Mei-su stammered through her sobs. Xiao Bin was taken aback. He had never witnessed Mei-su in such distress. What happened? Why are you crying? What did someone say? Mei-su turned away, unwilling to engage. Xiao Bin knelt beside her, imploring, Please, just tell me what's troubling you. Your silence worries me. To think you actually care about me. I assumed your heart had already strayed to someone else, she replied, striving to appear composed, though her words dripped with bitterness. Xiao Bin, perplexed, sensed that it was not the moment to seek clarification. How could that be? My heart has always belonged to you. There is no other woman in my eyes. My love for you is as steadfast as the heavens above. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers in an oath. How could you trust the words of others over me? I never directly believed anyone. You were the one who spoke of it. Her sobs interrupted her words, shattering Xiao Bin's heart. What is this all about? Why are you suddenly in tears? I don't recall saying anything to provoke this. He wondered if his earlier reassurance had inadvertently led to her doubt. Should he reveal the truth to her? Yet, Mei-su's tears continued unabated, and in her eyes, Xiao Bin appeared to be nothing but a liar. You cannot deny it. You visited Wang Haiyan today, and the neighbor clearly saw everything. What is your relationship with her? If you truly have feelings for each other. As Mei-su's voice trembled with hurt, she could no longer contain her anguish. If that is the case, then I shall step aside for you too, but the child must remain with me. Her words left Xiao Bin momentarily speechless, and he shook his head in disbelief before enveloping Mei-su in his embrace. Even as she struggled to break free, he held her firmly. All right. You've misunderstood me. Why are you crying over such trivial matters? I thought it was something serious. Turns out, you're merely jealous. He playfully nudged her nose with his. He had been pained to see her so distraught, yet now he found her reaction amusing. You are insufferable for mocking me. I refuse to speak with you. Mei-su pushed him away, covering her face as she attempted to retreat to her room. Xiao Bin, realizing her distress, hurriedly assured her. You completely misinterpreted my intentions. I never meant to belittle your feelings. I simply found your jealousy endearing. My relationship with Wang Haiyan is not what you suspect. And you needn't speak of stepping aside. You are, and will always be, my one and only wife. I did visit her today, but only to assist with a window issue at her home. Once that was resolved, I left immediately. He omitted the details of Wang Haiyan's attempt to seduce him, believing that no one else needed to know. Mei-su, still in a fit of anger, did not require such revelations to deepen her hurt. She hoped fervently that Wang Haiyan would recognize her place and refrain from such disgraceful pursuits. Otherwise, Xiao Bin would not hesitate to expose her true character, revealing to all her lack of self-respect. Ultimately, Mei-su was of utmost importance to him. It would be foolish to allow an outsider to harm someone so vital to him. Yet, despite Xiao Bin's reassurances, Mei-su remained unconvinced. Her skepticism firmly rooted in her heart. You think I would believe you? A man's words are often deceptive. What of your intimate gestures with her? Xiao Bin shook his head with a smile. Surely you know to take half of what that neighbor says with a grain of salt. How could my little fool trust her entirely? He wrapped his arms around Mei-su once more. Seeing her still pouting, he resorted to his ultimate charm. How could you believe I would be interested in Wang Haiyan? She is hardly your equal in beauty. She resembles an old woman. In contrast, my wife is youthful and radiant, possessing a figure that could never be compared to hers. The last time I glanced her way, I thought she looked rather plump. I hardly paid her any further attention. At last, Mei Su was amused by Xiao Bin's exaggerated descriptions. She is not as dreadful as you claim. She is rather slender and beautiful, I assure you. Feigning contemplation, Xiao Bin replied, Is that so? I beg to differ. I believe my wife is the fairest of them all. His flattery was charming, but she reminded him, Do not forget, the weekend is approaching, and we need to fetch my mother. I understand you are busy at the factory, but you must make time for this. Nestled in Xiao Bin's embrace, Mei Su finally felt at ease enough to discuss important matters. He nodded, stroking her head gently. Rest assured, I will not forget. Tomorrow night. I have to work late at the factory, so do not wait up for me. Get some rest. He pressed a tender kiss to her forehead as he spoke. Mei Su closed her eyes to feel the moment. Speaking of which, you have been quite busy lately, and I haven't properly inquired about the state of your factory. Do you still doubt your husband? The factory has now begun large-scale production, so I must keep a close watch. While this is indeed true, you should not overexert yourself. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. As she spoke, Mei Su gently caressed Xiao Bin's cheek, her concern palpable. In reality, once we get through this period, things will improve. There is no need for excessive worry. My current busyness is solely to provide you with a better life. With that, Xiao Bin grasped Mei Su's hand. Mei Su nodded. Very well, since you will be occupied late tomorrow, let's retire early tonight. What would you like to eat in the morning? I shall prepare it for you. I'll be leaving early tomorrow, so do rest well, and there's no need for you to rise to make breakfast for me. Chapter 76. Xiao Bin's Trust Before Dawn. Xiao Bin arose, gazing at his wife, still enveloped in slumber. He placed a soft kiss on her cheek before departing for the factory. Although it was still early, several trucks were already waiting at the factory's entrance. Had they been busy since last night? Xiao Bin furrowed his brow, pondering the strain Wang Erqiang had endured in recent days. Perhaps it would be wise to grant him a couple of days off. As Xiao Bin approached, a truck driver squatting by the roadside greeted him. You're here so early. Care for a cigarette? He offered his pack. I'm not that early. It seems you all have been here for quite some time, Xiao Bin replied with a smile. Accepting the cigarette and squatting beside the driver to watch the loading process. One must come early. Otherwise, the goods may be gone before you know it. They are in high demand, and some of the guys have been laboring all night. The driver took a deep drag from his cigarette, and Xiao Bin joined him, exhaling clouds of smoke as they watched the last truck depart with its cargo. You've arrived. Here are last night's accounts, Wang Baogang said, handing over the ledger and flipping through the initial pages, which detailed the recent income. Xiao Bin squinted at the records, silently calculating the net profit. Quite promising. The volume of goods transported recently is substantial. If we maintain this production scale, expansion will soon be within our grasp. He tapped the ledger, closing it before returning it to Wang Erqiang. You've worked exceptionally hard during this time. Take a proper rest during the day. I came early to help keep an eye on things. Not at all. I'm quite energetic, Wang Erqiang insisted, widening his eyes for emphasis. Noticing the overflowing ashtray, Xiao Bin remarked, There's no need for pleasantries between us. Besides, I'm not suggesting you continue working late into the night. You should endure a little longer. But once Zhou Jiangwo starts, you'll have someone to share the load with, and your nights won't be so arduous. You have bloodshot eyes. It would be wise to rest, Xiao Bin pointed out, gesturing toward Wang Erqiang's tired gaze. Wang Erqiang rubbed his eyes, dismissing the concern. It's nothing. Just a normal reaction from staying up a night. I'm in good health, and I can manage a few more days. Xiao Bin shook his head with a smile. While you are healthy, it is essential to protect that health. It's settled then. You should take a nap now, and when you wake, you can take over my shift. Wang Erqiang scratched his head in agreement. All right, but my father will come to settle accounts this morning. So please ensure the records are ready. Xiao Bin nodded. When you wake, have the finance department prepare the payment. Your father can settle directly without needing to bring the ledger for me to verify. Wang Erqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. That can't be. I cannot allow that. Why not? I trust you not to make any mistakes. No, absolutely not. I can't engage in such exceptions. If others find out, who knows what chaos might ensue. Surprised by Wang Erqiang's meticulousness, Xiao Bin reassured him. Rest assured, it won't be an issue. Your father is also a figure of authority to me. I trust both you and him. Given the factory's busyness, alleviating some of your burdens is beneficial. You've performed admirably during this time, and I have faith in you. Besides, this responsibility is primarily yours to manage. The distinction between my verification and yours is negligible. There is no need to duplicate efforts. Saving time is advantageous, wouldn't you agree? Believing he had conveyed his point convincingly, Xiaobin was taken aback when Wang Erqiang remained resolute. No, absolutely not. I cannot agree to this. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiaobin was struck by Wang Erqiang's integrity, deepening his trust in him. It became clear that special treatment was warranted to convey Wang Erqiang's unique and irreplaceable status in his esteem. Before he could voice more, Wang Erqiang turned and walked away. You suggested I rest, so I shall do so, but I will organize the ledger first. Ensure you verify it thoroughly before the settlement. Xiaobin conceded to Wang Erqiang's determination. I arrived so early for various tasks. Unfortunately, I lack the time to verify the ledger, since you have already accounted for it. There is no need to waste precious time, correct? If you remain uneasy, feel free to verify it again yourself. With that, Xiaobin turned to leave. Wang Erqiang stood still, astonished by Xiaobin's trust in him. After repeatedly refusing, he was at a loss for how to respond. I will never betray you. If anyone seeks to harm you, they must step over my dead body, he silently vowed, clenching his fists. From the moment Xiaobin provided him with a platform for work, Wang Erqiang felt immense gratitude. Now, with Xiaobin's profound trust and increasing responsibilities, he was no longer the same person he used to be. Whether it was managing disobedient employees or tackling challenging situations, Xiaobin consistently found optimal solutions, elevating Wang Erqiang's status and treatment. This realization filled Wang Erqiang with apprehension. He questioned his own competence. Yet, he received such serious regard from Xiaobin that he felt compelled to assist him wholeheartedly. Regardless of the hour or fatigue, Wang Erqiang approached each task with unwavering diligence. Initially, others doubted his sincerity, but over time, his consistent work ethic earned their respect, all thanks to Xiaobin. Chapter 77. Gratitude. Wang Erqiang, heeding Xiaobin's advice, took a rest. Upon awakening, he found his father standing beside him. Why are you here so early? Didn't you say you would come around 10? It seems to be just past 9. Rubbing his eyes, Wang Erqiang sat up. I mentioned that merely to come early and check on you. At 10, I will accompany you to meet him. Wang Erqiang's father sat on the nearby sofa, observing his son with a look of concern. How's your work here? You seem quite fatigued, he remarked, his trust in me evident. The factory was still in its nascent stages, bustling with numerous tasks, and he feared that I might be overexerting myself. Thus, he advised me to take a moment to rest. Sensing his father's potential misunderstanding, Wang Erqiang quickly clarified that he arrived early each day, and others shared the burdens of the factory as well. Very well, let us proceed to settle accounts with him. It would be inappropriate to disturb him later when he becomes busy. Wang Erqiang nodded in agreement, suggesting we visit his office since the timing was nearly right. Upon entering, Xiaobin immediately understood the purpose of their visit was to reconcile previous payments. Wang Erqiang, please bring over the account books, he instructed. Wang Erqiang, initially believing Xiaobin intended to handle the reconciliation personally, nodded and returned to retrieve all the records. Although Xiaobin's prior trust had deeply touched him, it was this action that truly reassured him, as all financial documents were now at hand. Setting aside his tasks, Xiaobin said, since you have brought everything, you may proceed with the settlement. Taken aback by Xiaobin's insistence, Wang Erqiang hesitated, wanting to offer further counsel. However, Xiaobin did not afford him the opportunity to speak. By the time Wang Erqiang raised his head, Xiaobin had already produced a new contract and handed it to Wang Erqiang's father. I was quite satisfied with the previous batch of fruits, and I hope to foster further cooperation with you, uncle. Wang Erqiang's father beamed at this statement, replying enthusiastically, of course, how many fruits do you require? I can certainly provide that quantity. Xiaobin nodded with a smile, expressing that it would be ideal if he could expand beyond a single village for sourcing fruits, inquiring if neighboring villages also cultivated the same variety. Indeed, many families in the nearby villages cultivate these fruits to varying extents, Wang Erqiang's father affirmed. You could explore these villages, and since it might be inconvenient for you to manage it all yourself, perhaps you could assign your eldest son to assist. I can offer him a portion of the commission. Xiaobin, having recognized Wang Erqiang as a brother, took an interest in his family matters. Wang Erqiang, observing their lively conversation, felt it inappropriate to interject and instead focused on meticulously reviewing the account books to ensure clarity for Xiaobin during the settlement. Surprisingly, Xiaobin's consideration for his elder brother left Wang Erqiang momentarily speechless. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Xiao Bin reminded him, "Keep working. I still need you to finalize the accounts and hand over the money to your father." This jolted Wang Erqiang back to the task at hand, and he hastened his efforts, a surge of excitement building within him since morning, now reaching its zenith. Both Wang Erqiang and his father were profoundly moved by Xiao Bin's thoughtfulness. Wang Erqiang's father, burdened by his eldest son's previous idleness and gambling issues, felt immense gratitude. Despite his son's desire to change, his past behavior had alienated him from potential opportunities, leaving their family in a state of distress. Witnessing Xiao Bin's willingness to consider his eldest son and facilitate a stable income for their family alleviated his fears regarding his son squandering the settlement on gambling. "I cannot express how grateful I am for your consideration," Wang Erqiang's father said, overwhelmed with emotion. "Not only have you provided Erqiang with a wonderful job, but you also wish to purchase our fruits, ensuring a steady source of income, and now you're even concerned for my eldest son." His voice trembled as he spoke. Recalling the disdain his son had faced and the ridicule endured, he felt the urge to proclaim his son's worth to those who had doubted him. Wang Erqiang approached his father, offering a comforting hand on his back as he sensed his father's emotional turmoil. "You are our family's benefactor, and we owe you our heartfelt gratitude," his father insisted, prompting Xiao Bin to feel a bit uncomfortable. "Uncle, you flatter me. This is merely a small favor. If it contributes to a better life for you, then I have done a good deed. Moreover, I have merely provided employment opportunities. As for your eldest son, I cannot say what the future holds for him. Yet, with you overseeing the family's economic matters, it may help deter his inclination toward gambling. I am uncertain what he will become in the future, yet it is undoubtedly preferable to his current state of idleness. Once he embarks on his career, he will have less time to indulge in gambling. Perhaps this change could even lead him to abandon that detrimental habit altogether, which would truly be a cause for celebration. While I cannot guarantee anything regarding the boss, I assure you that as long as Wang Erqiang is willing to stay by my side, I will never treat him poorly. I will ensure he attains great wealth. The current profits we see are merely the initial, meager gains from a fledgling business." As he spoke, Xiao Bin patted Wang Erqiang on the shoulder. He had taken note of Wang Erqiang's loyalty, and his words were not mere rhetoric. They reflected his genuine intentions. However, witnessing the emotional turmoil of Wang Erqiang's father affected him deeply, compelling him to express his thoughts candidly. Wang Erqiang and his father were taken aback by Xiao Bin's sudden remarks, exchanging astonished glances that mirrored their surprise. Wang Erqiang's father had never envisioned his son achieving great success. His aspirations were modest. He merely wished for his two sons to grow up healthy, establish families, and bless him with grandchildren. After the eldest son strayed onto a misguided path, he hoped for nothing more than a peaceful family life, free from calamities, and for his elder son to return to the right track, while the younger son simply needed a stable job. Yet, Xiao Bin's unexpected words rekindled a long-extinguished hope within him. Overcome by a mix of emotions, tears fell from his eyes. "Erqiang, quickly kneel and bow to Xiao Bin. Just look at how much he has helped us. We have nothing to repay him with, so you must bow 3 times on my behalf." As Xiao Bin was Wang Erqiang's elder, it would not be appropriate for him to kneel in gratitude, as that would be seen as a diminishment of his own stature. Therefore, having Wang Erqiang perform this act of reverence was the wisest course of action. Wang Erqiang had always been filial towards his father, and considering that his father praised someone he held in such high regard, his feelings of gratitude were overwhelming. After his father's urging, Wang Erqiang realized the necessity of the gesture. Without hesitation, he knelt down, saying, "Brother, I have always respected you greatly and admired your capabilities. My father and I are immensely grateful for your ability to rescue our family from dire straits. Our lives have transformed from a state of financial despair to what we are now. The one we must thank is you." As he prepared to bow, Xiao Bin was taken aback by the series of actions from the two of them, exclaiming, "Oh, please don't do this. We are brothers." He attempted to halt Wang Erqiang's movement, but unexpectedly, Wang Erqiang's father stepped forward, asserting, "This bow is one I should perform. You need not stop him." "But," protested Wang Erqiang, "I am not doing this solely because my father suggested it. I respect you genuinely, which is why I am willing to do this. You are a benefactor to our family and to me. However, I have not conferred upon you any significant favors. This is too much. I am helping you, and you are helping me in return. I would not extend such special treatment to anyone else, and it is unnecessary for you to bow so deeply. A man's knee should not touch the ground lightly. Please, rise. I have always taught Erqiang to be grateful. Although we have benefited from your kindness, we have yet to find a way to repay you." We understand that even bowing cannot compare to the assistance you have given our family. But this gesture reflects our sincere attitude. If you continue to refuse, it will imply that you do not wish for Wang Erqiang to bow in gratitude. Wang Erqiang's father began to play the rogue, leaving Xiaobin bemused. Uncle, what you say is unreasonable. I cannot accept Erqiang's gratitude, let alone yours. In fact, Erqiang has assisted me greatly. We are brothers, and many matters need not be so meticulously accounted for. So please, rise. With that, Xiaobin extended his hand to help the kneeling Wang Erqiang back to his feet. Do you not heed your father's words? Wang Erqiang's father, seeing that he could no longer dissuade Xiaobin, turned to Wang Erqiang and urged him not to hesitate. Wang Erqiang recognized Xiaobin's respect for him and felt even more grateful. Brother, I hold you in the highest regard. With that, he bowed his head deeply once more. And Xiaobin could only sigh in resignation. Chapter 79. Taking a master, Wang Erqiang knelt and bowed 3 times before pausing. Brother, please do not feel burdened. The changes you have brought to our family during this time are worth far more than these 3 bows. To be your brother and to remain by your side is a stroke of fortune for me. Listening to Wang Erqiang's heartfelt words, Xiaobin sighed with a mixture of emotion. As brothers, I cannot treat you lightly. I cannot accept your bows without reciprocating in kind. Traditionally, we bow to heaven, to earth, and to our parents. Having received your 3 bows, I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. However, if you are willing, I can take you on as my apprentice, teaching you the art of business. After all, I am a merchant, and aside from my skills and trade, I possess no remarkable talents. As your mentor, receiving your bows would be fitting. What do you think? Xiaobin spoke earnestly, and then turned to gauge Wang Erqiang's reaction. The willingness to bow in gratitude was one thing. The desire to become his apprentice was another matter entirely. Wang Erqiang and his father exchanged glances, astonished. Can our son truly have such an opportunity? In truth, Wang Erqiang had never dared to dream of such a thing. From the moment Xiaobin began establishing his factory, with nothing but ambition to now achieving tremendous success, Wang Erqiang had witnessed every step of that journey. He had been by Xiaobin's side throughout, absorbing the lessons learned along the way. Whenever Xiaobin engaged in business negotiations, he would often bring Wang Erqiang along, exposing him to various business people and imparting vital knowledge. Yet, when it came to critical decisions, Wang Erqiang often struggled to grasp Xiaobin's deeper insights. He recognized that he could not match Xiaobin's foresight, and he yearned to improve himself, to assist Xiaobin in more significant ways. Yet he felt stymied by a lack of resources to enhance his understanding, knowing that expanding his horizons required time and effort. Previously, Wang Erqiang had not dared to entertain the hope that Xiaobin would impart his invaluable business acumen to him. After all, Xiaobin was a businessman, and for merchants, no profit was too small to overlook. No merchant would willingly share their trade secrets with an outsider. It was not a matter of pride for Wang Erqiang, but rather a recognition that mastering such skills could lead to independence, transforming him into a potential rival for Xiaobin. He understood the adage that teaching someone to fish was more beneficial than simply giving them a fish, and Wang Erqiang had always been eager to learn what he did not yet comprehend. Now, the prospect of Xiaobin offering to be his mentor, willing to share his business expertise, was an opportunity of immense value. Wang Erqiang was filled with excitement. I cannot express how eager I am to learn the art of business from you. From the very beginning, Wang Erqiang regarded Xiaobin as both a mentor and a friend. At this moment, Wang Erqiang once again bowed his head to Xiaobin. The previous 3 bows merely represented our family's gratitude. This one is my formal apprenticeship tribute. Master, please accept my bow. Xiaobin was taken aback by Wang Erqiang's sincerity, and with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, he stepped forward to help him up. There are certain matters between us that do not require such clarity. This time, as Xiaobin assisted Wang Erqiang to his feet, his father refrained from intervening, watching the scene with a smile. Xiaobin's words surprised even himself. Yet he had always been kind to his family, so if a closer bond could be formed, Wang Erqiang's father would naturally welcome it. You understand my trust in you. As long as you are willing to learn diligently, I will impart all my skills to you. I am not one to conceal my talents. I understand, master. With your demeanor, you surely do not concern yourself with trivial matters. I believe your intentions towards me are genuine. Since you have offered to be my master and teach me your skills, it is inconceivable that you would play me false. Wang Erqiang, though lifted by Xiaobin, still bore an unwavering admiration and excitement in his eyes. Do not flatter me so. While I am willing to teach you, there are conditions. I hope you will remain loyal and never consider going your own way or becoming my rival. Xiaobin gestured for Wang Erqiang and his father to sit on the nearby sofa. Upon hearing Xiaobin's words, Wang Erqiang nodded vigorously, pledging, "I swear that once I master these skills, no matter the circumstances, I will never oppose you." Wang Erqiang held deep respect for Xiaobin, particularly now that he was willing to be his master. In Wang Erqiang's heart, filial piety was paramount. Once a teacher, always a father. He was a person who valued the teacher-student relationship, so after Xiaobin became his master, it was unthinkable for him to betray him. "Indeed, my son is no base scoundrel. We are eager to repay your kindness. How could we ever consider betraying you after learning your skills?" Wang Erqiang's father, understanding Xiaobin's concerns, did not perceive them as a lack of trust. After all, even capable individuals worry about such situations. "You have known my son for quite some time. If you did not trust him, I doubt you would have spoken as you did today. However, let me assure you, if Wang Erqiang ever wrongs you, I will be the first to cast him out. A thankless wretch like that is not one I would dare keep." "You are too kind, uncle. Since you are willing to say so, I feel reassured." Xiaobin smiled at Wang Erqiang and continued, "You need not address me as master. Let us maintain our previous rapport. Call me brother instead." Wang Erqiang, with a serious expression, protested, "That cannot be. Our relationship has changed. How can we treat it as before? While we are indeed master and disciple, we are also good brothers. Moreover, as your disciple, should I not heed your words? The master requests this of you." Xiaobin feigned a stern expression to intimidate Wang Erqiang, who furrowed his brow, eager to argue, but his father hastily interjected. "Did you not just vow not to oppose Xiaobin? Why are you now wavering on your promise?" Chapter 80. An unpleasant parting. Wang Erqiang's face flushed as he waved his hand. "Father, how can you say that? You know I would never mean such a thing." Xiaobin observed the two with a faint smile. He had known Wang Erqiang long enough to understand his character and was confident he would not betray him. Nevertheless, it is wise to remain vigilant. One cannot afford to stumble in such a manner after a second chance at life. As long as Wang Erqiang harbored no ill will, Xiaobin was more than willing to mentor him. In fact, he had considered this long ago, often involving Wang Erqiang in business dealings, with plans to groom him as a trusted confidant. Yet, this had never been explicitly stated. Whenever Wang Erqiang encountered challenges or fixated on trivialities, Xiaobin would lend a guiding hand. Now, he was formally including Wang Erqiang in his plans for development, allowing for more open communication between them. After all, Xiaobin would not be content with the current scale. He intended to expand operations, and having a trustworthy ally would be invaluable. "Ah, Xiaobin, I never expected you to be so generous. Had I allowed Erqiang to follow you sooner, our family would not have taken so many detours." Wang Erqiang's father expressed satisfaction with the current situation. Xiaobin raised an eyebrow. If Wang Erqiang had followed him earlier, his past experiences might have been even more arduous. After all, the man he once was and the man he had become were entirely different. However, outwardly, Xiaobin maintained his composure. "Uncle, you flatter me. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit. Do not think only of my assistance to him. In many respects, Wang Erqiang has provided me with fresh perspectives. Though he has not yet navigated the business world for long, his ideas are often innovative and surprisingly effective." Xiaobin praised Wang Erqiang, who was not at all dim-witted. On the contrary, he was eager to ponder and frequently surprised Xiaobin with his insights. "Oh, you are being too kind. He is not as remarkable as you claim." Though Wang Erqiang's father said this, he felt immense pride upon hearing his child praised in such a manner. "I wonder, Xiaobin, when might you have time to join us for a meal? Our family would like to express our gratitude in person." Wang Erqiang interjected, "Oh, we have nothing special to offer. You are now a big boss. We wouldn't want to embarrass ourselves with what we have." "What nonsense. We do have some decent offerings, and your mother's cooking is quite good. Just because we lack extravagance does not mean we should not host Xiaobin." Xiaobin quickly added, "I would genuinely love to visit your home, but I hope it won't be too much trouble for you. If not, I would be delighted to find a time to drop by. It would not be a bother at all." Wang Erqiang's father chuckled, and the two continued their pleasant conversation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Faqiang was in a less than cheerful mood. His expression darkened as he knocked on Wang Haiyan's door early in the morning. "Wang Haiyan, open up. I know you are home." Upon hearing Li Faqiang's voice, Wang Haiyan's mood soured. What trouble was this penniless man stirring now? She thought to herself, "I need to send him away quickly, lest others think there is something between us." However, she concealed her feelings when she opened the door, exclaiming, "Oh, it's you. Brotherly, what brings you here so early? Wang Haiyan, do not play coy with me. Did Xiaobin visit your home yesterday? Little did he know that since learning of Xiaobin's visit, he had been unable to eat or sleep, his mind swirling with countless speculations. Yet, recalling Wang Haiyan's previous demeanor, he wondered if she was truly unwilling to engage with him. He was perplexed about her true thoughts. Today, I finally awaited the opportune moment that I could no longer remain seated. I promptly approached Wang Haiyan's door to knock. Prior to my arrival, my mind had conjured various dialogues, yet upon seeing Wang Haiyan, it felt as though all my thoughts had dissipated. A surge of anger erupted within me, compelling me to interrogate her about the events of yesterday. Wang Haiyan simply rolled her eyes. Having always been cherished by Li Faqiang, she immediately sensed a chill in his demeanor today. She had no desire to endure his unwarranted temper, especially after facing setbacks with Xiaobin the day before, only to be confronted again today. Who do you think you are? Why do you come to my home to question me? What relation do we share? You are merely meddling in affairs that do not concern you. I would argue that your inability to find a partner at your age speaks to your lack of ambition. Wang Haiyan believed that Li Faqiang would never counter her, allowing her to vent her grievances about Xiaobin. However, she was unaware that yesterday's incidents had profoundly affected Li Faqiang, who had silently labeled her. The fact that she continued to associate with Xiaobin felt like an affront, leading to his frustration. What qualities does Xiaobin possess that I lack? Why is it that you are drawn to him, yet disregard me? Do not harbor illusions of rising in status. Xiaobin enjoys a close relationship with Mei Su. You ought not to fantasize about what you cannot attain. He is married and has no interest in you. Wang Haiyan felt struck at her core by Li Faqiang's words, inciting her indignation. Indeed, even if I found Xiaobin appealing, I certainly do not regard you in the same light. Perhaps now you will grasp how inadequate you truly are. You dare to criticize me, to call me a toad wishing to consume swan meat. I return the sentiment to you. Are you truly so oblivious that you fail to recognize my disdain for you, yet you still approach me? Frankly, there is little difference between us. I am willing to strive for my goals, while you cower like a turtle. Do not belittle me, regardless of your attempts to diminish my worth. You still find yourself drawn to me. And how pathetic is the one who finds me appealing? Wang Haiyan was infuriated. Li Faqiang had not anticipated her venomous retort and was equally unwilling to back down. After a heated exchange, they parted ways in discord. Chapter 81. Scheming. As Xiaobin rose from his bed once more, preparing to head to the factory, darkness suddenly clouded his vision. Had he not swiftly supported himself against the wall, he might have collapsed onto the floor. What is happening? In just a few days, has my body become so weak? Xiaobin furrowed his brow. This was not how he envisioned his future as a prosperous entrepreneur. Back when he was striving to establish himself, he had traversed tirelessly without such frailty. How is it that I have regressed to such a state? He chuckled bitterly, realizing it was time to adopt a more health-conscious lifestyle. Though he recognized his body was sending him a warning, the factory was at a crucial juncture, demanding his presence every minute. He and Wang Erqiang had been working in shifts, yet it was still insufficient to meet the factory's needs. Xiaobin observed that Wang Erqiang, despite working tirelessly throughout the day, was also exhibiting signs of exhaustion. If they continued to push themselves, neither would be able to perform optimally. An incident was bound to occur that could not persist in this manner. Burning the midnight oil every night to oversee the factory was unsustainable for his health. Nor could he spare time during the day for other matters. While rushing to meet short-term demands was feasible, if this continued long-term, Xiaobin had no desire to die young, leaving others to inscribe sudden death on his gravestone. It was time to appoint several supervisors and promote some capable individuals, thereby expanding the factory's management team for long-term growth. Although he had previously believed in quality over quantity, the current shortage of manpower was undeniable. If suitable candidates were scarce, he would have to make do with those available. A few notable individuals came to mind, and he resolved to observe them closely, for he did not wish to repeat the mistake of choosing a leader who nearly jeopardized the factory's future. However, he could not afford to rush. Such matters required careful deliberation. Shaking his head, he sighed and glanced at the clock, realizing how late it had become. No longer dwelling on his thoughts, Xiaobin promptly gathered his belongings and headed to the factory. While he was consumed with concerns about the factory's future, Wang Haiyan was unable to sleep that night. Agitated by Li Faqiang's cutting remarks, she was not naive. She recognized Xiaobin's exceptional demeanor, which drew her to him. Thus, she understood that Li Faqiang's frantic words bore a kernel of truth. Tossing and turning in bed, she ultimately resolved to rise early, for she could not afford to languish in bed all day. With this in mind, Wang Haiyan moved a stool into the small courtyard to bask in the sun. A few women, having completed their household chores, noticed her late emergence and shuffled over to sit beside her. You seem a bit off today. I heard some commotion last night. Did Li Faqiang come to bother you again? Wang Haiyan finally opened her eyes. She was not particularly close to them and held a certain disdain for these women, yet lacking other company, she felt compelled to engage. What do you think? He simply enjoys coming around, though I have no desire to entertain him. Despite her disdain for Li Faqiang, he was, after all, one of her suitors. Although she relished showing off, she was acutely aware that her aspirations lay with Xiaobin. Thus, even while boasting, she intentionally sidestepped any mention of her connection to Li Faqiang. I could have sworn I heard you two arguing last night. The women were not oblivious. They could see Wang Haiyan's penchant for boasting and were eager to witness her embarrassment, as they perceived her to be rather promiscuous. Humph. It was merely a disagreement because I refused his advances. Wang Haiyan felt a flush of embarrassment, hoping her neighbors had not overheard the details of their quarrel. Yet, I seem to recall hearing you mention Xiaobin. To her surprise, the neighbor pressed further. She had previously listened to Wang Haiyan boast about various achievements and now seized the opportunity to expose her duplicity. That is merely a misunderstanding. You must have misheard. Before I secure my connection with Xiaobin, I am not inclined to discuss him, especially given his current indifferent attitude. Oh, I heard Xiaobin is quite wealthy now. I assumed that was why you two were involved. How mistaken I was. The neighbor chuckled, munching on seeds. This revelation startled Wang Haiyan. Has Xiaobin truly become so successful? It confirmed her sharp instincts had not failed her. Yet, a sense of worry crept in. Was Xiaobin now avoiding her because of his newfound wealth and the circles he traversed? She had never mingled with such people and could not fathom their mindset. In her eyes, she felt an insurmountable divide between herself and that world, which seemed inhabited by deities with their own unique ways of thinking and acting. And now, Xiaobin represented her only potential connection to that realm. With this thought, Wang Haiyan could no longer remain seated. I just remembered I have matters to attend to. Please continue your conversation without me. Having been roused by her earlier frustrations, she hurriedly made her way to Xiaobin's residence, though anxiety began to set in as she rushed out from her home. Is it possible that my appearance is insufficiently appealing? Are there issues with my complexion? After all, Wang Haiyan is acutely aware that her opportunities are dwindling. If she cannot secure Xiaobin now, once he achieves great wealth and encounters a broader world, her chances of winning him over will be even slimmer. Wang Haiyan shook her head, dispelling such thoughts. Hard work ultimately pays off. I firmly believe I will succeed. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes, emboldening her to persistently pursue Xiaobin. This tenacity, however, stemmed from Li Faqiang's relentless pursuit, providing her with a safety net. Even if she ultimately fails, it would not matter. Li Faqiang remained steadfastly devoted to her. This realization filled Wang Haiyan with a sense of pride, bolstering her courage to seize this final opportunity. When she finally arrived at Xiaobin's doorstep, she took a deep breath, adorned her sweetest smile, and knocked on the door. Xiaobin, are you home? It's Haiyan. To her surprise, only Mei Su was at home. As Mei Su listened to the sweet voice from outside, her brow furrowed in discontent. Upon hearing the name Haiyan, she immediately associated it with the Wang Haiyan mentioned by their neighbors. Humph, Xiaobin assured me that nothing was amiss. Is this not a blatant intrusion? Mei Su felt a pang in her heart, realizing that Xiaobin had deceived her, yet since Wang Haiyan had come, she had no reason to fear her. She opened the door, coldly gazing at Wang Haiyan. What do you want? I am home alone, so you can drop that tone. Oh, it's Mei Su, Wang Haiyan replied, her eyes glinting mischievously. Although Xiaobin was not at home, it did not imply she was powerless. Rather, she could potentially sow discord between the two. Actually, I came over today without any specific reason. I was just worried that Xiaobin might be missing me, so I thought I would pay him a visit. Wang Haiyan said, smiling sweetly at Mei Su while twirling her lightly curled hair, which she had meticulously styled before leaving. She could not let it go to waste. Mei Su fixed her gaze on the ends of Wang Haiyan's curls, feeling as though she were being provoked by a cunning vixen. Do you have any idea what nonsense you were spouting in my presence? Xiaobin has already clarified everything between us. If you are here to sow discord, I must inform you that our marriage is strong, and you are bound to be disappointed. On the surface, Mei Su maintained her composure, but internally, she was a tempest of emotions. Wang Haiyan, however, discerned no signs of distress on Mei Su's face. She did not wish to retreat so soon. Ah, you must have heard that just a few days ago, Xiaobin came to see me, she continued, pausing for dramatic effect before letting out a delicate laugh. her eyes subtly observing Mei Su's reaction. You and Xiaobin have been married for quite some time, so you surely understand his character. When I invited him to my home, he was incredibly sweet to me. He intended to visit you yesterday, but he simply couldn't get out of bed. Wang Haiyan's tone was laced with feigned innocence. You wouldn't mind such trivial matters, would you? You just told me that Xiaobin explained everything to you. So let me guess. He said he was merely helping me fix a window? Mei Su's body tensed at this remark, and Wang Haiyan keenly noted the subtle change. In truth, Wang Haiyan was merely taking a gamble with her words, not expecting to strike a chord with Xiaobin's sentiments. After all, Xiaobin was a man preoccupied with the factory's affairs and likely lacked the attentiveness a wife might expect. He had indeed gone to Wang Haiyan's home to repair a window, and regarding the ensuing chaos, Xiaobin thought it unnecessary for Mei Su to dwell on such matters, inadvertently providing Wang Haiyan with an opening. I didn't realize Xiaobin was shy about such things. Perhaps he was merely being considerate of my feelings, Wang Haiyan mused, chuckling lightly. As Mei Su remained silent, Wang Haiyan dismissed her earlier retorts, realizing that her soliloquy was growing tedious. She decided it was best to leave the conversation at that. Prolonging it might arouse Mei Su's suspicions. Since Xiaobin is not here, I shall take my leave. If he returns, please let him know he can come find me anytime. I am always available. Wang Haiyan winked at Mei Su before sashaying away. As Mei Su watched Wang Haiyan exit her yard, she finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. It was a mystery how she had managed to hold herself together in front of Wang Haiyan, leaning against the wall for support. She slowly made her way back to the table, where she had been mending clothes for Xiaobin. A bitter smile crossed her lips. Perhaps she should never have opened that door. Opening it felt akin to unleashing Pandora's box. Every terrifying possibility had come to fruition. Xiaobin, oh Xiaobin. I never anticipated that I could be so mistaken about you. Tears began to fall onto the fabric, soaking it as she finally acknowledged her sorrow. She lifted a hand to her face, feeling its coldness. Unable to contain herself any longer, Mei Su embraced herself and wept openly at the table, finding solace in her tears and releasing the fear that had gripped her earlier. When Xiaobin returned from the factory, he was astonished to find the front door ajar. Had a thief broken in? He quickly dismissed the thought, realizing there was little of value in his home to attract a thief. Perhaps it was that troublesome pair of siblings again, taking advantage of his absence to bully Mei Su? The thought sent a shiver of dread through him, prompting him to hasten inside. Mei Su, are you all right? Upon seeing Mei Su sitting at the table, Xiaobin breathed a sigh of relief, but as he approached, he sensed something was amiss. He observed her swollen eyes and the remnants of tears on her face. What has happened? Why are you crying? To Xiaobin's surprise, Mei Su merely wiped her tears away and coldly replied, It's nothing. Xiaobin furrowed his brow, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Mei Su's demeanor was utterly uncharacteristic of her usual self, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Yet, he suppressed it, knowing that Mei Su had been keeping her thoughts bottled up lately. If he lost his temper now, it would only deter her from sharing her feelings in the future, a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, he stepped closer, speaking gently, You can tell me anything. I am your husband. You can rely on me. Please, share what has upset you so deeply that you are here crying alone. Mei Su glanced into Xiaobin's concerned eyes, the words of Wang Haiyan echoing in her mind. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. It's nothing. As long as you are kind to me and my family, I'm content. Mei Su forced a smile, realizing that compared to the past, Xiaobin had indeed improved significantly. During this period, thanks to Xiaobin's efforts, the quality of family life has significantly improved. They no longer need to worry about their basic necessities, and Mei Su no longer resorts to dramatics over trivial matters. What could possibly be the issue? Xiaobin reflects on how he has been consistently well-dressed when leaving home. Recently, he has also heard numerous rumors regarding his relationship with Wang Haiyan, which he initially deemed unworthy of his attention. As the saying goes, one who walks a straight path need not fear shadows. As long as he is not engaged in any secretive affairs with Wang Haiyan, external gossip should not tarnish his reputation. He wondered why Mei Su would question him about matters he had already made clear to himself. He had hoped that their recent time together would strengthen their bond and allow them to live harmoniously as a family. Little did he know, she was still preoccupied with the idea of him straying. Mei Su, with tear-filled eyes, struggled to contain her disappointment in Xiaobin. The words spoken by Wang Haiyan earlier were indicative enough for any reasonable person to infer the underlying intentions. She would rather Xiaobin confess to having better options outside than to become someone who flits from one woman to another after improving his circumstances. In that case, she would prefer to sever ties entirely. What are you saying? I just returned and am unaware of what has transpired, although I have heard whispers from outside. We cannot silence everyone's tongues, and you should not let such matters weigh heavily on your heart, Xiaobin replied. He did not want Mei Su to live her life constantly worried about others' opinions. In the past, they endured mistreatment due to their financial struggles. But now they need not be affected by the gossip of others. As for the gossip mongers, Xiaobin vowed they would soon realize how misguided their words were. He could never abandon Mei Su, nor would he entertain any relationship with a woman like Wang Haiyan. His heart has always belonged to Mei Su. And after so long together, they understood each other deeply. Even if he had not fallen in love with her in this life, he would remain by her side. Loyal and devoted. After spending so much time together, Xiaobin regarded Mei Su as the most significant person in his life. He could never equate her sacrifices with anything he had done. If he were to betray her, it would invite divine retribution. Mei Su, after all this time as husband and wife, you should know what kind of person I am. Surely you have an inkling of whether I am the sort to engage in indiscretions. Is this suspicion of yours somehow related to Wang Haiyan? He could not bear to see Mei Su in pain and resolved to address the matter at hand, even if he was indifferent to others' idle chatter. The thought of Mei Su as a woman, needing to interact with neighbors and potentially facing their judgment filled him with frustration. He would rather be the one to offend others than allow her to suffer. Did she say you visited her house? Upon hearing Wang Haiyan's name, Mei Su broke down in tears, never imagining that such trifles could bring her to this state. Xiaobin felt a surge of irritation. He knew they had quarreled over this issue before, but Mei Su still chose to believe the words of others, which he found perplexing. What did she say when she came to your door? She claimed you went to her house and did something that left her bedridden. You should know more about this than I do. I cannot bring myself to say it, Mei Su sobbed. Xiaobin felt as if he had been set ablaze. How could Mei Su misunderstand him so? He had explained countless times that there was no relationship between him and Wang Haiyan. If there were, how could he stand here discussing this with her? If he were truly unfaithful, he would have already suggested divorce. Must you continue to listen to the baseless gossip of others? Xiaobin was exasperated, having had to explain this daily. Despite his repeated assurances, Mei Su still chose to heed the words of others, gradually wearing down his patience. When she heard his reproach, she wept. If you no longer wish to continue this relationship, just say so. I need not remain in the standoff. If you have someone else, feel free to bring her home. I will leave. What do you want me to do to quell your suspicions? Should I lay bare my heart for you to see my true feelings? He retorted. I am striving to provide for our family, working tirelessly at the factory, yet you let the whispers of others plague your mind. In a moment of uncontrolled anger, Xiaobin raised his voice at Mei Su. She, too, felt the heat of the moment, pushing past him towards the door. If you no longer wish to be together, we can divorce. We owe each other nothing now. You need not remain tied to me out of some past obligation. But do not think you can take my daughter from me. What are you saying? When have I ever suggested divorce? That thought has never crossed my mind. Nor should it cross yours. We have issues to resolve, not to carelessly toss around the idea of separation. Infuriated, Xiaobin stormed out, and Mei Su, anxious about his whereabouts, called after him. Where are you going? I am going to confront the source of these rumors. You claim I have a relationship with Wang Haiyan. Let me clarify that I have no such connection. Xiaobin felt wronged, having done nothing to warrant such accusations. Without hesitation, he made his way to Wang Haiyan's house. Kicking her door open, curious onlookers peered at his aggressive approach. Wang Haiyan, come out, you shameless woman. What lies have you spread in my home? Xiaobin was taken aback by Wang Haiyan's utter lack of decency. He had merely offered assistance. Yet she had the audacity to confront him and fill Mei Su's ears with scandalous tales. It became apparent to him how outrageous Wang Haiyan's claims must have been to provoke such fury in Mei Su. What's Xiaobin up to? I thought they were involved. Why is he treating our older woman so harshly? Murmured one bystander. Did you hear? Wang Haiyan sought him out today. Mei Su is a woman of dignity. How could she compete with such a scheming mistress? Another chimed in. Honestly, Mei Su should slap her across the face. Otherwise, Wang Haiyan will never learn her place. Someone else suggested. That seems a bit extreme. If Xiaobin ignored her advances, she would just keep pursuing him. Another remarked. The crowd buzzed with speculation, acknowledging that both parties had their failings, refusing to take sides. Meanwhile, Wang Haiyan, preparing for a midday nap, was roused by the commotion at her door. Angered by the ruckus, she stormed to the entrance, demanding, Who dares kick my door? Today, I shall show you my strength. With a twisted expression, she confronted the door. Never before having encountered someone audacious enough to challenge her. For years, she had relied on the favor of various men, and few dared to confront her. Yet, Xiaobin was fearless. If Mei Su was upset, he could shake the heavens. As Wang Haiyan continued to shout for the door to be opened, she was met with the furious visage of Xiaobin, instantly quelling her bravado. In a softer tone, she asked, "Xiaobin, why are you here? Today, I find myself devoid of time to engage with you." The matter of Wang Haiyan conversing with Xiaobin is rendered conspicuous, as Xiaobin's towering stature obscured the onlookers behind him, leaving no room for Wang Haiyan to conceal her flirtatious demeanor. "How dare you kick down someone's door? Even if your longing for me is overwhelming, such behavior is unacceptable," Wang Haiyan chided, inching closer to Xiaobin, her hands already beginning to tug at his clothing. Xiaobin, filled with revulsion, shook her off, demanding, "Did you visit my home this morning?" At the mention of this, Wang Haiyan's heart skipped a beat. She forced a bitter smile and replied, "Indeed, Mei Su asked me to come over to teach her about makeup. I merely stopped by, but to my surprise, she berated me and accused me of being shameless." Xiaobin, disgusted by Wang Haiyan's pretense of vulnerability, felt a wave of nausea. How could this woman stand there and lie so brazenly? If Mei Su truly harbored intentions to slander others, she would not have been bullied by the neighbors for so long. There were times when Xiaobin genuinely wished Mei Su could adopt a more cunning disposition, to avoid being taken advantage of and then viciously bitten back. "Are you mistaken? You lack any sense of shame. Let us not forget that you were the one who came to my house and spouted nonsense. Mei Su never uttered a word against you, even if she had. What of it? Nothing ever transpired between us, yet you dare to speak ill of me before her. I warn you, if you ever come to my house to spread your lies again, I will not be merciful." Xiaobin raised his fist. A man not one to sympathize with women who disrupt his home life. Wang Haiyan, taken aback, faltered, and as Xiaobin made a menacing gesture, she instinctively recoiled. Truly frightened by Xiaobin's fierce demeanor, she felt her bravado wane. "What do you mean by this, Xiaobin? I have said nothing untoward," she stammered, not wishing to provoke him further. "You still dare to deny it? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your visit to Mei Su today to stir trouble," Xiaobin retorted vehemently. He had no faith that Mei Su would deceive him, but this woman was another story altogether. "I am wronged. I did not seek out Mei Su today, nor did I speak any falsehoods. I am entirely innocent," Wang Haiyan protested, sensing that Xiaobin had no intention of striking her. Her confidence surged once more. She knew Xiaobin would not so easily abandon her, a captivating flower, to placate Mei Su, no matter how Mei Su might wail. She possessed the ability to bend Xiaobin to her will. That was her leverage, her skill. Mei Su must be envious. Hence she speaks ill of me before you. Otherwise, why would everyone be unaware of the matter until it was voiced by her? You must not trust her words. There is nothing between us. I find it tiresome to have to deal with this all day long," Wang Haiyan lamented, portraying herself as a victim of public scrutiny, insinuating that Xiaobin's affections were the source of her troubles. Xiaobin was astounded by her audacity. He had never encountered such shamelessness. Initially, she had sought to entice him, and when he remained unyielding, she persisted, only to now turn the tables on him. "Would you care to come inside? After all, if Mei Su enjoys gossiping, and you claim to disfavor such women, then come sit with me. Otherwise, you will forever remain under Mei Su's thumb," Wang Haiyan suggested, attempting to pull Xiaobin into her dwelling. Disgusted by her brazen behavior in public, Xiaobin delivered a resounding slap across her face, startling not only the surrounding crowd, but even Wang Haiyan herself. "Xiaobin, how could you strike me?" she cried, clutching her cheek, her mind racing with indignation. She believed herself still alluring. Any ordinary man would be captivated by her form, and Xiaobin was no exception. Yet, after enduring her advances for so long, to be slapped publicly ignited a fury within her. "You, ungrateful wretch, lacking in morals. You would strike me for a woman devoid of beauty. I curse you to never find fortune. Even should you prosper now, you will inevitably face ruin." Wang Haiyan erupted in a tirade. "I warn you once more. Should you continue your baseless accusations, I shall deliver another slap," Xiaobin scoffed, standing resolutely at the threshold, devoid of any sympathy for a woman like Wang Haiyan. His assistance in fixing her plumbing had been an act of neighborly kindness, without expectation of recompense. Yet this woman harbored malicious intent to disrupt his family. She deserved to be taught a lesson. Seeing Xiaobin's cold demeanor, Wang Haiyan persisted, attempting to confront him further. Xiaobin, however, shoved her aside without a glance back. "Xiaobin, Haiyan is still a woman. Is this not a bit excessive?" One onlooker interjected. "Indeed, let us sit down and discuss this calmly. There is no issue that cannot be resolved through conversation. Resorting to violence benefits no one," another neighbor chimed in. Yet Xiao Bin remained unswayed. They were quick to speak now, but where were they when Mei Su was wronged? Now, they sought to counsel him to overlook the matter. Help? He is bullying a helpless widow. He professes to provide me with a good life. Yet now that his wife knows of our relationship, she threatens me to remain silent. If I refuse, he would have me harmed. Someone, please judge this matter. Wang Haiyan cried, spinning a tale of victimhood, her lamentations drawing a crowd. The uproar attracted even more onlookers, some returning home from work, eager to witness the spectacle and engage in heated discussions. This matter ends here. Do not expect my assistance in the future. Consider it a lesson learned for inviting trouble into my life, Xiao Bin declared. Realizing that his attempts to help Wang Haiyan had only brought unnecessary complications, Xiao Bin, you promised to care for me. Yet, for that wretched Mei Su, you would raise your hand against me? Can you truly justify this? Wang Haiyan lamented, believing that Xiao Bin's actions were merely a fade for the onlookers, concealing his true affections for her. Xiao Bin, lacking the patience to continue this fruitless argument with Wang Haiyan, felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. He was concerned about Mei Su, wondering what mischief she might conjure up in his absence. His actions were meant to reassure her that he would never betray her trust. Step aside, he commanded, but upon returning to the alley, he encountered Li Faqiang, who, upon seeing Wang Haiyan weeping on the ground and Xiao Bin's fierce countenance, assumed Xiao Bin was the aggressor. Forcing his way through the crowd, Li Faqiang seized Xiao Bin, refusing to let him leave. What do you think you're doing? Have you never been struck before? I'm not in the mood for a fight today. Behave yourself, or I shall teach you a lesson as well, Li Faqiang warned. Rage etched across his face. Xiao Bin, looking at Li Faqiang's anger-fueled expression, chose not to engage. After all, Li Faqiang was merely a pawn in Wang Haiyan's scheme. If Li Faqiang truly wished to extricate himself from such entanglements, he need only ignore Wang Haiyan. Yet here he was, meddling without cause. He would have to learn the hard way what it meant to be ensnared by her charms. Only by witnessing Wang Haiyan's eventual departure with a wealthy suitor would he perhaps gain clarity. Moreover, Li Faqiang had no connection with him. Why would he go to such lengths, especially when he was already in trouble for repaying Wang Haiyan's kindness with malice? He had no desire to meddle further. Why do you bully her? Is it just because she asked for your help in fixing a pipe? It seems you took advantage of the situation and now you're here, furious and refusing to take responsibility. Li Faqiang exclaimed angrily as he stepped forward and punched Xiao Bin squarely in the face. Caught off guard, Xiao Bin was struck directly. You irresponsible man. You manipulated Haiyan into following you and now pretend to be innocent. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to show my face here. Yet you dare to resort to violence. And you lot, who follow him to bully others without knowing a thing. What a disgrace. Seeing Wang Haiyan being mistreated, Li Faqiang thought it would be best to take the opportunity to shine and have her remember his kindness. Additionally, he had always disdained Xiao Bin and thought that if he could ruin Xiao Bin's reputation, it would be even better, ensuring that his own lady would no longer look at him, thereby making Li Faqiang the victor in life. When did I ever have anything to do with her? Li Faqiang, you must clarify this today. Don't think this is a place for you to show off. If you don't explain yourself, don't expect to leave here unscathed. Xiao Bin, grasping a nearby brick, began to understand why Li Faqiang was so bold. He was merely trying to win favor in front of Wang Haiyan, initially indifferent to the matter. Xiao Bin now felt inclined to see if Li Faqiang would dare to use him for his own advantage. Are you not the one who toyed with her feelings? She is a widow who has felt a man's care in ages, and you feign concern just to take advantage. Why else would you be so kind? Although initially intimidated by Xiao Bin's fierce demeanor, seeing the crowd emboldened Li Faqiang, surely Xiao Bin wouldn't dare to act violently in public. With this thought, Li Faqiang's courage surged again, not believing that Xiao Bin would truly strike him in such a setting. However, Li Faqiang underestimated Xiao Bin's capabilities. Xiao Bin not only struck him but also contemplated how to instill fear in him, ensuring that he would avoid Xiao Bin in the future. Li Faqiang's words only fueled the fire, redirecting the neighbor's focus from Wang Haiyan to Xiao Bin. Infuriated, Xiao Bin, who had not been so agitated previously, now felt the heat rise within him. Seeing Li Faqiang's arrogant demeanor, he pulled him aside and delivered a punch that left Li Faqiang dazed. Pointing at Xiao Bin, Li Faqiang shouted, Xiao Bin, how dare you hit me in front of so many people? Are you angry out of shame? Angry out of shame? I'm going to teach you a lesson for your reckless words. Since you cannot control your tongue, I shall assist you. Xiao Bin lifted Li Faqiang and threw him against the wall, kicking him mercilessly, causing Li Fa Chong to scream in pain. Though the neighbors disapproved of Qiao Bin's actions, none dared to intervene, for Qiao Bin resembled a furious beast, ready to strike anyone who crossed his path. A man as lazy as Li Fa Chong was no match for Qiao Bin, who dominated him effortlessly. The onlookers merely watched for entertainment, unwilling to intervene and invite trouble. Qiao Bin had no intention of escalating the situation, but as the confrontation unfolded, it became clear that neither party wished to back down. His anger surged, and he shrugged off Wang Haiyan's attempts to restrain him, delivering brutal kicks to Li Fa Chong without mercy. Mei Su arrived, and, upon seeing Qiao Bin's ferocity, felt a pang of fear but still approached him. "What are you doing? Stop, or someone might get seriously hurt." Mei Su observed Li Fa Chong, battered and bruised, and couldn't bear to watch Qiao Bin continue. She had assumed Qiao Bin would only engage in a verbal confrontation and never expected him to resort to violence. Especially witnessing Wang Haiyan being struck as well left her in shock. Thankfully, she arrived in time. Had the fighting continued, Qiao Bin might have seriously harmed Li Fa Chong. Qiao Bin pushed Mei Su aside, disregarding her concerns. He was determined to impart a lesson on Li Fa Chong that he would never forget, preventing him from aspiring to be a hero. Mei Su had always been pampered by Qiao Bin's kindness, and this was the first time she witnessed him so uncontrollably furious. Memories of past fears flooded her mind, causing her to tremble in place, unable to regain her composure. Chapter 86. Pleading for mercy. The onlookers watched as Qiao Bin pushed Mei Su away, not one daring to intervene. Some even joked among themselves. Who would have thought the main event was just beginning? I wonder who Qiao Bin will choose in the end. Isn't it obvious? Qiao Bin and Wang Haiyan have no ties. She merely wished to associate with him now that he has prospered. You can't say for sure. Perhaps Qiao Bin deliberately sought to entice the widow. None of us can know for certain. Let us see whom Qiao Bin ultimately regrets choosing. I think Mei Su is quite lovely. She is one of the best around here. Why doesn't Qiao Bin appreciate her? Ignoring their chatter, Qiao Bin focused on resolving the matter with Li Fa Chong and Wang Haiyan. As Li Fa Chong realized how serious Qiao Bin was, he clutched Qiao Bin's leg, begging for mercy. "Brother Qiao, I'm sorry. I was blind not to recognize your greatness. Please spare me. I promise I'll make amends. I truly lost my mind to have acted this way. Just let me off this time, and I'll come to apologize properly." Li Fa Chong, terrified, dared not retort, knowing that a single refusal could lead to Qiao Bin maiming him. He may have harbored feelings for Wang Haiyan, but he was not willing to sacrifice his entire future for her. Self-preservation remained paramount. Seeing Li Fa Chong plead for mercy, Wang Haiyan quickly knelt beside Qiao Bin. "It's my fault, Qiao Bin. I shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. It was all nonsense. There's nothing between us. I only wanted to get close to you after seeing your recent success. I swear I won't do it again. Please let me off this once." Wang Haiyan cried, her voice hoarse. Under normal circumstances, her distress would have prompted many to intervene, but today, Qiao Bin's fury had left a lasting impression on everyone. Who would dare approach him now? If you dare to speak carelessly again, I assure you, there will be consequences. Today's events will be forgotten. But should there be a next time, I will ensure you remember it for the rest of your lives. Qiao Bin declared, kicking Li Fa Chong aside and casting a disdainful glance at the two on the ground. Good people can be taken advantage of. If I don't take this opportunity to assert myself, everyone will think I'm weak and can be trampled upon. Addressing the neighbors surrounding him, Qiao Bin's expression turned cold. I hope you refrain from discussing my personal matters with these despicable individuals. If I hear of it, I will not let it go lightly. Speak carelessly again, and beware, for I will have your tongues. Qiao Bin's cold gaze swept across the room, his fierce demeanor intimidating everyone into retreat. They had never witnessed such a formidable side of Qiao Bin, and fear gripped their hearts, compelling them to avoid his attention. Once he saw that everyone had settled down, he paid no mind to Li Fa Chong, who lay on the ground, and took Mei Su home. Rest assured, I will resolve these matters, he assured her. No one will dare to bully us again. If they continue to gossip behind your back, just let me know. Only by standing firm against bullies will they cease their idle chatter. Are you certain that nothing will happen to you? Mei Su questioned. They are numerous and powerful. Perhaps we should not provoke our neighbors. As Qiao Bin was engaged in business outside, Mei Su did not wish to burden him with additional troubles, thinking that she could simply endure these matters. The ruckus caused by Qiao Bin today could easily be exploited by malicious individuals, jeopardizing future collaborations. It's nothing. Such trivial matters won't affect me, he replied. We thrive on intellect, and true businessmen will overlook these incidents, focusing solely on whether I can help them profit. If you truly wish to leave, wait until I have earned enough money for you to spend freely. As a woman, you will need funds wherever you go. And I do not wish for you to be mistreated. Trust me this one time, I will provide you with a promising future and ensure you are not wronged. If you still wish to leave later, I will not stand in your way. As he spoke, his voice trembled. If given the choice, he would prefer that Mei-su not depart. Yet, if her presence beside him brought her unhappiness, he would bear the pain of separation. Mei-su struggled to comprehend his intentions. She could not understand why Xiaobin was so determined to ensure her financial security. Nor could she ascertain if he truly meant to relinquish so much. However, the earlier events had shaken her, rendering her hesitant to utter a word of refusal in his presence. Memories of their past hardships flooded her mind, and she could only nod in fear. Though she recognized Xiaobin's kindness, she often felt that his feelings for her stemmed from pity rather than love. Xiaobin's rationality was overwhelming. She had never witnessed him lose control completely. Even during the earlier incident, when others perceived him as being on the verge of losing his composure, she still saw him as the epitome of reason. This realization struck Mei-su, for she, too, had felt fear moments ago. Perhaps it was her intuition that told her Xiaobin's rationality far outweighed his emotional responses. The events of the day had indeed angered Xiaobin, nearly leading him to inflict severe harm on Li Feichang. Yet, as Mei-su had surmised, he had not entirely lost control. His display of fury was merely a performance for the onlookers, meant to deter them from further gossip that might distress Mei-su. Following today's events, it was unlikely that anyone in the courtyard would dare to speak ill of them again, granting them a measure of peace. Meanwhile, Li Feichang was assisted by Wang Haiyan into the house, where he received treatment for his injuries. Filled with resentment, Wang Haiyan exclaimed, "Xiaobin showed no mercy. If we hadn't begged for mercy, he might have killed us. Do you think Xiaobin is a good person? He is utterly shameless, quick to turn against others. You would do well to keep your distance from him, lest this slap be the least of your worries." Li Feichang turned, indignant. He had intended to make a show of strength but ended up on the receiving end of Xiaobin's wrath. They say that injuries to bones take 100 days to heal. He feared it would be months before he fully recovered. That night, Xiaobin personally cooked dinner for the family. Observing the slight distance between him and Mei-su, he sighed inwardly. He recognized that his earlier outburst had likely frightened her, and he could only seek to gradually soothe her fears. "Eat more meat. You look so thin. If others see you, they'll say I mistreat you," he joked, lifting their daughter onto a chair. After preparing the meal, he sat opposite Mei-su. "By the way, have you considered going out? I hear many shops have opened, including a street dedicated to women's goods. If you wish to explore, let me know, and I will accompany you." "There's no need for that. I'm accustomed to shopping at the local stores. Those boutiques will surely be overpriced. We shouldn't waste our money." Mei-su was puzzled by Xiaobin's sudden suggestion. She had no intention of spending on such frivolities. Even cheaper options sufficed for her, and she had always managed within their means. With Xiaobin's recent earnings, she hoped to keep their finances intact so their daughter wouldn't have to endure hardship. "Very well, if you change your mind, let me know. I think you should indulge yourself a bit. Now that I can provide for our family, you needn't worry about finances constantly." Xiaobin understood Mei-su's reluctance to spend and refrained from pressing her further. Changing her mindset would take time, especially given their past struggles, leading Mei-su to prioritize saving for emergencies. The following day, a Saturday, Xiaobin did not go to the factory, as he had arranged to pick up his mother from his elder brother's house with Mei-su. "Why are you up so early?" he asked upon seeing Mei-su busy in the kitchen. His intention to buy breakfast was quickly dismissed. "I'm making breakfast for you. The food outside isn't hygienic. Homemade is always better. Since I have nothing else to do today, I thought I'd prepare everything early before we head out to bring Mom home." Mei-su, slightly shy at seeing Xiaobin without a shirt, averted her gaze. Xiaobin nodded and went into the bathroom to freshen up. "Yesterday was my fault. I shouldn't have believed Wang Haiyan and misunderstood you. Please accept my apology," Mei-su said as she approached the bathroom door, unable to resist speaking. She had risen early to make breakfast, wishing to mend things between them. Having prepared warm water for him, Xiaobin was momentarily taken aback by her gesture. "It's all right. As long as you trust me, I will never let you down." He had anticipated explaining that his outburst was unintentional, but Mei-su had intuitively understood and apologized first. The awkwardness between them melted away, and they exchanged playful banter, splashing water on each other. "I'm done playing. Hurry and get dressed so I can finish breakfast." Mei-su teased as she hurried back into the kitchen, her cheeks flushed. Their bond seemed to strengthen after this morning's light-hearted exchange. rather than suffer from the previous day's tension. "Daddy, hold me," their daughter called from her chair, arms raised in a request for affection, her round face flushed with excitement. Bringing joy to Xiaobin. "How can our daughter be so adorable? Come here, let Daddy hold you. Today, we're going to bring Grandma home," he said with a smile as he lifted her into his arms, waiting at the door for Mei Su. As the family of three set out, Xiaobin contemplated visiting a department store first, as it would be appropriate to bring gifts for his mother. "Shall we stop by the department store? I mentioned taking you out before, and today would be a good opportunity to pick up something for my brother." Xiaobin pointed towards the department store at the street corner, uncertain if Mei Su would agree. After all, it was essential to consider her opinion at this moment. "Well, since we are going to pick up Mom and bring her home, we must buy something for Big Brother. Otherwise, they might think we are miserly. And we would also avoid any gossip about taking advantage of Mom's stay with them." Mei Su wholeheartedly concurred, not contesting Xiaobin's suggestion, for she understood that they were initially responsible for caring for their mother. It was only due to unforeseen circumstances that they had to bring her to Big Brother's home. Today, a gesture of gratitude was essential to prevent any adverse remarks. Upon arriving at the department store, Xiaobin selected a fine variety of tea and some snacks, prompting Mei Su to assess the prices. "What do you think of this?" Xiaobin asked, his gaze laden with unspoken meaning. "This snack. Haven't you brought it for us before? I found it delightful, and I am certain sister-in-law will enjoy it as well." "That's splendid. But do you not think this price is somewhat steep?" After Xiaobin voiced his concern, Mei Su realized he was teasing her. "Why do you behave this way? We are merely visiting Big Brother's home. I cannot skimp on this small expense." Mei Su shot him a glare, aware that Xiaobin delighted in provoking her. Observing her feigned anger, Xiaobin could not resist pulling her into an embrace. All right. Our Su'er is undoubtedly the finest daughter-in-law. Today, we shall say this is your gift. Surely, Mom will favor you more than me, and I might find myself at the bottom of the family hierarchy. Enough of this. Hurry and pack it up. We must return tonight without causing Mom any inconvenience," Mei Su urged, concerned that further banter from Xiaobin might lead to more embarrassing remarks. Although her time with Xiaobin had made her more cheerful, his public teasing still made her blush. "Very well. The head of the household has spoken," Xiaobin chuckled, handing their daughter to him while securing the items. Xiaobin felt reassured. Mei Su was the type who never hesitated to spend generously on others, yet would fret over even the slightest expense for herself. Upon reaching Big Brother's house, they found both he and sister-in-law present. "Well, what a surprise. If you hadn't come, I would have thought you had forgotten about our elderly mother," sister-in-law remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. "I wonder if you've been too busy enjoying success to remember us. Don't think we'll remain oblivious to your newfound wealth." Sister-in-law's welcome was less than warm, tinged with sharp remarks. "We've been rather busy lately, and as soon as we could, we rushed over. I apologize for the trouble you've endured," Xiaobin replied, leading Mei Su inside, unfazed by sister-in-law's disdainful words. Big Brother, standing in the room, glared at Xiaobin, visibly irate. "What could you possibly be occupied with? My wife and I have been looking after Mother, and it has cost us dearly. You promised to care for her, and now you expect to shirk your responsibilities." "Of course, we agreed that I would take care of Mother, and I am here to bring her home," Xiaobin affirmed. Exchanging a knowing glance with Mei Su, he placed the gifts on the table, smiling as he addressed Big Brother and sister-in-law. "This is a small token of our appreciation. We regret not coming sooner to take Mother back." Although Big Brother and sister-in-law were surprised by the offerings, their expressions remained skeptical. "What can you do? How much can you earn? Just hurry and take her back. Otherwise, you'll become even more of a burden," Big Brother admonished, his tone incredulous. "You're not a child anymore. It's time to wake up. If you can't even support your family, you'll soon know what despair feels like." His reprimand left no room for retort, while Xiaobin chose to ignore it. Their relationship had never been cordial, and marriage had only distanced them further. Mei Su, concerned that Xiaobin might react angrily, quickly intervened. "Big Brother, you may not realize it, but Xiaobin has been doing well. He has established a factory, and it's thriving. He has been working diligently." Mei Su understood Xiaobin's reluctance to explain himself, yet felt compelled to clarify matters, believing family unity was vital. She was certain Xiaobin did not wish to sever ties with Big Brother, especially considering their mother's feelings. Big Brother dismissed her words. "Mei Su, do not defend this ungrateful son. I find it hard to believe he has achieved anything. You may pack your things and leave." "Indeed. Does Xiaobin seem capable of running a factory?" "Mei Su, you were never one to indulge in such fantasies. You need not fabricate tales to salvage his reputation. Sister-in-law chimed in, her contempt for Xiao Bin evident. You're merely deceiving yourselves. If you had any real ability, you wouldn't be here, hiding in the shadows. Big brother added, his derision palpable. Mother could bear it no longer. She emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at sister-in-law. As a daughter-in-law of the Qiao family, you should rejoice at the success of your brother-in-law. Why do you look down upon Xiao Bin? Do you wish for misfortune to befall our family? Mother, how can you speak for them? Do not forget that I have been the one caring for you. Defending Xiao Bin now feels somewhat disloyal to me, sister-in-law retorted, expressing her disdain for Xiao Bin's character. Who doesn't he know he is a lazy good-for-nothing? If he could earn money, he would have already brought you back. Sister-in-law's harsh words incited mother's anger, leading to a fit of coughing. Meisu quickly poured a glass of water for her. Sister-in-law, those matters are in the past. Xiao Bin will no longer be the same. You need not worry. We are here to take mother home. Enough of your nonsense. Is there not enough chaos in our home? You dare speak to mother this way? As a daughter-in-law, you show her no respect. Big brother shouted, furious at sister-in-law's disrespect towards their mother, even while harboring his own disdain for Xiao Bin. You dare raise your voice at me? You claim to be the head of the family, yet I've been stifling my anger to care for mother. You are utterly ungrateful. Care for my mother? This is our mother. Have you ever considered yourself part of this family? If you are dissatisfied with her, you are free to leave and never return. You actually want to drive me away? Over the years, without my support, you wouldn't even measure up to Xiao Bin. You heartless scoundrel. The elder sister-in-law sobbed as she entered the room, while the elder brother, his face flushed with anger, smashed the cup he was holding with a loud crash and turned his back on her. After reprimanding his wife, the elder brother sat in silence, observing Xiao Bin, who appeared markedly different from before, dressed in attire that seemed far more agreeable, even surpassing the clothing of the women in their household. The elder brother speculated that perhaps Xiao Bin had purchased some new clothes to save face, possibly intending to return them after leaving. Regardless, he sighed. I don't care what you do now. As long as you keep your job and stay out of trouble, I will be content. I trust mother feels the same. Please don't burden her anymore. The elder brother had previously admonished Xiao Bin numerous times, yet he had always been met with resistance, even aggression, which had led to their estrangement. Chapter 89. Brotherly dispute. Xiao Bin seethed with frustration. He had come to retrieve their mother. An innocent task turned sour by the elder brother's incessant criticisms. Do you even hear what you're saying? I am here to take mother home, not to have her live with you indefinitely. And do I really have to argue with you now? What right do you have to chastise me? Just because you are my elder brother? If I acknowledge you as such, then fine. But if I choose not to, who do you think you are? All your words, cloaked as concern for me, are merely a guise for your pride in belittling me. Do you truly believe I would trust that you have my best interests at heart? Infuriated, Xiao Bin could hardly believe the audacity of his brother and sister-in-law, who looked down upon him and relentlessly pursued him with their disdain. Meisu, having witnessed Xiao Bin's anger before, stood anxiously beside him, fearing he might confront his elder brother physically. The elder brother's dismissive attitude was palpable. Despite Meisu's attempts to reason with him, they continued to belittle Xiao Bin. Even their mother, who sat nearby, was intimidated by the tension radiating from her son. Though Xiao Bin had a fierce temperament, he seldom displayed such fury. What nonsense is this? I have no issue with mother staying here. It is not as you think. The elder brother's underlying intention was to encourage Xiao Bin to seek a more stable job, hoping for his well-being. Blood ties should not lead to such animosity. After all, Xiao Bin was indeed his brother, connected by blood. You need not explain further. If you hold me in such contempt, I shall not return. Mother does not require your care, and as for the expenses incurred while caring for her, if you have no shame, come to me for reimbursement. Xiao Bin was taken aback by his brother's reaction. He had approached with the intention of mending their relationship, believing that familial ties should prevail over grievances. Yet, he was met with this unfortunate outcome, leaving him disheartened. After speaking, he grasped their mother's hand and prepared to leave. The elder sister-in-law, eavesdropping from the room, felt a sense of triumph. Having Xiao Bin take their mother away was a long-cherished wish of hers, and now that he had lost his temper, she could finally relish her freedom. While she had never overtly objected to their mother residing with them, her disdain was evident, and the elder brother had certainly taken note. He had never reprimanded his wife for her treatment of their mother, harboring his own grievances since their mother had left the family home to Xiao Bin. His wife's discontent regarding this matter weighed heavily on him, preventing him from defending his mother. The mother did not wish for her sons to fall out over her. as it would be a torment for her in her old age. She sighed, turning to them. I do not want you two to quarrel so fiercely over my affairs. If I am a burden to you, I would rather leave this world. You are brothers by blood, and as your mother, I naturally wish for your harmony. I know the elder brother resents me, but you both possess the strength to reconcile. This unfilial son you know is still your brother. If you can mend your relationship, I would die content. Tears welled in the mother's eyes as she spoke. An old woman longs for family harmony in the absence of strife. Besides, they were brothers, pieces of her own flesh, and she could not bear to see them become estranged. I do not know how long I may endure. And if you continue to bicker like this, how can I face our ancestors, knowing I have torn apart the bond of my sons? The mother was deeply saddened, clutching her heart as she sat, tears streaming down her face. Meisu quickly provided her with a tissue, comforting her. Mother, let the younger generation resolve their issues. They will surely find peace. Dearest daughter-in-law, I appreciate your kindness. However, this child is ungrateful, and I feel remiss for you. Our family owes you much for your support of Xiaobin. The brothers' lack of closeness had led to their current quarrel, and had she known this would be the outcome, she would have bound them together to prevent such a divide. The mother wept silently, blaming herself for the rift. Had she not agreed to their separation, perhaps they would not have become so estranged. Mother, you must not hold yourself accountable. These matters are beyond any of our control. I firmly believe that Xiaobin and the elder brother will come to their senses. They are brothers, and in the end, familial bonds will prevail. Meisu could not bear to see the elder woman in distress, casting a knowing glance at Xiaobin. She had not anticipated such an emotional upheaval for their mother and felt a pang of sorrow. The mother had always treated her with kindness, like her own daughter, a reason Meisu had remained steadfast in her commitment to Xiaobin. Seeing their mother in tears left the brothers at a loss, and her heartfelt words stirred something within both Xiaobin and the elder brother. After catching Meisu's eye, Xiaobin took a step forward, grasping their mother's hand. Mother, please rest assured, I will not go against my elder brother. We are bound by blood, and regardless of our arguments, I shall always hold that truth. Indeed, we are brothers, and as the elder, I should yield to my younger sibling. I acknowledge my faults. It was not my intent to imply you should not stay here, but rather concern for your future and stability prompted my earlier words. The elder brother, feeling ashamed yet compelled to express his true feelings, admitted, Mother, do not worry. We will strive for harmony. We have you, and we wish to see you healthy enough to witness our prosperous days together. Yes, Xiaobin added. And upon hearing their mutual vow for reconciliation, their mother's face brightened, revealing a smile. Chapter 90. Cooking. Observing the cheerful atmosphere from the doorway, Wu Yanfang felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Having long held a grudge against Xiaobin, she harbored no desire for the brothers to reconcile. In her perspective, Xiaobin was merely feigning goodwill to solicit their assistance in caring for his mother. However, she recognized that this was not the appropriate moment to voice her grievances. It was prudent to wait a little longer before clarifying matters with her husband. Should Xiaobin insist on leaving his elderly mother in their care, she would resolutely refuse, even at the cost of her own life. All right, Mother, now that everyone is gathered here, let us finish our meal before heading back. After assisting his mother into a chair, Xiao Jian retreated into the room. Observing Wu Yanfang sitting reluctantly on the edge of the bed, he sighed and inquired, What do you wish to do? After all, they are my brother and mother. Do you desire for us to become adversaries? Given that the situation had unfolded in this manner, it was the most sensible solution. Hadn't he noticed how Xiaobin had transformed? Perhaps this young man had indeed changed for the better. I am unconcerned with any changes your brother may have undergone. His newfound wealth will not benefit us in any way. You must not allow Mother to continue residing with us. It is not that I am unwilling to care for her, but since your brother has already accepted the house, he must assume that responsibility. Although Wu Yanfang felt discontent, she prioritized her husband's opinions. As long as Xiao Jian was agreeable, she would suppress her frustrations, unwilling to undermine her husband's dignity. Very well, I shall ensure he takes Mother back. You go and prepare dinner. I will discuss it with him when we eat. Xiao Jian understood that Wu Yanfang might be struggling internally. He was well aware of her temperament, and it was best to acquiesce to her wishes to avoid further discord. Go prepare dinner. We shall address the matters later. He gently urged her to rise, but she shrugged off his hand, reluctantly stepping aside. Let Meisu handle it. Does Mother not favor her? It would be better for her to demonstrate her capabilities before the elderly lady. Wu Yanfang, who already felt that the old woman was biased, was disheartened to realize that her efforts over the past days could not rival even a mere gesture from Meisu. What do you intend to achieve? Will you hold on to the elderly woman's words for a lifetime? I warn you, if you wish to sever ties with me, then leave. I have been accommodating enough. And if you are still unsatisfied, do not linger here. Wu Yanfang was taken aback by her husband's words. The sacrifices she had made for Qiao Jian now felt futile, and to have this man blame her for being overly calculative was a bitter pill to swallow. Noticing Qiao Jian's rising anger, she trembled, reluctant yet aware that her husband's wrath was no idle threat. Ultimately, she said nothing more and reluctantly went to the kitchen. Watching Wu Yanfang enter, Qiao Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he exhibited a semblance of authority, it often proved ineffective with a woman like her. Sister-in-law, may I assist you in the kitchen? Mei Su approached, feeling a pang of guilt for the discord that had arisen between the elder couple during their visit. No need. I can manage alone. Stay here and chat with me. It has been ages since we sat down for a conversation, and I am feeling quite stifled. The elderly lady gently grasped Mei Su's hand, genuinely fond of this daughter-in-law, especially since Mei Su cared for her with sincerity. Despite her advanced age, she could still perceive kindness, as she noticed the elder son's wife's indifference. Her appreciation for Mei Su grew even more profound, for Mei Su treated her as if she were her own mother. This made the elderly lady particularly satisfied, especially considering Mei Su had endured many years with her seemingly unambitious son and had even given birth to a daughter. Observing his daughter playing nearby, Xiaobin had shed his previous slovenly demeanor, instilling a sense of hope within the elderly lady. How have you been at home during this time? Xiaobin has not treated you poorly, has he? If he dares to bully you, do let me know. I will not allow our family to wrong you. The elderly lady clasped Mei Su's increasingly delicate hand, her excitement palpable as she contemplated administering a reprimand to that ungrateful son of hers. No, mother. Please do not be so agitated. I have been very well at home, and in fact, Xiaobin has been quite kind to me. You have seen for yourself that he is no longer the same as before. He has truly stepped up to the responsibilities of a family man. Mei Su quickly interjected, glancing at Xiaobin with affectionate eyes, concerned that her mother-in-law might act impulsively. Is it true what you said about Xiaobin starting a factory? You need not comfort this old lady. I am well aware of my son's capabilities. Speaking of opening a factory seems far-fetched. The elderly lady dismissively shook her head. If Xiaobin could simply hold down a job, I would be grateful. Expecting him to achieve something grandiose like starting a factory is merely wishful thinking. Mother, this is indeed true. Xiaobin possesses considerable talent. He may have been unfocused previously, but he has now been running a factory for several months, and everything has stabilized. Mei Su lowered her voice, her affection for Xiaobin evident as she recounted their journey together. Initially, I was skeptical and even argued with him at times. But he did not retaliate. Instead, he has only improved the factory's operations, and our family's circumstances are much better now. The elderly lady was taken aback. Although Mei Su had always been diligent, her feelings for Xiaobin appeared to have deepened significantly. It seemed that he had genuinely opened a factory. Otherwise, Mei Su would not display such emotion. Though not a woman driven by materialism, who would not wish for their partner to achieve success. And Xiaobin has become reckless with his newfound wealth, has he? You must keep him grounded, while he may be diligent now. Some men lose their way when fortune smiles upon them. Though he is my son, the dynamics between you two must also be nurtured. The elderly lady advised with a gentle pat on Mei Su's hand, expressing her concerns not out of doubt in her son's character, but due to the overwhelming temptations present in society. As she approached the end of her life, she hoped that someone trustworthy would care for Xiaobin after she was gone. Do not worry, mother. Xiaobin is dedicated. He works hard at the factory and returns home immediately after work, avoiding any frivolous entanglements. I believe he is a man worthy of lifelong trust, Mei Su replied bashfully. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. The elderly lady, observing Mei Su's reaction, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She inquired about the factory and then beckoned Xiaobin over. Mother, what is it? Xiaobin asked as he joined her, feeling a rush of emotion as he contemplated the time still available to honor his mother. You, my child, are now a father. How can you still be so sentimental? The elderly lady teased upon noticing his reddened eyes. It has simply been too long since I last saw you, which stirred my emotions, Xiaobin replied sheepishly, resolved to ensure that both women before him would never want for anything and would live in health and happiness. At that moment, he realized that the greatest treasure was the joy of being together as a family. I know about your factory. Focus on your work there and do not let wealth lead you astray. Home is the best place, and you will not find another daughter-in-law as wonderful as Mei Su. She has endured hardships alongside you for many years, so you must treat her well. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. Mother, rest assured, we will be well. I promise I will no longer behave recklessly and cause you distress as I did before. From now on, we shall strive together as a family. Xiao Bin assured the elderly lady, vowing to ensure his family enjoys a good life. After dinner, he occasionally served dishes to both the elderly lady and Mei Su, which brought comfort to Qiao Jian, who felt gratified by his younger brother's demeanor, though Wu Yanfang wore a frown. The family sat in silence at the table. Despite the absence of quarrels, the atmosphere was far from pleasant. Xiao Bin had anticipated this outcome and remained relatively relaxed. Well, we have eaten well. It is time for us to leave. Please sit for a moment. I will help Mother tidy up her things, Xiao Bin declared, rising to enter the elderly lady's room to neatly arrange her belongings at the door. Upon seeing Xiao Bin genuinely intent on taking the elderly lady away, Wu Yanfang felt elated. Oh, Qiu Bin, let me assist you. It is quite inappropriate for a man like you to handle such tasks. I will tidy up. And you can take her away afterward. It's not much to carry. You should manage. No worries. We can take a car back. Mother's health is delicate. She should not be exposed to the night breeze, Xiao Bin replied, aware of Wu Yanfang's true intentions but choosing not to confront them. He simply aimed to bring his mother home, and her reactions were of no concern to him. Glancing at Wu Yanfang's smiling face, he turned to his elder brother. Brother, we shall take our leave now. I must remind you, while I will care for Mother, you too are her son. If she wishes to stay for a few days, I hope you will not decline. His brother, observing Wu Yanfang, understood the underlying reason for Qiao Bin's statement. He was not genuinely upset, yet feigned annoyance as he said, You cheeky lad, I am still your elder brother. Mother can stay with me for as long as she likes. If not for her concern over you, I would not part with her so easily. That is good. What do you say, sister-in-law? Of course, I have been living with Mother daily, and I naturally hope for some liveliness in the house. Having her here gives me something to do. Otherwise, I would truly be bored, Wu Yanfang replied, hastily echoing Qiao Jian's sentiments. Although internally discontent, the prospect of Qiao Bin taking the elderly lady away was a tremendous relief for her, and she could not afford to appear reluctant on the surface. Qiao Bin chuckled inwardly. Initially, they had claimed that having the elderly lady live with them would incur a loss of labor costs. Yet now it seemed they were contradicting themselves. Nevertheless, he kept his thoughts to himself, finding amusement in the irony. Ha ha, since sister-in-law is so reluctant to part with Mother, perhaps it would be best for her to stay here. After all, I often have much to attend to at the factory and may not be able to care for her adequately. Xiao Bin teased Wu Yanfang, fully aware that her words were merely superficial. No. Mei Su has time to spare, and besides, your daughter should bond with the elderly lady. It is beneficial for the elderly to be around children and share in their youthful energy, Wu Yanfang exclaimed, clearly agitated. She had no desire to continue the round-the-clock care of the elderly lady. Why would she willingly seek such a burden? Furthermore, in the elderly lady's eyes, the best daughter-in-law was undoubtedly from the second family. Why would she take on such thankless work? Mother has already stayed with us for quite some time. Surely it is time for her to visit your home. She must be thinking of you all, Wu Yanfang said, placing the elderly lady's belongings at the door and playfully ushering Qiao Bin and his family out. Qiao Bin smirked. It was evident that Wu Yanfang was not one to suffer losses. In that case, we shall take our leave. Thus, Qiao Bin departed with his mother, wife, and daughter from Qiao Jian's residence. What on earth are you saying? Do you not realize that your words imply we do not wish for Mother to stay with us? Qiao Jian retorted angrily. The previously easing tension between the brothers was now strained by his wife's hasty remarks. He did not want to engage in a perpetual struggle with his younger brother. He would have no objections if their mother chose to reside with him, had his wife not rejected the notion so swiftly. Even feigning indifference to their mother staying with them, Qiao Bin's demeanor would not have soured so suddenly. If word got out, it would paint them as lacking filial piety. Is this my fault? Do you not understand how exhausting it is to have your mother here for such an extended period? You lounge about while I shoulder the responsibility of caring for her, and of course, you wish to seize this opportunity to showcase your filial piety. Wu Yanfang could no longer hold back her frustration and began to argue with Xiao Jian. She despised his tendency to prioritize appearances at her expense. I refuse to argue with you. Xiao Jian, infuriated, slammed the door behind him. Anyone could tell that Xiao Bin had been jesting. Yet Wu Yanfang's lack of understanding laid bare their private matters, leaving him humiliated and the subject of ridicule. Chapter 92. shyness on the way home. The elderly lady wore a sullen expression, silent as she leaned on Mei Su for support. Observing this, Xiaobin turned to her, concerned she might overthink the situation, and smiled. Mother, from today onwards, we will live together as a family. I feel unwell without your scolding. You rascal, do you think I am unaware of your true nature? You were the type who would only heed correction after 3 days of freedom, a little tyrant. Thankfully, Mei Su kept you in check. Otherwise, you would have soared to the skies. Mother, I will take care of you from now on. I assure you that our family's situation will improve. If there is no necessity, please refrain from visiting them, lest sister-in-law accuses us of taking advantage. Xiaobin had never considered keeping his mother at Xiao Jian's house. He merely intended to gauge Wu Yinfang's sentiments. To his surprise, her impatience had thwarted his intentions. The elderly lady clearly held reservations about the situation, yet she could not criticize her daughter-in-law, and Xiaobin, as the younger brother, felt it inappropriate to speak ill of his elder brother's wife. Rest assured, I will work diligently and earn enough to move into a spacious house. Xiaobin sought to alleviate the elderly lady's burdens, hoping to assure her of a peaceful return home. Well, since you are determined to amend your ways and focus on earning, I feel much more at ease. You are no longer a child. It is time to consider the family's future. The elderly lady felt a sense of relief. During her illness, she had worried whether Xiaobin would fall prey to debt collectors. Now, she need not concern herself with such matters. She did not expect a life of wealth. But at the very least, she wished for her family to live in harmony and stability. Her feelings towards both sons were equal. She had initially left the house to the second son due to her concerns about his reliability. She had also stated that the eldest need not support her. Recognizing that if her younger son continued to be unambitious, she would accept it, as long as he remained alive and well. You think we can just leave like this? I noticed your sister-in-law's expression earlier. I suspect your elder brother may have concerns. If you leave with a cold face, will they not argue? The elderly lady worried not only for Xiaobin, but also for Xiao Jian. She was most concerned for her 2 sons. Although her elder daughter-in-law was somewhat self-serving, her intentions were still for her son's benefit. This was among the reasons she had refrained from voicing her opinions about her daughter-in-law. Ultimately, it was their marriage to navigate, and even she could not accompany her sons for a lifetime. All she could do was minimize the rift between her sons and their wives, ensuring she could rest in peace when her time came. Do not fret about their matters. They have been married for so long. I trust they will resolve any issues. Moreover, I believe your elder brother will certainly keep mother in his thoughts. Xiaobin, not wishing to cause the elderly lady any sorrow, though he had no intention of engaging excessively with Xiao Jian, still chose to put on a facade in front of her. After all, he had no desire to completely sever ties with Xiao Jian. The fortunes of our offspring are their own, he reassured her. You need not worry, mother. With Xiaobin managing a factory and earning money, our lives are improving steadily. I believe that in time, sister-in-law will also come to see us in a better light. Mei Su approached to comfort her, while their daughter chimed in cheerfully. Yes, Grandma, let's hurry home. I've missed you so much during this time. Isn't our granddaughter a good child, remembering her grandmother? The old lady responded with warmth. Of course. It was Grandma who took me to buy candy back then. I loved it so much. The little girl walked ahead, resembling a blooming flower. Upon arriving home, Xiaobin set down the luggage and wiped the sweat from his brow. Noticing that his mother looked a bit tired, he turned to Mei Su and said, Suer, please boil some water. Mother must be thirsty. Certainly, Mei Su replied, placing their daughter in a chair before swiftly heading to the kitchen to prepare the water. The family enjoyed a harmonious moment together. The elderly lady was quite pleased with the dynamic between Xiaobin and Mei Su, recognizing it as a typical expression of a healthy marital relationship. It's truly wonderful to see Mei Su and Xiaobin together, she thought. Mother, I'll tidy up first. You sit for a while. Xiaobin said as he arranged the room for his mother, perspiring profusely from the effort. You've worked hard too. Come on, have some water, Mei Su remarked. Noticing the beads of sweat cascading down Xiaobin's face, unable to suppress a smile. All right, Xiaobin was no stranger to hard labor. Yet the most exhausting work had been the myriad of household chores, which indeed made one perspire. The elderly lady recalled Xiaobin's earlier remark about enjoying a leisurely life, and, with a teasing glint in her eye, pulled Mei Su closer, asking, Su, have you and Xiaobin shared a room yet? You should hurry. I'd love to have a grandson. That would be the epitome of joy. Mei Su, blushing at the implication, glanced shyly at Xiaobin, shaking her head. They had only recently reconciled, and such intimate actions were far from their current reality. Since Xiaobin had turned over a new leaf, he had been working diligently, and even if they had desires, exhaustion often claimed them before they could act upon them. They had yet to share any real intimacy. A mere kiss was the extent of their affection thus far. You must put in some effort. Xiaobin is at an age where he needs a woman's comfort. Don't be shy. These are simply truths that you will come to understand later, the elderly lady declared, causing Mei Su to feel even more embarrassed, nearly burying her face in her arm. This was the first time the elderly lady had broached such matters with her. As in the past, they had been too preoccupied with survival to think about offspring. Seeing Mei Su's discomfort, Xiaobin quickly intervened, placing down what he was carrying and standing with his hands on his hips, panting, "Mother, please do not worry about us. We can handle our own affairs. The factory is just beginning to stabilize, and I assure you, we will work hard to ensure you have a grandson. For now, you can enjoy our granddaughter. She is just as precious," he added. Xiaobin favored his darling daughter, but recognized that the older generation's mindset was hard to change. So he focused on reassuring his mother. "Indeed, our little girl has such a sweet tongue. As for your matters, you may decide for yourselves. I can only wait," the elderly lady said, delighted as she embraced her granddaughter. Meanwhile, Mei Su's face was flushed with embarrassment as she shot a playful glare at Xiaobin for his teasing. Chapter 93. Shifts in Motion. "Mother, Su'er, I'm heading to work now," Xiaobin called out, donning his work attire before departing for the factory. The establishment was now operating on a two-shift system, with machines tirelessly running day and night, and trucks consistently transporting canned goods. This is excellent. Everyone is adhering to their roles. Your management of the factory is commendable. I assure you, a promotion awaits you. Just keep up the good work," Xiaobin said with a smile, placing his arm around Wang Erqiang's shoulder as they watched the trucks come and go, alleviating their concerns about potential inventory pileups. Bringing Wang Erqiang on board as a manager had proven to be a wise decision. He was hardworking and fully aware of his responsibilities, never daring to act recklessly with factory matters. Xiaobin had felt secure in trusting the factory to Wang Erqiang. His diligence and integrity were qualities that made Xiaobin very satisfied. Furthermore, having started the factory alongside Wang Erqiang, he viewed him as a trusted ally who often considered the factory's interests first, unlike some external hires who might exploit the business for personal gain, potentially risking its downfall. Thanks to our boss's effective management, we've secured numerous orders so swiftly. Processing here brings us great joy as we witness the factory flourishing," Wang Erqiang remarked while helping to move goods. "Do you have any other plans moving forward?" he asked, scratching his head as he hopped onto a platform to assist with the loading. "What plans? Our factory is just getting off the ground. The food sector has only recently captured the public's attention. I think we should wait a bit longer," Xiaobin replied. "Wait again? If that is the case, I might miss out on witnessing your grand ambitions," Wang Erqiang lamented, having hoped to be part of significant endeavors this year, only to realize he would need to be patient a while longer after waiting nearly half a year already. "Why the rush? You're in your prime. There is plenty of time ahead," Xiaobin chided, recognizing that young people require time to mature and learn restraint. Before long, Xiaobin's products gained popularity in the market, with many customers returning for more after tasting the canned goods produced at his factory. Word spread quickly, leading to a steady supply of products flowing into the market. Many recognized Xiaobin's canned goods, and trucks came in droves to collect shipments. Just as Xiaobin had established the factory, it began to yield impressive results, igniting envy among other aspiring entrepreneurs who observed the bustling activity. This development drew considerable attention, extending beyond factory owners to business people who heard of the thriving operation that never paused day or night. Zhang Jia caught wind of this news and arrived at Xiaobin's factory early one morning, eager to verify if the once ineffectual Xiaobin truly possessed the capability to achieve such enviable success. Wang Erqiang, aware of Zhang Jia's reputation for being duplicitous, hurried to keep an eye on him as he approached the factory. "Zhang, what brings you here?" Wang Erqiang greeted with a forced smile, recalling how he had often been bullied in the past when associated with Zhang Jia. Now, however, he felt a sense of security in his position as a factory manager, knowing that people would treat him with more respect. Zhang Jia glanced disdainfully at the dusty Wang Erqiang and mocked, "Oh, you seem to be doing quite well since teaming up with Xiaobin, huh?" "Not at all. I'm merely here to observe the factory. What brings you here today?" Wang Erqiang was acutely aware that Zhang Jia was not one to visit without ulterior motives, and he braced himself for trouble. "Oh, nothing in particular. But you claim to be here to observe the factory? I have heard it said that you hold a supervisory position here. Do you truly believe that by aligning yourself with Xiao Bin in business, you can evade my scrutiny? Zhang Ji, filled with indignation, remarked, observing the ever-expanding scale of Xiao Bin's factory. Initially, the warehouse of this factory was lent to Xiao Bin by him. Had it not been for Xiao Bin's cunning maneuver that resulted in him appropriating the warehouse, he would not have discovered such a profitable venture. You have certainly feasted well alongside Xiao Bin. Managing this enterprise undoubtedly yields far greater rewards than your previous endeavors in fruit cultivation. Management may hold more promise than farming. Wang Erqiang thought anxiously, remaining silent, unable to decipher Zhang Ji's intentions. I owe my current circumstances entirely to Brother Qiao's generosity. Otherwise, I would still be rummaging through trash. Wang Erqiang, ever humble, did not allow his status as one of the initial individuals to work with Xiao Bin to inflate his ego. Upon hearing Wang Erqiang's words, Zhang Ji intended to tease him, but just then, Xiao Bin arrived. Wang Erqiang, spotting Xiao Bin, grinned and said, Brother Qiao has arrived. Zhang Xiao, if you have matters to discuss, feel free to address them directly with my boss. Without regard for Zhang Ji's sour expression, Wang Erqiang bypassed him and approached Xiao Bin. Brother Qiao, Zhang Ji was just here, circling around without a clear purpose. Naturally, we must extend a warm welcome to someone who has contributed to our factory. Were it not for his generosity in lending us the warehouse, we could not have established this factory, Wang Erqiang continued. However, he harbors many ill intentions. I suggested we ignore him, lest he concoct some mischief. Wang Erqiang observed Xiao Bin returning on a motorcycle, his face lighting up with excitement. Brother Qiao, what is the story behind this motorcycle? When did you acquire such a magnificent machine? Wang Erqiang's eyes widened in astonishment at the sleek vehicle. I purchased this motorcycle earlier today at the market. When I saw one that suited my fancy, I decided to buy it. Given the factory's current operational stability, we ought to have a respectable means of transportation, Xiao Bin replied with a smile. He had initially intended to arrive at the company earlier, but was inspired to acquire the motorcycle upon seeing others riding. He had parked it at the entrance, which was why Wang Erqiang had not noticed it until now. Wang Erqiang, captivated by the motorcycle, eagerly began to inquire further about it.